Chapter 1. Battlefield Cleaners Ding. On the Dragon Origin Star, 300 kilometers outside the city of Kanglin in the Great Qin Empire, the dim sky hung low, as if it sought to crush the blood-soaked earth beneath. Upon the desolate plains, corpses piled high like mountains, the valiant remains of human warriors lay intermixed with the gruesome fragments of savage beasts. A suffocating stench, thick and rancid, permeated every breath of air, assaulting the senses and stirring one's very insides. This was no battlefield. It was a veritable hell on earth. Battlefield Cleaning Team Number 9 commenced the cleanup, bellowed Captain Li Hu, a blood-stained sword slung across his back, as his hawk-like gaze swept over this infernal landscape, his throat emitting a hoarse growl. In that growl lay the weight of countless comrades lost, a profound sorrow and anguish. Once a member of the wilderness hunting team, he had suffered the loss of an arm during the beast tide 8 years prior, forcing him into retirement. He should have been at home, enjoying his twilight years, yet he could not remain idle. Thus, he established a cleanup team, gathering a cadre of the old, weak, and ill to manage the logistical aftermath of battle, while also helping them earn a meager living. The process of clearing the battlefield adhered to almost draconian regulations. Particularly with regards to the bodies of human warriors, they were heroes, monuments unto themselves. Their noble souls must never be interred alongside the wretched beasts. The personnel were required to first confirm the identity of the fallen warrior through the nameplate on the left shoulder, then utilize instruments to match blood types amidst the severed limbs, before assembling the remains and placing them in body bags for transport back to Kanglin City, where they would be laid to rest in the Martyrs' Cemetery. Feng. As a newcomer, you should begin by collecting the beast corpses, Li Hu instructed, his gaze settling on the youth at the rear of the team, who was biting his lip, his face pale as parchment, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit. There was a hint of concern in his tone. "Thank you, Uncle Li," Feng replied, his voice tight with anxiety and gratitude as he hurried toward a specialized shovel truck designed for dealing with colossal beasts. He feared that if he lingered a moment longer, he would completely unravel. The scene was too harrowing. The bodies of the warriors were nearly all mangled beyond recognition. Though he was no child, possessing the spirit of 28 years, he was still deeply shaken by the horrific tableau before him, eliciting a profound physiological reaction. While the corpses of the beasts were also gruesome, their severed limbs and shattered forms could be endured, for they were mere beasts, not humans. Thus Feng found some solace in that distinction. The beasts were despairingly massive. Even the weakest of the beast soldiers towered several meters tall, their carcasses resembling small mountains that could not be moved without specialized machinery. To qualify for this labor, to earn enough spirit coins to alter his fate and purchase body-enhancing elixirs, he had painstakingly learned the necessary skills. At that moment, gazing upon the 5-meter-long corpse of a prairie wolf, its hair bristling like steel needles, Feng felt his heart tighten, as if gripped by an unseen hand. The impact was overwhelming. The blurred images from the preparatory academy's instructional videos paled in comparison to the visceral reality of this cold, massive beast exuding an aura of death. And this was merely the lowest tier of beast soldiers. What the beast generals? Surely, they must stand 10 meters tall. Merely imagining the shadow they would cast sent a bone-chilling dread coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. And he, with a pitiful blood value of just 35 points, a mere third-level warrior, possessing a meager strength of 300 pounds, felt as insignificant as an ant in the presence of such a colossus. As the wild wolves were mechanically scooped up and loaded into the vehicle, Feng's tightly pressed lips finally curved into a subtle smile, unable to contain the surge of indescribable excitement within him. A sense of exhilaration swelled in his heart. Each mechanical roar resonated in his ears like celestial music, the sound of spirit coins falling into his hands. It was the sound of hope's seeds struggling to sprout in barren soil. The battlefield scavenger's work was grimy, exhausting, and foul, enough to induce nausea. Yet, the rewards were substantial enough to make one temporarily forget all of it. This job was paid by the corpses. Each wild wolf was worth 1 spirit coin. After a flurry of activity, he had already cleared 33 wolf carcasses. That amounted to a total of 33 spirit coins. For him, this was a considerable sum. The purchasing power of spirit coins was astounding. A typical family of 4 spent merely 5 or 6 spirit coins a day. In less than 3 hours, he had accrued 33 spirit coins, a joy that was beyond expression. In his relentless pursuit of every opportunity to grow stronger, to acquire the transformative body refining liquid, he disregarded his physical fatigue and mental torment, throwing himself into the clearing work like a frenzied beast. The other team members, observing this scene, furrowed their brows, their expressions a mixture of complexity and concern. Was such desperation truly necessary? However, a few seasoned members who understood the circumstances could only shake their heads in silent lament, their eyes revealing deep sympathy. Quietly, they left more relatively easy to clear areas of beast carcasses for the slender, yet tenacious figure of the young boy. This unspoken kindness warmed Gu Feng's icy heart, akin to a ray of sunshine on a winter day. These remnants of soldiers were almost all acquainted with his parents, particularly Uncle Li Hu, who had shown him considerable care. He felt a profound sense of gratitude. On a slightly elevated patch of ground, Captain Xiao of the combat team, taking a moment to rest, inadvertently cast a sharp glance at the boy laboring amidst the mountains of corpses and blood below. With a casual gesture, he inquired, "Who is that kid? Newcomer?" His tone bore the weight of authority. A soldier nearby promptly activated the smartwatch on his wrist, retrieving information. Gu Feng, male, 16 years old, residing at Unit 2303, Building 9 of the Welfare Community. Both parents sacrificed during the beast tide 8 years ago. He is a descendant of heroes. Suddenly, the soldier hesitated, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. A descendant of heroes, you say? Then we should take care of him. What's with that expression? Captain, look at this information. It states that 5 days ago, he awakened a 9-star legendary natural talent, Green Leaf White Lotus, and was directly taken by the Mountain Sea War Academy. Remarkably, she is his childhood sweetheart, yet he himself has only awakened a 1-star black iron weapon talent, Ironwood Bow. The soldier paused for a moment before continuing. Soon after, the War Emperor from the Mountain Sea War Academy took Jiang Feishuan away, and right after that, he was expelled from the Kanglin Preparatory War Academy under the preposterous charge of disrespecting his superiors. To survive, he had no choice but to become a battlefield scavenger. A cold smile curled at the corners of Captain Zhao's lips, his voice laced with derision as he remarked, "Ah, the Mountain Sea War Academy remains as domineering as ever. Their conduct quite unseemly, however." His gaze fell upon the diminutive figure in the distance, tinged with a hint of pity. A legendary being soaring among the clouds, juxtaposed against a mere black, iron level mired in Muda chasm, separates them. If he cannot discern the harshness of reality and foolishly seeks to approach, it is not love, but a quest for demise. In a sense, the actions of the Mountain and Sea Battle Academy, Xiao Zhan's eyes deepened with contemplation, could be seen as a meager preservation of his life beneath the shadow of that colossal entity. The soldier nodded in agreement. This world is cold and brutal. Talent serves as the cornerstone of destiny's pyramid. Without it, even with connections and influence, one remains akin to an ant, nothing more than dust. The fate of that young man had long been sealed by the frigid grip of reality. After a considerable time, the break concluded. Gu Feng leapt from the vehicle, stretching his stiff limbs. As he passed the corpse of a wasteland wolf, an inexplicable impulse surged within him, compelling him to reach out and touch the icy, coarse fur that felt as hard as steel needles. The moment his fingertips brushed against the fur ding, a sound, faint yet strikingly clear, reverberated like thunder in the still lake of Gu Feng's heart. He froze in place, his pupils constricting sharply. His heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, almost leaping from his throat. Was that an auditory hallucination? Just now, that sound. Was it ding? Is it the system? A thought, suppressed for 16 long years and nearly obliterated by despair, erupted like a volcanic eruption, breaking free from all constraints and surging forth with fervor. Chapter 2. The Slaughter Enhancement System. Gu Feng had traversed into this world. It had been a full 16 years. The golden finger, the glimmer of hope he yearned for day and night to extricate him from this mire of despair, had remained elusive. Over time, he ceased to harbor such extravagant hopes. Yet at this moment, that faint ding struck like a lightning bolt, tearing through the darkened heavens, igniting all his hopes anew. System? His heart raced, his voice trembled uncontrollably, imbued with all the grievances, frustrations, humility, and anticipations accumulated over 16 years. In this chaotic world, lacking talent and without connections, even the sharpest intellect finds itself utterly stymied. He yearned desperately for the arrival of the golden finger. Only with it could he hope to shatter all constraints and seize control of his destiny. Yet, after a prolonged silence, all that responded to him was the oppressive stillness of death. The immense hope swiftly transformed into profound disappointment. Truly, I have indulged in daydreams too long, he scoffed bitterly, shaking his head, a smile marred by the deepest sorrow curling at his lips, his heart sinking into the icy abyss. Though more so, it was engulfed in indignation. To have transported him to this place, yet assign him such a wretched identity and talent, was this some cruel jest? Damn it, is it amusing to toy with me? A surge of indescribable frustration and fury rushed to his head. Unable to contain himself, Feng, in a fit of rage, struck the cold corpse of the wasteland wolf beside him with a resounding slap. The coarse fur pricked at his palm painfully. However, just as he was about to turn away from this place that had once again exposed him to the bitter taste of despair, a faint golden glow emanated from the words that appeared in his mind, as clear as day, resembling a divine oracle. At that moment, Feng's body stiffened in shock. His blood seemed to freeze in an instant. He shook his head vigorously, nearly in a frenzy, squeezing his eyes shut before reopening them. The golden letters remained obstinately imprinted in his consciousness. It was no mere illusion. Cough, cough, cough. A tremendous joy, powerful enough to obliterate all reason, surged through him like a tsunami, overwhelming the dam of his sanity. He could hardly contain himself, yearning to unleash the pent-up frustration, indignation, and resentment that had accumulated over 16 long years. Yet, the very sound of Huck barely escaped his throat before he summoned all his strength to swallow it back down, resulting in a suppressed cough. He must not laugh. He absolutely had to restrain himself. What would others think if he laughed at such a moment? A madman? A fool? Driven insane by the horrors surrounding him? He forced himself to regain composure, yet his heart raced wildly within his chest, threatening to shatter his ribs. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind in a flash. Enhancement points? Capable of enhancing everything? Could it be the legendary enhancement system? However, the only response was the deafening silence. Well, a mute system is acceptable. There is hope, as long as there is hope. The overwhelming joy swiftly eclipsed the trivial flaw, causing his fingertips to tremble with excitement. He feigned calmness, stretching leisurely, his arms moving casually, while his fingers, filled with unparalleled reverence and exhilaration, decisively pressed on the pickup option in his mind. Pickup successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 0.1 enhancement point fragment. Note, 10 enhancement point fragments can be synthesized into 1 enhancement point. Enhancement points can enhance everything. Gazing at the words before him, akin to a divine proclamation, Feng felt his very soul ignite. An immense thrill coursed through him, eclipsing any lingering hunger. He paid no mind to food, immediately lunging towards the corpse of a much larger prairie wolf, akin to a cheetah discovering its prey, filled with excitement and anticipation, reaching out to touch. Discovery of 0.2 enhancement point fragment. Will you pick it up? Pick up, Feng whispered. Pick up successful. 0.2 enhancement point fragment acquired. This prairie wolf must be stronger, right? Tears of joy nearly brimmed in his eyes. This system was real. He had found his golden finger. Ignoring the peculiar glances from those around him, as if he were a bizarre creature, he became entranced, frantically navigating through the mountain of corpses, touching them. His movements grew increasingly rapid, his gaze more luminous, as he disregarded the filth and danger, climbing onto the truck carrying the prairie wolf corpses, desperate to touch more. Hope. An immense hope enveloped him. Each corpse he touched was a step towards an infinitely splendid future, a means to seize control of his own destiny. Soon, he had amassed 30 fragments, synthesizing a total of 3 enhancement points. A profound sense of accomplishment coursed through him, making his entire being tremble with exhilaration. His greedy gaze swept across the battlefield in search of his next target. At that moment, the lifeless body of a human warrior caught his eye. The chest had been pierced by some dreadful force. With internal organs gruesomely visible, half of the skull was missing, and congealed blood smeared the youthful yet lifeless visage. An overwhelming sensation of suffocation seized Gu Feng's throat in an instant. A profound sorrow and reverence bore down upon his heart like a massive stone, nearly stifling his breath. He abruptly halted all movement, standing upright in solemnity, and rendered a precise military salute to this nameless hero, pouring forth every ounce of his strength into the gesture. Gratitude to the insightful reader, the valiant cabbage hero, for this fitting scene. This is not mere formality, it is a tribute emanating from the deepest recesses of the soul. Without these valiant warriors, who bravely sacrificed their lives against the onslaught of monstrous beasts, humanity would have surely perished under this vast, starry sky. "Thank you," came the weak yet sincere voice of a fellow soldier nearby, whose body was caked in dried blood, laboriously collecting the bodies of his comrades, upon witnessing Gu Feng's gesture. A wave of intense shame washed over Gu Feng. "We are the ones who should be thankful. It is we, the living. I will help you." He stepped forward, his voice catching in his throat. A faint, pale smile broke through the soldier's weary features as he shook his head. "No need, child. Go eat. Leave this to me." Gu Feng shook his head vigorously, his tone resolute. "No, I will help you." How could he bear to let the hero who had protected him lie abandoned in this frigid wasteland? This modest assistance was the only way he could express his respect. Simultaneously, a thought flickered in his mind. Could the souls of these brave humans also grant him the enhancement points that lead to greater power? With a mix of trepidation and guilt, he extended his hand, cautiously touching the cold remains. "One enhancement point discovered. Would you like to retrieve it?" "1 point. A wave of immense joy instantly dispelled his guilt, causing Gu Feng's heart to race once more, and he unhesitatingly chose to retrieve it. "Thank you, little one." The soldier expressed his gratitude again. "You are too kind. This is what I ought to do." Gu Feng replied hastily, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Gu Feng, hurry up and eat. If you don't come soon, there won't be any left." At that moment, the rough voice of Captain Li Hu echoed from a distance. "All right, we'll be right there." Gu Feng responded, then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned to the soldier and added, "He'll return to help you as soon as I finish eating." "Ha, go ahead." The soldier nodded, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. A short distance away, the stoic Captain Xiao, who had been quietly observing, noted Gu Feng's efforts in gathering the remains, and for a fleeting moment, a trace of warmth flickered in his otherwise steely gaze. "This lad has a kind heart. What a pity. The qualifications are exceedingly inadequate. A 1-star black iron-grade wooden bow. It would be exceedingly difficult to breach the formidable barrier of the warrior realm. Otherwise, once it grows stronger, it could indeed be a promising addition to the team." The sentiment of lamentation is palpable. Chapter 3. Aunt Lu, the bloodthirsty wild rat. After Gu Feng hastily consumed the tasteless box meal, he immediately sprang into action, as if wound up like a clock, immersing himself in the cleaning work. Time is currency. It is the essence of fortification points. It embodies the hope of becoming stronger. Before sunset, the 9th cleaning squad finally completed their task. Gu Feng, dragging his weary body, collapsed into the heavy carriage, returning to Kanglin City. Meanwhile, the Zhangyan battle team stood like an unyielding iron wall, steadfastly defending the perilous border, warding off wild beasts, and safeguarding the countless citizens behind them. "Xiao Feng, you're back. Xiao Feng, where have you been? Why are you so dirty?" "What? You want to clean the battlefield?" "Oh dear, don't do that again. It's too dangerous." "Xiao Feng, have you eaten?" "I made too much. Here, take some and help me out." "Thank you, Auntie. I want to be polite then." As Gu Feng stepped through the familiar yet dilapidated gate of the welfare community, every neighbor he recognized greeted him warmly. The elderly security guard, Grandpa Zhang, hunched over with a kindly smile, exchanged a few pleasantries with Gu Feng before, with a concerned gaze, he opened the gate for him. The gentle and affable Aunt Lu, as always, upon hearing the commotion outside, greeted him with a warm smile, using the well-worn excuse they both had tacitly acknowledged for nearly 7 years, and without further ado, pressed a food box, fragrant with the aroma of home-cooked meals, into Gu Feng's hands. Gu Feng did not refuse, nor could he. This tangible warmth was an indispensable solace in his frigid world. One must not decline the gifts of elders. Moreover, he had shared nearly 7 years of meals with Jiang Feishuan, and this kindness was etched deep within his bones. In the past, he might have felt powerless to assist Aunt Lu, but now the circumstances had shifted. In truth, Aunt Lu herself was a woman of misfortune. Her husband had been a member of the wild hunting team, and like his own parents, he had perished in the cataclysmic beast tide 8 years ago, leaving behind no remains. She also had a daughter named Yi Yun, who was a year older than Gu Feng. The three of them, Gu Feng, Yi Yun, and Jiang Feishuan, had grown up together in this impoverished community, navigating life as challenges side by side. However, unlike them, Yi Yun had been taken away by a group of mysterious individuals when she was merely 10 years old, vanishing without a trace, never to return. Gu Feng still vividly recalled the night he returned home after finishing his part-time job, passing by Aunt Lu's door when he inadvertently overheard conversation. "I cannot leave. If I do, Xiaofeng and Feishuan will surely go hungry. If my sisters were to know in the afterlife, they would never find peace." Every time he thought of this, a heavy stone seemed to lodge itself in Gu Feng's heart, suffocating him with its weight. The reason Aunt Lu remained in this sweltering summer that felt like a steam chamber, in winter's chill akin to an ice cellar, in an environment so filthy and chaotic, perpetually threatened by wild beasts, was to care for him and Jiang Feishuan, 2 orphan children. It was thanks to Aunt Lu and the meager yet warm support of their neighbors that they had not succumbed to starvation on the streets after losing their parents. It can be said that he and Jiang Feishuan grew up on the communal meals of this impoverished neighborhood. "Auntie, has there been any news from Sister Yin?" "Auntie, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. It is simply delightful." Gu Feng eagerly took the lunchbox, hastily opening it to devour the contents while feigning nonchalance, a hint of inquiry lacing his voice. "If it's delicious, eat more." "Oh dear, slow down, don't choke. Here, drink some water." Aunt Lu observed Gu Feng relishing the meal with a heart full of warmth and affection, and as she spoke, she turned to fetch a cup of warm water from inside. "Yes, I inquired through someone. It seems she has enlisted." A subtle trace of worry and longing tinged Aunt Lu's voice. "Oh, that girl, it's been 7 years since she left home, and she hasn't even thought to return for a visit." Aunt Lu gazed into the distance, her eyes somewhat vacant. "Enlisted?" Gu Feng gulped down the water, yet his brow involuntarily knitted in concern. The notion of military service in this world is far removed from the peaceful concept on Earth. It is a veritable front line, a meat grinder. He had only visited a minor battlefield outside Kanglan City, where he witnessed the lifeless bodies of at least 100 soldiers. That horrific scene was etched in his mind like a nightmare. And that was merely the tip of the iceberg. What lay beyond his sight? Perhaps it could only be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Well, let us not dwell on her. Aunt Lu waved her hand, seemingly attempting to dispel the gloom in her heart, and then cautiously shifted the subject. "By the way, what is the current situation between you and Xiao Feixian?" Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Feng's face, anxious not to miss a flicker of emotion. "Give me the lunchbox. I'll take care of the washing." Aunt Lu naturally took the empty lunchbox from Gu Feng's hands as she spoke. "Thank you, Auntie." Gu Feng wiped his mouth casually, flashed a smile, then shrugged, his tone remarkably calm. "Me and her? There's nothing going on. Besides, as the saying goes, people naturally aspire to ascend while water flows downward. It's perfectly understandable." His eyes were clear, devoid of resentment or bitterness, as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself. Regarding Jiang Feishuan's sudden departure without a word, aside from the initial discomfort and anger, he eventually came to terms with it. Any choice she made, from her perspective, seemed reasonable. After all, prior to that, his own talents had indeed been dishearteningly inadequate, a stark contrast to Jiang Feishuan. Moreover, a voice deep within him constantly reminded him that her abrupt departure might not have been her true intention. He understood her nature to a certain extent. Until the truth was revealed, he would not easily harbor resentment toward the girl he had grown up alongside, even if, for argument's sake, this was her choice. He could never bring himself to resent her. Human nature is the most susceptible to trials. He has never held any illusions or expectations regarding humanity. Aunt Lu cast a profound glance at Gu Feng, observing his unwavering gaze and composed demeanor, which indicated he had not been significantly affected by recent events. The heavy weight that had lingered in her heart finally lifted, and she let out a long sigh of relief. This young man, ever since childhood, had displayed a maturity that was both endearing and heart-wrenching, resembling a little adult, intelligent and resilient, drawing affection from those around him. Alas, fate had not been kind, bestowing upon him the most meager of talents. Yet, as Aunt Lu pondered further, she considered that perhaps such a lack of innate ability could indeed be a blessing in disguise. To lead a life as an ordinary person, far removed from the fierce rivalries and the brutal battlegrounds, might allow for a quieter existence, one that could even prove to be longer-lived. With these thoughts, a silent sigh of resignation escaped her, accompanied by a subtle pang of bittersweet solace. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the nearby street, shaking the very ground beneath her feet. The tremendous sound shattered the tranquility of the evening. Gu Feng's expression shifted drastically as he swiftly turned his gaze toward the street. Bloodthirsty wild rats, they have invaded. Help! Someone save my child. Cursed beasts! Return my child to me, my dear child. I shall fight you to the bitter end. A heart-wrenching scream of terror, a desperate cry for help, and a furious roar surged forth from the street, engulfing the entire welfare community like a relentless tide. Chapter 4. The death of Grandfather Zhang and Gu Feng's fury. Gu Feng's heart felt as though it were ensnared by a frigid claw, rendering his blood as if frozen in an instant. He abruptly turned, nearly dragging the pale-faced Aunt Lu, who trembled like a leaf, back into his cramped room. Aunt, quickly, back inside. Lock the door. No, that's not enough. Let us go upstairs. My place is higher, even if there are bloodthirsty wild rats. We should be able to hold out until the security team arrives. His voice was urgent and left no room for dissent. After forcing the dazed Aunt Lu into the room, he suppressed his own rising panic and swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing the emergency number for the security team. With rapid yet clear articulation, he relayed the location and circumstances before hanging up. He turned to see Aunt Lu, now pale and weak, and took a deep breath. Aunt, sit tight and don't move. Lock the door. I'll go assess the situation. Xiao Feng, don't go. Aunt Lu suddenly snapped back to reality, gripping Gu Feng's arm with fear and desperation, shaking her head vigorously as tears streamed down her cheeks. Aunt, trust me. I'm just going to take a look. I want to be reckless. Gu Feng pried her cold, trembling fingers away with resolute determination. He dashed into his bedroom, swiftly seizing the black longbow that had been his companion for many years, securing the quiver filled with arrows tightly to his back. Without hesitation, he burst out the door, locking it behind him. Be careful. Don't take unnecessary risks. You must come back alive. Aunt Lu's anguished cries followed him through the crack of the door. I know, Aunt. Gu Feng's figure vanished into the corridor. This journey into the wilderness had yielded immense rewards. Not only had he awakened the transformative killing enhancement system, but he had also garnered a precious 7 enhancement points. This was the very foundation of his courage to venture out and investigate. System, I must elevate my power. Immediately. Right now. Gu Feng implored the silent system in his mind with urgency. Grow stronger. I need to protect myself, Aunt Lu, old security grandpa, and the neighbors. Congratulations. Host has consumed 4 enhancement points, elevating cultivation to the 4th stage of the Battle Disciple realm. A surge of profound and warm mysterious energy erupted from the depths of his being like a torrent breaking free from a dam. His limbs and bones rejoiced as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, filled with formidable strength. To elevate by a single minor realm required 4 enhancement points? Why so many? The exhilaration of his breakthrough faded as he registered the consumption of points, tightening a knot of anxiety in his brow. At this terrifying rate of consumption, wouldn't his hard-earned 7 enhancement points be insufficient to break through even 2 minor realms? In an instant, a profound sense of crisis and urgency gripped him. Am I being too greedy? Gu Feng mused bitterly to himself, a self-deprecating smile lingering. It was essential to remember that even the most gifted prodigies with legendary talents could not achieve continuous breakthroughs in a single day. Relying solely on the act of touching corpses, he has inexplicably elevated himself to a new realm, and yet he remains unsatisfied. Truly, he is a person who has reaped immense benefits while feigning innocence. My physical defenses, can they be enhanced? Ancient Peak's thoughts raced, and he promptly made a decision. Confronting the bloodthirsty wild rat in close combat would be suicidal. However, the greatest fear of an archer lies in being engaged at close quarters. No, it is he, in his current state as an archer, who fears close combat the most. Generally speaking, archers are the elite among warriors. After all, without formidable strength, one cannot draw a powerful bow. Yet, this is the Dragon Source Star. For an archer to become strong, it necessitates a process. Presently, he is in a fragile state, especially when faced with the razor-sharp teeth and claws of the bloodthirsty wild rat. Should they pierce his skin, they would voraciously drain his blood, leaving him desiccated in mere seconds. Defense, particularly for an archer, is of utmost importance. It is the foundation of survival. Though he would not foolishly charge down to engage in a melee with a bloodthirsty wild rat, he would instead utilize the advantage of long-range attacks from the rooftop. However, the bloodthirsty wild rat is no ordinary rodent. It can scale walls with claws as if forged from alloy, effortlessly embedding them into the surface. Thus, enhancing his defenses is imperative. Nonetheless, the system is succinct. Good. Immediately, allocate all 3 remaining enhancement points to fortify my physical defenses. Not a single point shall be spared. Ancient Peak commanded without hesitation, a resolute gleam flashing in his eyes. Survival is always the foremost priority. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 enhancement points, successfully augmenting physical strength to 2-star black iron level. A deeper, more refined sense of power enveloped his entire being in an instant. His skin, muscles, and bones felt as though they were being repeatedly tempered, compressed, and reinforced by an invisible force. He could even hear a faint hum emanating from within. As the golden subtitles in his mind gradually faded, Ancient Peak distinctly felt that his body had undergone a transformative change. His skin had become resilient and taut, muscle fibers entwined like steel cables, and his bones seemed to gleam with a metallic luster. A surge of power far exceeding his previous state coursed through his limbs. His body had become more compact, robust, and brimming with explosive strength. It was as if he had donned an invisible layer of resilient armor. Having accomplished this, a spark ignited in Ancient Peak's eyes. Without a moment's pause, he dashed up to the rooftop like a swift leopard. He is a prodigy of archery, the sovereign of ranged attacks. How could he be foolish enough to engage in close-quarters combat with the bloodthirsty wild rat? He sprinted to the rooftop of the 18th floor, and the scene before him sent shivers down his spine. The entire street had devolved into a chaotic inferno. Dozens of terrified residents fled like headless flies, while behind them, at least 3 enormous rats, each comparable in size to an adult goat. Their bodies cloaked in eerie crimson fur, with bristles standing like steel needles and eyes aglow with a savage crimson light, pursued at astonishing speed. Their sharp claws scraped against the ground, producing an excruciatingly grating sound. At the entrance of the welfare community, several enormous rats gathered, voraciously gnawing at the remnants of bodies that had long been torn to shreds. Their flesh a gruesome sight. A pungent stench of blood wafted into the air. Feng fixed his gaze upon the scene, an uncontrollable fury erupting within him, akin to a volcano bursting forth from the depths of his being, igniting his eyes with a fiery crimson. For among the mangled remains, a fragment of a familiar, faded security uniform pierced his vision like a dagger. It belonged to Grandpa Zhang, the community's kind-hearted security guard, who had always greeted him with a smile, discreetly slipping him candies during his childhood, and had vigilantly watched over their home during the nights when his parents were away. Now, this benevolent elder was being devoured by these wretched beasts. Beasts! Die, die, die! The intensity of his rage swiftly overwhelmed any trace of fear. Feng bellowed, his voice resonating with fury, and in an instant, he moved with the swiftness of lightning. He notched an arrow, drew the bowstring, and with a fluid motion, the bowstring was drawn to its full arc. A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air as the black arrow transformed into a lethal streak of darkness, tearing through the atmosphere at an almost imperceptible speed, precisely targeting the bloodthirsty rat that was feasting upon Grandpa Zhang's corpse. Chapter 5. The Blood Arrow. Talent upgrade. The Blood Arrow. The bloodthirsty wild rat possessed an acute sense of danger. The instant the sound of the arrow slicing through the air reached its ears, it emitted a sharp, piercing screech, abruptly dropping the remnants of its meal. With its foreclaws digging into the ground, it prepared to dart backward in haste. Yet, its reaction was a moment too late. Thud! The first arrow, propelled by Feng's seething rage, struck forcefully into its plump hind leg, nearly shattering the bone. Blood gushed forth. The excruciating pain elicited a more harrowing wail from the wild rat. However, Feng's movements were swifter still. The second arrow, like a relentless parasite, followed closely behind. This time, it penetrated precisely through the side of its head, which had been raised in agony, the arrowhead emerging from the opposite temple, accompanied by a spray of blood and brain matter. Thud! The massive rodent's corpse collapsed with a resounding thud, its limbs twitching momentarily before falling completely still. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 7 beast, the bloodthirsty wild rat. You have gained 0.7 enhancement points. The cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind, as if pouring fuel onto the flames of his burning fury. Feng's gaze remained icy and unyielding, showing no signs of hesitation, resembling a merciless machine of slaughter as he nocked another arrow. This time, his target was not the carcass-consuming wild rat, but rather those bloodthirsty beasts relentlessly pursuing the lives of the innocent. Arrows transformed into deadly black streaks, tearing through the air. Whoosh! Thud! One wild rat lunging at a woman and child was impaled through the throat. Whoosh! Thud! Another attempting to leap onto a low rooftop was shot through the skull. Whoosh! Thud! Yet another. The sounds of slicing air, the cries of despair, the dull thud of arrows embedding themselves into flesh. Together, they composed a cruel symphony of death. One after another, bloodthirsty wild rats were expertly pinned to the ground. The panicked neighbors, witnessing the celestial descent of arrows, erupted in joy upon seeing the miraculous intervention, quickly scrambling to usher their families towards the nearby sturdy buildings for refuge. Wait, no more arrows. On the rooftop of the 18th floor, Feng was intensely focused, swiftly moving and shooting, his fingers instinctively reaching for the quiver, only to grasp at empty air. Looking down, he realized that nearly 20 arrows had been expended in a mere moment. A chill crept up his spine. Cold sweat soaked his back. An archer without arrows is no different from a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, without arrows, he could not eliminate the bloodthirsty wild rats. But wait, his talent was archery. In the absence of arrows, he could utilize his life essence as ammunition. In an instant, he summoned his innate weapon, the black iron bow made of ironwood, emanating a faint dark glow. The innate weapon not only represented his capabilities, but also correlated with his training speed, comprehension, and overall potential. It was the very essence of his power, capable of being summoned as a weapon, especially for those with weapon-based talents. Yet, Feng was acutely aware that the level of his ironwood bow was too low. Its attack power was limited, and more importantly, the creation of blood arrows required time and a substantial expenditure of life essence. In this critical moment, where every second counts, the speed of accumulation may prove fatal. It must be intensified, but not at this moment. A 1-star black iron-grade wooden bow can still hold its ground for now. The immediate priority is to elevate one's realm. With a higher realm, vitality increases and the arrow's condensation accelerates. He quickly glanced at his remaining enhancement points. Another precious 7 points had been credited. A decisive command resonated within him. Upgrade my realm. Immediately. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 5 enhancement points. elevating your cultivation to the 5th level of the warrior realm. A surge of even more formidable power surged through his body. The vitality that spontaneously emerged flowed like a rushing river, instantly breaking through a new barrier, propelling him into the 5th level of the warrior realm. His strength surged by another 100 pounds. There was no time to revel in the joy of breakthrough. The enhancement points were dwindling again, leaving only 2. Upgrade my talent. Feng commanded without hesitation, knowing this was essential for survival. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 2 enhancement points, elevating your talent to 2-star black iron grade. A faint glimmer of dark light flickered across the wooden bow, its grain appearing even deeper and more refined, while the bowstring tightened. The enhancement was subtle. It felt as though the transmission of power through the bow became slightly smoother. Yet in this life-or-death moment, there was no time for careful contemplation. Death! Feng had no time for any further thought. He immediately condensed a slender arrow of vitality, emanating a faint red glow, and shot it directly at a bloodthirsty wild rat. With a soft thud, the rat, which had been gnawing on the corpse of a neighbor, was instantly pierced through the skull, dead beyond resurrection. Feng raised an eyebrow. The vitality arrow proved to be more potent than the others and faster too. So he continued, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several shots, more bloodthirsty wild rats fell. However, Feng suddenly felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. This was dire. In a frenzy of slaughter, his vitality was rapidly depleting. Even the wooden bow in his hand felt somewhat diminished. Curse it, had he known, he would have prepared more arrows at home. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several swift and fierce figures, like divine soldiers descending from the heavens, suddenly appeared on the chaotic street, clad in uniform black combat armor and wielding glimmering combat knives. Their movements were precise and harmonious. With a swift flash of the blade, one bloodthirsty wild rat lunging at a child was accurately cleaved in half. Another rat, just leaping, was severed in 2 with a single stroke. The knife flashed like a whirlwind of death. Wherever it passed, the vicious wild rats fell like wheat stalks, effortlessly reaped, 1 stroke for each. The efficiency was astonishing. Feng's eyelids twitched, and his heart raced wildly. He understood that this was the true power safeguarding Kanglan City, the Guard. They arrived with remarkable speed. From the moment of the alarm, no more than 3 minutes had elapsed. No, he could not waste this opportunity. He needed to search the corpses. Each body represented enhancement points, resources for becoming stronger. Feng swiftly stowed away his somewhat meager talent ironwood bow and shouldered the imposing black longbow once more. Dragging his weary body, he relied on sheer willpower to descend the stairs. Young lad, did you slay these bloodthirsty savage mice? As he reached the ground floor, a member of the elite guard, clad in snug black combat attire and bearing a standard-issue black blade, approached him. With a hint of astonishment and scrutiny, the guard pointed to the several rodent corpses on the ground, clearly pierced by arrows. Yes, it was I. My apologies, please excuse me. Feng hastily uttered a few words at a rapid pace, scarcely glancing at the guard, before dashing to one of the slain, bloodthirsty savage mice. As he swiftly retrieved his arrows from the carcass, he extended his hand to touch the body. However, a profound silence engulfed his mind. There were no prompts whatsoever. Was it because these savage mice had been slain by his own hand, rendering him unable to touch the corpse a second time? A wave of despair washed over him as he immediately rushed to another corpse, one that had been dispatched by the guard, and reached out to touch it. Chapter 6. The Thirst for Power. Discover 0. 1 enhancement point fragment. Do you wish to collect it? As expected, any monstrous beast I have slain cannot be looted a second time for enhancement points. Conversely, for those dispatched by others, while they can be looted, the fragments they provide are pitifully scarce. Nevertheless, a meager gain is better than none at all. Collect. Feng decided without hesitation. Having something is infinitely better than having nothing. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. He paid no heed to the astonished gazes of the guards as he swiftly navigated through the community, fervently touching every bloodthirsty rat carcass within reach, while simultaneously retrieving arrows. Though these arrows were merely of bronze quality, each one held a value of 2 spirit coins. Furthermore, these 20 arrows represented the sole inheritance left by his father, and he was determined not to lose them. 1 fragment, 1 fragment, 1 fragment. A total of 3 enhancement points were credited to his account. Though minimal, it was a tangible reward. As for the neighbors who had fallen victim to the bloodthirsty rats, perhaps it was due to their frail vitality as ordinary people, or perhaps their essence had been drained. Upon touching them, there was no response, and they yielded no enhancement points. Witnessing those neighbors, who had once greeted him with laughter and camaraderie, now reduced to grotesque, remains filled Feng with an overwhelming sense of fury and wrath, particularly upon seeing the body of Grandpa Zhang, the security guard, which was nearly unrecognizable. His rage ignited like wildfire. Tears streamed down his cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Simultaneously, he cursed himself for not having ventured into the wilderness sooner, to awaken his abilities and grow stronger. If only he had done so, Grandpa Zhang and those benevolent neighbors who had once aided him and Zhang Feishuan would not have met such a tragic fate. Power. He yearned for the strength sufficient to protect those around him. At that moment, Feng's thirst for power reached its zenith. Grandpa Zhang, I am so sorry. If I had discovered these beasts in time, you would not have fallen victim to them. I am truly sorry. With tear-streaked cheeks, Feng emerged from the security room, tearing away a washed-out sheet, suppressing the tumult of grief and fury within him, his hands trembling as he prepared to collect Grandpa Zhang's remains. Little one, my apologies. We arrived too late. The remnants of the community were also besieged by bloodthirsty rats. In a situation that was even more dire. Moreover, I would like to thank you for your timely intervention in slaying the bloodthirsty rats. It significantly alleviated our burden. At this moment, a steady, powerful voice, laden with profound sorrow, resonated beside Feng, as he composed himself while preparing Grandpa Zhang's body. Wiping away the traces of tears from his face, he looked up to see a tall, robust man with a resolute countenance and eyes sharp as blades, wielding a hefty Tang sword, regarding him with admiration. Hello, Captain Hong, I know of you. My name is Feng. Feng quickly straightened his posture, his tone imbued with a hint of respect. Hong Jian held considerable esteem in the slums of Chengguan District, having resolved numerous cases and deemed a guardian spirit of the impoverished community. Did you just say that bloodthirsty wild rats have also appeared near the ruins community? Feng's expression shifted as he inquired. Indeed, however, they have been thoroughly eliminated. Otherwise, we might not have been able to arrive in time, was the response. Wait, did you just say your name is Feng? Hong Jian nodded, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, followed by a probing question. Are you the son of Brother Gu Yushan? Yes, Feng confirmed, his gaze dimming momentarily at the mention of his father's name. Haha, what a fine young man. Truly, a tiger does not breed a dog. Hong Jian's smile transformed into one of warmth and excitement, as he slapped Feng's shoulder with great force, nearly causing him to stagger. Your parents fought valiantly alongside various hunting teams to protect the citizens of the entire city, ultimately sacrificing their lives heroically in the trenches 30 miles beyond Kanglan City. They are true heroes, the pride of our Kanglan City, deserving of our utmost respect. To think their son, in the face of peril, would also pick up arms without hesitation to eliminate these beasts. Well done, well done, well done. Hong Jian repeated the phrase thrice, his eyes filled with pride and emotion. These beasts deserve to be eradicated. I merely did what anyone would do, Feng replied, shaking his head calmly. Excellent, humble and composed, truly commendable. The admiration in Hong Jian's eyes deepened. Come, let's exchange contact information. He gestured towards a smartwatch on his wrist. The bloodthirsty wild rats you just vanquished warrant a reward in spirit coins, based on their rank and quantity. I will ensure the reward is credited to your account. There's a reward? Feng was taken aback, having never experienced such a thing before. Absolutely. Moreover, the reward is quite substantial. It serves as an encouragement for more warriors to join in protecting our compatriots. for strength lies in numbers. Hong Jian replied with a hearty laugh, though the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. All right, thank you, Uncle Hong. Here is my contact information, along with my dragon card number. Gu Feng promptly provided his details, the term Uncle Hong flowing naturally from his lips. Good. Refreshing. Hong Jian clearly appreciated being addressed as Uncle Hong, laughing heartily as he exchanged contact information on his watch. Uncle Hong, I have a question. Although this is a slum area and lacks the stringent defenses of the inner city, surely there shouldn't be bloodthirsty wild rats able to infiltrate silently? Gu Feng queried, observing the guards clearing the scene. The specifics are still under investigation. However, it is currently determined that this group of beasts likely excavated a section of the abandoned underground waterway. Hong Jian's demeanor grew serious, his gaze sharp. As you know, these bloodthirsty wild rats, aside from their insatiable thirst for blood, are also adept at tunneling and burrowing, their teeth extraordinarily sharp. Although the underground defensive structures of the city are constructed from specially reinforced cement, rendering them exceedingly resilient and theoretically capable of withstanding the destructive force of beast generals, there are always vulnerabilities. Hong Jian sighed, seemingly finding it too intricate to explain these matters to Gu Feng, and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that. You should rest. We still need to conduct a thorough search to ensure no threats remain. Additionally, arrange for the removal of the bodies. Hong Jian patted Gu Feng's shoulder once more, his tone imbued with concern. Simultaneously, he swiftly tapped a few times on the watch at his wrist, and a soft blue holographic display projected before them, revealing intricate grids and scanning waves. Gu Feng gazed at this astonishing sight, his eyes momentarily flickering. The intelligent wristwatch, a sophisticated piece of equipment that amalgamates communication, detection, and information processing, can, once activated, detect the energy fluctuations of savage beasts within a certain range, along with their numbers and approximate levels. Such a device is certainly not inexpensive. He recalled the silver-grade watch his father had worn in his lifetime, which cost nearly 800 spirit coins, a sum that represented several years of their family savings. Hong Uncle, a bold thought suddenly surged within Gu Feng. If you detect any bloodthirsty savage rats, could you allow me to shoot them down? I wish to avenge. The final two words were uttered with a conviction akin to a solemn oath. His eyes sparkled with a fierce yearning. He yearned for strength. He could no longer bear to witness the tragic demise of those he held dear, powerless to intervene. He sought to seize power. He aspired to dictate his own fate. Upon hearing this, Hong Jian cast a surprised glance at Gu Feng, noting the profound desire and determination to grow stronger that belied his youth. He paused momentarily, then appreciation flickered in his eyes once more as he nodded vigorously. All right, no problem. You got guts, kid. Thank you, Hong Uncle. Gu Feng's heart surged with joy. Chapter 7 Bloodline? Spirit Seers? No need for pleasantries. By the way, what is your talent? Archery, perhaps? Hong Jian casually inquired while deftly operating his wristwatch scanner. Indeed, it is. Gu Feng replied honestly. Oh, no wonder your archery skills are so precise. You have great potential. Hong Jian nodded approvingly. Great potential? Before the system, this talent rendered him utterly useless. Gu Feng chuckled bitterly to himself. Regrettably, during the subsequent thorough search, the wristwatch's detection range yielded no new energy readings of the bloodthirsty wild rats. Instead, several foul-smelling cave entrances leading deep underground were uncovered. The ensuing blockade and investigation would no longer concern Gu Feng. During this time, he made a trip to the dilapidated community just 2 streets away, only to find that he had arrived too late. The bloodthirsty wild rats had already been taken away. The entire area was permeated with the stench of blood, and the ground was riddled with massive craters. A sense of despair and anguish enveloped the dilapidated community. Gu Feng did not linger long before returning home. On his way back, witnessing neighbors kneeling beside the mangled remains of their loved ones, weeping inconsolably, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming heaviness in his heart, as if it were filled with lead. Particularly haunting were the familiar faces recently seen smiling and greeting him, now rendered cold and stiff, forever separated by the veil of death. A profound sense of sorrow and rage surged within him once more. "And I'm back. Xiao Feng. Thank goodness you're safe. You scared me to death. You mustn't be so impulsive in the future, do you understand? It's dangerous. What would I tell your parents if something happened to you?" No sooner had Gu Feng stepped through the door than Aunt Lu, who had been anxiously pacing, rushed towards him, grasping his arm and inspecting him thoroughly. Once she confirmed that aside from some soiled clothing, he was unscathed, she finally let out a long, genuine sigh of relief. Then, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and she couldn't help but scold him with a quivering voice. "Aunt, I'm really fine. Look at me. I'm okay." Seeing the unshed tears and deep concern in Aunt Lu's eyes, warmth flooded Gu Feng's heart. "Promise me you won't be so reckless in the future. Do you hear? Promise, Aunt." Aunt Lu held his hand tightly, her voice filled with worry. "Yes, I'll listen to you, Aunt. I won't do this again." Gu Feng nodded earnestly. With the crisis of the bloodthirsty wild rat invasion now averted, Aunt Lu continued to fuss over him for a while longer before leaving with a heavy heart. Only then did Gu Feng truly breathe a sigh of relief. Having returned from the wilderness without even entering his home, he had encountered this sudden attack while consuming the meal Aunt Lu had prepared for him, followed by intense combat. The exertion from the 7 arrows of vitality had severely depleted his energy. Both his mind and body were stretched to their limits. At last, he felt safe. If it weren't for his filthy state, he would have longed for a restful slumber. Dragging his weary body into the cramped bathroom, he turned on the shower, allowing the cold water to wash away the blood, sweat, and exhaustion clinging to him. The icy droplets splashed against his skin, sending a shiver coursing through his body, as if all his fatigue was banished in that instant. It was time to thoroughly explore the slaughter enhancement system that had the potential to alter his fate. Previously, while scavenging the desolate battlefield, he had amassed a total of 7 enhancement points, all of which had been spent during the recent onslaught of bloodthirsty wasteland rats. He personally eliminated 22 of them, earning himself 12 enhancement points. Additionally, he harvested 3 points from the rats slain by the guards, bringing his total to 14.3 enhancement points. Of these, 7 points were utilized during combat to elevate his realm and talents, leaving him with a remainder of 7.3 enhancement points. Due to the use of Blood Arrow to slay the bloodthirsty rats, he found his internal vitality severely depleted and promptly chose to break through his realm. Soon, with the consumption of 6 enhancement points, his realm ascended to the 6th stage of the Warrior Apprentice. The missing vitality instantly surged back. A powerful sensation washed over him once more, and all traces of exhaustion dissipated. However, Gu Feng felt no joy, for Grandpa Zhang and the others would never return. On Long Yuan Star, the classification of warrior realms is centered around vitality. Warrior Apprentice Realm, 1 to 9 stages vitality, 10 to 90 points, corresponding to strength of 100 to 900 gene. Warrior Realm, 1 to 9 stages vitality, 100 to 900 points, corresponding to strength of 1000 to 900 gene. Note, actual combat power is influenced by proficiency in combat techniques, the quality of combatants, innate characteristics, and various other factors. His current vitality had risen from 35 points to 60 points, placing him firmly in the 6th stage of the Warrior Apprentice Realm. Once his vitality surpasses the crucial threshold of 100 points, he would officially step into the 1st stage of the Warrior Realm. That would signify a qualitative leap. Not only would he be eligible for official certification at the Jojo Guild, earning a monthly subsidy of 1,000 spirit coins, but it would also mean a significant elevation of his social status, a true threshold to escaping the lower echelons. System, do you have a status page? Please display my condition. Gu Feng silently instructed. As the thought crossed his mind, a translucent screen materialized in his consciousness. Host, Gu Feng Bloodline, Ordinary, Human, Talent, Weapon System. 2-star Black Iron Level Ironwood Bow Vitality, 60 Mental Power, 92. Consume 10 enhancement points to unlock new profession. Mindcaster, Warrior Realm. 6th-stage Warrior Apprentice Physical Realm. 2-star Black Iron Strength. 800 gene. Base 600 gene for 6th-stage Warrior Apprentice. 200 gene from 2-star Black Iron Physical Enhancement. combat technique. 9-star black, iron level Tongbei fist, minor accomplishment, mental method. 9-star black, iron level basic body refinement technique. Major accomplishment, combatant. 9-star bronze, level bronze, bow enhancement points. 1. 3 storage space. Not unlocked, requires warrior realm to activate. So there's a manual. No wonder it remained silent when I inquired. It was all concealed within this panel. Feng gazed at the clear and detailed interface before him, a sudden understanding dawning upon him. And he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. After finishing his shower, Feng retrieved a bottle of chilled wilderness craft beer from the refrigerator. Leaning back against his modest bed, he savored the bittersweet aroma of the liquid while meticulously studying the personal attributes displayed on the system page, word by word. Bloodline? As he gazed at the term bloodline on the attributes panel, his eyes slightly lifted. Could it be the bloodline he understood? Was the bloodline of a human race merely mediocre? Or was his own bloodline substandard? Instinctively, he sensed that this bloodline was of great significance. Otherwise, it would not appear on the attributes panel and deserved his keen attention. He circled it and made a note. Adjusting to a more comfortable position, he continued reading. To his astonishment, upon encountering the terms mental power and mind practitioner, he abruptly sat up, heart racing. Mental power, 92 points? Mind practitioner? Wasn't this the most enigmatic, formidable, and peculiar class of extraordinary beings spoken of in legends? Could it be that he possessed such a talent? A wave of overwhelming joy seized him in an instant. He had heard of mind practitioners before, aware that they were individuals of great stature, shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. Furthermore, within the same realm, mind practitioners were superior, especially with their elusive mental prowess capable of inflicting harm unseen. Moreover, he knew that mind practitioners were innately alchemists and forgers, synonymous with strength and enigma. This was strikingly similar to the mentalists he had encountered in a certain literary masterpiece from his past life, albeit under a different nomenclature. Perhaps due to the fusion of the soul of a transmigrator, his mental power's starting point astonishingly reached 92 points, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, who typically range from 10 to 30 points. He merely needed to expend 10 enhancement points to unlock this new profession and become one of the rare few, the revered mind practitioner. Currently, he possessed only 1. 3 enhancement points, leaving him 8. 7 points short of the required 10 he needed to devise a strategy to unlock the mind practitioner. Chapter 8. Personal Attribute Panel. At this moment, Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing why he had not checked his personal attribute panel sooner. Had he known earlier of his innate talent to become a mentalist, he would not have squandered those enhancement points. Instead, he would have accumulated enough to unlock the mentalist class directly after reaching 10 points. In doing so, his combat prowess would have instantly ascended to the warrior realm. From what he understood, a mentalist would always surpass a fighter by an entire tier. If he were a mentalist awakened at the triple fighter stage, his strength would correspondingly reach the triple warrior realm. Thus, would not Grandpa Bao and the others have been spared? For a moment, Feng was engulfed by an overwhelming tide of regret and self-reproach. However, he soon cast such thoughts aside. After all, how many what-ifs could one entertain in this world? Moreover, even if circumstances had permitted, it would have been too late to save them. By the time he realized it, Grandpa Zhang had already met his tragic fate. Feng made a concerted effort to suppress his sorrow and redirected his gaze towards the personal attribute page. Logically, with his impressive mental strength of 92 points, he should have been able to detect his potential. Why had he not been able to do so at the Kanglan Preparatory Combat Academy? Upon reflection, he soon found understanding. The Kanglan Academy was, after all, merely a mid-tier institution with limited resources. The detection equipment they employed was likely of mediocre quality, insufficient to uncover his concealed mental prowess, a fact that was not entirely surprising. A mentalist, after all, is a master of the mind, wielding extraordinary abilities such as manipulating flying knives to strike unseen, levitating objects, and conducting mental reconnaissance. The mere thought of such wondrous capabilities stirred his blood. This path was undoubtedly more formidable and rarer than that of a fighter, and all he required was a mere 10 enhancement points to unlock the mentalist class. Everywhere he turned, Enhancement points were in demand. Such a vexing yet delightful predicament. For what he gathered, the innate threshold for awakening as a mentalist required a mental strength of over 50 points. Yet here he was, starting with an impressive 92 points. This signified immense potential. Once he unlocked it, he would immediately become a powerful mentalist. He vowed to gather those 10 enhancement points as swiftly as possible to unlock the mentalist class. This was a path he was determined to pursue. Continuing to examine his attributes, he noted his physical realm, 2-star black iron level. Was this the result of expending 3 enhancement points? No wonder his skin felt significantly more resilient, and his muscles appeared stronger and more powerful. This classification seemed to correspond to the quality tiers of fighters. A thought struck Feng, prompting him to rummage through the bedside drawer for the utility knife he often used to open packages. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, and tentatively drew the blade across his arm. The result left only a faint white line upon his skin, not even a scratch. This revelation left him somewhat astonished. Encouraged, he pressed harder with the blade. Ouch, that stung a bit. Yet when he looked down, his skin remained unblemished, save for a more pronounced red mark. Incredible! Feng beamed with delight. Although this utility knife was not a weapon of a fighter, it was undeniably a sharp metal tool. The outcome etched upon his reinforced arm was astonishing, as it seemed impervious even to the slightest abrasion. Such a remarkable enhancement in defensive capability. It is well known that, whether in his past life or in this realm, archers represent the elite of warriors. Their physical strength is unparalleled. After all, without sufficient power, one cannot even draw a bowstring. Yet, this is Long Yuan Star, a place ravaged by wild beasts, necessitating the elevation of one's defenses. Otherwise, should a beast breach proximity, one could easily be reduced to a mere mist of blood by a single swipe. However, if he amassed a sufficient number of enhancement points, he could infinitely fortify his physical form, which would imply that in the future, he might stand immobile while enemy attacks could scarcely breach his defenses, transforming into an indomitable super cannon. Furthermore, the augmentation of his physical strength would not merely amplify his defenses. It would concurrently enhance his power. Indeed, his strength now exceeded the typical 600 gene of a 5th-level warrior, reaching an impressive 800 gene. This additional 200 gene was a boon bestowed by his 2-star black iron physique. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. This signifies that within the same realm, his strength would vastly surpass that of his peers. A greater strength naturally translates to arrows of formidable potency. Both speed and penetration would experience a marked increase. His actual combat prowess would far exceed that of others at his level. Even without attending the Kanglan Preparatory War Academy. What of it? He hardly required it. As for the 9-star black iron level fist technique, Tongbei Fist, and the 9-star black iron level basic body refinement technique, these are merely foundational offerings provided free of charge to students at the Kanglan Academy. The body refinement technique does gradually enhance one's vitality, yet its efficiency is lamentably low. A mere drop in the bucket. The Tongbei Fist, being his only mastered melee technique with any semblance of offensive capability, had reached a minor proficiency. But let us set these aside for now. At this moment, Feng's gaze was firmly fixed upon the line at the very bottom of the panel. Storage space. Unlocked. Requires warrior realm to access. Storage space? A system-provided storage compartment? Feng's heartbeat quickened once more. This was a legendary skill possessed by countless protagonists in novels. With this, his mobility would be exponentially enhanced. No longer would he be burdened by heavy packs. Moreover, his safety would be rendered invincible. Yet, why must he attain the warrior realm to unlock it? He found himself puzzled. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Was it not merely a matter of elevating his cultivation to the warrior realm? A fierce determination ignited in Feng's eyes. Tomorrow, he would venture to the Kanglan number 3 warrior secret realm. Hunt beasts. Accumulate enhancement points. Level up. Kanglan City, as a Tier 3 survival base, boasted 9 secret realms designated for training. Among them, 3 were accessible to those at the warrior realm, as long as one met the requisite level. Entry into these realms for training was granted free of charge. The barriers to entry were minimal, yet the assurances were equally scarce. Death within these realms would mean true demise. However, compared to the perilous, beast-infested wasteland, the environments within the secret realms were relatively controllable, with monster levels confined within certain limits, making them safer training grounds. He had made his decision. At the break of dawn, he would set forth to the Kanglin City number 3 warrior secret realm. Before departing, a round of procurement was necessary. The foremost item on the list was a bow and arrows. Previously, during the encounter with the voracious savage rats, the scarcity of arrows had hindered the rescue of more individuals. This time, he was determined to replenish his stock of bows and arrows. Additionally, he needed water, high-energy compressed biscuits, jerky, and a sufficiently large backpack. He opened his phone to check the balance in his Jojo bank account, where 211 spirit coins were displayed, causing him to massage his temples. The purchasing power of spirit coins was formidable, yet with such a meager sum, acquiring a decent combat weapon seemed utterly fanciful. Fortunately, there was the black iron bow, a 9-star bronze-grade relic left by his father. Gu Feng's gaze settled on the longbow in the corner, its dark hue gleaming with a metallic luster, and he felt somewhat reassured. It was one of the most precious legacies his father had bestowed upon him, and it should suffice for the time being. Moreover, even if it proved inadequate, he possessed enhancement points, which he hoped could be utilized for upgrades. As for the spatial capsule backpack, Gu Feng swiftly dismissed the thought. That contraption, a fusion of super technology and spatial folding, was far beyond his current financial capabilities. The most rudimentary black, iron-grade spatial capsule backpack, which could expand its internal space threefold, started at a price of 3,000 spirit coins. With his limited funds, after acquiring the essentials, little would remain. Ding! At that moment, the screen of his phone suddenly illuminated, accompanied by a series of urgent vibrations. Chapter 9. The Great Qin Tianwang Account. Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, Jiuzhou Bang Notification. Your account ending in 6352 received a transfer of 22,800 Lingbai on May 27th, 3069. At 2025, note, reward for eliminating the bloodthirsty rodent, act of valor. Current balance, 27,011 Lingbai. Moments later, a message popped up. Hong Jian, Xiaofeng. Has the Lingbai arrived? Smiley face. Gu Feng stared at the screen, captivated by the exhilarating numbers and Hong Jian's message. Initially taken aback, he soon found himself unable to suppress a broad smile. He quickly opened the chat and replied, Gu Feng, received it. Thank you so much, Uncle Hong. Fist bump. Hong Jian, haha, glad to hear that. I have to get back to work now. There's a mountain of tasks awaiting me. By the way, your Great Qin Tianwang account should have been upgraded. Gu Feng. All right, Uncle Hong, I understand. Please take care. Hong Jian, will do. After putting down his phone, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. 22,800 Lingbai. This was far beyond his expectations. He had anticipated only a few thousand Lingbai at best. This substantial sum had come just in time to alleviate his urgent needs. As for the Great Qin Tianwang account, it was a unique identifier for every citizen of the Great Qin Empire, akin to a national ID. However, unlike an ID card, the Tianwang account could be upgraded. This upgrade was not merely ceremonial. It brought numerous advantages, such as enhanced social status and shopping discounts. It was even rumored that a higher level of Tianwang account not only reflected greater combat prowess, but also granted access to rare secret realms. Furthermore, the higher the level of the Tianwang account, the greater the permissions granted, allowing one to uncover secrets unseen by others. In short, the benefits were plentiful. Due to his assistance in slaying the bloodthirsty rodent and saving many of his neighbors, Gu Feng's Tianwang account had been upgraded to level 1. The following day, just as dawn broke, Gu Feng quickly tidied himself up. He donned a durable black combat suit, meticulously polished the black iron longbow that had been his companion for many years, and mentally reviewed the list of essentials he had prepared the night before. With that, he strode out of the welfare complex and hailed a sleek, supermagnetic levitation taxi at the street corner, heading straight for the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce building in the heart of Kanglin City. The Zhou Chamber of Commerce was the largest commercial giant in the Great Qin Empire, unparalleled in its stature. Its influence extended across the entirety of Longyuan Star, making it a true behemoth. Here, as long as one possessed sufficient lingbai, nearly every resource for cultivation, weaponry, living necessities, and training manuals could be procured. Its reputation for integrity, honored by both young and old alike, and fair pricing was attributed to the formidable, almost despair-inducing intelligence regulatory system behind it, the Tianwang system. The entire transaction process was highly automated, minimizing human intervention and fraud to the greatest extent possible. As Gu Feng stepped into the imposing and futuristic Grand Hall of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce, he was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming throngs of people, bustling shoulder to shoulder. The sheer volume of individuals was astonishing. Surrounding him, hundreds of colossal hollow displays showcased an array of rare and exotic items, while the air was thick with the intoxicating scent of wealth and power. Countless warriors, clad in diverse attire and exuding varying degrees of strength, navigated the space, either purchasing, selling, or merely indulging their curiosity. Without a moment's hesitation, he made his way directly to the counter in the weaponry section. "Excuse me, what is the price of a 1-star silver-level arrow?" Gu Feng inquired straightforwardly. He possessed a 9-star bronze-level black iron bow inherited from his father. Hence there was no immediate need for a new bow. However, acquiring arrows was imperative. Moreover, he sought to procure arrows of superior quality. "Hello there," responded a young girl behind the counter, her sweet smile illuminating her face. She glanced at Gu Feng, showing no disdain for his slightly faded black combat attire. Gently brushing her hair from her forehead, she continued, "A standard 1-star, silver-level armor-piercing arrow costs 3 spirit coins. How many would you like?" 100, Gu Feng replied, then tentatively added, Is there any possibility of a discount? Every little bit helps. Do you possess a Warrior S medal, or perhaps a Merit Honor medal, or any identification such as a Skynet account level?" The girl explained with a smile. "If so, you may be eligible for corresponding discounts." Feeling a spark of hope, Gu Feng carefully retrieved a blue, antiquated medal from his pocket, its edges slightly worn, and placed it delicately on the polished counter. "What discount does a 1-star merit medal afford?" His voice carried a subtle hint of melancholy. This medal was a testament to the sacrifices made by his parents. Upon seeing the medal, the girl's professional smile vanished, replaced by a demeanor of profound solemnity and respect. She immediately stood upright and, bowing deeply before Gu Feng and the medal, expressed her reverence. Any individual or their family members holding a merit medal has made an indelible contribution to the survival of humanity. Even a 1-star medal is deserving of the utmost honor. This is an unyielding decree of the Zhou Chamber of Commerce and indeed, all of human society. Esteemed family of a meritorious individual, greetings. The girl's voice resonated with genuine respect. With your 1-star merit medal, you are entitled to a 10% discount on all purchases within this chamber. Hearing this, warmth surged through Gu Feng's heart. The honor bestowed by his parents' sacrifices continued to shield him. "Can this discount be combined? I also have a 1-star Skynet account." "Regrettably, it cannot," she replied. "However, the discount rates for both are equivalent." "Very well, I shall proceed with the Skynet account," Gu Feng nodded. "Here is the list. In addition to 100 1-star silver-grade arrows, please include a standard durable canvas backpack with a capacity of 50 liters, 10 1-liter barrels of purified water, 5 packs of high-energy compressed biscuits, 5 pounds of vacuum-sealed dried beef jerky, and 3 cans of Wasteland craft beer. Could you kindly calculate the total cost?" "Please hold on." The young waitress, displaying an even more respectful demeanor, swiftly operated a sophisticated tablet computer behind the counter and soon reported the price. "Esteemed sir, after applying a 10 discount, your total comes to 380 spirit coins." Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Additionally, I would like to examine smart wristwatches. Please provide me with the relevant information." His outdated button phone was adequate within the confines of the base, but once outside in the wilderness or in secret realms, it faltered due to poor signal, short battery life, and lack of durability, rendering it a cumbersome burden. A smart wristwatch is the quintessential gear for a warrior. It boasts not only robustness and extended battery life, but also exceptional signal strength, along with an integrated energy detection feature. Certainly, please take a look. The young woman handed him a tablet connected to the internal network of the Merchant Association. Feng accepted it, swiftly gliding his fingers across the screen, meticulously filtering through options. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a particular model. Rock 3 grade, golden level, 1 star, features, classic retro design, exuding stability and grandeur. The case and screen are crafted from a special memory alloy, offering defensive capabilities comparable to a 1-star golden grade warrior, making it exceptionally resistant to impacts. Extended battery life. Equipped with a micro-cold fusion battery, with a theoretical operational duration of 180 days, approximately 6 months, supporting rapid solar charging. Detection function. Incorporates a high-sensitivity bioenergy detector, effective within a radius of 50 meters, capable of clearly distinguishing between beasts and energy fluctuations of beast soldiers. With a vague sensing capability for beast general-level energies, providing alerts. Additional features: holographic projection communication, precise positioning on Longyuan star, authorization required, personal health monitoring, and vast storage capacity. Price: 12,000 spirit coins. This is the one, Feng declared, pointing at the image on the screen. Its defensive capabilities, battery longevity, and detection range all aligned with his needs, and its design was to his liking. Although it was expensive, it was undoubtedly worth the investment, serving as a crucial piece of equipment for survival and efficiency enhancement. Add this Rock 3 smart wristwatch as well. Chapter 10. The Secret Realm of the Third Warrior. The one-armed elder, please hold on for a moment. I need to recalculate the price, the girl said swiftly, after applying a 10% discount. The total for all your purchases amounts to 11,180 spirit coins. All right, proceed with the payment. Feng nodded decisively. Once the transaction was completed, a sleekly designed simulation robot approached Feng, carrying a metallic tray. Esteemed sir, here are all the items you have purchased. Please verify and accept them. Feng began to inspect the contents meticulously. 100 silver-grade, armor-piercing arrows glimmered coldly, neatly arranged within a specially crafted quiver. The shafts were straight, while the tips were sharp, made from a special alloy, taking the form of triangular armor-piercing cones that reflected a chilling metallic sheen. The fletchings were crafted from the tail feathers of the wind attribute beast, the phoenix-tailed chicken, effectively reducing air resistance and enhancing both the speed and stability of the arrows, a testament to their superior quality. The Rock 3 smart watch appeared even more substantial in reality than in its images, exuding an air of antiquity and weight. Following the instructions, he promptly transferred all contacts, bank account information, and personal data from his old phone safely into the watch. He did not discard the old device, as it was a cherished gift from his mother when he turned 8. He reverently tucked it close to his heart. Everything is in order, thank you. Feng confirmed the accuracy of his purchases, placing the quiver into his newly acquired canvas backpack, donning the bag, and fastening the stately smartwatch on his left wrist. He expressed his gratitude before striding confidently away from the bustling Juzhou Chamber of Commerce. Is that not Feng, the one expelled from the preparatory academy? A voice, tinged with surprise, emerged from nearby. He actually has the means to shop at Juzhou Chamber of Commerce? Do we need to ponder this? When Jiang Feishuan departed, did not that esteemed war monarch from the Shanghai Battle Academy bestow upon him an anonymous Juzhou dragon card as compensation? Surely it contained some funds. He must be using that card. Another voice dripped with disdain and envy, living off a woman's generosity. What sheer luck! Just being associated with a prodigy like Jiang Feishuan is enough to sustain him for a lifetime. Love my foot. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. She doesn't even acknowledge him now. The disparity is far too great. He is not even in the same world. Look at him, so pitiful, flaunting his meager acquisitions. Merely a waste, living off a woman's charity. Enough chatter. What is there to discuss about a useless person? Let us hurry and buy gear. Our target is the third Kanglan Warrior Secret Realm. With less than 70 days until the college entrance examination, I am determined to give it my all this time and strive to enter a top-tier battle academy. A robust youth impatiently interrupted his companion's chatter. Wang Chong, judging by your tone, have you broken through again? Someone nearby asked in astonishment. Indeed, just last night, I broke through to the 8th warrior realm, Wang Chong declared proudly, raising his chin and clenching his fists, reveling in his newfound strength. Only 2 more levels to reach the warrior realm. I have hope for the top-tier battle academy. Brother Wang is impressive. May you not forget your friends in wealth and glory. His companions immediately lavished praise upon him. Well said. Wang Chong wore a satisfied smile as he was surrounded by a throng of admirers making their way towards the equipment area. The malicious gossip circulating around him went unheard by Feng. Even if he had caught wind of it, he would have paid it no mind at this moment. This young lad possesses commendable temperament, courage, and character, a true gem. Alas, at this instant, within the office of the 9th Guard Brigade in Chengguan District, Hong Jian was perusing the detailed dossier of Feng, recently retrieved from the Preparatory Academy's archives. Upon reaching the section that indicated his talent, a 1-star black iron-grade ironwood bow, a look of appreciation on his face swiftly transformed into profound regret, prompting a resigned sigh. This talent is regrettably too low. Sigh, what a pity if it were a tad higher, even if just a 1-star bronze. I could have set aside my dignity to pull some strings and secure him a position in our 9th Brigade, providing him with a stable role. He genuinely wished to assist the son of an old acquaintance, this brave youth who dared to stand tall in times of peril. Though the guard duties carry their own risks, they are far safer compared to the wild hunting teams or venturing alone into secret realms. Moreover, with him in the ranks, as long as they did not encounter ferocious beasts of the general level or above, ensuring his safety would be a manageable task. But talent remains a significant flaw. A black iron grade and only 1 star. This falls woefully short of the stringent recruitment standard for the Guard Brigade. This backdoor, Hong Jian, cannot open. Rules are rules. He had yet to attain the strength to disregard them. Perhaps he could be assigned to logistics? Hong Jian stroked his chin, brow furrowed, musing to himself. The logistics department does not impose such stringent talent requirements. I must first observe and see if there are personnel shortages in logistics. Half an hour later, the maglev transport delivered Feng to his destination. Before him lay a valley encircled by towering mountains. This was the entrance area to the number 3 battle disciple secret realm of Kanglan City. The entire valley was tightly secured by an electrified alloy fence, standing 30 meters high and pulsating with a dangerous blue glow. The terrifying high-voltage currents coursing through the fence were capable of incinerating any beast general-level creature attempting to breach it into mere ash. Furthermore, to ensure the utmost safety of the young battle disciples honing their skills within the secret realm, Kanglan City regularly dispatched battle general-level experts to patrol the area, eliminating any beast soldiers that exceeded the realm's level cap. The ranks of wild beasts range from low to high as follows. Wild beasts, battle disciples. Beast soldiers, warriors. Beast generals, battle generals. Beast lords, battle lords. Beast sects, battle sects. Beast kings, battle kings. Beast emperors, battle emperors. And beast gods, battle gods. Each rank is further divided into 9 tiers. Within the same tier, wild beasts often wield a crushing advantage over humans due to their massive size, resilient hides and scales, sharp claws, terrifying strength, and peculiar innate abilities. Of course, through centuries of development, human warriors have also devised sophisticated combat techniques, formidable battle soldiers, intelligence, and teamwork to counteract these threats. Overall, under this harsh expanse of the cosmos, humanity remains in an absolute position of disadvantage and defense. Greetings, esteemed elder. I seek to embark upon the trials of the 3rd secret realm. Feng approached the entrance of the valley, standing before a colossal alloy gate, and courteously greeted the one-armed elder who reclined in a chair, eyes closed in serene contemplation. Registration, please. The elder did not lift his eyelids, but rather tossed a palm-sized electronic registration tablet towards Feng. Yet, as the one-armed elder's peripheral vision grazed Feng, A fleeting glimmer of clarity flickered in his murky gaze. The registration process was straightforward. One merely needed to fill in basic information such as identity card number, age, and emergency contact details. Gu Feng swiftly completed the form and returned it to the elder. The elder's bony fingers casually pressed a button on the control panel. With a low hum, the heavy alloy gate silently slid open, revealing a narrow passage barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. Go forth. Return alive. The elder's voice was raspy and deep, imbued with a detached indifference that spoke of a profound understanding of life and death. Chapter 11. Encounter. Grateful to the elder. Gu Feng bowed respectfully once more, tightening the bow and quiver slung across his back before vanishing into the forest beyond the doorway. How intriguing. Is it body refinement? His vital energy appears remarkably condensed, as if having undergone countless trials and tribulations. This young lad possesses a certain charm. The one-armed elder observed Gu Feng's disappearing figure, a faint flicker of surprise gracing his wrinkled visage, almost imperceptibly. He murmured softly to himself before slowly closing his eyes, seemingly merging with the recliner beneath him. Before long, more eager and anxious adventurers arrived, prompting the elder to repeat the same mechanical process. As Gu Feng stepped into the secret realm, a blend of fragrant vegetation and a subtle, beastly musk enveloped him. He quickly discerned his bearings, stifling his presence and gliding like a specter deeper into the woods. As an archer, he sought a vantage point with an expansive view or a concealed spot for a stealthy strike. Soon, the sounds of grunting and the rustling of disturbed earth reached his ears. Gu Feng's eyes sparkled, his keen gaze instantly locked onto the source of the noise. He swiftly unstrung his dark iron bow, executing several nimble leaps akin to a weasel, silently concealing himself behind a massive, moss-covered boulder, cautiously peeking out to observe. Fortune smiled upon him. Ahead, within a soft earthen pit, for stout, thick-skinned green-skinned pigs, each the size of a calf and possessing strength akin to that of third- or fourth-tier warriors, were fervently rooting through the soil for sustenance. He held his breath, meticulously scanning the surroundings, confirming there were no more threatening creatures lurking nearby, and his gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. He then nocked an arrow. The bowstring of the dark iron bow was drawn taut, forming a perfect crescent. With a whispering whoosh, a silvery armor-piercing arrow shot forth, traversing the 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Thud! One of the green-skinned pigs, with its rear end raised in the air, was instantly pierced through the center of its forehead. The tremendous force sent its body reeling backward, falling to the ground with not a sound, lifeless. 0. 5 enhancement points. 0. 5 enhancement points? Gu Feng did not dwell on such thoughts. He immediately continued his actions without hesitation. Withdraw the arrow. Draw the bow. Aim. Shoot. Whoosh. Thud. Whoosh. Thud. Whoosh. Thud. The seamless flow of 3 arrows struck with unparalleled accuracy at the vital spots of the other 3 startled green-skinned pigs attempting to flee. Their massive forms collapsed one after another. 2 enhancement points credited. Current enhancement points, 3, 5, 1, 3, 2, 2. It seems that these enhancement points correspond to the realm of the beasts he has slain. In other words, slaying a 5th-tier green-skinned pig would yield him 0. 5 enhancement points. Conversely, if he were to take down a 5th-tier beast soldier pig, it should grant him 1. 5 points? Perhaps more. He was uncertain, but he would surely discover the answer after dispatching one. Gu Feng gracefully leapt down into the pit, drawing forth his trusty silver dagger, and began to skillfully reap his rewards. The most valuable aspect of the green-skinned pig lies in its pair of sharp tusks, each measuring half a meter in length, which serve as materials for crafting black iron-grade warriors, worth 20 spirit coins for a pair, for would yield a total of 80 spirit coins. As for the pork, it is also a fine culinary ingredient, but alas, his backpack space is limited, necessitating its abandonment. The hunt must continue. Time is of the essence for accumulating enhancement points. Before long, half a day had passed amidst the tense activities of searching, lurking, and shooting. During this period, Gu Feng stumbled upon a small group of 3 green-skinned pigs. Employing the same tactical approach, he accurately dispatched them with 3 arrows, thereby garnering an additional 1. 5 enhancement points. His current balance of enhancement points stood at precisely 5. He decided to conserve them for unlocking the Mindseeker. After all, the points are available, and should he encounter a crisis, he could instantly elevate his realm or enhance his physical strength without worry. Feng found a concealed tree branch to rest upon, consuming a few pieces of high-energy compressed jerky and sipping water to replenish his stamina. During this time, he activated the brand-new Rock 3 smart wristwatch on his left wrist, which projected a soft blue light. Skillfully, he switched to the bioenergy detection mode, and the display immediately revealed bioenergy points within a 50-meter radius centered around him. Approximately 40 meters to the left, 3 red dots appeared, their energy intensity indicating that they were all at least 7th-tier beasts. Does this imply that I can obtain at least 2 enhancement points? Feng's gaze sharpened, and a broader smile formed at the corners of his mouth. He promptly deactivated the display and stealthily proceeded towards the designated direction. Soon, the targets came into view, another trio of green-skinned pigs. It seemed he had become quite adept at encountering these resilient beasts of steady value. But that was advantageous. They were safe, stable, and offered decent rewards. Once again, he executed textbook tactics of lurking, aiming, and shooting. Whoosh, uft, whoosh, uft, whoosh, uft, following 3 faint sounds of air slicing. The 3 7th-tier green-skinned pigs collapsed to the ground. 0. 7 enhancement points. 0. 8 enhancement points. 0. 8 enhancement points. A total of 2. 3 enhancement points credited. Current enhancement point balance, 7, 3. Only 2. 7 points remain until he reaches 10. After collecting the spoils, Feng continued to delve deeper into the mysterious realm. The detection function of his wristwatch provided him with a tremendous advantage, enabling him to effectively avoid perilous areas and precisely locate suitable prey. In a blink, the twilight sun painted the clouds on the horizon in resplendent hues of gold and crimson. Glancing at the time on his wristwatch, Feng realized it was nearly 7 in the evening. The dangers of a night within the secret realm would multiply. Various nocturnal and perilous wild beasts would soon emerge. Even though this was merely the realm of novice warriors, he was reluctant to take unnecessary risks. Tomorrow would suffice. It was time to withdraw. He had no desire to stumble in the dark and perish within this beginner's realm. Feng oriented himself and swiftly returned toward the entrance. With his formidable physical prowess and agile movements, he covered ground rapidly. However, just as he had traversed half the distance and entered a relatively sparse clearing in the woods, thud, 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 a resonant and powerful tremor, akin to the sound of a heavy hammer striking the earth, suddenly emanated from the depths of the dense forest to the left. The small pebbles on the ground quivered slightly. Feng's complexion shifted dramatically. He swiftly concealed himself behind a large rock, lowering his head to glance at his smart wristwatch. On the pale blue detection screen, a luminous point, significantly larger than the other red dots and bearing a more profound hue, nearly approaching orange, was rapidly advancing towards his location. Adjacent to the glowing point was a clear indication of its energy level, 1st-tier B soldier. The realization struck Feng like a thunderclap, sending his heart racing into his throat. An icy sense of peril gripped him instantly. He hastily scanned his enhancement point balance. 7. 3 points. This amount was just sufficient to elevate his realm. Should he dare to attempt it? As for fleeing, he had certainly contemplated that. The speed of the beast soldier would undoubtedly surpass his own, especially within the intricate terrain of the forest. To fight? This marked his first encounter with an adversary that transcended an entire realm, and a formidable beast soldier at that, standing in stark contrast to human warriors. Power, defense, and speed all far exceeded that of an ordinary fighter. In the blink of an eye, a glint of fierce resolution flashed in Feng's eyes. Fortune favors the bold. He had no choice but to engage. Gritting his teeth, he darted like a phantom to the edge of a clearing, taking shelter behind a massive rock nearly as tall as himself, swiftly retrieving his black iron bow and nocking a silver armor-piercing arrow. The bowstring was drawn taut. The icy arrowhead remained steadfastly aimed at the direction from which the tremors arose. Deep within the forest, the trees swayed violently, a pungent wind rushing forth. A colossal shadow, exuding an overwhelming aura of oppression, was on the verge of bursting forth. Chapter 12. Critical Hit Reward. 50 enhancement points. The ground trembled with increasing intensity. The towering trees surrounding him seemed to sway as if manipulated by an unseen force, parting swiftly to either side. At last, after what felt like an eternity of 7 or 8 seconds, a nearly 2-meter-tall green-skinned boar, its back adorned with spines resembling steel needles, tusks akin to ivory, and blood-red eyes, charged forth from the dense forest. Witnessing this spectacle, Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had indeed stumbled into the heart of a pig's den. Over the past day, he had been engaged with the green-skinned boar. At this moment, he glanced at his smart wristwatch, and upon noticing that it indicated a second-tier B soldier rather than a first-tier, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. How could it be a second-tier B soldier? This was the secret realm of the Battle Disciple, where a first-tier B soldier could be considered a temporary breakthrough. However, the appearance of a second-tier B soldier suggested something far more significant. Just then, Feng felt a sudden, prickling sensation on his scalp. To his horror, he realized that the green-skinned boar had seemingly locked onto him, as if equipped with a navigation system. How could this be? Feng's expression changed dramatically. Without a moment to ponder, he made a swift decision, launching himself from behind the boulder like a cheetah, propelling himself forward with a powerful push of his feet. As he moved, his black iron bow was already drawn taut. With a sharp whoosh, an arrow sliced through the air. A silver-grade, penetrating arrow aimed directly at the boar's left eye. With a resounding thud, the arrow struck true, embedding itself in the green-skinned boar's eye. A thunderous boar's roar erupted from its mouth. Feng, seizing the opportunity, swiftly leaped 10 meters away to evade the boar's charge, then drew his bow once more to release a second penetrating arrow. This time, the enraged boar was thrashing wildly, and he missed its other eye, the arrow sailing past. Without hesitation, he fired a third arrow, then a fourth. Until the fifth arrow was loosed, the second-tier B soldier, the green-skinned boar, could no longer muster the strength to leap. With a heavy thud, it collapsed to the ground and convulsed a few times before falling still. In Feng's mind, a line of golden text materialized. Congratulations to the host for completing the first-level kill of the second-tier B soldier, the green-skinned boar, earning a critical hit reward of 50 enhancement points. Balance, 57. 3 enhancement points. 50 points? What a delight. Feng was instantly exhilarated. He had not anticipated that this critical hit reward would accompany the slaying of the second-tier B soldier, the green-skinned boar. Did this mean that after unlocking the ability of Mindseeker, he would still retain 43? 3 enhancement points? What a windfall. With his spirits lifted, Feng eagerly approached to collect the boar's tusks. This was a second-tier B soldier. Each of its tusks, resembling ivory, could be worth 100 spirit coins or more. 2 of them would surely fetch at least 200 spirit coins. Just as Feng retrieved his arrows and took out his dagger to extract the boar's teeth, a series of footsteps echoed in his ears. Feng raised his gaze and discovered his former classmate, Wang Chong, among others. He merely arched an eyebrow, dismissing them, and continued his task of extracting teeth. Is that a B soldier-level greenskin pig? Cough. Isn't that the one we were hunting? The wounds on it are from my spear. I never expected you to get to it first. Feng, step aside. This greenskin pig is our quarry. Upon recognizing Feng, Wang Chong and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with cunning intent as they approached him with swagger. Wang Chong, with a sinister grin, aimed to kick at Feng. However, Feng swiftly pivoted, retaliating with a fierce slap. A resounding crack echoed through the forest as Wang Chong spun like a top. Crashing to the ground, his mouth filled with shattered teeth, rendered unconscious. At least a third of his teeth had been knocked out. Is this the sensation of possessing power? It is utterly intoxicating. The remaining 4 lackeys, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions in alarm, howling as they charged at Feng. Yet, he dispatched them effortlessly. laying them low in mere moments. These 5 had previously taken advantage of their numbers and strength, bullying him with their superior backing. They had cornered him numerous times, subjecting him to brutal beatings and robbing him of everything he possessed. Though he had attempted to resist, his efforts had only resulted in more severe punishment. He had meticulously recorded these grievances, biding his time until he grew strong enough to exact revenge. Now, these 5 dared to attempt to humiliate him once again. How could he show them mercy? He had not held back. He ruthlessly broke their arms and legs. Then, with a cold demeanor, he callously rifled through their spatial backpacks as they looked on in terror. Feng, you're finished. You have no idea who Brother Chang is. Bang. He is your father. Having not ventured far, Feng heard the threats from behind and quickly turned back, crushing their shin bones underfoot. Ah, my leg. My leg is broken. Keep talking, and I swear I'll send you to meet your ancestors right now. Instantly, they fell silent, their eyes filled with fear, disbelief, and dread as they regarded Feng. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and turned away, leaving Wang Chong and his companions to their own devices. This lad is indeed ruthless and decisive, possessing true character. Moreover, his archery skills are exceptional, and his combat awareness is formidable, capable of slaying a second-tier greenskin pig. It seems his talent is far beyond mere iron-tier level. The one-armed elder observed the footage in the monitoring room, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he murmured to himself. Upon returning to Kanglin City in a dedicated vehicle, Feng made his way directly to the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, where he promptly sold all his spoils. Soon, 1870 spirit coins were credited to his account, 2/3 of which were a contribution from Wang Chong and his crew. Spirit coin balance, 13490. By the way, are these space capsule backpacks recyclable? At that moment, Feng suddenly had a thought and took out 4 space capsule backpacks to inquire. He intended to keep one, not for use, but rather to maintain a FAOD. After all, he would soon advance to the warrior realm, at which point he could unlock the system's storage space. Yes, however, the buyback price may not be very high. Only 80% of the original price. That is acceptable. Proceed with the buyback. Even if it were only 50%, I would still agree. After all, he had not invested much. Very well. These 4 space capsules consist of 2 3-star black iron grades, 1 1-star silver grade, and 1 3-star silver grade. Since they are in pristine condition, we will buy them back at 85% of the price. This amounts to 25,670 spirit coins. Does that sound agreeable? Such a sum? Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. No wonder it was said that space capsule backpacks were among the most expensive weapons of war. It seemed the rumors held true. Yes, please proceed with the buyback. Understood. Before long, Feng's balance of spirit coins soared to 39,160, granting him a modest fortune. Chapter 13. Unlocking the Mind Walker. Power surge with wealth comes the natural inclination to indulge. For combat, the black iron bow suffices. It is a treasured relic from his father, which he has no intention of replacing. He has also retrieved his arrows. However, a new set of combat attire is in order. The one he currently wears is faded and frayed, with several areas damaged and a fit that has become uncomfortable. Clearly, it is time for an upgrade. Next on his list is the throwing daggers, which are of utmost importance. He is on the verge of becoming a mind walker, expanding his arsenal of offensive capabilities. After a careful selection, he procured a set of combat attire valued at 9,000 spirit coins, along with 6 blood shadow, throwing daggers of 9-star silver grade and 3 of 9-star gold grade. Yet, that was the extent of his purchases, as his spirit coins had run dry. The breakdown of his expenses includes 9,000 coins for the combat attire, 400 coins for the 6 silver gray daggers, and a whopping 27,000 coins for the 3 gold grade daggers, totaling 41,400 spirit coins. As he held a 1-star to Qin Sky Network account, he received a 10 discount, bringing his total to 37,260 spirit coins. With only 900 coins left, he could not acquire any substantial weaponry. Subsequently, he spent 1,000 spirit coins on some savage beast meat, bronze-grade wilderness brew, and fruits, leaving him with a mere 900 spirit coins. Such coins are fleeting in their utility. As for the body-tempering liquid, he refrained from purchasing it. The enhancement points could fortify everything, rendering the liquid unnecessary. Moreover, his spirit coins were insufficient. After a lavish shopping spree, Gu Feng returned to the welfare community under the moonlight. Xiao Feng, why are you back so late? As customary, regardless of the hour, a frail figure awaited him beneath the old locust tree. This occasion was no different. Witnessing this scene warmed Gu Feng's heart. Aunt Lu, I found a job, hence the delay. Here, this is for you. My child, why squander money like this? Save it for yourself. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come, I've saved some for you. All right. Gu Feng felt no resentment towards Aunt Lu's incessant chatter. Instead, he was touched. In youth, one may find parental nagging irksome. But as one ages and finds themselves devoid of family, the realization dawns that having someone to chatter away is indeed a cherished blessing. After dining, Gu Feng retreated to his room. Upon entering, he first squeezed into the cramped bathroom to wash away the grime, and once refreshed, returned to his bed. With a mental command, he summoned the system interface. Taking a deep breath, Gu Feng gazed at his 57. 3 enhancement points. Excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. System, unlock the Mind Walker for me. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 enhancement points to unlock the Mind Walker. In that instant of unlocking, Gu Feng felt as though his mind was expanding. An extraordinarily intense sensation surged from within his brain. After a brief moment, Gu Feng suddenly perceived that everything before him had transformed. He closed his eyes, and within a radius of over 20 meters, everything appeared to be scanned by a super radar, vividly manifested in his mind as a 5D holographic projection. Is this the formidable power of a mind manipulator? Gu Feng murmured to himself, his gaze falling upon the mind manipulator section. There, the subtitle had changed to Mind Manipulator, Ninefold Soul Disciple. He had effortlessly ascended to the rank of Ninefold Soul Disciple. The classification of mind manipulators ranges from low to high as follows: Soul Disciple, Soul Warrior, Soul General, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Master. Each realm is further divided into 9 tiers, much like the classification of Blood Warriors, making it easy to distinguish. However, mind manipulators are inherently superior to Blood Warriors by a significant margin. In other words, Gu Feng's true combat prowess now rivals that of a Ninefold Warrior. Coupled with the Blood Shadow flying daggers he had recently acquired, he could likely slay even a One-Fold General with a well-timed ambush. This overwhelming sensation was intoxicating. At that moment, Gu Feng retrieved 9 blood-red flying daggers from his spatial capsule, which bore a striking resemblance to the small leaf-flying daggers, yet were sharper and more striking. These daggers were no ordinary weapons. They were crafted from the bones of rare beasts combined with special alloys. A 9-star silver-level Blood Shadow flying dagger, though seemingly as thin as a cicada's wing, weighed approximately 7 to 8 pounds. The 9-star gold-level variant was even heavier, weighing at least 30 pounds. His gaze fixed intently on the 9 sharp daggers before him. He concentrated his mind and uttered a command, but the daggers merely trembled slightly, failing to float as he had anticipated. He then attempted to control one of the 9-star silver-level Blood Shadow flying daggers. In the next instant, the dagger infused with his mental energy instantly levitated. Witnessing this scene, Gu Feng's heart soared with joy. However, just a moment later, the levitating dagger plummeted to the ground. Cough. Too exhilarating. Rise. Gu Feng, observing the fallen Blood Shadow flying dagger on the floor, flicked his finger and exclaimed once more. In the blink of an eye, the dagger swiftly soared and hovered before him. Haha. Gu Feng was elated, then earnestly and attentively controlled the Blood Shadow flying dagger, beginning to dart rapidly around the room. Its speed was akin to lightning, silent and swift. Only moments passed before Gu Feng felt a throbbing pain in his temples, a sign of severe mental fatigue. He hastily ceased his practice. System, elevate my mind manipulator rank to One-Fold Soul Warrior. Congratulations, host, for consuming 10 enhancement points. The mind manipulator realm has advanced to the first tier of Soul Warrior. As the words appeared in his mind, the sensation of mental expansion surged once more. This feeling lasted but a fleeting moment before subsiding. His mind manipulator rank had now entered the realm of one-fold soul warrior. As he wielded the blood shadow flying daggers, he found himself increasingly adept and at ease. However, when he attempted to employ two daggers simultaneously, an unsettling disorientation washed over him, and on several occasions he nearly inflicted harm upon himself, which startled him into abruptly halting his practice. It became evident that his current level was insufficient. For now, he could only manage a single dagger. Moreover, he was in urgent need of a mental practitioner's technique. The cultivation of such techniques and combat skills was essential. Nevertheless, he resolved to first elevate his vitality level to that of a warrior and unlock storage space. With this thought in mind, Feng promptly issued a command to the system to commence the enhancement of his vitality level. Congratulations, host, for consuming 7 enhancement points. Your level has risen to the 7th rank warrior disciple. Congratulations, host, for consuming 8 enhancement points. Your level has risen to the 8th rank warrior disciple. Congratulations, host, for consuming 9 enhancement points. Your level has risen to the 9th rank warrior disciple. He urged the system to continue the breakthrough, while Feng, with his eyes closed, reveled in the surging power within him. He noticed the system had ceased its enhancements and promptly urged it on. Please provide a bronze-level technique. Must he further enhance to a bronze-level technique? Feng furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Chapter 14. The Bronze Body Refinement Technique. Wang Qin never anticipated that breaking through to the warrior realm would necessitate the integration of a bronze-level mental technique. However, he possessed none beyond the basic level. All he had were the 9-star black iron-level basic body refinement technique and the 9-star black iron-level Tongbei fist, both of which were merely standard for a combat apprentice. Wait a moment, wasn't he it said that enhancement points could augment anything? If I elevate the basic body refinement technique to bronze level, wouldn't that suffice? With this thought, Feng promptly issued a command to the system. Upgrade the basic body refinement technique to 1-star bronze level. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 10 enhancement points and successfully upgraded the basic body refinement technique to 1-star bronze level. It has now been renamed Bronze Body Refinement Technique, which enhances physical refinement efficacy 5-fold, enabling the cultivation of a bronze-level physique. When combined with the body refinement technique, it reduces the consumption of enhancement points. As the system's notification faded, Feng distinctly sensed that the upgraded basic body refinement technique was far more intricate and powerful than the previous 9-star black iron version. Furthermore, its name had transformed into Bronze Body Refinement Technique. The term nailing signified that, from the warrior realm onward, one must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, accelerating the growth of vitality. Now, elevate my realm. Notification to the host. Insufficient enhancement points for elevation. Insufficient enhancement points? Feng was taken aback and quickly checked his consumption record, realizing he indeed lacked sufficient points, with only 3 points remaining. He had just unlocked the Spirit Master for 10 points, elevated the Spirit Master realm to First Order Soul Warrior for another 10 points, increased Vitality for 24 points, and upgraded the Basic Body Refinement Technique for 10 points, leaving him with a mere 3 points. That was rather extravagant. It seemed tomorrow he must venture into a higher secret realm to slay wild beasts and earn enhancement points. After reluctantly closing the system interface, Feng toyed with the blood shadow flying dagger. He still required a flying dagger combat technique. Alas, all of this demanded a substantial amount of currency, yet he was left with only 900 spirit coins. How impoverished he felt. Tomorrow, he would brave the secret realm suited for the warrior realm. With his current combat prowess, even encountering a First Order warrior would pose no threat. In the warrior realm secret realm, he could sweep through effortlessly. That night, as the city lights began to glow, the tranquility of Kanglan City's private hospital was abruptly disrupted by hurried footsteps. A stately young woman, adorned in high heels and accompanied by several robust bodyguards, rushed into an opulent private room, her face etched with anxiety. Upon pushing open the door and seeing her son, Wang Chong, lying on the bed, swathed like a mummy with only his eyes visible, her heart shattered. Anger surged within her. Chong, or my dear Chong, who on earth is the despicable wretch that harmed you? Tell mother, and I shall avenge you. Lu Suing exclaimed, gripping her son's hand with a face full of concern. Mother, I'm perfectly fine. You need not worry about me. You claim to be fine despite your condition? Pray tell, who is the scoundrel that has inflicted such harm upon you? Mother, I shall handle this matter on my own. You, enough. At that moment, a voice resonant with authority emerged from behind. Father, my dear husband, you have arrived. I have already gathered the details of this incident. To speak candidly, we are not in the right. This little rascal, being utterly inept, sought to bully others and ended up receiving a thorough beating instead. My love, what are you saying? Our son has been battered to this extent, and yet you still speak up for another? Do you not care for our son? Upon witnessing this, Lu Suing's expression shifted dramatically as she angrily inquired, what do you understand? A woman's compassion cannot forge great deeds. The middle-aged man shot an exasperated glare at his wife, then turned his gaze toward his son lying in bed. Just moments ago, you were somewhat dignified. If you relied on our strength to exact revenge, I would hold you in contempt. This world is chaotic, yet rife with the unknown, opportunities, mysteries, and more. No one can predict what will transpire in the next moment, nor can one foresee whether those they once looked down upon may suddenly rise. Never underestimate anyone, do you understand? That little fellow is named Feng, is he not? His talent lies in a 1-star black iron level wooden bow, and he has a childhood companion with a 9-star legendary talent, correct? Indeed, father. Dear, please be silent. Wang Qin shot a glare at his wife and continued. However, a mere child with a 1-star black iron level wooden bow managed to slay a 2nd-tier B soldier, the green-skinned pig. Do you not find that absurd? Huh? Did he truly kill the green-skinned pig? Yes, surveillance confirms it was indeed him. This, how can that be? His talent is so lacking. After years of training, he has only reached the 3rd level of warrior. He could never hope to break into the warrior realm. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong mumbled incredulously. 3rd level warrior? Fool! Did he not check his opponent's energy level with his smart wristwatch before making a move? He is no longer merely a 3rd level warrior. He is a 6th level warrior. A 6th level warrior who could rely on a 9-star bronze level black iron bow to slay a 2nd-tier beast soldier level green-skinned pig. What does that signify? I believe even a pig would comprehend that, would it not? Wang Chun, with great patience, imparted his wisdom and elucidated carefully. 6th level warrior? How can that be? Just 6 days ago, the test indicated that his realm was merely that of a 3rd level warrior. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong let out a scream of disbelief. This news is utterly shocking, making it hard for him to accept. Observing his son, who is deeply affected, Wang Chun's expression remained devoid of emotion. One cannot grow without enduring some tribulations. He does not wish for his son to, one day, find himself in perilous circumstances due to reckless behavior that could ultimately cost him his life. The plight of humanity is becoming increasingly dire. The savage beasts in the vast wilderness and desolate regions are multiplying at an alarming rate. At such a critical juncture, if one does not earnestly dedicate oneself to rigorous training and self-improvement, but instead squanders time in idle bravado and bullying the weak, one is destined to become utterly ineffectual. When genuine danger arises, one may find themselves incapable even of retreat. This is no mere exaggeration. In this matter, not only must you refrain from seeking vengeance, but you must also sincerely apologize and offer restitution. Then, you shall obediently embark on your journey of growth. Do you comprehend? At this moment, Wang Chen's voice was stern as he coldly admonished. Chapter 15. Wang Chang's apology and compensation. My dear husband, what are you saying? That wretched child not only knocked out a 1/3 of our son's teeth, but also broke his legs. And you want our son to apologize? Do you understand how this will reflect on the Long family when word gets out? Others will surely mock us as a family that is easy to bully. Furthermore, with less than 2 months until the assessment, this grievous injury could jeopardize our son's future. I will hold you accountable. Wang Chun gazed at his wife, Lu Suing, whose face was etched with disappointment, and shook his head in dismay. How had she transformed from a gentle, kind-hearted lady into someone so embittered? Was it due to his prolonged absence on the battlefield, neglecting to communicate and guide? This realization stirred feelings of guilt within him. He recognized his own shortcomings. With this thought, Wang Qin found it hard to cast blame upon his wife. What is this expression? Have I spoken incorrectly? Did I err my words? Lu Suying, noticing her husband's demeanor, felt her anger intensify, prompting her to confront him loudly. Enough! Upon hearing his wife's sharp inquiry, Wang Qin's guilt evaporated, replaced by a low, authoritative voice that resonated with an undeniable pressure, fleeting yet potent. Seeing her husband genuinely enraged, Lu Suying's complexion paled, and she instinctively fell silent. A hint of fear in her eyes. I merely suggested our son apologize, refraining from retaliation. I did not prohibit him from confronting the adversary. A man should reclaim his honor with dignity, not through underhanded tactics. As for the matter of his legs and teeth, with a little financial investment, he will be restored within 3 days. And do you not comprehend the significance of the surveillance footage? Even though the Wang family is formidable, are we mightier than the law of the great Qin Empire? Can we surpass the influence of Elder Qin? If you continue to coddle him, you are not loving him. You are endangering him. Moreover, consider the actions he has taken in recent years. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Elder Qin, my dear, are you referring to Elder Qin? Lu Suying, selectively ignoring his reproach, could not help but inquire. How many elders named Qin do you think exist in Kanglin City? How is that possible? Wasn't that little rascal said to be an orphan? How could he possibly have ties to Elder Qin? No, they are not related, but during my visit to the third battle secret realm to review the footage, Elder Qin remarked, that little fellow is quite interesting. What does this imply? It indicates that the boy named Gu Feng has captured Elder Qin's attention. He is certainly not as simple as he appears. Upon hearing this, Lu Suying felt as if the air had been let out of her, standing silently, rendered speechless. Though she doted on their son, she was not naive. The Wang family, despite its strength, had a husband who was a peak-level warrior. Yet, in the presence of the enigmatic Elder Qin, such stature meant little. If this incident were to bring calamity upon the Wang family, it would be a cost too great to bear. However, the unspoken words weighed heavily on her heart. Father, who is this Qin Lai you speak of? This is not something you can comprehend at your current stage. Remember, from this evening onward, sever all ties with those dubious friends of yours and focus on your cultivation. I understand. Wang Chong had never witnessed his father exhibit such gravity. A sense of trepidation gripped him. Though he felt a surge of discontent, he could only nod in acquiescence. Wang Qin cast a glance at his son, particularly noting his desolate expression, and sighed, softening his tone. Son, do not resent me for withholding support. I can bolster you momentarily, but I cannot do so indefinitely. Moreover, this predicament is of your own making. You must grasp that this world is a chaotic realm rife with ferocious beasts and lurking dangers. Only strength reigns supreme. Presently, the assaults from these beasts have intensified, and their power has escalated. Just recently, on the northern battlefield of Kanglin City, a fierce battle erupted, claiming nearly 1/5 of our warriors. 1/5 of vibrant lives. Hundreds extinguished in an instant. As he spoke, Wang Qin's voice was laced with sorrow and helplessness. Such conflicts will inevitably increase. As a member of the great Qin Empire, we enjoy its protection, yet we cannot remain idle. Do you understand? What will you do if one day I'm no longer by your side? My dear, you are being overly pessimistic, she interjected. This is merely a woman's narrow perspective. Enough of your protests. You too must devote yourself to cultivation and refrain from flaunting your bodyguards everywhere. The future will only grow more perilous to survive. One must possess formidable strength. Father, I comprehend. I'll heed your counsel. Wang Chong looked at his father, a sense of shame washing over him, compelling him to speak. Good. I have faith in you, my son. As the golden dawn pierced the veil of night, a new day had arrived. Gu Feng awoke promptly at 6:30 a.m., as if his mind were set to an alarm. He washed up, had breakfast, organized his gear, and then stepped outside. After exchanging greetings with Aunt Lu, who resided on the first floor, he shouldered his spatial capsule backpack and departed from home. This time, he was headed to the Fourth Warrior Realm's secret domain in Kanglin City. The distance between the 4th and 3rd warrior realm's secret domains was less than 10 miles. Feng took a special vehicle, heading straight for the 4th tactical secret domain. At that moment, his smart wristwatch vibrated gently, displaying an incoming message. It was from Uncle Hong Jian, indicating that the logistics department of the guard team was in need of personnel and inquiring if he wished to take the job, offering a substantial salary of over 1,800 spirit coins per month. Upon reading this message, Feng felt a swell of gratitude. He had not anticipated that even after a single encounter, he would be remembered, a sensation that warmed his heart. Yet, in the end, he declined the offer. Without the system, he surely would have accepted. After all, a monthly salary of over 1,800 spirit coins is indeed considerable. However, with his possession of the slaughter enhancement system, his battlefield is on the front lines, in the wasteland, and even in the desolate territories, it is simply inconceivable for him to languish in the rear. Does he wish to tread the path of a warrior? This young lad. Very well, let him be. Once he encounters the wall of reality, he shall know to turn back. Hong Jian gazed at the information displayed on his smart wristwatch, a wry smile tugging at his lips as he shook his head. Talent, while not the sole determinant of success, is undeniably of paramount importance. For one with a mere 1-star black iron-level talent, stepping into the realm of a warrior is nearly an impossible feat yet. Everyone has their aspirations. He cannot forcefully bind the other to his will, can he? Meanwhile, Feng had just switched off the screen when his smart wristwatch vibrated once more. Who could be this time? Feng mused internally, opening the message to reveal a rather peculiar sight. Wang Chong? Apologies? Compensation? What on earth? Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he confirmed it was indeed a message from Wang Chong, an unusual sensation welling up within him. Is the sun rising in the west? Wang Chong, Feng. Regarding the matter of the 3rd realm of the warrior's secret domain and the events that transpired previously, I sincerely apologize to you. This 100,000 spirit coins should serve as my compensation. I hope we can put the past behind us. Wang Chong. However, I am not satisfied. Once I recover, I shall challenge you. Chapter 16. The Spatial Bracelet? Targeted Feng. 500,000. Feng replied nonchalantly. To think he could be dismissed with a mere 100,000 spirit coins was preposterous. Previously, Wang Chong and his cohorts had bullied him mercilessly. Furthermore, he harbored no belief that they had genuinely repented. Wang Chong. All right. Upon seeing Wang Chong's response, a smile crept onto Feng's lips. Regardless of the future, the 500,000 spirit coins had been secured. What lay ahead could be addressed later. Inside the spacious maglev bus, apart from Feng, there were 3 to 4 dozen men and women. The atmosphere was lively, filled with discussions of various experiences and observations. Meanwhile, Feng, whose face was mostly concealed, revealing only a pair of discerning eyes, a finely cropped hairstyle, and sharp brows, remained silent. The other showed no inclination to engage him, a fact that relieved Feng. The subsequent procedures were straightforward: registration and entry into the mountain. The process was not stringent, allowing Feng to complete his registration with ease before he ventured into the 4th warrior realm's secret domain. The 4th warrior realm bore little distinction from the 3rd warrior trainee realm, characterized by towering ancient trees, dense vegetation, and majestic mountains. Upon entering the 4th warrior realm, Feng quickly oriented himself and made his way deeper into the territory. Simultaneously, his smart wristwatch activated its detection capabilities. After approximately 10 minutes, Feng had traversed nearly 1,000 meters into the depths of the 4th warrior realm. At that moment, his eyes lit up as he swiftly darted eastward. In his hand, the black iron bow materialized. Before long, Feng found himself atop a hill. Gazing down, he spotted a river flowing through the landscape. By the riverside stood a dozen beasts resembling zebras, adorned with 2 horns and exuding a formidable aura. They were the dual-horned wild horses. These wild beasts excelled in speed, impact, and trampling. Their most valuable feature was their horns, each worth at least 100 spirit coins. As for the meat of the wild horses, it too was a prized commodity, fetching over 10 spirit coins per pound. If he were to eliminate them all, not only would he earn 20 to 30 enhancement points, but he would also acquire a substantial amount of wild beast meat, a true treasure. The level of these dual-horned wild horses was not particularly high. According to the energy detection feedback from his smart wristwatch, the strongest among the 13 was merely a Tier 3 beast soldier. A trivial matter. Thus, Feng took his position, drew his bow, and released an arrow, producing a sound so faint it could easily be overlooked. In the next moment, a Tier 2 beast soldier of a dual-horned wild horse collapsed in response. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 enhancement points. Was there no critical reward for a level-up kill? Feng murmured greedily to himself, drawing his bow for another shot. Below, the inexplicable demise of one of their own sent the remaining dual-horned wild horses into a frenzy, their panicked whinnies transforming the scene into chaos. At that instant, an arrow, swift as lightning, struck down another dual-horned wild horse. As the arrows whizzed through the air like bolts of lightning, the frightened two-horned wild horses below scattered in terror, only to succumb to the inevitable fate of being struck down. Despite their frantic attempts to flee, they could not escape the onslaught. Within mere moments, all 13 two-horned wild horses lay slain, granting Feng a total of 30 reinforcement points. His balance now stood at 31. 3. Replenishing his resources. A grin spread across Feng's face as he scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of other wild beasts. He swiftly approached the riverbank, drew his dagger, and expertly severed the horns from the fallen horses, collecting 41 armor-piercing arrows. His archery skills, it seemed, still required refinement. It was quite a feat to have used 41 arrows to bring down just 13 wild horses. Nonetheless, it also highlighted the remarkable speed of these creatures. Once he returned, he intended to purchase a book on archery techniques at the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. After all, how could one possess the talent for archery without mastery of the associated skills? Enhance my realm, he commanded, eager to utilize his reinforcement points. The allure of storage space was simply too enticing. Congratulations, host has consumed 10 reinforcement points, elevating realm to the first level of warrior. With a resounding boom, golden text faded from his mind, and a powerful surge of vitality erupted from the depths of his being, coursing through his limbs and bones. Through a unique method of operation, his body underwent a rigorous refinement, amplifying his strength to nearly double that of a 9th-level warrior. The exhilarating sensation of newfound power surged within Feng. Those blessed with extraordinary abilities understand the sheer delight of such rapid elevation in realm and strength. Moreover, upon reaching the first level of warrior, his storage space automatically unlocked. Storage space 1000,000M. The volume can be expanded by elevating the realm or through reinforcement points. Note, living beings cannot be stored. Haha, such vastness. Feng marveled, realizing it surpassed even the legendary spatial rings. The immense space manifesting in his mind was exhilarating. An area with dimensions of 100 meters in length, width, and height, capable of holding an abundance of items. With such an expansive storage, it was inconceivable for him to leave it unused. With a mere thought, the 13 two-horned wild horses vanished from view in an instant. Haha! Feng laughed heartily as he beheld the bizarre sight of the wild horses appearing within his storage space. Yet unbeknownst to him, a pair of greedy eyes nearby observed every moment of this spectacle. A legendary spatial ring warrior? This must be an extraordinary legendary spatial ring warrior. Who is this person possessing such a remarkable artifact? The individual licked their lips, unable to suppress the growing greed within. This was a legendary spatial ring, a super weapon valued at least in the billions of spirit coins. If he could acquire such a weapon, whether for personal use or resale, it would be an immeasurable opportunity. In that moment, what significance did breaking through to the rank of a warrior hold? A general of battle, or even a war sovereign, could easily be pursued. With this thought, a flicker of ferocity surged in his eyes. However, he did not act immediately. Instead, he stealthily concealed himself. Feng remained oblivious to all of this, having subdued all the horned wild horses before continuing his search for other wild beasts along the river. Before long, the clock approached 5 in the afternoon. After slaying the last armored wild crocodile, just as he was about to collect its corpse. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, sending chills down his spine. Instinctively, he rolled to the side, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, his left arm was grazed by a sharp arrow. What incited Gu Feng's anger was the hissing sound emanating from the wound, as his flesh began to smoke. Poison. At that moment, a figure materialized before Gu Feng, appearing almost spectral. Surrender the spatial ring, or face death. Chapter 17. Laozi is exceedingly timid and apprehensive. This fear drives him to contemplate murder. Can the tube neutralize the poison? Gu Feng inquired discreetly, his gaze fixed upon the seething, venomous substance that was rapidly corroding his arm. Perhaps due to the imminent threat to the host's life, the system, which had been rather unresponsive, surprisingly offered a generous reply. Method 1. Elevate the physical body to a 1-star bronze level to neutralize this poison. Method 2. Consume 10 enhancement points to neutralize this poison. How many enhancement points are required to elevate my physical state? Gu Feng glanced at his balance of enhancement points and posed the question. 52 enhancement points are needed. With a balance of 106 enhancement points, accrued from a day of frenzied hunting of wild beasts, Gu Feng resolved to upgrade. Rather than wasting 10 enhancement points on detoxification, it was far more prudent to enhance his physical strength directly. Although the consumption of enhancement points would be greater, the augmentation of physical strength would yield a permanent enhancement, offering the greatest value. As for the time required, it was but a fleeting moment. This was the preeminent advantage of utilizing his extraordinary abilities to elevate his realm. Unlike other warriors, who needed to invest substantial time to break through a level and often required a tranquil environment or even protective guardianship, his breakthroughs occurred in an instant. Was this sensation uncomfortable? Did it feel as though his entire body was growing numb, his blood ceasing to flow? Did his heart feel as if it were being gnawed upon by myriad insects? Indeed, that was the effect of the heart-eating powder, which he had procured from the black market for 5,000 spirit coins. Once afflicted, even the most formidable warrior could scarcely endure for more than a few seconds. You are no exception. At that moment, the masked man gazed at Gu Feng with a greedy and elated expression, chattering incessantly. You are no exception. Gu Feng thought bitterly as he observed the approaching figure, his heart swelling with murderous intent. With a fierce shout, he swung his massive fist, aiming for the man's heart. However, the masked figure merely exhibited a disdainful smirk. A mere 1st-level warrior dares to strike at me while poisoned? I am a 7th-level warrior. Yet in that instant, a soft sound echoed, and the masked man felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down to see a blood-stained hilt protruding from his heart, blood gushing from the grooves of the blade. In an instant, his combat attire was saturated with crimson. Is this my own blood? An agonizing pain surged through him. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming chill, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. You launch a sneak attack you lack. Integrity in combat. Oof. Sneak attack? Lack of martial integrity? Do you not know that I am the most timid and fearful of all? This fear compels me to kill. Gu Feng glared fiercely at the masked man, delivering a powerful blow to the hilt of the blood-drenched dagger. With a sudden sound, the blood shadow, flying knife, swiftly pierced the opponent's body, resembling a streak of crimson lightning as it penetrated several large trees behind him. Finally coming to rest embedded in a sizable stone. The masked man had yet to finish his words when he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The blood shadow flying knife had already penetrated his heart, and with a forceful punch from Gu Feng striking the knife's hilt, it delivered a chilling blow. Such an injury would ensure that not even a warrior of the 7th realm could survive, let alone a warrior of the 7th battle realm. Upon slaying his opponent, a line of golden text quietly appeared in Gu Feng's consciousness. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 7th realm warrior, earning 7 reinforcement points. Gu Feng, with an expressionless demeanor, kicked the masked man over and ruthlessly retrieved the spatial capsule backpack from his back. He then yanked from the man's grasp a longbow adorned with intricate patterns, reaching the rank of 9-star silver, along with a quiver containing over 29-star silver armor-piercing arrows. After rummaging through the man's belongings and finding nothing of worth, Feng did not even glance at his opponent's identity before kicking him into the rushing river and turning to leave. He had no interest in knowing who the man was. He surmised that the masked individual must have spotted him when he stored the dual-horned wild horse in his spatial inventory, mistakenly believing him to possess a legendary spatial ring. Greed had driven the man to attempt to kill him. Little did the man know, Feng was not merely a First Realm warrior. He was also a First Realm soul practitioner. Slaughtering warriors was akin to butchering dogs. The recent punch was merely a feint. The true lethal strike was the blood shadow flying knife. Feng understood that even if his realm were to rise to the First Realm warrior level, with his physical body enhanced to a 1-star bronze level and his defense significantly increased, delivering a single punch strong enough to kill a 7th Realm warrior would still present challenges. First Realm warrior, 1000 gene, 1-star bronze body, 1000 gene. In contrast, his opponent, at the 7th Realm, boasted a raw strength of 7000 gene. Thus, he had resorted to the blood shadow flying knife to eliminate the threat. This incident instilled a sense of urgency within Feng. Currently, he possessed only 61 reinforcement points, a meager amount insufficient for his needs. Contemplating his options, he decided to elevate his consciousness realm for maximum benefit. Soon, with the disappearance of 50 reinforcement points, his consciousness realm ascended to the 3rd realm of Soul Practitioner, leaving him with 11 points remaining. He chose not to reserve these, but instead dedicated them all to enhancing his talent. Despite possessing a slaughter reinforcement system, a low talent level would greatly hinder his potential. As 7 reinforcement points vanished, his talent upgraded to 4-star black iron. Now, with only 4 reinforcement points left, he found himself unable to do anything further. Glancing at his smart wristwatch, he noted the time, 5:36 p.m., with only a few hours remaining until dusk. After consuming some rations and sipping a can of wasteland brew, he resumed his path of carnage. Time passed inexorably, the night enveloping the sky like an immense quilt. Feng did not depart from the secret realm of Warrior Number 4. Instead, he prepared to spend the night within its confines. With his current strength, he was capable of vanquishing entities at the 3rd tier of the warrior realm. Even though the savage beasts might surpass humans in power, he was more than equipped to contend with those at the 1st tier of the beast realm. Moreover, the 3-hour onslaught had brought his enhancement points to a total of 134, enabling him to ascend several levels once more. The greater his strength, the swifter he accrued enhancement points. However, the consumption was also considerable. Having located a towering tree, he scanned his surroundings with his mental prowess and, finding no immediate threats, swiftly ascended to a height of 20 to 30 meters on the trunk, akin to a nimble monkey. After assimilating the enhancement points, he resumed his slaughter. Meanwhile, in Kanglin City, within the Lord's residence, Lord Jiang Sun gazed grimly at the battlefield reports from the wasteland, his expression as dark as the depths of water. The faces of several warriors surrounding him, including those of the esteemed warriors, were equally grim. Chapter 18. The Lord's Command. The Lord remarked, "The situation in the north grows increasingly dire. Should we falter in our defense, the entire northern front may collapse, placing our rear, Kanglin City, in jeopardy. Therefore, I propose a request for reinforcements. Furthermore, I command all hunting teams from Kanglin City, as well as warriors of the warrior realm and above from every family, along with those from various academies and society, to participate in the effort." The head of the Wang family, Wang Chun, cast a glance at the city lord, Jiang Jun, inhaling deeply before solemnly advising, "This statement bears merit." Upon hearing this, the many formidable figures in the hall furrowed their brows, yet none dared to counter his words. They were acutely aware that the conflict in the north was indeed escalating, with daily casualties amounting to hundreds of warriors. Such losses were catastrophic. Kanglin City was merely a 3rd-tier survival base, with a total military strength of less than 300,000, and the strongest among them were merely at the martial sect level. If this rate of attrition continued, it would not be long before their forces were utterly decimated. At that juncture, unless they mobilized the Kanglin army, the Kanglin wilds would be left vulnerable. That region was of paramount importance, and no one wished to witness such a fate. Wang Qin's words resonated with the gravity of the situation. The recent developments in the northern Songlong Mountains were indeed peculiar, presenting an insidious threat. The savage beasts therein seemed to emerge incessantly, resulting in staggering casualties among the warriors. Could it be that a new wild well had arisen? Another powerful general in the assembly echoed this concern, and the collective countenance of the attendees shifted dramatically at this notion. If that were the case, Kanglan City would have to contend with two formidable wild wells. I concur with the request for reinforcements and the compulsory deployment of all hunting teams to the battlefield. But is it not premature to send warriors of the warrior realm into combat? Pondered the imposing city lord, Jiang Jun, his brow slightly furrowed. Esteemed lord, what we require are iron-blooded warriors capable of wielding blades and slaying beasts, not delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. Without bloodshed, they shall never mature. Moreover, allowing them to participate is not strictly about combat. It is primarily to cultivate their courage and familiarize them with the realities of battle. If feasible, we could release a contingent of beast soldiers for them to slay. While this may pose certain risks to life, it is still preferable to the devastation of our city and the loss of our homes, is it not? Wang family head, could it be that you exaggerate the situation? Interjected Li Yuan, the head of the Li family, whose rotund form was adorned with various golden and jeweled rings. Though the northern conflict is grave, surely it has not reached such a catastrophic level. Exaggeration? Hyperbole? Retorted Wang Chun with a sardonic smile, his expression dripping with scorn. Li Yuan, if you were aware that the northern war wall suffers daily losses of hundreds, if not thousands of warriors, you would think otherwise. I urge you to visit the front lines and witness the reality for yourself, rather than cowering in the rear like a turtle. Wang Chun, who are you calling coward? In recent years, has my family, the Li clan, not made any contributions to Kanglan City? Moreover, as a business-oriented family, our primary focus is on supplying Kanglan City with an abundance of medicinal pills and warriors. Enough of your prattle. I detest your kind. Those merchants reeking of greed. You claim that your provision of medicinal pills and warriors is paramount. Can you cease embellishing your own reputation? Over the years, your family has profited handsomely by selling subpar goods. Yet what have you truly contributed to Kanglan City or the Great Qin Empire? Furthermore, let us not forget that our Great Qin Empire boasts the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce, present in every stronghold, stocked with superior warriors, medicinal pills, and other resources, far exceeding the quality of what your Li family offers. And what has your Wang family accomplished? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan erupted in fury, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. Yet he regretted his outburst almost immediately. Master Li, your words are rather displeasing, the captain interjected, who is unaware of the sacrifices made by the Wang family for Kanglan City over these past years. In just over 2 decades, the Wang family has lost 2 esteemed warlords, 19 warriors, and 360 soldiers, with even 590 apprentices perishing, all honored at the Martyrs Cemetery on Wulong Mountain. You may challenge or insult others, but the Wang family must not be disrespected. All of this is verifiable. Wang Chun cast a cold glance at Li Yuan, remaining silent. Yet others could no longer contain themselves. Xiao Zhan, the captain of the Phantom Battle Team, shot a frosty glare at Li Yuan and coldly recounted the toll taken over the years. With his words, Li Yuan found himself in an even more uncomfortable position, as there was no refuting this truth. He too was powerless against it. Ahem. Very well, the situation on the northern front is indeed critical. This time, we shall heed the Wang family's counsel. However, we cannot allocate all our forces solely to the northern front. We must also send contingents to the south, east, and west. Just in case, Jiang Sun interjected, sensing the need to steer the conversation. The other powerhouses offered no objections. They held great respect for Wang Chun, acknowledging the tremendous sacrifices made by the Wang family for Kanglan City. Thus, a decree was issued, commanding all hunting squads of Kanglan City to head towards the northern front for reinforcements. The order stipulated that every family and combat academy must dispatch 1/3 of their warriors of the soldier level or above to the front lines. On the evening of May 29th, 3069 in the Longyuan calendar, A message was disseminated via the net account of the city lord's office. Simultaneously, it reached the hands of every warrior in Kanglan City. When this announcement landed in the hands of all warriors, it stirred a tempest of anxiety, leading countless individuals to lose sleep. They understood that the situation on the front lines had grown dire once more. In an instant, all warriors who had reached the soldier level were preparing for deployment to the front. This time, it was a mandatory mobilization, and none dared defy the command. Once defiance occurs, one shall be cast into the blacklist of the Great Qin Empire, rendering any aspirations for benefits or the procurement of cultivation resources utterly impossible. Furthermore, as a son of the Great Qin, how could one remain indifferent when one's homeland is threatened? The 3 intermediate battle academies and 9 preparatory battle academies of Kanglan City have also initiated actions, organizing warriors above the warrior realm to advance to the front lines. At this moment, deep within the secret realm of the 4th warrior, atop the massive branch of an ancient tree, Feng, while savoring a brew from the wilderness and gnawing on dried meat made from the iron-armored wild bull, was preparing to elevate his realm by accessing the system interface. Suddenly, he sensed a vibration from his smart wristwatch. A glance revealed the city lord's decree. Moreover, 3 urgent decrees issued overnight. Is the front line in dire straits? Perhaps it is time for him to head to the front lines as well. The wilderness is teeming with savage beasts, making it the most suitable battleground for him. Now he possesses a modicum of self-defense capability. It is indeed time to venture forth. As for enrolling in a battle academy, he has lost interest in such matters. With a slaughter enhancement system at his disposal, the notion of attending a battle academy seems trivial. He plans to head to the northern front lines promptly at 7 o'clock a.m. tomorrow. With 10 hours remaining, he should be able to acquire additional enhancement points. After all, nighttime is the prime opportunity for encountering wild beasts. Feng grinned, quickly devouring the remaining jerky and finishing his brew before leaping down from the ancient tree, embarking on his journey of carnage. Chapter 19. The Bloodline of Slaughter. The agitated Uncle Li on May 30th, at precisely 6:58 a.m., Feng arrived at the vast square of Kanglan City, meticulously timing his entrance. At this moment, the square was teeming with an overwhelming crowd, numbering no fewer than 30,000. These individuals represented nearly all the warriors above the fighter realm that Kanglan City could muster. Naturally, it was impossible for the city to mobilize all its fighters, as doing so would leave Kanglan City defenseless and vulnerable to the invasion of savage beasts, which would spell disaster. At the very least, a portion of the guard team, city defense, and Kanglan Legion needed to remain to safeguard the city, not to mention that Lord Jiangsun had to oversee the city himself. As Feng arrived at the square and was about to head to the registration area, he was halted by a voice filled with surprise. Uncle Li. Feng turned to see that it was Li Hu, the captain of the battlefield cleanup team. With a broad smile, Feng approached Li Hu and greeted him. I was just about to send you a message. Since you are here, let us regroup, Li Hu said, patting Feng's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. Though this young lad is merely at the 3rd level of the fighter realm, he possesses a fervent heart, which is quite rare. However, Uncle Li, I cannot join the cleanup team at battlefield number 9 this time. I intend to fight on the front lines against the savage beasts. Feng shook his head, declining Li Hu's suggestion. Nonsense. You, a mere fighter, would only be courting death on the front lines, Li Hu exclaimed, but then suddenly halted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wait, your realm? Upon hearing this, Li Hu shot Feng a scrutinizing glare. Yet, the next moment, he sensed something amiss in Feng's aura, which did not align with the expected fluctuations of a 3rd-level fighter. Glancing at his smart wristwatch, he was astounded to find that Feng's energy level had reached that of a 1st-level warrior. You brat, come with me, Li Hu said, casting a deep glance at Feng before dragging him to a secluded spot. After assessing Feng, he could not restrain his curiosity any longer. Your talent is surely beyond the mere 1-star black iron level of the ironwood bow. Am I correct? Do not misunderstand. I am not seeking to uncover your secrets. But certain matters, if mishandled, can lead to calamity. Do you comprehend? Calamity? Uncle Li, what do you mean? Feng inquired, perplexed. The dragon source star is vast and boundless. The territory of our great Qin Empire alone spans an astonishing 280,000 square kilometers. Within such a vast expanse, countless other forces inevitably arise. Among them are the Fallen God sect and the Blood God Tower, among others. These factions thrive by devouring the blood of warriors and savage beasts to grow stronger, particularly the Blood God sect. In our great Qin Empire, they have committed unspeakable atrocities. Thus, do you understand my concerns? Li Hu succinctly explained, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Feng. Seeing that Gu Feng displayed no further reaction, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Li. However, have you ever heard of bloodlines? Upon hearing this, Li Hu's expression changed drastically, and he could not help but exclaim. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly silenced himself, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He leaned closer to Gu Feng, lowering his voice to a whisper, his demeanor gravely serious. Do you possess the legendary bloodline? When did this happen? Gu Feng observed the excited and incoherent Uncle Li, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. His assumptions had proven correct. His ascension in power had indeed been remarkably swift. He had inquired numerous times of the canine system, hoping it might obscure his aura. Yet the system had paid him no heed. Unable to refrain from advancing his cultivation, he was left to concoct other plausible explanations. Thus, he had set his sights on bloodlines. Prior to this, he had perused information regarding bloodlines on the celestial net. Though scarce, it had illuminated a singular truth. Bloodlines are an extraordinarily unique and mysterious existence, endowed with powers that surpass those of other talents. They are even rarer and more precious than those of telepaths. Upon discovery, even the most inferior bloodlines would be fiercely protected by the higher echelons. It seems that my strategy has borne fruit. Of course, he currently possessed no bloodline. However, he did have enhancement points. Yes, indeed, wait. Follow me. For the sake of caution, Li Hu hastily pulled Gu Feng to a more secluded corner, away from prying eyes. He then retrieved a device resembling a pen from his pocket, activating it before declaring that they could now speak freely. Gu Feng nodded and began. This matter traces back to the day you took me to the wasteland battlefield. Uncle Li, was it then that you awakened? Yes. When I touched the corpse of the wasteland wolf, perhaps due to the stimulation of its blood, I felt a surge of immense, mysterious power coursing through me, and so forth. What happened next? Does your bloodline possess any other unique attributes? Li Hu gazed at Gu Feng with eager anticipation. Unique attributes, well, does growing stronger through slaughter count as special? What? You gain strength through killing? Your bloodline possesses attributes? Wait, growing stronger through slaughter. Isn't that the fabled slaughter bloodline? I'm not sure. All I know is that my power has increased over the past few days by slaying beasts in the 3rd and 4th warrior secret realms. Is that true? Yes. Huh. Splendid, splendid. Brother Gu, Sister Xiaohe, did you see? Your son is not a useless being. He is a possessor of the legendary bloodline. He has awakened the bloodline, and it is none other than the slaughter bloodline. He is destined to become a pillar of strength for humanity. Upon hearing those words, Li Hu was overwhelmed with emotion, lifting his gaze towards the heavens, his eyes brimming with tears as he offered a silent prayer. Witnessing this scene, Gu Feng felt a pang of guilt within. However, when it came to the matter of the system, he would naturally divulge nothing to anyone. Furthermore, he had to admit that the system's primary feature, which was to grow stronger through slaughter, was not inaccurate. Xiao Feng, what are your thoughts on the matter of bloodlines? Liungria Sudanli Inkirat. His expression turning grave as he regarded Gu Feng. I would like to hear your counsel, Uncle Li. Observing the sincerity in Li Hu's demeanor, Gu Feng felt a slight sense of relief and replied earnestly. The bloodline of slaughter, that legendary and terrifying lineage, has but one true destination, the Shura Academy. The reason I say this is that the Shura Academy is the most prestigious of the 9 great academies of our Qin Empire, established directly within the abyss. The curriculum for their students revolves around slaying wild beasts daily. Thus, every individual who emerges from the Shura Academy is a genuine harbinger of death. As Gu Feng spoke of the Shura Academy, Li Hu's eyes gleamed with fervent admiration and reverence. Although the Qin Empire boasted 9 formidable academies. His utmost respect was reserved for the Shura Academy. After a brief pause, Li Hu continued, "However, the Shura Academy also has the highest casualty rate among all the academies, making it the most perilous. A moment's negligence could lead to death within the abyss. Moreover, to gain admission to the Shura Academy, one must undergo rigorous assessments to become a formal student. Therefore, think carefully about your decision. Uncle Li, I am merely at the first level of warrior realm. Do you believe I possess the qualifications to join the Shura Academy? Besides, I have already been expelled from the number 3 preparatory academy. What right do I have to participate in the academy's assessments?" Feng had indeed heard of the Shura Academy and held it in the highest esteem, yearning for its kind of existence. It was a formidable institution that held sway over an entire abyss, tirelessly dedicating itself to the continuation of the Dragon Source Star's human race. Such a feat was unparalleled not only in the Qin Empire, but throughout the entire Dragon Source Star. The abyss was a place far more terrifying and dangerous than the Wild Domain. While the Wild Domain existed within the Dragon Source Star, the abyss lay in an alternate dimension. Haha, Xiaofeng, mere assessments are trivial matters, applicable only to ordinary warriors. For those of noble bloodlines, it is a privilege. Not to mention, your bloodline is likely the fabled lineage of slaughter. Once the Shura Academy learns of this, they will undoubtedly send a powerful figure of the War Emperor rank or above to retrieve you. If you wish to attend the Shura Academy, I shall make arrangements for you immediately. Chapter 20. Strengthening Talents. Should I bind the black iron bow? Ahem. Do not regard me with such a gaze, my dear nephew. After all, I graduated from a prestigious combat academy and have acquaintance with a few formidable figures from top-tier institutions, which is rather reasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, that seems quite reasonable. Feng nodded thoughtfully and then remarked, "However, there is no rush. I shall wait until my cultivation level ascends a bit before I venture to the Shura Combat Academy." You make a valid point. After all, only those whose cultivation has reached at least the Battle Sovereign realm can enter the Shura Abyss, where the academy is located. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. Such stringent requirements? Indeed, Battle Sovereign is merely the minimum criterion, and one must also undergo assessments. Let us set this matter aside for now. By the way, take this wristband. Wear it to shield against the detection of others' intelligent wristwatches. However, if the opponent possesses a 5-star or higher king-level wristwatch, it will be ineffective. Fortunately, in the entirety of Kanglan City, very few individuals possess such advanced technology. Exercise caution, and you should be fine. Thank you, Uncle Li. Feng's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he sincerely expressed his thanks, accepting the wristband without hesitation. This was precisely what he required. You little rascal, still being courteous to your uncle. Well then, the team is about to depart. Let us regroup. Uncle Li playfully tapped Feng's forehead with his remaining right arm, chiding him with a smile. Indeed, a smile radiated from Feng's eyes. This sensation was delightful. He gazed at Uncle Li, who walked ahead, tall and robust, bearing a blood-stained sword, with his left arm severed at the shoulder. A flicker of determination crossed Feng's eyes. If an opportunity arises in the future, I shall assist Uncle Li in seeking a remedy to restore his body. It would be a fitting way to repay him for the care he has provided over the years. He was acutely aware of the exorbitant value of a 1-star king-level special combat weapon. This device for shielding detection undoubtedly cost 2 to 3 million spirit coins. Yet, Uncle Li had unhesitatingly gifted it to him. Such a debt of gratitude weighs heavily. Soon the team set off. Feng did not board the vehicle designated for the cleaning squad of Battlefield Number 9, but rather chose to ride in the war chariot heading towards the northern front. The chariot resembled a colossal beast of steel, standing 5 meters tall, 13 meters long, and 5 meters wide. Its tires were forged from an exceptionally durable gel, capable of withstanding the bites of beast general-level monsters. The entire body of the chariot was crafted from a special alloy, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the exterior bristled with armaments, spikes, and laser guns, resembling a grim and imposing vehicle of slaughter from a post-apocalyptic world. The interior of the chariot was spacious, divided into 2 levels, comfortably accommodating over 100 individuals. Gu Feng occupied a seat at the back of the upper level. To his left sat a petite girl clad in a black and red combat uniform, her hair styled in horn braids. She was quite small, appearing like a bundle of energy in her seat, with an endearing appearance that radiated youthful exuberance, yet she cradled a disproportionately large blood-stained battle knife in her arms. To the right sat a man with a scarred face, wielding a battle sword. These details were gleaned from a cursory glance at the surroundings of the ancient peak. As for other matters, he held no interest in delving deeper. Once seated, he surveyed the carriage before immersing himself in the system interface. Host, Gu Feng bloodline, human. Unremarkable talent, weapon system. 4-star black iron grade ironwood bow vitality, 100, mental strength, 600, warrior realm. First level warrior realm, physical realm. 1-star bronze level, spiritual realm. 6th level soul master realm, strength, 2000 gene. First level warrior realm, 1000 gene. 1-star bronze level body, 1000 gene. Combat technique, 9-star black iron level Tongbai fist. Minor accomplishment, mind method. 1-star bronze body refinement technique. Major accomplishment, battle arms, 9-star bronze. Level bronze bow. 6 9-star silver level, 3 9-star gold level blood shadow, flying daggers. 1 9-star silver level longbow. 101-star silver level armor piercing arrows. 24 9-star silver level armor piercing arrows. Enhancement points. 1980 points storage space. 1,000,000 cubic meters. Comprehensive combat power. 6th level battle, general realm. Gazing at his personal attributes, particularly noting that he was merely 20 points shy of reaching 2,000 enhancement points, Gu Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. This figure was a consequence of the significant mental energy expenditure during the slaughter of wild beasts. He had to elevate his spiritual realm to recover his mental strength, resulting in a deduction of 150 enhancement points. It must be said that the warrior-level secret realm at night was teeming with wild beasts, and the soul masters were indeed formidable. Without having cultivated powerful soul master techniques, he had relied solely on his own exploration, forcefully controlling the silver-level blood shadow, flying daggers with his mental strength, dispatching nearly 300 wild beasts with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Most of these were beasts of the 6th rank or higher. All the corpses now lay within his storage space. Selling just those beast carcasses could yield him over 7 or 800,000 spirit coins, coupled with the 500,000 spirit coins contributed by Wang Chong. He would have ample funds to acquire a commendable cultivation method for soul masters. Naturally, enhancement points ought to be utilized, with no prospect of ascending in realm. Surrounded by warriors of the warrior realm and above in the carriage, including the driver and the leader, who was a battle general, he could not afford to let his guard down, even with the special wristband that could conceal him from detection. Thus, he decided to enhance his talent first. Talent held great significance. The higher it was, the swifter the cultivation. Moreover, when using a bow, it would enhance accuracy, speed, power, and reduce consumption. System. Elevate my talent to 1-star silver level. Congratulations, host. A total of 370 enhancement points have been consumed, elevating the weapon system bow talent to 1-star silver level. As he had surmised, when at the black iron level, the enhancement points required for improvements in talent and realm were merely 1, 2, 3 points, summing to a total of 45 points. The bronze level is set at 450 points, while the silver tier reaches 4,500 points. Elevating the bow's talent to a 1-star silver level has rendered it significantly more solid than before, its intricate patterns now more elaborate, exuding a much more formidable aura. The bow's hue has transformed from the original black iron to a resplendent silver. Meanwhile, Gu Feng experiences a wave of ease coursing through his body, akin to the shattering of shackles. He recognizes this sensation as a result of his enhanced talent. Previously, his talent was confined to a 1-star black iron level, which would have rendered him incapable of ever transcending into the realm of warriors throughout his lifetime, hindered by an insurmountable barrier. Now, however, this obstacle has been dismantled with the elevation of his talent. He muses that perhaps, without the system's assistance, a concerted effort on his part might allow him to step into the first tier of warrior status. Casting a glance at his enhancement points, he notices he still possesses 1610. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves to upgrade the Black Iron Bow's level. Though he possesses a more formidable 9-star Silver War Bow, he yearns to wield the Black Iron Bow left to him by his father. Please enhance the Black Iron Bow to a 3-star Silver level. Would you like to bind the Black Iron Bow? Chapter 21. A dedicated war weapon? Fortunate to join the Great Qin in this life, I shall be a citizen of Great Qin in the next. Binding? What does it mean? Feng felt a stirring in his heart and inquired. However, the system offered no response. Well, that was a futile question. Let us proceed with the binding. Binding successful. Please name it Feng. Let us call it the Black Iron Bow. Naming successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a dedicated war weapon, the Black Iron Bow. Function 1 of the dedicated war weapon. Other arrows will also be randomly bound. From now on, any arrow shot, regardless of the distance, can be instantly retracted with a mere thought. Function 2 of the dedicated war weapon. Power increases by 5 on the original basis. The higher the level of the dedicated war weapon, the stronger its might. Congratulations, host. You have spent 600 enhancement points to upgrade the Black Iron Bow to a 3-star Silver War weapon. My friend, is this truly real? Ha, no wonder you inquired about the binding earlier. It turns out there is such a great opportunity. Excellent. Feng repeatedly observed the golden subtitles that appeared in his mind, finally confirming their authenticity, and his heart soared with joy. Henceforth, even if he possessed only a single arrow, after shooting and striking his target, he could retract it instantly. Moreover, the power of the dedicated war weapon would grow stronger with each level attained. This is simply divine skill. At that moment, Feng trembled with excitement. I must say, young brother, could you refrain from trembling? Those unaware might think you are under the influence. Just then, a coarse, teasing voice resonated from Feng's right side. All eyes in the carriage were instantly drawn to him. Ahem. I apologize. This is my first time on a battlefield. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Feng coughed lightly. No witties. Most of us here are likely experiencing the battlefield for the first time as well, and we all harbor a degree of trepidation. Once we arrive at the battlefield, just follow behind me. My talent is a beast-type silver-level barbarian bear with formidable defense and strength. The scar-faced man patted Feng on the shoulder, offering him a reassuring smile. Thank you, big brother. Feng expressed his gratitude with a beaming smile. Big brother, here's my favorite beef jerky. Please have some. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a lark reached Feng's ears, belonging to the kawaii girl on his right. Thank you, but I'll pass. Feng shook his head, declining her kind gesture. Big brother, please eat it. My sister once said that anyone who has been on the battlefield shares a bond of life and death, capable of entrusting their backs to one another as comrades in arms. Since we are comrades, let's not be polite. Upon hearing this, the others in the war chariot exchanged knowing smiles. Your sister speaks wisely. From this moment on, we are comrades in life and death. Allow me to treat you all to some Wildlands brew. With this, Feng no longer hesitated. He retrieved 3 cans of Wildlands brew from his spatial capsule backpack and handed one to both the kawaii girl and the rugged Scarface man. He has a fondness for the Wildland craft beer, as its flavor bears a resemblance to that of the craft brews from his previous life. Yet it is richer and devoid of any additives, brewed from unique herbs found in the wilderness. Wow, big brother, you enjoy Wildland craft beer too? I love drinking as well. Thank you, hee. The kawaii girl's eyes sparkled as she eagerly accepted the Wildland craft beer that Feng had offered, expertly opening it and eagerly taking a hearty sip. The scarred man was equally unreserved, taking a can and drinking heartily. Everyone, I only brought a dozen cans, so I apologize for the scarcity. At this moment, Feng waved the can of Wildland craft beer in his hand, expressing his regret to those in the vehicle. Ha, little brother, it's all right. I have some here too, said an older sister. I have some as well. Just invite me next time, though I wonder if there will be a next time, haha. Let us not speak of gloomy things. Shall we raise a toast? Someone suggested. Sure, cheers. Cheers. Laughter erupted, dispelling the previously heavy and oppressive atmosphere within the armored vehicle, transforming it into one of merriment. Thanks to the readers for adjusting the Galaxy's production graphics. What wonderful children. Alas, I wonder how many will return this time. The driver, old Ma, hearing the commotion from the back of the vehicle, glanced at the stunning woman beside him and sighed. Unable to contain his frustration, he struck the steering wheel with a slap, cursing in anger. The striking woman, clad in a black combat uniform that accentuated her sun-kissed skin and possessing eyes as cold as steel, remained expressionless, seemingly impervious to old Ma's outburst. Clearly, she had endured such scenes countless times before and had grown numb to them. 20 steel beasts roared like wild animals, kicking up clouds of dust as they raced across the vast plains under the dim morning light, the sun still concealed beneath the horizon. Heading toward the northern battlefield 500 miles away, the armored vehicles moved with remarkable speed, aided by the wide and sturdy roads built to accommodate urgent military operations. Thus, the distance of over 500 miles was covered in less than an hour and a half. The 20 steel beasts came to a swift halt in a line. Everyone disembarked, and a rough command echoed through the air. Feng and his companions hurriedly exited the armored vehicle and quickly formed a line under the command of 20 battle-hardened warriors. Flanking them on either side were the kawaii girl Jiang Shui and the scarred man Wang Meng. Once in formation, Feng finally had the opportunity to survey his surroundings. Before him loomed a massive wall, nearly 50 meters high and entirely black, sprawled across the earth like an ancient dragon. Even from a distance, an overwhelming sense of grandeur and pressure struck him. Witnessing this scene filled Feng with awe. Is this the northern front of Kanglan City? How magnificent and spectacular. This is merely the front line of a level 3 survival base. How magnificent and awe-inspiring must it be at the level 2 or even level 1? As Feng surveyed his surroundings, the other warriors were equally captivated by the scene before them. Xiao Feng, this is the war wall of Kanglan City to the north, he remarked. It is said to stand 55 meters tall, 13 meters wide, and stretches nearly 300,000 meters in length, constructed entirely from a special alloy, Qinggang stone, and supersilicate cement with a compressive strength reaching 580 MPa. Such a formidable war wall can only be forged by our great Qin Empire. No other empire possesses the capability or coordination to create such a marvel. Consequently, the strength of our Qin Empire continues to ascend steadily, with casualties significantly lower than those of other empires. To be reborn in the Qin Empire in this life, my ancestors must have performed countless good deeds, haha. Upon hearing this, Feng's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but recall a phrase that spontaneously emerged in his mind. He felt compelled to express, "How fortunate I am to be part of the Qin in this life. May I be a Qin person in my next life. How fortunate I am to be part of the Qin in this life. May I be a Qin person in my next life." Haha, well said. Well said. This phrase resonates deeply, encapsulating the very essence of our great Qin Empire. Young one, what is your name? Chapter 22. Team 9, I am Wang Yulan. Reporting, sir, I am Feng. Feng. Wait, I recognize you. Were you not part of the cleanup squad for the number 9 battlefield established by the Tiger Group a couple of days ago? Yes, he is my uncle. Feng replied earnestly. He had a modicum of understanding regarding the intricacies of human relationships. Ha, well said. In this life, fortunate to serve the great Qin. In the next, I shall still be a citizen of great Qin. This phrase resonates profoundly. May I adopt it as the motto for my Phantom Brigade? Certainly. It will bear your signature. Use it freely. Whether you choose to attribute it or not is inconsequential. Excellent. After patting Feng on the shoulder, Xiao Zhan ascended the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Xiao Zhan, the captain of the Phantom Brigade, in the first realm of the Battle Sovereign. Beside me is our vice captain, Nightingale, in the 9th realm of the Battle General. From this day forth, the 2,000 of you will be under my command. All must heed the orders of the Phantom Brigade without exception. Disobedience will not be tolerated. Whoever defies the military orders, regardless of who you may be, shall be executed. Do you all comprehend? Xiao Zhan's gaze turned icy, and a terrifying aura of slaughter, alongside the oppressive might of the first realm of the Battle Sovereign, enveloped the entire assembly. Under this overwhelming presence, a palpable tension gripped everyone, their eyes reflecting a deep reverence towards Captain Xiao Zhan. Gu Feng was no exception. Understood. Louder. Have you not eaten? Understood. A roar resembling that of wild beasts erupted from the mouths of the 2,000 warriors above the realm. Good. Let us commence the division into teams. In no time, the 2,000 individuals were swiftly organized into 5 brigades, 20 battalions, and 80 squads. Each brigade comprised 400 individuals, each battalion 100, and each squad 25. The hierarchy was clear, and military discipline was strictly observed. Interestingly, Gu Feng found himself once again placed in the same squad as Jiang Shui and Wang Ming. He was assigned to the 9th squad, led by a female warrior named Wang Yulan, whose cultivation had reached the 2nd realm of the battle general. Standing at 6 feet tall, she carried a long black spear and was one of the most formidable among the squads. It seemed that his uncle's influence bore some fruit. The other warriors from different squads gazed at Gu Feng with envy and jealousy upon witnessing this development. After all, not everyone had such an impressive uncle, nor could they utter words as grand as in this life. Fortunate to serve the Great Qin. In the next, I shall still be a citizen of Great Qin, which stirred the very soul. The Phantom Brigade exhibited remarkable execution. Before long, the phrase in this life, fortunate to serve the Great Qin. In the next, I shall still be a citizen of Great Qin, attributed to Gu Feng, had been emblazoned on posters throughout the Phantom Brigade's camp. It was also plastered across various locations on the Great Wall of War where they were stationed. Every warrior who encountered this phrase felt as though they had been struck by thunder, their hearts stirred, and tears welling up in their eyes, experiencing a profound cleansing of the soul. The phrase resonated so deeply. In this age of rampant slaughter and rampant beasts, amidst the chaos enveloping the Dragon Source Star, which nation or power, akin to the Great Qin Empire, has expended boundless human and financial resources over a span of 5 centuries to construct an almost insurmountable war wall encapsulating 128 million square kilometers of territory? None. Only the Great Qin Empire possesses such audacity and determination. It is precisely due to the existence of this war wall that the safety of its citizens has been significantly assured, leading to a remarkable surge in population. This explosive population growth is the most critical factor in preserving the ember of humanity. After all, only with a greater populace can more formidable warriors emerge, thereby amassing the strength necessary to fend off the incursions of savage beasts. This sentiment serves as the most potent voice of their innermost feelings and thoughts, perfectly encapsulating their essence. Indeed, this phrase has propelled the cohesion of the Ghost Squad to unprecedented heights. Perceiving all this, the commander, Xiongzhan, cast a glance at Gu Feng, his eyes reflecting a hint of unusual intrigue. This young fellow has delivered a grand gift. No, this statement is profoundly stirring and piercing to the soul, compelling him to activate his smart wristwatch, access his Skynet account, and replace the slogan Ghost Squad, dedicated to eradicating all savage beasts with fortunate to be part of the Great Qin in this life, destined to be a Qin in the next. Gu Feng. He then pinned it at the top, bolded it, and tagged the military and education departments, as well as the Qin Commercial Daily. After completing this, Xiongzhan turned off his smart wristwatch and glanced at Gu Feng, recalling his realm of cultivation. He hoped that Yulan, that girl, would look after the lad. His cultivation level is far too low. This predicament is partly his fault. Had he remembered sooner, he would not have assigned him to the squad. However, by the time he realized the registration had been completed and the military report submitted, becoming immutable. Even as the captain of the Ghost Squad, he could not arbitrarily alter military orders. Otherwise, how could he manage such a multitude of warriors? Military orders must remain steadfast and unchangeable. This is an unwavering code of iron discipline. Even if the Ghost Squad is merely a temporary assembly and not a true military unit, it still requires strict adherence to military discipline, and changes cannot be made lightly. Thus, to amend this, he incorporated the young man into the 9th Squad, allowing Yulan to provide some oversight. Wang Yulan, a prodigious young woman, possesses a 3-star king-level talent with her weapon, the Crimson Flame Gun. At merely 19 years of age, she has already attained the rank of 2nd-tier warrior. Her formidable combat prowess enables her to contend with even 3rd-tier beast generals. with her watchful eye, as long as he does not venture deep into enemy territory, the young lad's safety should be well ensured. However, this arrangement has incited some discontent among certain warriors. Yet, let there be dissatisfaction, as the captain of the Ghost Squad. As long as it is not a matter of principle, everything is at his discretion. Whoever dares to oppose shall face military regulations. Within the barracks of the 9th Squad, Captain Wang Yulan surveyed the area, her gaze lingering on Gu Feng for a moment. He spoke softly. I am Wang Yulan, a warrior of the 2nd-tier combat rank. Henceforth, until the order for disbandment is issued, I shall serve as the captain of the 9th Squad. I have but one request: absolute obedience to command. Now, everyone, come forth to collect your supplies. Each person will receive a military pack containing healing potions and restorative elixirs. In 10 minutes, we shall advance to the true front lines. Gu Feng, Jiang Shui, you two will oversee the distribution. Understood. Gu Feng and Jiang Shui exchanged glances and approached the neatly arranged supplies, commencing the distribution of military packs to the soldiers. 10 minutes later, preparations were complete. The air was filled with the unsettling creaking of metal as massive doors, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, forged from superalloy, slowly swung open. Move out. In an instant, 2,000 soldiers surged forth, streaming towards the genuine battlefield ahead. Chapter 23. The Cylinder, all in. Stepping beyond the Great Wall, Gu Feng could not resist casting a glance back at the imposing structure. Upon observing the wall adorned with a multitude of special spikes, each measuring 10 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in thickness, a profound sense of security welled up within him. The realm beyond the war-torn Great Wall was a stark contrast to its inner sanctum. Within the confines of the wall, tranquility and safety prevailed, with the rampart sloping gently and devoid of any menacing spikes. Conversely, the exterior exuded an aura of menace, shrouded in darkness, with the ground taking on a sinister brown hue, and the very air was thick with an atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. The wall itself bristled with fearsome spikes. According to Wang Ming, these spikes were sharper and harder than the wall itself, particularly the apex spikes, forged from superalloy, capable of piercing through even the mightiest of beasts, beast generals, and perhaps even beast lords, without difficulty. Such fortifications were not exclusive to the Northern Front, but were a common feature of all war walls. This illustrates the immense effort, resources, and dedication the Qin Empire invested in the construction of the war walls. Gu Feng returned his gaze and approached squad leader Wang Yulan. Captain, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Discuss? The captain raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Speak. Captain, as an archer, my talents are best utilized from a higher vantage point for ranged attacks. Therefore, I request permission to fight independently. This would not only allow me to unleash my full potential, but also assist my comrades. Please grant me this request. Wang Yulan regarded Gu Feng intently before shaking her head. No, your duty is to tend to the wounded at the rear. That is a logistical role. Captain, I did not come to the battlefield for leisure, but to vanquish foes. Moreover, who says my realm is merely that of a 3rd-tier warrior? This statement was made in a tone meant for only two to hear. Gu Feng then revealed the shielding bracelet on his wrist to Wang Yulan. Upon seeing the bracelet, which was a 1-star king-level shielding device, Wang Yulan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that Gu Feng was far more complex than he appeared. The information regarding his 3rd-tier warrior status must be inaccurate. After pondering, Wang Yulan finally nodded. Very well, but you must not stray too far from my sight. Otherwise, I cannot ensure your safety. Yes, Captain. The other teammates nearby watched this exchange with a mix of envy and admiration. Brother Gu Feng, you cannot be the Gu Feng from the 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy, can you? Queried the adorable Jiang Shui, tilting her head with a curious expression. At her words, the other comrades fell silent. Am I really that well known? Gu Feng chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying it. It truly is you, hee, Brother Gu Feng. I mean, no offense, but, if it's over, it's over. You can always find someone better in the future. Gu Feng, what do you mean by over? She and I are merely friends. Ah, indeed. Yes, you are right. It is merely a friendship. Gu Feng, who has spread the rumor that he and Jiang Feishuan are in a romantic relationship. Forget it. No need for explanations. Let things unfold as they will. What matters most now is to grow stronger swiftly. I have no interest in anything else. At this moment, miles away, a battlefield spanning dozens of miles is engulfed in chaos, with fierce flames of war illuminating the night. Powerful combat techniques and terrifying projectiles rain down like dazzling fireworks upon the countless savage wolves and iron-backed crocodiles in the desolate expanse. The ear-splitting battle cries soar into the heavens, scattering the thick clouds overhead. These ferocious beasts become an unstoppable torrent, relentlessly assaulting the lines set by humanity. With every charge, they claim the lives of several, even dozens, of human warriors. The battlefield has transformed into a slaughterhouse, where the corpses of both humans and beasts pile high, and blood flows like streams, staining the earth crimson as the stench of death permeates the air. When will reinforcements arrive? Have you called to urge them? If not, keep pressing. A towering man, resembling an iron tower, impales the head of an 8th-tier savage wolf with his spear, barely pausing to wipe the blood from his face as he shouts back. His voice is filled with urgency and rage. Commander Wang, Captain Xiaozhan has responded. 2,000 troops are hastening towards us. They have arrived. Brothers, the reinforcements are here. Hold your ground. Kill, kill, kill. Hearing that aid is on the way, the weary warriors, engaged in a frantic battle with the savage wolves, suddenly feel an influx of boundless energy rejoining the fray. Quickly, everyone accelerate. Behind them, the 2,000 troops led by Xiaozhan surge forward like a flood, piercing through the rear lines. Upon entering the battlefield, witnessing the mountain of corpses, both human and beast, seeing blood flow like small rivers, Gu Feng's fury ignites. The seasoned soldiers, who have already tasted battle, were expressions of rage. In contrast, the inexperienced novices, confronted with the hellish scene and the overwhelming stench of blood, succumb to nausea and vomit uncontrollably. The veterans of the battle, including Xiaozhan and others, harbor no scorn or mockery. They have all endured similar trials. All warriors at the same level, especially those participating in battle for the first time, should retreat to the rear. We shall provide you with a batch of beast-class savage creatures to hone your courage. Those with natural healing abilities prioritize saving the injured. Use the potions without restraint. The rest, arm yourselves and join me in the fight. As Xiaozhan issued his rapid-fire commands, the 2,000 troops swiftly organized themselves according to plan. Naturally, as most were first-time combatants, there was some initial confusion and disorder. Fortunately, order was swiftly restored without any significant issues arising. However, Gu Feng did not join his team in the fray of battle. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings and, upon spotting a pile of rubble approximately 20 meters high, 30 meters away, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Like a leopard, he darted towards the heap of stones. Wang Yulan, witnessing this scene, contemplated calling out to him, but ultimately dismissed the thought. Grasping her crimson spear, she charged into the ranks of the savage wolves like a goddess of war. The other 25 members of Team 9, including Jiang Shui and Wang Meng, remained silent. For there was no time for conversation, only the necessity to fight. Observing this, Xiaozhan furrowed his brow, pondering the young one's apparent timidity. Would he truly seek refuge? Well, if he chose to hide, so be it. That might even benefit the team, as he was too weak. This location was advantageous, offering a commanding view and the ability to sweep across nearly 1,000 meters of terrain. Within this expanse, it would all be his battlefield. Upon reaching the pile of rubble, Gu Feng assessed his surroundings with satisfaction, a grin spreading across his face, and then he resolved to allocate half of his remaining enhancement points to bolster his physical realm and the other half to enhance his vitality. Chapter 24. Gu Feng's Frenzy. Previously, when upgrading the Black Iron Bow to a 3-star Silver Warrior, he expended 600 enhancement points, 100, 200, 300. Now, he retained 1,010 enhancement points, which were just sufficient to elevate his physical body to the 9-star Bronze level and his vitality realm to the 9th stage of Warrior. However, golden subtitles manifested within his mind, Please enhance the mental technique first. Must the realm and mental technique level be identical? Gu Feng mused, instructing the system to directly elevate the mental technique, bronze body refinement, and spirit absorption technique to 1-star silver. Meanwhile, the arrows in his hand did not falter in the slightest. As arrows sliced through the void, they pierced the skulls of the savage wolves. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying a 9th-tier B soldier, the savage wolf, earning 9 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host. Watching the enhancement points flood in, Gu Feng felt an exhilarating rush. Indeed, the battlefield was where he truly belonged. The arrows in his grasp flew like silver lightning toward the fray. Below, on the battlefield, warriors such as Xiao Zhan, Wang Yulan, Wang Ming, and Jiang Shui were astonished by the scene. Gu Feng, he is this powerful? Xiao Jiang Shui, why are you dazed? This is the battlefield. At that moment, Gu Feng's voice reached Jiang Shui's ears. In the next instant, a savage wolf, with its gaping maw poised to snap at her head, was struck dead by a golden arrow. With a thud, the massive 9th-tier B soldier, the savage wolf, crashed to the ground. Jiang Shui was jolted back to reality. Gratefully glancing at Gu Feng, she brandished her colossal sword, let out a fierce battle cry, and charged at the savage wolf. Ha ha, Gu Feng, keep an eye on the battlefield. If you see any comrade in peril, save them first. At that moment, Xiao Zhan's excited voice echoed in Gu Feng's ears. He had not anticipated that among the 2,000 soldiers, Gu Feng would emerge as such a variable. His archery was exceptional, capable of slaying 9th-tier B soldiers with a single arrow. Although this would not ensure overwhelming victory, it would significantly protect their warrior comrades, which was more than enough. Yes, Captain. Gu Feng did not respond verbally, merely uttering a low exclamation. What he sought was not merely to protect his fellow comrades. He desired both protection and enhancement. Each of these foes represented walking enhancement points, and he had no intention of letting them slip away. Congratulations to the host for consuming 540 enhancement points, elevating the mental technique to 1-star silver, now renamed silver body refinement and spirit absorption technique. All right, now elevate my physical body to 1-star silver. As Gu Feng commanded the system to enhance his physique, he simultaneously loosed 3 arrows towards the horde of savage wolves below. The abundant beasts did not require precise aim. 3 savage wolves were instantly slain, and 27 enhancement points were credited to his account. Delightful. Kill, kill, kill. Gu Feng was in a frenzy. The arrows in hand seemed endless. No matter how many were shot forth, they would eventually return and be reloaded into the quiver. With each shot, a substantial amount of enhancement points would be acquired. Congratulations, host, for consuming 540 enhancement points. Your physical realm has ascended to 1-star silver level. Boom, boom, boom. As the 540 enhancement points dissipated, every aspect of his physique, from muscles and bones to cells and molecules, underwent the most thorough refinement. A torrent of formidable power surged from within him. His height increased by nearly 10 centimeters, transforming his previously frail body into one of remarkable strength. However, it was not the bulky musculature of a fitness instructor, but rather a perfectly proportioned physique, radiating explosive power. Sensing the overwhelming strength flowing through him, Gu Feng felt his heart race. Previously, his strength was at 2,000 gene. Now, with his physical enhancement reaching 1-star silver, comparable to a general level, his power surged dramatically from 1,000 gene to a terrifying 10,000 gene. Thankfully, the enhancement system was nearly invincible. Even with this instantaneous elevation in his physical realm and the acquisition of such tremendous strength, he could still maintain perfect control. This exhilarating sensation left Gu Feng utterly enthralled. At this moment, he also noticed that the black iron bow in his grasp had unleashed a power several-fold greater than before, becoming even more fearsome. When the black iron bow's level had risen to 3-star silver warrior, not only had its sturdiness improved significantly, but it could now withstand over 30,000 gene of force. Given his strength, fully drawing the black iron bow was evidently impossible. He could manage only about 1/5 of its potential. Nevertheless, even with this limited draw. The arrows released could effortlessly slay 9th-tier beast soldiers. Now, with his strength having skyrocketed to 10,000 gene, he could unleash even more formidable might from the black iron bow. Yet this was not sufficient, as 3 silver, piercing arrows soared forth, vanquishing 3 savage wolves and netting him an additional 27 enhancement points. Feng once again commanded the system to elevate his blood vitality realm. Congratulations, host, for consuming 540 enhancement points. Your blood vitality realm has ascended to the 1st level of general realm. With the system's notification, a surge of overwhelming blood vitality erupted from the depths of his being, akin to crashing waves that rose higher and higher. This vitality coursed through him, refining his limbs and bones hundreds, even thousands of times. Feng distinctly felt his physique strengthen compared to before. Stealing a glance at his personal attributes panel, he was overjoyed to discover that his physical realm had indeed reached 2-star silver level. This signified that his strength had reached an astounding 20,000 gene. Coupled with the 10,000 gene from the 1st level of general realm, his total power now stood at an impressive 30,000 gene. When wielding the black iron bow, he could finally unleash its most potent combat prowess. Once cumbersome, the Samsung constellation now flows effortlessly. Alas, without formidable archery skills, the potential for a more powerful onslaught remains untapped. Just then, Feng noticed Wang Yulan ensnared by 3 second-tier beast generals of the Savage Wolves, perilously close to demise. Instantly, with a flicker of thought, 3 9-star golden-level armor-piercing arrows shot forth, slicing through the air towards the formidable beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following a barely perceptible sound of piercing air, the 3 second-tier savage wolves were accurately penetrated through their skulls, lifeless in an instant. Wang Yulan, who had previously felt trapped and fraught with anxiety, was now taken aback to witness the 3 second-tier beast generals fell by the golden armor-piercing arrows. "Captain, stop dawdling and retreat quickly." Feng's exasperated voice reached Wang Yulan's ears. Had she truly become so enraptured by the battle that she forgot herself? She was dangerously close to the heart of the beast horde, as if she fancied herself a war emperor. Chapter 25. All are commanded to protect Feng at all costs. Wang Yulan, suppressing the shock within her heart, suddenly realized she had delved too deeply into the fray. Instantly, she moved to withdraw from the battlefield. However, at that critical moment, several ferocious 2nd and 3rd-tier beast general-level prairie wolves, with their bloodied maws agape and exuding a nauseating stench, lunged toward her. Just as peril loomed, 3 silver arrows appeared with remarkable precision, swiftly piercing the skulls of 3 2nd and 3rd-tier beast general-level prairie wolves. The remaining 2 posed no further threat. A terrifying fiery spear transformed into a multitude of spear shadows, instantly penetrating their abdomens. Yet at that moment, 2 more arrows accurately struck the heads of the prairie wolves. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yulan felt a chill run down her spine. She promptly retreated and rejoined her troops. "Yulan, what are you doing? This is a regiment battle, not a solo engagement. You must amend your reckless disregard during combat," came the reproachful voice of Captain Xiao Zhan as she barely escaped the horde of beasts. "Captain, Feng saved me," Wang Yulan replied, her voice incredulous as she wielded her crimson flame spear to slay another prairie wolf. Before Xiao Zhan could respond, she continued, "His combat prowess has undoubtedly reached the level of a battle general. Just moments ago, he felled 3 second-tier or higher prairie wolves with 3 arrows, and then, with another 3 arrows, he similarly dispatched 3 more of the same caliber." What are you saying? It is the truth. Had it not been for him, I might have been torn apart by the pack. Xiao Zhan, perplexed, remarked, "You're joking, right? While it is true that ranged attacks can slay enemies of a higher tier, this is quite the leap. Moreover, the precision of a 3-star arrow technique is remarkable." Stealing a glance at the nearby pile of rubble, Xiao Zhan observed arrows cascading like rain, continuously shooting into the beast horde. Every arrow that flew forth claimed the lives of both beast soldier level and beast general level prairie wolves, pinning them to the ground. Strangely, he noticed that the arrows disappeared after striking their targets. What is happening? This is not the essence of blood arrows. This young man possesses a significant secret. However, it may very well be a fortuitous one. On the opposite side of the battlefield, the imposing Commander Wang had also discerned the situation. His gaze shifted toward the rubble, a flicker of excitement and curiosity dancing in his eyes. Who is this master of archery? Their prowess is astonishing. In less than 4 hours, they have not only slain nearly 100 prairie wolves and ironback crocodiles, but have also saved at least 30 warriors on the brink of being devoured by beasts. At that moment, a low growl erupted from the rear of the beast horde. The prairie wolves, locked in combat with the human forces, seemed to receive a signal, swiftly changing direction and racing toward Gu Feng's location. It was unfortunate. The desert wolves had discovered the location of Gu Feng. Quickly, follow me to intercept this pack of desert wolves. With a commanding shout, Xiao Zhan rallied over 10 formidable warriors and charged toward the advancing horde. At that moment, silver streaks of light, carrying the ominous sound of death, shot forth from the pile of rubble. The desert wolves, which had just transformed into fleeting shadows as they leaped toward the stones, were instantly struck down. A substantial influx of enhancement points began to accumulate. Ah, come on. Gu Feng laughed heartily, no longer concealing his prowess. He leaped from the debris, standing atop a large boulder, and drew his black iron bow, unleashing a flurry of arrows. 3, then 3 more. The arrows flew like lightning, piercing through the approaching desert wolves before they could react. Their massive bodies, propelled by inertia, tumbled several times. This was the terrifying advantage of having his physical form elevated to the 2-star silver level, bestowing upon him an unending source of strength. Although this power could not last indefinitely and would eventually wane, it was sufficient to sustain his onslaught for an hour or so. Moreover, should exhaustion set in, he could elevate his realm and instantly dispel any fatigue, a skill he had only recently discovered. This was yet another divine technique. Elevating one's realm equated to restoring all. Furthermore, his physical realm was not the only aspect that had reached the level of a war general. His vitality realm had also attained the first stage of the war general level. When fatigue struck, he could rely on his vitality realm to continue his assault. It was, quite simply, perfect. At that moment, his black iron bow was nearly smoking from the strain. Xiao Zhan, who was leading over 10 warriors to assist Gu Feng in repelling the desert wolves, could not help but swallow hard at the sight of Gu Feng, who was dashing toward the desert wolves, mercilessly harvesting them. This kid is unbelievably strong. What had he witnessed earlier with a 3-tiered combat disciple realm? Ha ha ha, brothers, let us support our commander. As he observed this scene, the worries in Commander Wang's heart dissipated like mist, replaced by an overwhelming sense of battle fervor and killing intent. He raised his arm, and the terrifying pressure of his warlord realm erupted forth. With that, he led his forces into the fray against the desert wolves and the ironback crocodiles. At this moment, the beast horde had fallen into disarray, presenting an opportune moment for a charge. How could he let such an opportunity slip by? Of course, Gu Feng's safety had become his utmost priority. He immediately communicated telepathically with Xiao Zhan, instructing him to ensure Gu Feng's protection. Naturally, he was unaware that the archer was named Gu Feng. Yet, this detail was inconsequential. What mattered was that this mysterious powerhouse, who had nearly turned the tide of battle, must not encounter any setbacks. Xiao Zhan, of course, did not refuse. How could he not comprehend Gu Feng's significance? Nevertheless, he was still somewhat perplexed. Why had his own 2,000 troops yielded less effect than a single Gu Feng in battle? Why ponder such things? Wasn't Gu Feng merely one of the 2,000 warriors he led? All personnel, heed the command. Protect Gu Feng at all costs. Yes, Captain. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui, Wang Yulan, Wang Meng, and the other warriors who had come to battle alongside Gu Feng were struck by disbelief as they witnessed the scene before them. For reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming sense of the illusion that one person could alter the course of destiny. No, it was not an illusion. Gu Feng's terrifying arrows had disrupted the formation of the savage beasts, signaling the army to launch a counterattack. Moreover, initial observations indicated that they had already achieved remarkable success. With unyielding determination, the arrows in his grasp surged forth like a tempest, piercing the horde of savage beasts. Yet at that moment, Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Glancing at the black iron bow in his hand, a fleeting look of anguish crossing his face. Chapter 26. Captain of the Hawk War Team, do not steal my kills. They all belong to me. Immersed in the act of shooting, he failed to notice the fine cracks appearing on his black iron bow, nor the signs that the bowstring might snap at any moment. Glancing at his enhancement points balance, he was astonished to find it had reached 120 points. With a raised brow, he immediately commanded the system to upgrade the black iron bow to 5-star silver level. If he delayed the upgrade, the bow would surely break. Congratulations to the host for consuming 900 enhancement points. The exclusive warrior black iron bow has been upgraded to 5-star silver level, increasing its power by an additional 7. Following the upgrade, the minute cracks on the bow and the bowstring, which seemed on the verge of snapping, were restored to their pristine condition, and the bow became even sturdier than before. The power of the bow was also enhanced by an additional 7. Although this increase was modest, it was merely the beginning. As the black iron bow ascended to higher levels, the additional power would become truly formidable. Once the black iron bow was restored, Gu Feng could not afford to rest. These enhancement points were invaluable. In an instant, he unleashed a torrent of armor-piercing arrows upon the pack of wild wolves. However, at that moment, he noticed the Hawk War Team, a group of warriors, charging towards him. Were they coming to support him? This was unacceptable. Wasn't this akin to competing for kills? Urgently, Gu Feng shouted, "Captain of the Hawk War, do not steal my kills. They all belong to me." What did he just say? The captain of the Hawk War appeared momentarily stunned, then turned to a nearby 7th-tier warrior for confirmation. Did Gu Feng just say, not to steal from him, that they all belong to him? The 7th-tier warrior responded, somewhat uncertain, and sought validation from his companions. The gathered warriors nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed what he said. The captain was taken aback. However, as he observed over 100 wild wolves racing towards Gu Feng like lightning, only to be pinned to the ground by arrows before even nearing 300 meters, he and the other warriors fell into a profound silence. It seemed they truly did not need to assist. Captain, what should we do? What else can we do? Just continue killing. If he encounters any danger, we can intervene in time. All right. Seeing the Hawk War Team retreat, Gu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The arrows in his hand flew faster than ever. During this time, he not only dispatched the wild beast charging at him, but also found moments to rescue his fellow comrades. It could be said that Gu Feng became the busiest individual on the battlefield, and thanks to his efforts, this side of the battlefield experienced the least casualties. As time ticked away, when the clock reached around 7:40 p.m., the wild beast suddenly retreated like a receding tide. The captain and other warriors felt an immense relief wash over them. Finally, they had retreated. However, someone was growing anxious. Damn it, don't run. Come back and continue. Gu Feng sprang forth from the pile of rubble like a cheetah, arrows in hand, whistling through the air toward the savage wolves of the wasteland. Gu Feng, cease. Do not kill. Xiaozhan urgently interjected upon witnessing the scene. After an entire day of battle, the warriors were utterly exhausted. To provoke more beasts in retaliation at this juncture could yield dire consequences. Coughing awkwardly, Gu Feng reluctantly acquiesced, suppressing a sigh of regret as he stowed away the black iron bow and numerous arrows upon his back, advancing towards Xiaozhan and the others. As he approached, treading upon blood and the carcasses of the beasts, all gazes turned towards him, imbued with awe, admiration, and gratitude. It was he who had nearly turned the tide of battle, compelling the horde of beasts to retreat prematurely, and he had saved countless warriors in the process. Ha ha! Captain Xiaozhan, do introduce this young hero to me. At that moment, the imposing figure of Commander Wang, as sturdy as an iron tower, pushed through the crowd and approached Xiaozhan with a hearty laugh. His name is Gu Feng. Xiaozhan trailed off, uncertain of what more to say, for he only knew the young man's name, and any additional information seemed superfluous. Young brother Gu Feng, I am Wang Tietue, the commander of the Iron Hammer Legion on the northern front line. On behalf of all the warriors, I extend to you our highest respect. It is you who has assisted our forces in turning the tide of battle and saved over 100 comrades. With Wang Tietue's proclamation, all warriors, whether they were clearing the battlefield, resting in the blood-soaked mud, or receiving treatment for their injuries, immediately rose and saluted in unison. The roar of nearly 20,000 voices reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very firmament. In that moment, every gaze directed at Gu Feng was filled with gratitude, respect, and even fervor. Gu Feng, with a solemn expression, returned the gesture, addressing all present. My comrades, it is you who, with your flesh and blood, steadfastly guard the borders of our homeland against the relentless onslaught of beasts. You are the most admirable and worthy of respect. I salute you. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhan felt an intense fire ignite within him. Unable to contain himself as he raised his arm and bellowed, "It is a privilege to serve in the Great Qin. In the next life, I shall be a citizen of the Great Qin once more." At the moment those words erupted from Xiao Zhan's lips, a thunderous emotion surged within the hearts of all warriors, akin to a lightning strike, as they echoed back, "It is a privilege to serve in the Great Qin. In the next life, I shall be a citizen of the Great Qin." The fervent chant resonated in unison, filling the skies above the northern front line with a resounding roar that pierced the clouds, dispersing the darkened skies. At that instant, an inexplicable emotion stirred within the hearts of all warriors. They felt an overwhelming urge to weep. They willingly stand firm at the borders of their homeland, tirelessly guarding the desolate plains, having long since set aside the notions of life and death. Their sole desire is for the countless compatriots, relatives, and children behind them to live safely and flourish. For this, they harbor no regrets. Yet they are flesh and blood, possessing their own emotions and yearning for recognition from others. The 14 words resonate profoundly, igniting the depths of their innermost feelings with the force of a hammer. Indeed, they are the people of the Qin. As such, they are resolute in their duty to protect the territory of their nation, refusing to allow the vile beasts of the wild to encroach even an inch. For this cause, they would willingly lay down their lives. Witnessing the scenes before them and hearing the roars of 20,000 warriors echoing their defiance, Gu Feng felt a tremor in his heart, and his eyes grew moist. The Qin Empire is not only fortified by countless kilometers of war walls safeguarding the realm, but is also upheld by the vibrant, living bodies of its people, who form an indomitable bulwark in defense of the Qin. Chapter 27. Do not compete with him for monsters, or he will take a fence battlefield cleanup team. Swiftly clear the battlefield. Wang Tietue, with a look of admiration, patted Gu Feng on the shoulder before turning to shout, "I shall assist in the cleanup," Gu Feng declared as he joined the effort. The gazes of Commander Wang and the others, including Xiao Zhan, were imbued with a newfound respect for Gu Feng. The other soldiers, too, did not remain idle and promptly set to work. Observing this, Gu Feng hastened his pace. His slaughter enhancement system allowed him to earn enhancement points not only through defeating enemies, but also by looting corpses. Although the latter yielded fewer points, it was still better than nothing. After more than half an hour, the battlefield was thoroughly cleared. Gu Feng glanced at the enhancement points he had accrued, a slight smile gracing his lips. Not bad, 354 enhancement points added to his tally. This time, the Hammer Legion on the northern front suffered minimal losses. Besides the previous loss of over 300 soldiers, Gu Feng's remarkable archery skills had reduced the casualty count to a mere 37. This figure elicited a profound sense of gratitude from Commander Wang as he regarded Gu Feng. Nearly 20,000 soldiers of the Hammer Legion looked upon Gu Feng with expressions of heartfelt appreciation. "Little brother Gu Feng, would you be interested in joining my Hammer Legion? If you do, I will appoint you as Vice Commander immediately. What do you say?" Commander Wang offered. "Commander, I appreciate the offer, but Commander, it's bad. The second front is on the verge of collapse. They have sent an urgent distress signal." "What?" At these words, Commander Wang's expression shifted dramatically. "Commander, you remain here on the third front. My brothers and I will head to the second front for support." Gu Feng insisted on accompanying them. Xiao Zhan, seeing this, decisively stated, emphasizing Gu Feng's inclusion. Gu Feng nodded. He was determined to go as well, recognizing this as an excellent opportunity to earn enhancement points. Very well. Captain Xiao Zhan, Gu Feng, and all the brothers from the Phantom Squad. We are counting on you. Once we repel these vile beasts, I, Wang Tiechue, will treat you all to drinks. Commander Wang proclaimed, saluting the members of the Phantom Squad with a military gesture. Though the Third Front had just repelled the savage beasts, it did not mean they would not charge again. Therefore, it was crucial to maintain a guard here. Agreed. Everyone, follow orders and head to the Second Front. Xiao Zhan commanded, and he, along with Gu Feng and the others, made haste toward the Second Front. The Northern Front was divided into 4 segments, each defended by 20,000 troops, with roughly 10 kilometers separating each segment. This distance was trivial for warriors. Captain, I'll go ahead, Gu Feng said to Xiao Zhan before his speed surged, transforming him into a blur, akin to a cheetah, vanishing from sight. Xiao Zhan remarked to himself, this kid truly has hidden strength. However, it seems he relies solely on brute force for speed. Everyone follow closely. All warriors, increase your pace. After leaving a single phrase, the commander swiftly followed suit. Observing this, the other warriors hastened their pace as well, yet a group of soldiers lagged behind, striving to catch up. Although Gu Feng had not cultivated speed-enhancing techniques, his physical prowess allowed him to run at a speed comparable to that of 4 or 5 rank warriors adept in agility. He was reluctant to reveal his identity as a mind seeker. Otherwise, his speed would have been even greater. In a mere few seconds, Gu Feng traversed over 10 kilometers. Upon arriving at the second front line, he witnessed the Golden Radiance Legion struggling against the onslaught of countless terrifying wilderness wolves, their formation utterly shattered. Their defensive line had long been abandoned, lost to the chaos. The 2,000 reinforcements had also suffered grievous losses, their ranks disordered and morale shattered. Faced with this dire scene, Gu Feng hesitated not. He quickly sought a vantage point and ascended, knocking an arrow with remarkable speed. His hands became a blur, and silver streaks of lightning pierced the air, accurately penetrating the skulls of the wilderness wolves. In an instant, over 20 wolves of the second and third ranks fell to his deadly aim. This astonishing spectacle momentarily stunned the warriors, who had been resigned to their fate and fiercely battling the wolves. However, joy swiftly replaced their shock. Were new reinforcements arriving? An overwhelming surge of fighting spirit surged within them. Soldiers, reinforcements have arrived. Heavily wounded, fall back to recuperate. Those less injured, follow me to battle. The commander of the Golden Radiance Legion, a stunningly tall and alluring woman, beheld the lethal arrows striking down the wolves with alarming precision, akin to harvesting vegetables. Her heart swelled with elation. With a fierce shout, she brandished her bloodied sword, unleashing a terrifying blade aura as she plunged into the throng of wolves. Yet, not a single soldier from the Golden Radiance Legion faltered. In that moment, they were consumed by a bloodlust. These beasts had slain their comrades with whom they had recently feasted and shared laughter. They yearned for vengeance. Xiao Zhan and his team were also swift, arriving at the battlefield within a minute to join the fray. Xiao Zhan, is it you? How goes the third front line? It's secure. First, let us eliminate these beasts. With a commanding roar, Xiao Zhan led the Phantom team into the fray against the wilderness wolves. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's arrows flew like harbingers of death, each shot claiming a wolf's life. Yet, Gu Feng felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although each beast general level wolf offered him at least 10 enhancement points, it was insufficient. Glancing at his enhancement points, he promptly issued a command: upgrade the technique to 1-star golden level. To elevate his realm, he first needed to enhance his technique. Congratulations, host. You have expended 400 enhancement points. Your technique has been upgraded to 1-star golden level and renamed Golden Body Tempering and Spirit Absorption Technique. In an instant, his enhancement points dwindled significantly. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, confident that he would soon recoup his losses. The remaining enhancement points were entirely devoted to elevating the physical realm. As Gu Feng issued commands to the system, he relentlessly shot arrows to eliminate the savage wolves of the wilderness. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1,800 enhancement points. Your physical form has ascended to 6-star silver level. The overwhelming power surged forth from the depths of his being. His physical defenses, both internal and external, reached a terrifying threshold comparable to that of a 6-star silver warrior. His strength surged to an astonishing 60,000 pounds. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Feng was filled with exhilarating enthusiasm. The arrows in his hand flew with greater urgency and speed. One by one, the formidable wilderness wolves fell before him, as effortlessly as cutting through wheat, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Golden Radiance Legion. However, Feng's frenzied onslaught drew the attention of the wolves. Suddenly, a horde of 100 or 200 towering wolves, each nearly 5 to 6 meters high and resembling hills, turned their furious gazes toward him, abandoning the other human warriors in a thundering roar of wrath as they charged in his direction. "This is bad. We must save them." The leader of the Golden Radiance Legion, Jiang Yu, witnessed this scene, his expression changing dramatically as he prepared to act. "Don't compete for the kills with him. Otherwise, he will become enraged," Xiongzhan cautioned, shaking his head to intervene. Jiang Yu remained speechless. Chapter 28. A profound prophet. The second battle line stretched nearly 3,000 meters, its overall shape resembling a gourd. The outer section was larger, while the inner was comparatively smaller. Towering peaks, sharply carved like blades, flanked both sides. The Golden Radiance Legion defended a relatively narrow and elevated area. A multitude of wild wolves surged forth from the valley at the base, resembling a bulging gourd, pouring out in an unending stream as if they were limitless. Yet, this terrain presented a significant advantage for Feng. Standing on a high vantage point, he drew his black iron bow, unleashing a flurry of silver arrows that struck the wild wolf horde like bolts of lightning. Every target that fell under his aim was mercilessly slain. Even the formidable 6th or 7th tier beast generals could not escape their doom. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Yu finally grasped the meaning behind Xiongzhan's earlier warning not to engage in monster hunting. Who was this Xiongzhan? When had such a terrifying archer emerged from Kanglan City? Moreover, he appeared remarkably youthful, seemingly not exceeding 20. As she fought, Jiang Yu, astonished, inquired. "His name is Feng, and as for his age, perhaps he's around 16. "What? 16? Xiongzhan, are you certain you are not jesting?" Jiang Yu exclaimed, incredulous. Xiongzhan, having just dispatched a peak beast general with a single stroke, laughed heartily, blood splattering across him. Jiang Yu's exquisite eyes narrowed slightly. Knowing Xiongzhan, she understood he would not lie. Was it truly so? But how could a mere 16-year-old boy slaughter 6th and 7th tier beast generals with such ease? Such prodigious talent must surely belong to a top-tier combat academy. Yet, aside from the recent addition of a girl named Jiang Feishuan to the Mountain Sea Combat Academy, no one from Kanglan City had joined a top-tier academy in the past 3 years. And he was so very young. Who was he? Jiang Yu could not fathom the answer. Meanwhile, the slaughter continued. With the assistance of Xiongzhan and reinforcements providing ample ammunition, a significant number of wild wolves were annihilated. The second battle line was successfully held. Feng, meanwhile, was on the brink of euphoria. Due to the terrain of the second battle line, the density of wild wolves was greater, and their levels were even higher than those on the third line. Consequently, during the 4 to 5 hours of combat on this second line, he accrued more enhancement points than he had on the third. Current enhancement points, 14,210. He had surpassed the 10,000 mark. Now he could elevate his abilities once more. Subsequently, under the pretext of aiding the Golden Radiance Legion in clearing the battlefield, Feng began to loot the fallen. Remarkably, the second battle line proved to be a veritable treasure trove, yielding him 219 enhancement points solely from looting. Current enhancement points, 15,429. Delightful. Young brother Feng, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jiang Yu, the leader of the Golden Radiance Legion. Thank you for your support on the second battle line. As the battlefield was finally cleared, the clock had already struck past 5 in the morning. The sky was adorned with a blood-red moon, casting a faint crimson glow that enveloped the entire battlefield in an eerie ambience. At that moment, a tall and striking figure clad in a crimson combat uniform approached Feng. With a salute, She expressed her gratitude with a warm smile. "You are too modest, Commander Jiang," Gu Feng replied, returning the salute and shaking her hand with a grin. "Big sister." Just then, an excited voice reached their ears. It was Jiang Shui, the adorable girl who, despite her petite stature, wielded a massive blood-red battle knife that seemed disproportionate to her size. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Yu asked, her expression softening as she saw her sister. She playfully tousled Jiang Shui's hair, which was matted with sweat and blood, and inquired with a smile. "Thanks to Brother Gu Feng, otherwise, you would be able to see your beloved sister," Jiang Shui replied. "What happened?" Jiang Yu's expression shifted as she asked. It was Brother Gu Feng. Jiang Shui gazed gratefully at Gu Feng before recounting the harrowing events that unfolded on the third battle line. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu bowed deeply to Gu Feng, her face filled with gratitude. "Gu Feng, your life-saving grace is unforgettable. Please accept this token of my appreciation." With that, Jiang Yu presented a card adorned with a golden five-clawed dragon to Gu Feng. "Truly a soldier, straightforward and forthright," Gu Feng remarked. "Sister, please accept this. It is the unique Jiuzhou Golden Dragon card from the Jiang family, allowing an overdraft of 3 million spirit coins. Moreover, it replenishes automatically after use." 3 million. Gu Feng was taken aback. It was an extravagant sum. However, he did not accept it. Instead, he returned the card to Jiang Yu and, glancing at Jiang Shui, said with a smile, "On our way here, you mentioned that once on the battlefield, we are comrades in life and death. Since we are comrades, it is only natural that I save you. If I were to accept spirit coins, what would that imply?" "Gu Feng, this is a different matter. You must accept this card. Please take it. Her family is immensely wealthy," Xiong Zhan interjected with a chuckle as he approached. Gu Feng shook his head and finally replied, "Let us do this. Distribute the 3 million spirit coins among the fallen soldiers." Xiong Zhan and Jiang Yu exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and complexity. They had not anticipated such words to emerge from the mouth of a 16-year-old boy. Is he truly only 16? Xiong Zhan, aware of Gu Feng's identity, gazed at him with a deep sigh. The child of the impoverished learns to take on responsibility early. His maturity and composure surpassed that of his peers. Especially his decisiveness in slaying wild beasts seemed entirely incongruous with his age, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran who had been battling on the battlefield for years. In the Great Qin Empire, every fallen warrior is honored with a generous compensation, starting from a minimum of 100,000 spirit coins, accompanied by various other benefits. Such compensations are safeguarded against any form of embezzlement, as everything is under the vigilant watch of the Heavenly Network. The process is uncomplicated. The bereaved family merely needs to submit evidence through the Heavenly Network, and the compensation is promptly dispersed. Although Gu Feng's parents were not soldiers, they sacrificed their lives during the Beast Tide to defend against the onslaught, ultimately receiving 100,000 spirit coins and 2 one-star merit medals. Furthermore, they are entitled to a monthly living allowance of 300 spirit coins, which continues until Gu Feng reaches the age of 18 and gains independence. Currently, Gu Feng continues to receive this monthly allowance automatically. However, due to his mature soul, he had previously expended a significant amount of spirit coins on purchasing body refining elixirs, hoping to enhance the likelihood of awakening exceptional talents. Regrettably, the outcome did not align with his expectations. Well, this matter is settled. You, my young friend, are indeed commendable. Therefore, as the captain of the Ghost team, also hailing from military background, I shall allocate 5 million spirit coins to support the families of the fallen warriors. Very well. I will report this to the higher authorities. Gu Feng, on behalf of all the bereaved families, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Commander Jiang, you are being too formal, Jiang Yu remarked, gazing at the tall and handsome Gu Feng, recalling his formidable combat prowess. From now on, you may call me Sister Jiang Yu. Commander Jiang feels too distant. After all, you're also my sister's savior. All right, Sister Jiang Yu, Gu Feng replied. And what about me? Interjected Xiao Zhan, unable to resist joining the conversation with a playful tone. Brother Xiao. They both laughed. Chapter 29, Deputy. The sky has fallen 3 days ago. Gu Feng, age 16, residing in the welfare community, an orphan at the third tier of martial artist realm. 3 days later, Feng, age 16, residing in the welfare community, an orphan, possessing a 1-star weapon affinity with the Ironwood Bow realm, and combat prowess comparable to that of a 7th or 8th tier warrior. In just a few brief phrases, the transformation is astounding. No one knows what transpired during these 3 days. Perhaps he has always concealed his true capabilities? It remains a mystery. Regardless, aligning with such a prodigy is undoubtedly prudent. Hence, Xiaozhan shamelessly put on a youthful faade, requesting Feng to address him as brother. Feng, however, did not refuse. After acquiescing to the title, he added, "Li, who is my uncle." The implication was clear. You share a bond of life and death with my uncle Li Hu, yet I am to call you brother. You ought to ponder on that. Xiaozhan coughed. I'm a few years younger than him. Feng offered a slight smile, saying nothing further. This matter was theirs to navigate. In a deputy, do you see that individual conversing merrily with Commander Jiang and Captain Xiaozhan? Does he not seem familiar? At that moment, a teacher from the 3rd Preparatory War Academy, having just finished cleaning the battlefield, gazed uncertainly at the 4 figures engaged in lively conversation not far away. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then abruptly pulled the nearly severed shoulder of Deputy Li Changqing, swallowing hard as he inquired uncertainly, "Lu Jun, if you apply any more force, my arm might achieve a glorious retirement." Deputy Li Changqing swatted Lu Jun's arm away with irritation, then turned his gaze in the direction indicated. Shaking his head, he replied, "I do not recognize him. Do you know who he is?" He seems to be Feng, the one expelled from our class 8 or 9 days ago. Lu Jun's complexion turned pale, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. For some reason, he felt an impending disaster looming. It was he who had deliberately made things difficult for Feng, seizing the opportunity to have his cousin, the then director of the 3rd Preparatory War Academy, Lu Jingyun, orchestrate his expulsion. Feng? Li Changqing paused, his heart racing as he hesitantly asked, "Is he the one who disrespected his superiors, with only a 1-star black iron affinity for the Ironwood Bow, and was ultimately expelled?" "Yes, that's him." "Wait, the archer who just ruthlessly slaughtered the wild wolves seems to be him as well." A sudden sense of urgency seized Li Changqing, his face paling. He too was at the 3rd tier of warrior realm, yet the disparity between them was monumental. After all, in just a few hours, he had slain no fewer than 306th or 7th tier beast generals. However, just as a hint of dread began to stir within him, Xiaozhan and Jiang Yu approached with grim expressions, standing before the 2 men. "Commander Jiang, Captain Xiao." Li Changqing stepped forward in an attempt to ingratiate himself, only to be abruptly interrupted by Xiaozhan, who coldly scoffed, "Your 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy truly impresses." With that remark, he turned and departed without a backward glance. As for Jiang Yu, although she remained silent, her gaze towards Li Changqing and Lu Jun was laden with pity and derision. "Commander Jiang, what transpired?" Li Changqing feina de ignoranza. Despite his inner suspicions, his voice trembling and lips quivering. "At present, nothing. However, what lies ahead remains uncertain." With that, Jiang Yu too turned to leave. As for the reinforcements, Kanglan City does not belong solely to her, Jiang Yu. Their arrival to assist was both expected and imperative. A command from the city lord himself, not to mention the significant slip-up on the 2nd front, which nearly resulted in collapse and retreat to the war wall, was largely attributable to them. Had they not faltered at such a critical moment, disrupting the formation and allowing the wild wolves to breach, how could her Golden Radiance Legion have suffered the loss of nearly 400 valiant warriors? This account had yet to be settled. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Everything that transpired on the battlefield had been recorded and uploaded to the military headquarters. In due time, those deserving of punishment would be punished, and those worthy of reward would be rewarded. She found herself curious about the expression on the military's face upon witnessing Feng single-handedly slay over 300 formidable wild wolves in such a brief span of time. It was over, truly over. Li Changqing's face darkened as he watched Xiaozhan and Jiang Yu depart. While others might be oblivious to their identities, he, as the vice president of the 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy, was well aware. Suddenly, He turned sharply to Lu Jun, his gaze predatory, and demanded, "What truly occurred? Did Gu Feng disrespect his teachers, daring to confront you?" "It is," Lu Jun stammered. "If what you say is true, then there is nothing more to discuss. However, should you be lying, I will ensure you learn my methods." Li Chongqing shot a cold glance at the sweating Lu Jun before dialing the director of the surveillance room at the 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy. Vice-President Li Chongqing. Request the surveillance records of Class 9 managed by Lu Jun for the past 10 days. Once retrieved, send them to my smart wristwatch. Without waiting for a response, he hung up and proceeded to call the inspection team of the Preparatory Academy, conveying a simple yet clear directive: a thorough investigation into Lu Jun's conduct within the academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun collapsed in fear, crumpling to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Li Chongqing felt an icy dread settle in his heart. He knew that a significant crisis was imminent. Consequently, he began to mobilize all his connections from these past years, even going so far as to call his elder brother, Li Yuan. Yet, Gu Feng remained blissfully unaware of any of this, and even if he did, he would harbor no interest. Upon his return to the temporary military encampment, he did not take the time to tally his gains, but instead succumbed to slumber. After nearly 20 hours of relentless combat, he was utterly fatigued. Meanwhile, in Kanglin City, within the grand and formidable structure of the military headquarters, a robust middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a peak battle sage, had just settled into a reclining chair, intending to steal a brief moment of repose. Suddenly, the urgent sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. "Minister, I have stumbled upon something intriguing," exclaimed Shaolin, his excitement palpable. "What has stirred you so, Shaolin?" "Minister, take a look at this," he replied, activating his smart wristwatch to display a holographic screen, pointing to a line of text. "In this life, fortunate to join the Great Qin, in the next, I shall still be a citizen of Great Qin. Gu Feng." Upon reading those words, the minister sprang to his feet, his eyes shimmering with a keen intensity. Chapter 30. Some people are destined for misfortune. The invitation from Xiongzhan, what a remarkable phrase. Indeed, who is this Gu Feng? After savoring these 14 characters, the minister found them increasingly resonant and could not help but inquire. "I am unsure. However, this message originated from Xiongzhan, the captain of the Phantom Brigade, and he should be aware." Presently, this phrase has surged to the trending topics on the Skynet. The Qin Business Daily, the Qin Skynet, the Ministry of Education, and even the military have all shared it, causing a sensation across the entirety of Skynet. Countless individuals have recorded numerous videos, sharing their personal experiences to elucidate the profound meaning behind this phrase. Splendid. This individual, named Gu Feng, is truly extraordinary, capable of articulating such simple yet profoundly penetrating words that strike at the very soul. How remarkable! Indeed, throughout the entire Longyuan star, is there any empire or force that values the lives of its compatriots more than our Qin? None whatsoever. This 14-character phrase encapsulates it perfectly. I apologize, Minister. I'm overly excited. Minister's secretary, Shaolin, animatedly gestured, but he soon regained his composure, sheepishly sticking out his tongue. Wait a moment, Minister. There's a battle report. Upon hearing this, the minister, who had just picked up his cup, paused slightly and quickly responded. He had been awaiting frontline reports, and now it had finally arrived. Shaolin opened the document and began to read aloud, but as he progressed, a strange expression crossed his face. "Minister, you should take a look." The minister took the tablet and swiftly glanced through the contents, but upon reaching the latter part of the report, his expression changed dramatically. At 16 years old, the archery prodigy Gu Feng single-handedly disrupted the battle, traversing between the 3rd and 2nd lines over the course of 20 hours, having slain nearly 1,000 B soldiers and generals, of which the generals accounted for 90%. At this juncture, the minister's gaze sharpened, and he abruptly rose to his feet. 16? In just 20 hours, transitioning between the 3rd and 2nd lines, and slaying over 1,000 B soldiers and generals, with the generals comprising 90%? This battle report must be a fabrication. Overwhelmed with excitement, He involuntarily exuded a formidable aura. Poor Xiao Lin was sent flying by the overwhelming pressure of the peak Battlemaster's presence, crashing against a sturdy wall and spitting blood. Cough. I apologize. Please fetch the healing elixirs yourself. Yes, Minister. Xiao Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and exited the room. By the way, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Understood, Minister. The minister redirected his attention to the report. This young man's archery is exceedingly peculiar. The arrows he shoots vanish in an instant, yet they're not blood-chi arrows. His vitality seems boundless, raising suspicions that he has practiced body refinement techniques. His combat prowess is estimated to be around the 7th or 8th level of the battle general realm. Hiss! A 16-year-old warrior at the 8th or even 9th level of combat. Such an extraordinary prodigy must undoubtedly be regarded as a paragon even within the most prestigious military academies. The mere thought of a peak combat master being struck with astonishment underscores the magnitude of this revelation. Below is the personal information regarding Gu Feng. Gu Feng, age 16, resides in the welfare community, born on October 20th, 3053 in the Longyuan era. His parents heroically sacrificed their lives 8 years ago during the Beast Tide, leaving him an orphan. His talents and potential remain uncertain. Yet there are suspicions that he may possess hidden abilities and capabilities. He shares a childhood bond with the unparalleled genius Jiang Feishuan, who boasts the legendary 9-star natural elemental talent of the White Lotus. 10 days prior, he was forcibly expelled from the 3rd Preparatory Military Academy under the pretext of disrespecting authority and exhibiting arrogance. In truth, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, Lu Jun, feared that Gu Feng might adversely affect the Academy's graduation rates, and thus concocted excuses to impede him, even withholding essential body-enhancing fluids. Gu Feng's brief retort led to his immediate expulsion. Is this a matter of concern? Are the administrators of the 3rd Preparatory Military Academy truly so incompetent? To overlook such a prodigious talent and expel him outright is utterly preposterous. Did this young man indeed utter those 14 words? What a clever lad. Not only is he a gifted individual with formidable combat prowess, but he also possesses remarkable literary talent. Quite impressive indeed. The director perused the documents with admiration and, after a moment's consideration, elevated the confidentiality level of this report to S-Class. Awarding S-Class status to a 16-year-old with such combat prowess is entirely justified. Since this was conducted through the Skynet, upon setting the report's confidentiality to S-Class, all related information, including photos of Gu Feng, either vanished or were obscured. However, those 14 words remained untouched. This is inconsequential to Gu Feng. The intention behind this action is to safeguard him. In this world, where light exists, shadows do too. Although the Great Qin Empire is relatively secure and fiercely protective of its own, caution is never misplaced. One can never know how many hidden adversaries lurk in the shadows. Should those adversaries set their sights on Gu Feng, it could spell disaster for him. Li Chongqing, is it? Just wait. I shall not rest until I have brought you to justice. The director scoffed, his anger palpable as he dialed the Minister of Education in Kanglan City. In the northern front, the situation has temporarily subsided due to the retreat of the savage beasts. Before dawn breaks, vast quantities of ammunition, elixirs, and various supplies of soldiers and armors are being transported to the northern battle line. Concurrently, waves of reinforcements are arriving to replenish the ranks. The losses on the northern front have been severe, and the depletion of troops is critical. If additional forces are not dispatched to secure the area, further complications are likely to arise. As for the tens of thousands who have been sent to assist, they are all being recalled. Gu Feng was also preparing to return to Kanglan City, as he needed to assimilate the enhancement points he had acquired and, in the process, visit the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce to procure resources and materials for the cultivation of spiritual practitioners. On the broad avenue leading back to Kanglan City, 20 war chariots stirred up a cloud of dust as they sped towards their destination. This time, the support for the Third Front consisted of 2,000 men, with only 1864 returning. A total of 136 souls would remain forever on the battlefield. Such is the harsh reality of war. Fortunately, Due to the intervention of formidable warriors like Gu Feng, Xiao Zhan, and Commander Wang, the casualties could have been even graver. However, compared to other battalions, this loss was relatively minimal. From what Gu Feng learned, the temporary battalion supporting the Second Front, comprising 2,000 men, had dwindled to just over 1,200, with nearly 800 lost to the battlefield. Without the backing of Gu Feng and his companions, the losses would have been even more catastrophic. Moreover, the casualties of the Jinhui Legion on the Second Front were even more severe. It was rumored that this calamity stemmed from the cowardice of the instructors at the 3rd Preparatory War Academy, who retreated in the face of a horde of savage beasts. The mere thought of the 3rd Preparatory War Academy sent a chill through Gu Feng's heart, particularly when he recalled a certain diminutive figure, which stirred a surge of resentment within him. The war chariots raced swiftly along the spacious thoroughfare. On board the chariot designated for the Phantom Squad, Xiao Zhan officially extended an invitation to Gu Feng, hoping he would join their ranks. Chapter 31. The Wild Hunt Alliance, the Phantom Squad, one of the top 3 hunting teams in Kanglan City. Currently, the Phantom Squad comprises 6 members: Captain Xiao Zhan, Vice Captain Ying, and team members Wang Yulan, Wang Meng, Jiang Shui, along with their driver, Old Ma. Each of them possesses prowess exceeding that of a battle general, which lends the Phantom Squad its formidable reputation among Kanglan City's elite hunting teams. The strength of the Phantom Squad far surpasses that of the hunting teams where their parents once served. Upon hearing the invitation, Gu Feng did not decline. The essence of a hunting team lies in their commitment to slaying wild beasts, thus earning spirit coins, and they are recognized as a special organization by the authorities. It can be said that, except for rare occasions, hunting teams spend the majority of their time in the wilderness hunting feral beasts. To augment his strength, Gu Feng realized he needed to vanquish a significant number of these creatures to accumulate enhancement points, aligning perfectly with his aspirations. Moreover, after preliminary acquaintance, he found that Xiao Zhan and the others were quite commendable. Joining them would only be advantageous. Haha, splendid. Welcome, Xiao Feng, to the Phantom Squad. From this day forth, our team finally has a formidable ranged attacker. Perhaps we might even aspire to ascend to a gold-tier hunting squad, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Although he was currently at the first level of the battle respect realm, due to insufficient hunting points, he remained at the 9-star silver level. However, the threshold to a 1-star gold-tier hunting team was merely the slaying of a first-level beast lord. Brother Gu Feng, welcome to the Phantom Squad. Upon our return to Kanglan City, I shall apply for a unique Phantom Order specifically for you at the Wild Hunt Alliance, Jiang Shui said gleefully, her crescent moon-like eyes sparkling with joy. Wonderful. Thank you for the trouble, Gu Feng replied with a slight smile. Not at all. Who would have thought that this expedition into the wilderness would lead to meeting you, my young brother? Now we are comrades in arms. Risalas, boomed Wang Meng, the burly figure, as he jovially patted Gu Feng on the shoulder in welcome. Soon, the Phantom War Chariot arrived at Kanglan City. Gu Feng, if you have no further matters to attend to, shall we first visit the Wild Hunt Alliance? Yi Ying, the cool and taciturn vice captain, suggested suddenly. How could I forget? Yes, let's first enjoy a meal to celebrate Gu Feng's induction into the Phantom Squad, Xiao Zhan exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. I'm agreeable. Gu Feng nodded, then used his smart wristwatch to inform Aunt Lu of his safety before accompanying Xiao Zhan and the others to the Wild Hunt Alliance. The Wild Hunt Alliance is a colossal organization that oversees all hunting teams. It operates as a special trading association, rivaling the scale of the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. This organization is loose and free-spirited, attracting a diverse array of individuals from all walks of life. After parking, Gu Feng and the 7 others took the elevator to the 9th floor of the Wild Hunt building for their meal. Gu Feng, this hunting tower not only offers the opportunity to acquire warriors and techniques, but also allows for the sale of various items, albeit at prices somewhat higher than those of the Jiuzhou Merchants Association. It is similarly monitored by the Sky Network, ensuring fairness and security. I have just reserved a table at a pleasant restaurant via my smart wristwatch, where we can dine and converse. Very well. Gu Feng nodded, acknowledging that he indeed had only a rudimentary understanding of the hunting squad and the hunting alliance. This was a perfect opportunity for him to gain further insight. Chapter 32. The perks of joining the Phantom Squad on the 9th floor of the Hunting Alliance building, as the wine flowed and the dishes were savored. Feng and his companions, including Xiao Zhan, grew increasingly close. Feng also gained a general understanding of the Hunting Alliance and the Hunting Squad. For instance, the Hunting Squad can be categorized into various ranks based on the number of hunting points they possess: Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, King, Legend, Supreme, and Divine. Moreover, within the Hunting Alliance, hunting points can be utilized as a form of currency, boasting a purchasing power that surpasses that of spirit coins. Premium training rooms and advanced mental techniques can be exchanged using these points. Additionally, the beasts hunted can be sold to the Hunting Alliance, among other benefits. It bears a resemblance to the 9 Provinces Chamber of Commerce of the Great Qin Empire. Yet the Hunting Alliance is comparatively more relaxed and free. It integrates task acquisition, beast hunting, and commerce, whereas the 9 Provinces Chamber exclusively engages in trade. In essence, the Hunting Alliance represents an exceptional opportunity for the Hunting Squad. After spending some time in the Hunting Alliance building and completing necessary affairs, Feng prepared to take his leave and return to the welfare community. Wait, Xiao Feng, as a member of the Phantom Squad, you are entitled to your own exclusive villa, said Xiao Zhan. It is located in the heart of the city, in the Kanglin district, which is the most desirable residence for all warriors. This, Brother Xiao, Sister Nightingale, I still prefer to reside in the welfare community. Feng replied without hesitation, shaking his head in refusal. The previous incident with the bloodthirsty wild rats was still vivid in his mind. If he were to leave the welfare community and encounter another crisis, what would happen if a similar event occurred there? Having grown up on the kindness of many families, his feelings for the place were profound, and he did not wish to depart. Are you concerned about the neighbors in the welfare community? Nightingale, seemingly understanding Feng well, inquired with a glance. Yes, he affirmed. Rest assured, the previous mishap was due to the dilapidated state of the underground drainage system, which allowed the bloodthirsty wild rats to infiltrate. The guard team and city defense are currently reinforcing it with the latest concrete. Such incidents will not happen again. Indeed, that villa is quite spacious. You could invite Aunt Lu to move in and help manage your daily affairs. Moreover, the Kanglin district boasts superior training facilities and abundant spiritual energy compared to other areas. This, Brother Feng, although the Kanglin district is centrally located, should you wish to return to the welfare community in the future, it would be a simple matter. Very well, I shall discuss it with Aunt Lu. Oh, by the way, can you drive? As a member of the Phantom Squad, a spacious villa of approximately 800 square meters comes with the necessity of a phantom vehicle. I have driven before, but I do not possess a license. Not to worry, just hand me your identification card, and I will have Xiao Jiangxue take care of it for you. She will handle all these matters. All right. Feng nodded and handed the credentials to Jiang Shui before returning to the welfare community. The 6 individuals, Xiao Zhan, Ying, Wang Meng, Jiang Shui, Lao Ma, and Wang Yulan, observed Feng vanish aboard the magnetic levitation bus, each wearing a distinct expression. Captain, perhaps we could venture there once more, Wang Yulan suggested, her demeanor shifting slightly. Indeed, that fellow possesses formidable long-range attack capabilities and can unleash a relentless barrage for 2 to 3 hours without rest. It may be worthwhile to investigate that place again, Xiao Zhan mused, contemplating for a moment before ultimately nodding and smiling in agreement. Chapter 33. The Cultivation Fund. Upon returning to the welfare community, Feng greeted a neighbor who was strolling nearby before heading directly to Aunt Lu's residence. He candidly expressed his desire to relocate her to the vibrant Kanglin district in the city center, subtly alluding to his own talent being less than a 1-star Black Iron level. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed that the heavens had finally opened their eyes to her little Feng's promising future. However, she was reluctant to leave the welfare community, citing her deep-rooted memories of living there for over half a lifetime, as well as her strong bonds with neighbors she had known for 4 to 5 decades. Feng felt helpless in the face of her sentiments and ultimately decided to acquiesce. Aunt, rest assured, I will visit you whenever I can, he assured her. All right. Just let me know when you come, and I shall prepare your favorite dishes, she replied cheerfully. Feng nodded, then opened his spatial capsule backpack. With a clang, he poured out a heap of golden spiritual coins that emitted a unique luster. "Aunt, these are for you. Please help me distribute the remaining coins, giving one to each household." "What is this, my dear child? Since your talent is commendable, there will be many expenses in your cultivation journey ahead. I only have my mouth to feed. Food and drink do not require much expenditure. As for the other neighbors, I cannot decide for them. Aunt, now that I possess the means, you need not continue working as a cleaner. I earn no less than 1,000,000 spiritual coins on this outing alone. Once, you and Aunt Feishuan provided for me. Now it is my turn to support you. There are nearly 500 households in our welfare community, with each receiving a coin valued at 1,000. Of course, compared to the love you and Aunt Feishuan bestowed upon me, this sum is trivial. Oh, my child, that job of yours is rather easy. All right, I hear you. I shall resign. You take care of everything. Is that acceptable? As for the neighbors, I will assist you. After all, I have some free time, and I can gather them together for distribution." Seeing Feng's eyes redden, reminiscent of a timid bride, Aunt Lu helplessly poked his forehead with her finger, ultimately agreeing to his proposal. She had some savings, and her daughter sent back spiritual coins each month. Although she never paid much attention to the amount, it was sufficient for her needs. "Thank you, Aunt. Don't be so polite with me. Now go. You must have matters to attend to. Leave this in my hands." "All right, Aunt. I shall head home now." "Which home are you speaking of?" Aunt Lu's voice trembled slightly. "Of course, this home. I seldom visit the other one, unless there is a necessity. Aside from my training in the wilderness, I will always be here." "Very well." Aunt Lu's face brightened with a hint of a smile. Having watched him grow, she found it hard to let go as he prepared to leave. Yet, she understood that one day, the fledgling eagle would grow, destined to soar into its own sky. Upon returning home, Feng promptly secured the windows and, with a flicker of his mind, summoned the system interface. Host, Feng bloodline. Human race, non-mainstream. Talent, weapon system. 1-star silver level silver bow vitality, 1430. Mental power, 600. Warrior realm. First layer battle general realm. Physical realm, 6-star silver level. Mentalist realm. 6 layers soul master realm. Strength, 70. 000 gene. First layer battle general realm 10. 000 gene, 6-star silver body 60. 000 gene. Combat skill, 9-star black iron level Tongbei fist, minor achievement. Mental technique, 1-star golden body refinement and spirit absorption technique. Major achievement, battle weapons. 5-star silver black iron bow. 6 9-star silver level, 3 9-star golden level blood shadow, flying daggers. 1 9-star silver level long bow. 101-star silver level armor piercing arrows. 24 9-star silver level armor piercing arrows. Enhancement points, 15, 429 points. Storage space, 1,000,000 cubic meters. Comprehensive combat power, 7 layers battle, general realm. Gazing at the freshly renewed personal attributes page, a subtle smile graced Feng's lips. In a mere 3 days, his combat prowess rivaled that of a 7 layers battle general realm. Such a rapid enhancement, even amongst mythical or super divine talents, seemed improbable. Moreover, he possessed 15, 429 enhancement points. Once expended, his combat power might ascend to the Battle Sovereign realm. The prospect of reaching the Battle Sovereign realm was exhilarating. However, the pace of this ascension was rather alarming. Although the system ensured that even a sudden leap to the Battle God realm would not lead to instability or unreliability in his realm, such extraordinary potential could easily attract the attention of formidable beings who might seek to dissect him. Despite possessing the slaughter enhancement system, he was not invincible. He needed to carefully strategize the allocation of these enhancement points to maximize their benefits. First and foremost, he intended to elevate his mentalist realm, aspiring to break through to the soul general realm. This would grant him combat power comparable to that of the Battle Sovereign realm, a crucial enhancement and his greatest trump card. Secondly, his physical realm also required elevation. Archers were particularly vulnerable in close combat. Hence, if his defense were sufficiently robust and he mastered a formidable fist technique, sword technique, or spear technique, any assailant would meet their demise. With the enhancement system at his disposal, a lack of innate talent would not hinder his progress. Lastly, he harbored a profound curiosity about his enigmatic bloodline. He planned to enhance it to uncover what lineage he might possess. As for talents, there was no immediate rush. Additionally, he required the cultivation techniques for mentalists and archery, all of which necessitated a substantial amount of spirit coins. His current supply of spirit coins was rather limited. However, this was of little concern, for he was now a member of the Phantom team and could apply for the team's cultivation fund. This so-called cultivation fund required each member to contribute a sum of at least 1,000,000 spirit coins to a communal account each month, with no upper limit. Its primary purpose was to provide financial assistance to team members in urgent need of spirit coins. The approval process is remarkably swift. One merely needs to provide a reasonable justification, and the funds are credited instantaneously. Each member is granted an opportunity to apply once a month, contingent upon their level of contribution. Naturally, the prerequisite for such an application is an urgent financial need. Furthermore, it is essential that the funds be repaid within a specified time frame. Failure to do so will result in a decrement of 1's credit score, consequently diminishing the potential for future funding applications. This system ensures a degree of fairness and equity. Essentially, this training fund serves as a benefit for those of higher cultivation, aimed at aiding their less experienced comrades to achieve rapid advancement. Upon accessing the exclusive Phantom Team website, Feng was astonished to discover a staggering balance of 590 million spirit coins. How could the Phantom Team possess such wealth? Subsequently, he examined the amount he could apply for and was pleasantly surprised to find that, as a newcomer, he was eligible to request a staggering 8 million spirit coins, with a repayment period of 1 year, which instantly brightened his eyes. With these spirit coins, he could accomplish numerous endeavors. Similar to innate talent, the levels of cultivation methods. Warriors, spiritual herbs, and elixirs are categorized from low to high as black iron, bronze, silver, and so forth, each divided into 9 stars within its respective tier. However, Feng refrained from applying at this juncture, choosing instead to focus on enhancing his Mind Cultivator realm first. Upgrade my Mind Cultivator realm to 1-star Soul General, he commanded. Chapter 34, Starlight Concentration Technique. First level of Soul General realm. Congratulations to the host for consuming 2,400 enhancement points, elevating the realm of the Mind Cultivator to the 9th level of Soul Warrior realm. Due to the absence of a breakthrough method to reach the Soul General realm, a suitable technique is required. Please provide the Mind Cultivator technique. As the golden subtitles gradually faded, Feng furrowed his brows. The Qi blood technique necessitates the operation of both the minor and major circulations to refine the flesh, limbs, and blood essence, making it indispensable. However, it appears that a Mind Cultivator also requires a technique. It seems he must purchase a Mind Cultivator technique first. Without delay, Feng applied for a training fund of 8 million spirit coins. After entering his Tianwang account and the Jiuzhou bank account, he clicked to submit the application. And in the next moment, his smart wristwatch vibrated. Indeed, it was credited instantly. With 8 million spirit coins at his disposal, he could indulge himself. He promptly opened the official website of the Hunter Alliance. The reason he did not use the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce app was that it did not allow for anonymous purchases. In contrast, the Hunter Alliance's Hunter Commerce app offered the anonymity he desired. He did not wish for anyone to know his identity as a Mind Cultivator, thus opting for the more suitable Hunter Commerce. Upon accessing the Hunter Commerce app, he navigated directly to the Mind Cultivator section. After entering technique in the search box, a plethora of over 100 Mind Cultivator techniques appeared in an instant. A cursory glance revealed that these techniques range from black iron level to gold, and even diamond level. However, there were none above the king level. After further searching, he discovered that while king-level techniques did exist, they required exceptionally high permissions for purchase. Such permissions could be granted through the rank of the Hunter Battle Order or the level of the Tianwang account. One only needed to reach a 4-star rating to procure techniques above the king level, and the prices would be significantly discounted. His Phantom Battle order currently lacked a rank, and upon checking his Tianwang account level, he found it had already reached 2 stars, with only a slight accumulation of merit points needed to advance to 3 stars. This was likely due to the merit points he earned from slaying wild beasts in the northern battlefield yesterday. This was quite favorable. Consequently, whether purchasing items from a Jojo Chamber of Commerce or the Hunter Commerce, he would now benefit from an 85 discount. The additional advantages were plentiful. After closing the Tianwang registration page, he reopened the Hunter Commerce app. After a thorough selection process, he ultimately chose 5 diamond-level mind cultivator techniques: Starlight Concentration Technique, Divine Sky Breaking Illusions, Mirage Fantasy Realm, Spirit Pivot Domain Map, and Return to the Ruins, Guiding the Sea of Calamity. He examined each technique's homepage, finding not only detailed cultivation instructions, but also the option to download them as ebooks. This was exceptionally convenient. After filtering through his choices, he selected the 9-star diamond-level technique, Starlight Concentration Technique. The reason for choosing this particular technique, rather than others, lies in its description, which states that this method originated from an ancient relic deep within the abyss of Ashura. Furthermore, this technique has an upgraded version known as the Celestial Soul Tower. Upon searching for the Celestial Soul Tower, he discovered that it was indeed a 1-star supreme-level mental technique, prompting him to make a swift decision to purchase it. Mental techniques are significantly rarer and, consequently, more expensive than techniques based on vitality. For those of the same caliber, the price cap is typically around 2 to 3 million spirit coins. However, the Star Crystal Concentration Technique demands a staggering 6.8 million spirit coins. Even after discounts, it still requires 5.78 million. Just as Feng was about to proceed with the payment, a dialog box appeared. Strong warning. This technique is exceedingly difficult to cultivate. Without exceptional comprehension and innate aptitude as a mental practitioner, it is advisable to avoid it. Otherwise, the cultivator may suffer from mental disarray or even complete mental collapse. Proceed with caution. Ignoring the crimson warning, Feng, equipped with a slaughter enhancement system, was confident that with sufficient enhancement points, he could elevate his abilities without needing to cultivate the technique himself. Consequently, he paid the 5.78 million spirit coins, and the download option illuminated instantly, indicating that it was ready for download. After completing the download, he immediately began to peruse the material. The Star Crystal Concentration Technique was conceived during ancient times by a powerful being who, while contemplating the cosmic expanse, spent nearly 3 millennia crafting this method based on celestial phenomena such as nebulae, black holes, and singularities. Its core essence revolves around rotation, condensation, and compression, honing mental prowess. The scattered mental energy is to be gathered like cosmic dust, coalescing into high-velocity, densely packed mental crystals. The more mental crystals one accumulates and comprehends, the faster one can condense mental energy. Theoretically, 1 mental crystal signifies entry-level mastery, 3 denote minor proficiency, 6 indicate major proficiency, and 9 represent perfection. The cultivation method is as follows. Basic visualization. Meditate on the vastness of the universe, within the sea of consciousness. Simulate the motion of celestial bodies using mental particles to construct a minuscule mental vortex, attempting to attract, capture, and compress one's dissipating mental particles into mental crystals. Propel the mental crystals to rotate rapidly, akin to a centrifuge, thereby separating and purifying mental energy, eliminating impurities such as distracting thoughts and emotional disturbances, thus refining the mental energy into a more concentrated and pure form. The refined mental energy can then be externalized to form high-speed, rotating mental projectiles, cutting blades, binding vortices, and formidable mental hammers, resulting in powerful mental assaults. Upon reading such a detailed explanation, Feng felt an immense sense of joy. The expenditure of 5.8 million spirit coins was indeed worthwhile. At that moment, the system page also updated the technique section to display the 9-star diamond grade, Star Crystal Concentration Technique. This indicated that he could commence his cultivation immediately. Without hesitation, Feng clicked the plus sign. The system has detected 985 defect in the 9-star diamond grade, star crystal concentration technique. Would you like to enhance and repair it? Their SA repair function? Upon observing the golden subtitles, Feng's eyes gleamed with anticipation. However, he quickly recalled the foundational body tempering technique. Although the deficiencies were not explicitly noted, it had nonetheless been elevated to its current status as a 1-star golden level, golden body tempering and spirit nurturing technique through the enhancement points. Enhancement repair. Congratulations, host, for expending 13,000 enhancement points. The Star Crystal Mental Nurturing Enhancement Repair has been successfully completed. The technique's level has been upgraded to 9-star King level. An entry has been successfully achieved, allowing for the refinement of a mental star crystal. In the next moment, an infinite array of mental cultivation methods and profound mysteries seemed to materialize from thin air, flooding into his mind in a frenzied rush. It felt as though his consciousness was expanding at an astonishing rate. Simultaneously, the chaotic mental energy within his mind was compressed and gathered by an invisible force, swiftly transforming into a miniature rotating star crystal that spun rapidly. With each rotation, his mental energy became increasingly refined and powerful, gradually enhancing with every cycle. Feeling the surge of these transformations, Feng's heart soared with joy. Although he had sacrificed 13,000 enhancement points, leaving him with only 29, the rewards he reaped were monumental. He had never anticipated that the enhancement system possessed the capability to mend the flaws in his mental techniques, directly elevating the 9-star diamond level, star crystal mental nurturing, to the 9-star king level and enabling him to forge a mental star crystal. Consequently, his mentalist realm ascended directly to the first level of the soul general realm. Chapter 35. The call from Jiangyu. This breakthrough was achieved due to the enhancement of the mental technique, star crystal concentration, which, after mending its flaws, fortuitously coalesced into a mental star crystal. Regardless of the circumstances, his current combat prowess had already reached a level comparable to that of a first-stage battle sovereign. At this moment, he felt a formidable mental strength in his mind, significantly amplified, tenfold and more, compared to before. Particularly striking was the powerful mental energy emanating from the mental star crystal, refined tenfold, even dozens of times more potent than prior. A flicker of delight passed through Feng's eyes. This was merely a single mental star crystal. What might his mental energy coalesce into upon reaching minor success, major success, or even perfection? It was akin to the distinction between graphite and diamond. Mental energy lacking the refinement of a mental star crystal resembled graphite, soft and scattered. In contrast, mental energy refined through the mental star crystal was as resilient and concentrated as superalloy. The disparity between the two was staggering. Choosing this star crystal concentration was undeniably the right decision. As for the enhancement points, he felt no regret. The points earned were meant to be expended, and maximizing their benefits was the optimal choice. As he assessed his mental energy, he discovered that, under the rotation of the mental star crystal, it coalesced nearly 1 point of mental energy every few minutes, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Perhaps this was the advantage of cultivating a mental technique. Even in the absence of enhancement points, his mental realm would steadily progress. This was merely 1 mental star crystal. If he possessed 3, 6, or even more, the cultivation speed would accelerate further. He glanced at the remaining 29 enhancement points and then at his personal attributes panel. Noticing that the plus sign behind the 9-star black iron level, Universal Fist, remained, while the rest had vanished, he recalled the 9-star black iron level fundamental body refinement technique. With enhancement points invested, it had now ascended to a 1-star gold level golden body refinement technique, much like this star crystal concentration. Consequently, he decided to allocate all remaining enhancement points to the Universal Fist. 29 enhancement points propelled him to the momentum of 2,999 points. Congratulations, host, on consuming 10 enhancement points and successfully elevating to 1-star bronze level. The 1-star bronze level, Universal Fist, was now more intricate than before. Well, there remained 19 enhancement points, which he decided to retain. After closing the system page, he checked his spirit currency balance, which stood at 22 million spirit coins, and sought a close combat technique. There is no need to search for soul techniques, as the star crystal concentration inherently possessed powerful soul techniques, namely star crystal snare, spirit binding lock, rotating star shield, star breaker cone, star whirlpool prison, and return to the abyss star whirlpool. These 6 techniques bore no rank distinctions, meaning he could cultivate any of them at present. Naturally, he would not squander time laboriously practicing. With enhancement points available, he could simply enhance directly. In comparison to his talent with the bow and arrow, he personally holds a greater fondness for firearms and blades, feeling a sense of grandeur and elegance associated with them. There exists a saying, an inch of length offers an inch of strength, while an inch of shortness brings an inch of peril. The path of the spear is characterized by a glimmer of cold light preceding its strike, followed by the spear's swift emergence akin to a dragon, making it exceptionally suited for slaying wild beasts on the vast plains. Similarly, the art of the blade embodies a commanding presence, with grand and sweeping motions, equally adept at dispatching formidable creatures of the wilderness. However, one must not be overly ambitious. Even with enhancement points available, one should focus solely on necessary upgrades, which nonetheless require a substantial amount of such points. Ultimately, amidst the myriad of spear and blade techniques available to him, Feng selected a particular style known as the 10,000 Calamities Thunderblade, a 9-star diamond-level swordsmanship. The mastery of spear techniques would be deferred until he accumulated more enhancement points and spirit coins. After expending 9 million spirit coins, he successfully downloaded the 10,000 Calamities Thunderblade. Just as Feng was preparing to delve into the intricacies of this technique, his smart wristwatch vibrated unexpectedly. Upon inspecting it, he found that it was a call from Commander Jiangyu. "Jiangyu, is there something you need?" he inquired. You aren't occupied with anything pressing, are you? If not, please come to the address I sent you. Someone wishes to meet with you. The vehicle to pick you up should be arriving shortly." "Very well," Feng replied after glancing at the address and nodding. "We shall await your arrival." With that, Jiangyu ended the call. After tidying himself up, Feng promptly descended the stairs. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he was quickly surrounded by a throng of uncles, aunts, and grandparents. "Feng, we cannot accept this money," one elder insisted. "Indeed, Feng, we are all part of the same community. We are like family." "Your actions seem overly formal," another added. "Feng, you've only dined at my home a few times. This money." "My dear uncles and aunts, esteemed grandparents," Feng interjected, "you must accept this contribution. The gratitude I owe for your nurturing cannot be repaid in full. This sum is merely a token of my appreciation." "Well then, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave." "Thank you, Aunt Lu." With that, Feng slipped away like a quicksilver eel. "See, I told you it wasn't necessary. That rascal has grown quite capable and successful," Aunt Lu remarked with a proud smile, surveying the neighbors around her. The expression on her face radiated pride. As the neighbors observed this exchange, they ceased their objections and cheerfully accepted the 1,000 spirit coins. In an instant, praises of Feng's thoughtfulness and capability echoed around, establishing him as the talk of the welfare community. "Brother Feng, over here." Just as Feng exited the welfare community, a familiar voice resonated from a luxurious war vehicle parked across the street. "Xiao Shui, why are you the one here to pick me up?" Feng approached the vehicle, taking a moment to admire its opulence before settling into the passenger seat. Am I not allowed to come? By the way, this vehicle will be your exclusive war chariot from now on. Your driver's license and vehicle registration are in the box before you. This requires fingerprint authentication. Once you verify it, only you will be able to start the vehicle. Understood. Under the guidance of Jiang Shui, the certification was swiftly accomplished. According to Jiang Shui, this compact combat vehicle, known as the Phantom Chariot, was specially customized based on the Phantom Brigade. The entire body is constructed from a super alloy of golden grade. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shui, in gratitude for his life-saving assistance, arranged for the vehicle to be crafted not from a 9-star golden grade superalloy, but rather from a 9-star diamond grade superalloy. Furthermore, in terms of endurance, driving experience, intelligent navigation, and armament, it excels at the pinnacle of technology. One could assert that such a vehicle would be exceedingly difficult to damage, even by formidable opponents of the War Sovereign realm. Particularly, the specialized laser cannon equipped atop is capable of annihilating adversaries at the 6- or 7-fold War Sovereign level. Thus, the value of this chariot undoubtedly exceeds 10 million spirit coins. Off we go. With a press of the accelerator, the 5.7-meter-long, over 2-meter-wide compact vehicle, forged entirely from a unique alloy, emitted a beastly roar and vanished from the street amid the envious gazes of the onlookers. Chapter 36, Villano. 9 of Ghosts. Feng returned to the Ghost War Chariot, his mind still in a haze. He had not anticipated that the person he would meet this time would be Jiang Sun, the Lord of Kanglan City. Even more surprisingly, he was the father of Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui. Nevertheless, the man was quite affable, engaging in some casual conversation while expressing his awareness of Gu Feng's expulsion from the 3rd Preparatory War Academy, promising a thorough investigation into the matter. Gu Feng expressed his gratitude for this. Subsequently, the man excused himself, citing pressing matters, and departed. Jiang Yu, too, hurried away to the northern front. Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Jiang Shui set off in Gu Feng's war chariot towards the Kanglan Warriors Villa district. The spacious and comfortable cockpit was occupied by Jiang Shui, who, adorned in pink and white attire that accentuated her slender, fair legs and ample bosom, possessed a sweet and captivating visage. Her expressive eyes sparkled with a lively charm as she playfully inquired, "Brother Gu Feng, I hope I didn't frighten you just now? Uncle Jiang is quite approachable." "Oof, that's only for you. It certainly isn't the same for us," Jiang Shui retorted, crossing her arms with a feigned pout. Gu Feng merely smiled, choosing not to respond. The Weiyang Tavern was not far from the Kanglan district, and they arrived in no time. Throughout the journey, Jiang Shui chattered incessantly, and rather than feeling annoyed, Gu Feng found her exuberance endearing. After all, who could resist the charm of such a delightful and enchanting young lady? The Kanglan district is the most prestigious residential area in Kanglan City. Spanning an expansive area, as Jiang Shui mentioned, it covers nearly 220 square kilometers. Upon hearing this figure, Gu Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, realizing that this was not Earth but rather Lonyuan Star, he soon understood. The land area of Lonyuan Star reached an astonishing 128 million square kilometers, which translates to 1.28 billion square kilometers, twice the total area of Earth, which is merely 510 million square kilometers. This figure only accounts for the habitable regions across the 9 great continents. If one were to include the vast wilderness, mountain ranges, desolate territories, and even the seas, lakes, rivers, and deep chasms occupied by the Great Qin Empire, the scale would be even more staggering. Therefore, a villa district spanning over 220 square kilometers is hardly a matter of astonishment. Lonyuan Star is simply immense, even without extensive knowledge of it. Gu Feng was aware that it likely encompassed hundreds, if not thousands, of Earths. The Kanglan district is divided into a villa area and a common area. The so-called common area is anything but ordinary. It boasts 259 high-rise buildings, each soaring over 280 meters, with gaps of nearly 70 to 80 meters between them. The entire district resembles a 5-star scenic area, breathtakingly beautiful. The spiritual essence of the environment is at least 5 times more potent than that found outside. Naturally, the towering structures are not constructed from ordinary materials. They are forged from high-strength concrete and superalloys, ensuring they could withstand even an earthquake of magnitude 8 or 9 without issue. Each floor accommodates 4 households, with each residence boasting a minimum area of 180 square meters, complemented by an exquisite sky garden spanning 60 to 70 square meters. This surpasses the conventional 4th-generation residences found on Earth by leaps and bounds. The community is replete with amenities such as hospitals, supermarkets, recreational areas, and fitness facilities, exuding an air of opulent grandeur. When Gu Feng learned of these details, astonishment was etched across his face. Such specifications were beyond imagination in his previous life. However, this is Longyuan Star, a high martial world teeming with warriors and savage beasts, which made it somewhat understandable. Given the luxury of the ordinary district, one could only speculate about the splendor of the villa area. His anticipation began to grow. Jiang Shui continued to enlighten Gu Feng about these wonders. According to her, the villa district is even more extravagant. The natural spiritual energy within it is significantly denser than that of the ordinary area, tenfold, in fact. The Kanglan Villa District comprises 888 standalone villas, each spaced generously apart, featuring not only an incredibly sturdy basement, but also a garden spanning several hundred square meters. Moreover, these properties require no personal management, as dedicated staff attend to their upkeep. The adjacent high-rise buildings serve as potential rewards or can be purchased. In contrast, the villas themselves are not for sale. They are exclusively bestowed as rewards to exceptionally gifted individuals like Jiang Feishuan, or to true powerhouses and those who have made monumental contributions to Kanglan City. This serves as a means of fostering loyalty and goodwill. After Jiang Shui's detailed exposition, Gu Feng found himself increasingly eager for the impending villa district. The Phantom War Chariot moved swiftly, and before long, they arrived at a community characterized by its elegant environment and abundant ancient trees. As they approached, the grand and antiquated entrance left him in awe. The entrance resembled a city gate, standing nearly 20 meters tall, with a width of approximately 8 meters. The two doors, forged from a special alloy, exuded a sense of weightiness. Flanking the entrance were towering walls that extended into the dense forest. These walls stood 5 meters high and were equipped with high-voltage electric grids and an array of advanced laser weaponry, ensuring robust security measures. The guards, for in total, were veterans who had served on the front lines. Since Jiang Shui had already registered their vehicle in the community security system, the gates opened automatically upon their arrival, facilitating their entry. Brother Gu Feng, do you see the cluster of villas nestled within the purple bamboo forest near East Lake? Those 9 villas belong to our Phantom Squad. Currently, 3 remain unoccupied. Choose whichever you fancy, Jiang Shui remarked. The Phantom War Chariot swiftly navigated the winding roads, arriving at the villa district. Upon entering, Gu Feng was captivated by the surrounding environment. It was indeed remarkable, a stark contrast to the welfare community, which felt like a slum in comparison. There was simply no basis for comparison. At last, Gu Feng selected a villa somewhat distant from the other 8, situated near the East Lake. This one shall do, he declared. Splendid. My villa is not far away, Jiang Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she leaped 3 feet high. Subsequently, matters concerning fingerprint authentication and property transfer were deftly managed by Jiang Shui. After spending some time in Villa Number 9, she eventually took her leave. Meanwhile, Gu Feng meticulously observed the premises. This villa boasted 3 upper floors and 2 subterranean levels, complete with a 300-square-meter garden. It featured a fish pond, an artificial hill, a meandering stream, and an array of uniquely shaped pines, among other flora. The name Jia Tianbang, kneel before me, was undeniably imposing. Yet, he paid little heed to such trivialities. After all, this was a chaotic era, not a realm for indulgence. These luxuries were primarily intended for family. What truly captivated him were the 2 underground levels. Chapter 37, Standards for Power Augmentation Ratings, Challenge, the underground levels. The first level comprises a garage and a storage room, while the second level is a martial arts arena. The term arena is employed rather than room due to its astonishing expanse of 2,500 square meters, with a height of approximately 10 meters. The entire space is imbued with a futuristic technological ambience. Surrounding it are various testing instruments, including power testers, speed testers, and agility testers. Additionally, the walls are constructed from a specially designed super alloy of 9-star golden grade, capable of withstanding the full force attacks of a 9-star battle sovereign. The thickness of these walls reaches an extraordinary 50 centimeters. This is undoubtedly a martial arts arena, forged from super alloys. Moreover, it serves as an excellent resting place, featuring a wine cabinet, bathing area, dining hall, and bar, among other amenities. The soundproofing here is also exceptional. Even if one were to dismantle things within, it is likely that the outside world would remain oblivious. After surveying this remarkable environment, Feng was filled with profound reflections. Had it not been for the slaughter enhancement system, he would not have attained all this, nor would he have glimpsed this alternate reality. Indeed, mere survival would have been a luxury. Perhaps this is one of the driving forces that propel one forward. Naturally, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To indulge in such benefits necessitates making contributions. This is both expected and entirely reasonable. Feng was not overwhelmed by the grandeur before him, nor would he indulge in extravagance. The path he chose is that of supreme strength, one that involves vanquishing all savage beasts and transforming them into enhancement points. Occasional pleasures serve merely to relax the taut strings of his spirit. To become addicted to such indulgence would bring him perilously close to demise. This is not Earth. After all, complacency can indeed lead to death. He resolved to test his strength. Approaching the uniquely designed power tester, Feng glanced at the operation manual, activated the machine, and reset his strength to 0. He inhaled deeply, then unleashed a powerful punch, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the arena. After a series of metallic chimes, the display screen registered a power score of 654 points. Observing this, Feng decided to hold nothing back and unleashed his full might. A more resounding explosion followed, and his power value soared to 714 points. This was achieved without the aid of any weaponry or techniques, relying solely on raw strength. According to the manual, this power rating should classify as upper tier, considering his strength is 70,000 pounds. Since 1 point of power equates to 100 pounds of strength, the power values are categorized into 9 tiers: lower, middle, upper, super, excellent, exceptional, supreme, perfect, and invincible. The rating standard is determined by the conversion rate of strength. Typically, lower tier power can convert 70 of total strength into effective power. According to the realms of power, his original strength amounted to 70,000 pounds. However, the combat prowess he could unleash, defined by his attack power, was merely 490 points. Even if he only manifested 70% of his potential, the conversion rate reached 80%, which is considered average. 100% is deemed superior. The combat value he had just displayed, 714 points, qualified as exceptional strength. Exceeding half of one's combat power signifies extraordinary strength. 3 times denotes excellence. 5 times represents unparalleled might. 9 times is sovereign. 10 times is perfection. And exceeding 10 times is invincible. Numerous methods exist to amplify combat power, including special combat soldiers inscribed with battle runes, martial techniques, and mental disciplines. Thus far, he had only mastered a handful of martial arts and techniques. Subsequently, Feng unleashed his mastery of the first-star bronze-level Tongbei fist, striking the combat power tester with a single punch. Boom! With a resounding crash, the combat power tester instantly refreshed, escalating from 714 to 767. Astonishingly, a proficient martial technique yields tremendous amplification. This was merely the first-star bronze-level Tongbei fist, yet it elevated his combat power by 67 points, equivalent to a strength enhancement of 6,700 pounds. If he were to cultivate the Wanjie Thunderblade to perfection and wield a formidable combat soldier adorned with special runes, to what heights would his combat power soar? At such a juncture, he could likely defeat foes of the 4th or 5th rank, if not more. Then came the main event. With a mere thought, Feng summoned a blood shadow flying knife, as delicate as a cicada's wing and more imposing and striking than the famed Shao Li Fei Dao. With a hum, a formidable spiritual force from the first-tier soul general enveloped the blood shadow flying knife. In the next instant, the knife transformed into a crimson flash faster than lightning, darting towards the combat power tester. With a soft thud, the tester's impact zone was punctured instantly. Feng, I was hasty. The material of the combat power tester was only of the 9-star golden grade, although it matched the level of the blood shadow flying knife. One remained stationary while the other surged forward with terrifying speed. The disparity in strength was evident. Ziz, crash. The combat power tester short-circuited and was utterly destroyed. Coughing lightly, Gu Feng turned to face the speed tester. The so-called speed tester consisted of a circular track 300 meters long and 2 meters wide, flanked by hundreds of specialized high-speed cameras and radar systems. Gu Feng did not immediately commence testing. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the detailed manual. This manual not only elucidated the operational procedures for the speed tester, but also included a speed correlation chart. For instance, the speed correlation chart for combat trainees indicates that for the 1st to 9th ranks, speeds can approximately correspond to 45 ms. Warrior Realm Speed Correspondence Table. From the 1st to the 9th level, speed can roughly correspond to 50 to 140 ms. The General Speed Correspondence Table for the Battle General Realm is. Naturally, this table serves merely as a broad standard. After all, in this world, apart from combat skills and mental techniques, there exist body techniques which enhance speed. Furthermore, there are those endowed with natural wind and thunder attributes, all of which can contribute to an increase in speed. Therefore, one cannot generalize. Similar to the augmentation of battle power, speed, too, possesses enhancements, accompanied by a rating system that closely resembles that of battle power augmentation. Of course, these distinctions are merely approximate and lack precision. After perusing the manual, Gu Feng pressed the activation button nearby, prompting the high-speed cameras and radar systems on the circular track to spring to life. Taking a deep breath, he instantaneously transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the spot. While Gu Feng was immersed in his testing, in a secluded villa within the residential area, Wang Chong felt a powerful force surging within him, leading him to unleash a raucous laughter towards the heavens. This time, thanks to the precious elixir his father had procured for him, not only had his injuries healed, but new teeth had also emerged, and, astonishingly, he had broken through to the 1st level of the warrior realm in one fell swoop. This filled his heart with immense exhilaration. Ha ha, Gu Feng, let us see how you flaunt your prowess before Brother Chong this time. Brother Chong's 500,000 spirit coins are not easily obtained. Overjoyed and filled with fighting spirit, Wang Chong immediately took out his smart wristwatch and sent a flurry of messages to Gu Feng. The essence of his communication could be summarized in 2 words: challenge. Chapter 38, Vice Minister of Education, Xiao Yin. Gu Feng gazed at the speed data, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. To his astonishment, his speed had reached a staggering 357 ms, surpassing the speed of sound at 340 ms. It was utterly preposterous. However, feeling the ferocious power surging within him, he found a sense of relief. One cannot measure this life by the common theories of his past existence. They belong to entirely different dimensions. In his former life, the strongest individuals worldwide would barely rival a 7th or 8th tier warrior. Yet, in this realm, a warrior merely represents the most rudimentary level of prowess. As it stood, his strength had already reached a terrifying 70,000 pounds. Nevertheless, Gu Feng glanced around the circular track, observing the haphazardly toppled structures and shattered high-speed cameras, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Although he had perfectly mastered his physical form during his breakthrough, it appeared that speed was an entirely different matter. While sprinting, he had been unable to control his trajectory due to his excessive velocity, resulting in the destruction of several high-speed cameras and several collisions with solid walls. Fortunately, he had now begun to adapt, alleviating his concerns about losing control of his form. After testing his speed, Gu Feng proceeded to the spacious, luxurious, and technologically advanced shower room to cleanse himself. At that moment, he felt a vibration from his smart wristwatch. Delving into his mental energy, he opened the notification and was momentarily taken aback. Wang Chong wished to challenge him. Was he out of his mind? Should he inform him that he knew his elder brother? It was only during a meal at the hunting abandonment tower that he discovered Wang Meng's true identity. He had not anticipated that Wang Meng belonged to the Wang family, and moreover, that he was Wang Chong's biological elder brother. Should he inform Meng Gu about this matter? Gu Feng searched for Wang Meng's contact information and relayed the news. To his surprise, Wang Meng responded swiftly, stating, "Of course, why wouldn't I accept? This brat has been spoiled, and I've learned from my father that he often bullies you with his group of unruly friends, right? This time, Make sure to teach him a lesson. As long as he isn't missing limbs, feel free to deal with him as you see fit. Also, regarding the times he has bullied you, I must apologize on behalf of my family. It is our negligence from being away for so long that has shaped his character. Mengo was joking. It was all in the past. Gu Feng chuckled softly and shut off the screen. He held the Wang family in great esteem. They were a family that had made the greatest sacrifices for the protection of Kanglin City. Previously, he had been unaware of Wang Chong's lineage. In his mind, the Wang family was one of honor. How could they have produced such a loathsome son? Yet, contrary to his expectations, Wang Chong was indeed from the Wang family. And the current head of the family, Wang Chun, was a commander on the northern front lines. Upon learning this, all animosity he harbored towards Wang Chong dissipated entirely. It is not he who exonerates the other. Rather, he is a wayward scion, misguided by a circle of dubious friends due to a lack of parental guidance. Previously, he had been thoroughly beaten, his limbs broken, and his teeth shattered. Is it excessive to discipline him once more? Gu Feng smiled broadly and promptly opened Wang Chong's message, replying succinctly, "Location time. Wang Chong. Haha. Gu Feng, I thought you'd been rendered speechless by my intimidation." 3 days later. Not a chance. He had no time to spare. Currently, he possessed only 19 enhancement points. Without these points, there is no sense of security. He needed to venture into the wilderness to slay savage beasts, earn enhancement points, and gradually replenish his training fund. Moreover, he was uncertain when he would return from this expedition. Wang Chong, fine. How about 1 hour from now at the challenge arena of the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy? This genius intends to demonstrate to everyone that mere good looks are of little consequence. In this world, it is ultimately strength that prevails. Gu Feng agreed. After sending his reply, Gu Feng closed the page. Coincidentally, he had matters to attend to at the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy. More than 10 days prior, Lu Jun, the headmaster of Class 9, had been swayed by someone's instigation or perhaps was concerned about his impact on the school's admission rates. In front of a multitude, he had deliberately stirred trouble, slapping Gu Feng across the face and kicking him simply for a few retorts. Subsequently, he deducted a month's worth of his 1-star black iron-level body refinement liquid and expelled him on the unfounded grounds of disrespecting authority. This grievance would not be forgotten. Gu Feng descended to the basement level, entered his phantom battle car, and sped towards the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy. As he drove towards the academy, a vehicle from the Ministry of Education had already arrived, halting before a building deep within the academy grounds. Several teachers passing by, upon spotting the ministry's car and the high-ranking officials disembarking, especially the deputy minister, were taken aback. What could have brought the deputy minister to the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy? And the atmosphere seemed rather ominous. Deputy Minister Xiao, it has been some time. Your presence is as striking as ever. A hearty voice rang out from among the law enforcement department's entourage. Deputy Yi, it seems the matter has escalated to even your attention. Xiao Yun's voice, calm and distant, echoed in their ears, embodying her demeanor, cold, aloof, and keeping others at bay. Yi Qing observed Xiao Yun's tall, alluring figure, her fair, elongated legs, and her strikingly beautiful visage. Yet he felt no inclination whatsoever. The beautiful yet fearsome Xiao Yun, only 31 years old, possessed the strength of a 7th-level battle sage. In her tranquil state, she resembled an ancient glacier, intimidatingly distant. In a fit of rage, however, she transformed into a harbinger of death. Countless cultists and savage beasts had perished at her hands. This is the very reason why no man has dared to approach her for such an extended period. Of course, there are other factors at play. For instance, a hapless individual from the secondary survival base, upon arriving in Kanglin City for a mission, had heard of the illustrious name of Xiao Yun and sought to pursue her. Unfortunately, he was met with a piercing ice shard that nearly cost him his life. Since that incident, who in their right mind would dare to draw near? Even Yi Qing does not dare to approach. Did the Li family send you? Xiao Yun's azure eyes cast a fleeting glance at Yi Qing. Instantly, he felt a tightening in his chest and hurriedly clarified, "No, it was that individual who sent word for me to investigate this matter." It turns out that this inquiry, which seemed innocuous, unveiled a shocking revelation. This old scoundrel has embezzled no less than 59 million spirit coins over the years, all while secretly persecuting several innocent girls without any backing. And so, Xiaoyun, clad in a black fitted uniform and knee-high combat boots, walked ahead with her long, graceful legs, her head never turning as she inquired. Chapter 39. Disposition and challenge. There exist two potential outcomes for handling the situation. The first entails incarceration, confinement, and awaiting sentencing, which is likely to culminate in a life sentence. The second option is to be integrated into the frontline vanguard team, slaying the savage beasts to earn merits for freedom. However, is it truly feasible to accumulate 80 million merits to secure one's life? Xiaoyun's footsteps did not waver as he calmly stated, "Let it be the second option." The enforcement department shared this sentiment. Imprisoning individuals squandered resources and occupied space. It would be far more prudent to repurpose the waste. Yi Qing nodded in agreement. Within the Great Qin Empire, the repercussions for corruption, bribery, and misconduct are unprecedentedly severe. Had it not been for the esteemed reputation of the Li family, which had contributed to the realm, Li Chongqing would likely have faced capital punishment for his transgressions. Not here. After a brief silence, Xiao Yun narrowed his eyes, surveying the vacant office of the vice president. He swiftly operated his smart wristwatch and, with a cold smirk, declared to the Li residence. Recent surveillance indicated that Li Chongqing was located at the Li family estate. However, just as they prepared to venture there, a call from the head of the Li family, Li Yuan, came through. The conversation was devoid of pleas or superfluous words. He simply stated, "Send him to the battlefield to atone for his sins." It was evident that Li Yuan was already aware of his elder brother Li Chongqing's misdeeds. At this juncture, any pleas for leniency would likely jeopardize the Li family's standing. Rather than risk that, it would be wiser to sacrifice the pawn to safeguard the king. Additionally, they could leverage the Li family's influence to expedite the accumulation of the requisite 80 million merits, facilitating an earlier departure from the battlefield. "See to it," he remarked. "I, the deputy minister, shall personally oversee his transfer to the front lines. Let us dispatch him to the northern war zone, where recent losses have been substantial." Xiaoyan interjected suddenly. Yi Qing paused in surprise, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The location of confinement was at the discretion of the enforcement department. "Deputy Minister Xiao, Deputy Minister Yi, my sincerest apologies. I have just returned from the Eastern Front and did not wish to be discourteous." At that moment, an elder clad in blood-stained battle attire, with a rugged visage, approximately 6 feet tall, and graying hair, entered carrying a battle blade. Upon spotting Xiao Yun and the others, he immediately expressed his regrets. "Director Liu, it is our oversight for not notifying you in advance," spoke Yi Qing and the others, bowing in respect. The elder before them was the director of the 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy. 8 years prior, during the Beast Tide, nearly all his family members, except for his young grandchildren, had perished at the hands of the savage beasts. From that time forth, he vowed to eradicate the beasts plaguing Kanglan City. Thus, the elder spent most of his days traversing the wilderness, vanquishing the savage creatures, seldom returning to the academy. He was a figure both pitiable and profoundly respected. The reason for his hasty return now was likely due to the recent developments concerning Li Chongqing. Dean Liu Chonghe waved his hand, his expression filled with remorse, and said, "The grave incident at the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy falls squarely on my shoulders. I have been negligent in my oversight and placed undue trust in others. Whatever measures are to be taken from above, I shall accept without complaint. Dean Liu, you are being too harsh on yourself. This matter has been thoroughly investigated. It was all orchestrated during Li Chongqing's tenure and has little to do with you. Furthermore, at the venerable age of 89, you have traversed the Eastern Front, vanquishing wild beasts to safeguard our Kanglan City. You're not only innocent, but have rendered great service. Indeed, Dean Liu. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, I must accept my share of responsibility. Handle the situation as you see fit, but could you possibly assign another dean to take charge of the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy? I wish to continue my journey into the wilderness. Dean Liu, the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy will remain under your stewardship. Moreover, concerning your expedition into the wilderness, the Education Department has issued a decree forbidding your departure unless you achieve a breakthrough to the Battle Respect realm. Additionally, my visit to the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy is not solely to address the matter of Li Chongqing. There is a more pressing issue at hand. I am here to deliver a Battle Respect pill and a life elixir to you, as a reward for your contributions. What? A Battle Respect pill? A life elixir? This is far too precious. For someone nearing the end of their days like me, to consume such invaluable resources is an utter waste. This is an order from the Education Department. Dean Liu, momentarily taken aback, ultimately accepted the wooden box handed to him by Xiao Yun, his face a mixture of gratitude and excitement. In the Grand Qin Empire, the most powerful departments, aside from the military, are the Law Enforcement Department, the Education Department, and the Finance Department. The military oversees all armed forces, while the Law Enforcement Department governs the empire's adjudication, enforcement, and order. The Education Department, on the other hand, presides over all combat academies, serving as the foremost cradle for nurturing strong warriors within the Qin Empire. The 9 premier combat academies are all under its jurisdiction. The Finance Department, as its name implies, oversees the economic lifeblood of the Qin Empire, with institutions like the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce and the Wilderness Hunters Association operating under its auspices. Vice Minister Xiao, please call me Xiao Yun. I am but your student. Ha! Very well. I shall call you Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, do you have other matters to attend to? I never anticipated that the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy would be in such disarray. This group of inept individuals. Indeed, there are some issues, but they are relatively minor. Xiao Yun nodded, glancing at an attendant nearby. The attendant nodded in response, and soon, accompanied by members of the Law Enforcement Department, they brought forth Lu Jun and several other errant teachers before the assembly. Liu Yun, Wang Qi, Li Yunya. You all have. Dean Liu gazed at the 7 teachers before him, feeling a surge of anger as he questioned them vehemently. Dean, you have returned? I was wrong. Please save me. Silence. Xiao Yun, Deputy Yi, you may handle it as you see fit. What? Look in the group. Wang Chong is actually challenging that useless goof Feng on our arena. What has Strong Brother lost his mind over? Challenging such a worthless opponent is nothing short of bullying. Hurry and check. There's less than half an hour until the challenge begins. Let us secure a good spot. Let us go. A sudden murmur of discussion echoed through the dense forest. The others wore expressions of indifference, as challenges like this occur from time to time, and were permitted by the state provided no one was killed. However, upon hearing the names Gu Feng and Wang Chong, Lu Jun's face turned ashen, and he struggled to remain upright. While others might not recognize Gu Feng's formidable strength, he certainly did. That was an individual capable of effortlessly eliminating warriors of the 7th or 8th rank. The reason for his and Deputy Li Chongqing's exposure was indeed tied to Gu Feng's influence. Xiao Yun raised an eyebrow, inexplicably leaving a remark for them to handle the situation before striding toward the arena. Observing this, Yi Qing revealed a peculiar smile and turned to Lu Yuan, suggesting, Lu Yuan, shall we go take a look? All right, let us go see. Lu Yuan, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless accompanied Yi Qing and Xiao Yun through a special passage to the location of the challenge arena. Chapter 40. Passing the buck in the heart of Lu Changhe. A tempest of fury brewed as he revisited the old grounds of Gufeng, an inexplicable nostalgia stirring within him. Merely 10 days prior, he had been a mere aspirant in Class 9 of the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy. Now, he possessed the capability to vanquish warriors with a single hand. The whims of destiny are indeed remarkable. Surrounding students gazed at him with expressions of astonishment and peculiarity. To generate excitement, Wang Chong had not only disseminated news of his challenge against Gufeng within their circle, but had also propagated it through his network of acquaintances. With his influence at the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy, he swiftly garnered a throng of classmates, all eager to witness the impending confrontation at the martial arts arena. At that moment, in the expansive center of the arena stood a platform, 3 meters high and 20 meters in length and width, encircled by ropes and posts. Upon this stage, clad in a silver-grade combat uniform, Wang Chong stood with an air of arrogance. For this challenge, he had even visited a salon to fashion a trendy hairstyle. A long knife from the Blood Shadow series hung at his waist, enhancing his imposing presence. Brother Chong, you're formidable. Brother Chong, you're formidable. A chorus of sycophants erupted from below, their fervent cheers echoing through the arena. Led by a few others, succumbing to the herd mentality, joined in the cacophony. As a top student in Class 9 and backed by the Wang family, Wang Chong enjoyed considerable popularity within the academy. Before long, the atmosphere in the spacious arena had reached a fever pitch. Then came Feng. At that moment, a male student, who had previously suffered a broken leg at Feng's hands and, lacking the funds for treatment, now relied on crutches, caught sight of Feng out of the corner of his eye. A flicker of fear and hatred crossed his gaze, prompting him to shout, "Feng, TSK." The most talentless individual in the history of the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy dares to show up. In truth, Feng was rather pitiable. He had allegedly been betrayed by his childhood sweetheart, now presumed to be his girlfriend, and expelled from the academy. And now, he was to be humiliated by Wang Chong. Were we perhaps being a tad excessive? What does it matter to us? We Haven T bullied him, huh? Feng, you truly have the audacity to come. Wang Chong, reveling in the adoration of the crowd, his vanity nearly reaching its zenith, spotted Feng entering through the main gate. His eyes narrowed in mockery, a provocative smile gracing his face. Didn't you invite me? If someone seeks humiliation, I would feel remiss not to oblige. Feng chuckled lightly as he ascended the platform. Oomph. The only reason you succeeded in your previous ambush was that I had yet to break through to the 1st level of warrior status. That has changed. I have now reached that threshold. However, during this challenge, the use of battle soldiers and talents is prohibited. Do you dare accept? Observing Wang Chong's demeanor, Feng found it amusing. This was merely a child, after all. Very well. Let us begin. Bang. Ow. Wang Chong nodded, having just called for the start when Feng's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Alarm surged within him. Realizing the impending danger, he attempted to evade. Yet, curse be it, his body failed to keep pace with his mind. In the next moment, a surge of excruciating pain struck his heart. Before he could even react, he was violently kicked in the chest by Feng, propelling him into the air like a cannonball, only to crash against the surrounding ropes. These ropes, crafted from a remarkably elastic material, rebounded with such force that they sent him flying back. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. Feng stood at the center of the arena, his position unchanged except for the swift execution of his right foot, while Wang Chong was sent soaring through the air like a mere plaything. It was only when Feng deemed the kicking sufficient that he finally halted, seizing his opponent's collar. Intending to mock him, he was startled to find Wang Chong had already lost consciousness. Feng's mind raced with disbelief. How utterly pathetic. I hardly exerted myself. Below, dozens, if not hundreds, of onlookers were left in stunned silence by the spectacle. It wasn't until Feng gracefully exited the stage, carrying Wang Chong, that they regained their senses. What? What did I just witness? A mere 1-star black Iron Tier Wooden Bow wielder has defeated Wang Chong, who possesses a 5-star Golden Tier Ironclad Wolf talent. And it looked as effortless as kicking a ball? This must be a fabrication. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted. Those who had once been in the same class as Feng were even more astounded. Yet, after the shock, a wave of fear, anxiety, and regret swept over them. The anxiety stemmed from the fact that they had once insulted Feng with their words. Regret came from those who had chosen to ignore him, lamenting why they hadn't cultivated a better relationship with him. That ridiculous 1-star black Iron Tier Wunbao talent? It must be a ruse. He most likely awakened a dual talent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess the power to best a 1st-level warrior like Wang Chong in such a short span of time. He has hidden his true capabilities too well. A true master of deception. Lu Yuan, do you now understand why we have come to the 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy? Was it not to address the matter concerning Li Chongqing and the others? As Lu Chang'e, thrilled by the discovery of such a talented student as Feng, turned at Vice Minister Zhao's question, confusion clouded his expression. Yes, resolving their issues is part of it. But the underlying reason lies with him, the young man named Feng. For his sake, he summoned you here? Lu Changhe was increasingly bewildered. Could this lad possibly possess a remarkable identity? Yet, within Kanglin City, there is no Gu family. Indeed, it is for him. But it was not he who summoned us. It was the city lord, the minister of education, the minister of the military. As for the reasons, we cannot disclose them. Lu Yuan, we must conclude our discussion here, as there are many matters requiring our attention. Indeed, do not harbor thoughts of reintegrating him into the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy. His aspirations lie beyond this place, even beyond Kanglin City. After leaving these words, Yi Qing bowed respectfully to the bewildered and perplexed Lu Changhe, before turning away with a group of enforcers. Xiao Yun, what did Deputy Minister you mean just now? Lu Yuan, it appears you are utterly unaware of the events that have transpired over the past 10 days. Allow me to enlighten you. Feng was once a student of Class 9 at the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy, yet Lu Jun. Now do you comprehend why we returned to the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy? Deputy Minister Yi was correct. That young lad will soon depart from Kanglin City, venturing into broader realms. Thus, it is best you abandon the notion of reintegrating him into the academy. Xiao Yun, recognizing that Lu Changhe had once been her mentor and had sacrificed immensely to protect Kanglin City, patiently recounted the tale of how Lu Jun and others had bullied Feng and expelled him. Upon hearing her account, Lu Changhe's aged visage darkened, his emotions swirling with anger and regret, nearly overwhelming his rationality. These fools, these wretched and foolish swine, they have driven away the unparalleled talent of the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy. Enraged, his face flushed and trembling, Lu Changhe watched as Xiao Yun shook her head, bid farewell, and departed with the others from the academy. It is all my fault. All my fault. Had I safeguarded the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy, how could such a calamity have occurred? At this moment, Lu Changhe's heart brimmed with boundless fury and remorse. Yet, he understood that it was too late to rectify the situation. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify matters. He could not allow the young man, named Feng, to harbor resentment towards the academy. Otherwise, should such an entity grow in power, his subordinates alone could wreak havoc upon the 3rd Preparatory Combat Academy without his intervention. In his haste to exit, he found no trace of Feng. The archives. The archives must still contain his information. If there are records, then surely there's a means to contact him. Suddenly inspired, Lu Changhe retraced his steps to the archives. However, upon opening the door, he was met with an unsettling sight. The records were entirely blank. How could this be? Where are the documents? In that moment, the serious expressions of Deputy Ministers Xiao Yun and Yi Qing surfaced in his mind as they spoke of this youth. Particularly, the last remark they made, that they could not divulge certain information. Did this imply that his records had been classified with an exceptionally high level of access? Only in this way could they remain silent, and the archives be devoid of any information regarding him. Feng, who exactly are you? What secrets do you harbor? Chapter 41. The Wine of Yama in the Secret Realm of the 3rd Battle Disciple of Kanglin City. Old rascal, are you dead yet? Even if you die, I shall not perish. The one-armed Li Hu let out a hearty laugh upon hearing a voice from within, as he swaggered through the door with a wine jug in hand. Oh, this time you're generous enough to share with me? Speak up. What brings you here again? The one-armed elder quipped, eyeing the exquisite wine in Li Hu's grasp. Ahem. Can't I come visit you for no reason? Li Hu coughed lightly, nonchalantly retrieving 2 wine bowls from a cabinet behind the elder, filling them before seating himself opposite the elder. Here you go, old rascal. I brought this year's special supply just for you. Let us drink. He savored the aroma of the wine. Ah, this Yama wine is truly delightful. Now, what is the matter? Hurry up and say it. Then let me drink in peace. Without hesitation, the one-armed elder snatched the wine jug from Li Hu's side, cradling it in his arms while savoring the fragrance, urging him on. Li Hu cleared his throat. Please wait a moment. He adeptly approached a peculiar instrument behind the elder, fiddling with it for a while before returning to his previous seat. By this time, the elder had shed his earlier demeanor, sitting upright with an air of grave intensity. Have those vermin mobilized? Sit, sit, sit. The reason I activated the shield is that I have a matter of greater importance to discuss with you, but it is not about those foul rodents. Rather, I have discovered an unparalleled prodigy, a prodigy so extraordinary that you could scarcely imagine. Li Hu quickly pressed the elder back into his seat, his expression brimming with excitement. What prodigy? Is it more remarkable than that Jiang Feishuan? The elder inquired. His curiosity piqued, sensing the gravity of Li Hu's words. He understood this tiger well. If it was something that could lead Li Hu to deem it a prodigy, its talent must rival that of Jiang Feishuan. What a bloodline of slaughter. How does it fare? Boom. What did you say? Bang. Puff. As soon as Li Hu finished speaking, the elder abruptly rose, a terrifying crimson aura erupting from behind him, transforming into a colossal ape that blotted out the sky. Under such overwhelming pressure, Li Hu nearly succumbed, hurled backward and crashing against a sturdy door, sliding down to the floor like a noodle. Blood gushed from his mouth like a geyser, and it seemed that there was only exhalation left, with no inhalation remaining. My apologies, I forgot how weak you are. Ahem. How tragic, thank you. The elder observed the scene with a leisurely demeanor, casually tossing Li Hu onto a seat, as if he were refused. After rummaging through his robes for some time, he produced a dark pill and tossed it into Li Hu's mouth. Before long, Li Hu regained consciousness. All his internal and external injuries had completely healed. Cough, cough. Old rascal, if you wish to kill me to spare your own aging self, just say it. Wait, what does this taste? Goodness. You and T have fed me that so-called imperial pill made from your own essence, would you? Ugh. What a wretched creature. Ugh. It is you who is utterly useless, unable to withstand even a fraction of my formidable presence. Bah, a fraction, you say? The audacity of that old face grows thicker by the day. After retching for what seemed an eternity, Li Hu was unable to rid himself of the foul odor that lingered, reminiscent of 800 years without a wash. Grabbing a wine cup, he rinsed his mouth with the infernal liquor before feeling somewhat relieved. What you just mentioned, could it truly be the case? Once Li Hu had calmed his stomach, the elder inquired. It is likely to be quite accurate. Do not utter likely. Such matters are of paramount importance. Either they exist or they do not. The elder's rare serious demeanor cast a stern glare at Li Hu. The reason I say likely is that we have yet to conduct a thorough examination. You hold the Great Qin Empire and the Dragon Source Star in too high esteem. The matter of bloodlines is shrouded in mystery and peculiarity, making it temporarily undetectable. Please, elucidate the specifics. The bloodline is still undetectable? Li Hu was taken aback, then spoke. There's a young lad named Feng, an orphan left by a heroic couple. Over 10 days ago, during a routine awakening examination, he possessed merely a 1-star black iron-grade ironwood bow. However, when I brought him to the wasteland battlefield to clear the remains of the wasteland wolves, he suddenly awakened. With every wolf he slew, a surge of power would infuse his being. The elder listened intently, not interrupting Li Hu's account. Particularly, upon hearing about Feng's slaying of the wasteland wolves and the subsequent influx of power that elevated his cultivation, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Even his breathing became irregular. Old rascal, do you comprehend this? At this point, Li Hu, filled with excitement, stood upon a stool, animatedly gesturing as he continued. Old rascal, do you truly grasp the magnitude? You have no idea. Previously, when the Northern Front erupted in conflict, he voluntarily requested to participate and support the Northern lines. I thought merely surviving would suffice, but can you fathom it? He slaughtered for nearly 20 consecutive hours, a relentless spree of carnage, claiming over 1,100 savage beasts, among which 90% were beast generals, with many being of the 6th, 7th, and even 8th ranks. What does this signify? It signifies that within roughly 3 days, he ascended from the 3rd tier of the warrior realm to the general realm. Does such a rate of ascension exist within the entire Great Qin Empire? Does it? Old rascal, you must realize that the Great Qin Empire has existed for nearly 9 centuries. Have you ever encountered such a prodigious talent? Calm your exuberance. The elder, observing Li Hu growing increasingly agitated, swiped away the spittle from his face and gestured for him to settle down. Yet, he too was visibly shaken. his hands trembling with excitement. So, you mean to say, he may indeed possess the legendary Slaughter bloodline. It is highly likely that he embodies the fabled lineage of carnage, strikingly similar to the accounts found in ancient texts. One might even say it is an exact match. If that is indeed the case, your intention in seeking me is to request that I bring him back to the Shura Academy? The elder realized the implication. Glancing at Li Hu, and with a tone of certainty, posed his lingering question. Indeed, this young man is an extraordinary prodigy. I fear he may attract the attention of those vile rats in Kanglin City. Should he meet with misfortune, it would represent a tremendous loss for our great Qin. Therefore, I hope you can arrange for the people of the Shura Academy to take him in. With his lineage of slaughter, combined with the Academy's training, it won't be long before our great Qin Empire witnesses the emergence of a true Shura god of war. For us, currently besieged on all fronts, this would serve as an indomitable blade. Please provide me with his information. Very well. Li Hu promptly transmitted the prepared dossier to the elder. After a moment, the elder regarded Li Hu with a peculiar expression, then proceeded to open a segment of surveillance footage. Take a look. Is this the same individual? Chapter 42. The Annihilation Spear. Li Hu cast a glance at the surveillance footage, his heart racing as he beheld the striking figure skillfully slaying the green skin boar with a bow and arrow. It is indeed him, he exclaimed, a sense of certainty washing over him. Furthermore, this young lad had embarked upon the path of body refinement, and in a remarkably pure manner. Have you encountered him before? Is that not an obvious question? I have been stationed here. Of course, I have seen him. By the way, regarding today's events, let it remain confidential. That young fellow from the military department of Kanglin City has classified this boy under the S-rank dossier. Perhaps, Kanglin City will soon become quite lively. As he concluded, the elder's eyes narrowed, imbued with significant meaning. That young man has shone too brightly. At merely 16 years of age, he has unleashed a torrent of slaughter over the course of 20 hours, directly vanquishing over 1,000 savage beasts, 90% of which were at the 6th or 7th rank, and even some at the 8th. This news cannot be concealed. After all, he did not fight alone. He traversed from the 3rd front line to the 2nd, witnessed by no fewer than 50,000 individuals. Even if the military issues a gag order at lightning speed, it is likely that the news is already leaked. Old rascal, you must ensure that lad remains safe. His father is from Giyue Mountain, and his mother is Mu Xiaoa. I understand. Do not worry with me around. He shall not come to harm. I will make a point to address the matter concerning the Shura Battle Academy. As Gu Feng and Wang Chong exited the door of the 3rd Preparatory Battle Academy, a tall and imposing man appeared before them. Brother Meng, haha, thank you. That little rascal deserves to be thoroughly taught a lesson. This time, let us see how he continues to act so arrogantly. Wang Meng took the unconscious Wang Chong from Gu Feng's hands, casting a quick glance and discovering that the boy had merely sustained some superficial injuries, with no broken bones. He breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled. After all, he's my little brother. Although I wouldn't mind him getting his limbs broken, I still feel a twinge of sympathy. Once we throw him into the wild battlefield, he will soon behave himself. Gu Feng replied with a smile. Ha! My father says the same. Anyway, he has already reached the 1st rank of warrior. As long as he does not rush into a horde of beasts, he should be all right. By the way, my father has heard about your exploits on the front lines. He asked me to convey his gratitude for your support on the northern front. When he has the time, he wishes to invite you for a drink. Of course, I intend to embark on a journey to the wilderness for training myself. If time permits, I shall visit the 1st front line. You are going to the wilderness for training? Well, the battle squad has no missions lately. Indeed. So do take care. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to call my father. Here is his number. He has already saved yours, so the moment you call, he will recognize you. Understood. Gu Feng saved Wang Meng's father Wang Chen's number, bid farewell to Wang Meng, and drove the phantom battle car straight towards the Jiuzhou Chamber of Commerce. He intended to stay in the wilderness for an extended period, thus requiring a substantial procurement of supplies. Essentials such as artisanal brews, compressed biscuits, jerky, and water are indispensable. Subsequently, he utilized the remaining 310,000 spirit coins to procure a 3-star diamond-grade Blood Shadow Warblade, also of the Blood Shadow lineage. Diamond grade warriors range from 1 to 9 stars, typically priced between 100,000 and 900,000 coins, excluding exceptional warriors like spatial capsule backpacks. After some contemplation, he borrowed 1,000,000 spirit coins through his Skynet account to acquire a 9-star diamond-grade movement technique titled Phantom Dragon Steps and a crimson alloy mask. Having settled these matters, he commandeered the Phantom War Chariot, heading directly to the desolate battlefield. Once back in the vehicle, he stored the Warblade and supplies in his storage space. He was in dire need of enhancement points. Lacking them felt akin to having an empty wallet or a dead phone, an unsettling absence of security. The Phantom War Chariot boasted an extraordinarily potent power source, employing the latest Model 9 super energy rods developed by Huayuan Corporation. The chariot contained 9 segments, each as thick as an adult's arm, and a single super energy rod could propel the vehicle for half a month without issue. Moreover, the solar panels, with a conversion rate of 100%, provided constant recharging. Thus, the Phantom War Chariot was a formidable vehicle capable of traversing vast distances without concerns about energy depletion. Of course, this pertains solely to its mobility. Should the mounted laser gun be deployed, one shot could deplete an entire energy rod. However, the likelihood of needing the laser gun was minimal. Hence, Feng harbored no apprehensions regarding the chariot's energy supply. The Phantom War Chariot surged across the wasteland like a ferocious beast, the scenery blurring past in a swift retreat. The fierce winds tousled Feng's hair, and as he experienced this exhilarating rush, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. This was the essence of true renewable energy. Compared to the so-called renewable resources of his previous life, this was infinitely more powerful. However, one should not hastily dismiss the electric vehicles of the past. Every endeavor requires gradual progression, akin to taking one step at a time or savoring food morsel by morsel. Patience is paramount. The Phantom War Chariot raced swiftly, and before long, it arrived at the Northern War Wall at the second battle line. Xiaofeng, what brings you here? Jiang Yu, who was busy inventorying supplies, set down his tablet upon seeing the chariot and approached Feng with a smile. The other soldiers, engaged in their tasks, greeted Feng with excitement and enthusiasm, their expressions akin to those witnessing a beloved idol. Feng reciprocated their greetings warmly, as they were all comrades who had faced life and death together, a comforting reunion. Noticing this scene, Jiang Yu chuckled teasingly. You become their idol. Feng responded with an awkward smile. Sister Jiang Yu, I am here to train in the wasteland. Train? Jiang Yu furrowed her brow, expressing concern. Given your previous reckless slaughters, you have likely secured a spot on the beast kill list. Should you appear in the wasteland, it may provoke a frenzy of retaliation from countless savage beasts. Do you still dare to venture forth? In essence, she did not wish for Feng to venture into the wasteland for training, as it was exceedingly perilous. Previously, he had recklessly slain numerous wild beasts, leaving him marked with their distinctive traces and aura. This aura could only be cleansed by a formidable being of the Battle Emperor realm or higher. Otherwise, it was inescapable and indelible. Consequently, should he appear in a wasteland, he would undoubtedly be sensed by the wasteland wolves and the iron-backed wild crocodiles, leading to a relentless pursuit. It was far too dangerous. However, Feng's eyes glimmered subtly with intrigue. Was there a possibility of such fortune? How exhilarating! Jiang Yu, observing Feng's disregard for her counsel, refrained from further persuasion. Instead, she gestured toward the distance and called out, You, go to the armory and fetch a divine extermination gun just developed by the Huayuan military. Yes, Commander. Soon, a warrior of the 9th level approached Feng, carrying a nearly 2-meter-long box crafted entirely from a dark-hued superalloy, his face radiating fervent admiration. Idol, this is for you. Haha, you have no idea? Your renown on the 2nd and even the 3rd battlefront is resounding. Countless warriors idolize you for life. Cough, cough. Thank you, Feng replied gratefully, accepting the box. Sister Jiang Yu, what exactly is this divine extermination gun? He was entirely unfamiliar with it. The divine extermination gun is the latest generation of sniper rifles developed by Huayuan military. equipped with 5 rounds. It poses a threat to those at the 7th and 8th levels of the Battle Sovereign realm, so use it sparingly. It took immense effort on the second battlefront to acquire just 5 units. Then I cannot accept this. It is far too precious. It would be better to leave it here to fulfill a greater purpose. Feng promptly declined. Chapter 43. The Canlong Mountain Range in no time. He would possess the strength to slay warriors of the 7th and 8th ranks. Wielding this god-slaying spear would be a sheer waste. It would be far better to leave it on the second front, where it could serve a greater purpose. Take it, you little rascal. You are unaware that your existence is far more significant than this spear. Well, I suppose I'll hold on to it for now. When I return, I shall return it to you. No need. This god-slaying spear can only fire 5 shots before the barrel is rendered nearly useless. Then this item is all the more precious. However, he did not refuse again. Nodding, he slung it over his shoulder, bade farewell to the others, and sped out of the gates of the war wall in his phantom war chariot, racing ahead. Be cautious. If you encounter any danger, send me a signal immediately. I will lead the troops to your aid at once. Understood, came Feng's voice from afar. That little rascal Jiang Yu observed the phantom war chariot disappearing into the swirling dust and pondered for a moment before sending a message to Xiao Zhan to inform him of the situation. Feng's recent display had been utterly astonishing. Allowing him to venture alone into the wilderness for training posed a considerable risk. She could not forcibly detain him. Thus, the only course of action was to have Xiao Zhan and the others covertly protect him. What nonsense! That little brat has ventured alone into the Canlong mountain range outside the northern front. Indeed, this child is simply reckless. Stop your chatter, if there is nothing amiss. Hurry and provide covert protection. All right, I must report this to the military as well. Very well. After hanging up, Jiang Yu promptly notified the military. Feng had now been placed on the military's protection list, classified as S rank. Although the military was supposed to have strong individuals monitoring him at all times, fearing potential harm from unseen threats, it was still necessary to make the report. Soon, the military responded with a simple acknowledgement, received. Seeing this, Jiang Yu shrugged. Such was the treatment reserved for geniuses. Unbeknownst to Feng, after distancing himself from the war wall, he donned a new combat uniform, adorned a crimson butterfly mask, and drove his phantom war chariot at full speed. In less than a few minutes, he had traversed the entrance and arrived at the foot of the Canlong mountain range. Shrouded in endless mist, gazing at the obscured mountains from the base, he could only discern the vast and indistinct outlines of numerous peaks. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The Canlong mountain range, guarded by the northern war wall, lay 50 kilometers beyond the walls of Kanglan City. It was perpetually veiled in mist, stretching over 3,000 kilometers in length, with its width remaining a mystery, for no one had dared to explore its depths due to the inherent dangers. The mountains were vast and majestic, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Within their expanse resided not only countless wild beasts, but also an abundance of precious herbs, making it a natural treasure trove. Thus, this place has become a paradise for countless hunting teams honing their skills. Within the Canlong mountain range, the prevalent inhabitants are the prairie wolves, followed by the ironback wild crocodiles and shadowy wild leopards. After surveying his surroundings and finding no one else, he focused his mind and stored the phantom war chariot in his spatial storage. Transforming into a cheetah, he swiftly raced towards the Canlong mountain range. Upon entering, a wave of coolness enveloped him, and he could distinctly sense the abundant spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within the mountain range. It was no wonder that countless precious materials and treasures could be found here. Roar! As Feng stepped into the area, a beastly roar reverberated through the surrounding trees. The black iron bow appeared in his hand in an instant. The next moment, a towering gray-black wolf, covered in coarse fur as thick as a finger, charged at Feng, exuding a foul stench. Swoosh! A soft sound echoed as the silver arrow, resembling a flash of silver lightning, pierced through the prairie wolf's skull, rendering it lifeless. 9 enhancement points credited. What a disappointment. Merely a beast soldier. Nevertheless, the carcass of the beast soldier should not go to waste. It can be converted into spirit coins. With a flicker of thought, he stored the beast soldier's body in his spatial storage. Currently, his spatial storage already contained a substantial quantity of carcasses of wild beasts, yet he had not found the opportunity to act. At this moment, Gu Feng's expression shifted slightly as he gazed towards the dense forest nearby. Extending his mental perception, he quickly detected a large group of prairie wolves rushing towards him. Gu Feng's eyes brightened. It seemed that Sister Jiang Yu's words were indeed correct. He possessed some special aura and markings that the prairie wolves could sense upon entering the Songlong mountain range. This was simply splendid. Immediately, Gu Feng's figure flickered and he appeared on high ground, ready to unleash a barrage of arrows upon the frenzied prairie wolves charging towards him. With each arrow fired, the charging wolves fell one after another. Unfortunately, these prairie wolves were far too weak, with the strongest merely being first-tier beast generals. After collecting the wolf carcasses, he ventured deeper into the mountains. Where is everyone? It has barely been half a day, and they have vanished? Upon receiving a message from Jiang Yu, Xiao Zhan quickly gathered Wang Yulan, Wang Meng, Old Ma, Jiang Shui, and Yi Ying, and they hastened to the battlefield in their war chariot. They attempted to communicate with Gu Feng several times, but each attempt was met with silence, which left them quite worried. Although the sky net was powerful, its coverage only extended within the confines of the War Great Wall. Beyond that, even a few dozen kilometers out, it was ineffective due to the overwhelming magnetic field. In other words, once one stepped into the Songlong mountain range, even a most advanced smart wristwatch could only tell the time. They had no choice but to enter and search. Xiao Zhan sighed with a wry smile as he led the group swiftly into the Songlong mountain range. Don't you find it strange? What do you mean? While racing forward, Xiao Zhan curiously inquired of Ying. Little Feng's phantom war chariot has vanished. Indeed, according to Commander Jiang. He arrived at the Songlong mountain range in a phantom battle car. But where is the vehicle now? Jiang Shui pondered. Could it be that Brother Gu Feng possesses a space ring that transcends the legendary tier? This revelation left the crowd in a state of stunned silence. For only a space ring that surpasses the legendary grade could offer such immense capacity, sufficient to contain a phantom battle car. Yet, such a treasured artifact is worth its weight in gold and is meticulously catalogued. How could it possibly fall into unworthy hands? Where could he have acquired such a remarkable treasure? This young man harbors far too many secrets. Nightingale, your olfactory senses are the most acute. Could you discern Gu Feng's scent? Nightingale retorted. After the rain, how am I supposed to sense anything? I'm not a dog. At that moment, a hearty voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Is this not the Phantom Battle team? Have you also come to the Songlong mountain range? Are you in search of the wild wolf's remains? Upon hearing these words, the expressions of Xiao Zhan and the others instantly darkened as they cast their gazes toward the dense forest on the left, filled with a chilling intent and seething hatred. Chapter 44. The frantic surge of battle power time passed swiftly, and before long, 5 days had elapsed. During this period, Gu Feng traversed the vast expanse of the Songlong mountain range like a harbinger of death. As Jiang Yu had foretold, he indeed bore the unique marks left by the wildland wolves and ironback crocodiles. No matter where he ventured, throngs of these ferocious beasts relentlessly converged upon him, their intent palpable, as if they yearned to rend him asunder. Yet, rather than wear him down, this exhilarating pursuit invigorated Gu Feng. His black iron bow was nearly smoking from the strain. To mitigate the risk of his bow shattering under immense tension, he expended 3,000 enhancement points to elevate its rank from 5 stars to 9 stars, silver grade. With this upgrade, the bow's power amplification surged from 7 to an impressive 10, enabling his arrows to strike with greater potency and velocity. In a short span, he felled a multitude of wildland wolves and ironback crocodiles, their essence now radiating from him with a brilliance akin to a 1,000-watt bulb. Wherever he roamed, he was pursued by countless wildland wolves and ironback crocodiles. A thrilling experience for Gu Feng. Over these 5 days, his enhancement points soared to a staggering 329, perilously close to the coveted 30,000 mark. Such a vast reserve of enhancement points was too precious to squander. Consequently, he dedicated time to consume 3 000 points, elevating his physical realm from 5 stars, silver grade, to 1 star, gold grade. His physical strength now rivaled that of a gold-ranked warrior, boasting an astonishing power of 100,000 gene. His vitality realm also ascended, having expended 400 enhancement points, propelling him to the first level of the Battle Sovereign realm. At this juncture, his strength had reached 200,000 gene. Naturally, his mental realm could not remain stagnant, as it was one of his greatest trump cards. Previously at the first level of the Soul General realm, after utilizing another 400 enhancement points, surged directly to the first level of the Soul Sovereign realm. The remaining 529 enhancement points were allocated to further enhance his 9-star, diamond grade, Phantom Dragon Step. This ensured a balanced development. In the Tsanglong mountain range, towering ancient trees abounded. Thus, a potent movement technique, coupled with formidable physical prowess, was essential for maximizing his combat effectiveness. Similar to the improvement of the Star Crystal Concentration technique, the system rectified its deficiencies prior to enhancement. This time, however, the cost was greater, consuming a full 15,000 enhancement points to complete the restoration of the 9-star, diamond grade, Phantom Dragon Step, elevating it to 1-star, legendary grade. This marked the first technique in his arsenal to attain such a legendary status. Moreover, akin to the restoration of the Star Crystal Concentration technique, he had preliminarily mastered the Phantom Dragon Step following its successful enhancement. In other words, the moment his Phantom Dragon Step was perfected, it attained a novice level, sparing him a remarkable 30,000 enhancement points. Now, empowered by this 1-star legendary movement technique, his speed truly resembled that of a fleeting specter, significantly amplified compared to before. Consequently, he was left with a mere 529 enhancement points, once again impoverished. Yet, feeling the formidable aura emanating from within his body, Feng was thoroughly satisfied. In just 5 days, his combat prowess had undergone a tremendous transformation. At this juncture, even a first-level BattleSec practitioner would hardly stand a chance against him. After all, he was now a first-level Soul Sovereign. Considering that those who wield mental energy are invariably a whole realm more potent than their blood-chi counterparts, eliminating a first-level BattleSec practitioner was indeed no daunting task. As for his speed, it should be comparable to that of a 3rd or 4th-level Soul Sovereign, perhaps. He had yet to test it, so he could not be certain. Such is the advantage of possessing a miraculous golden finger. Truly exhilarating. However, unbeknownst to him, his actions had plunged the entire Tsang Wolf Mountain range into chaos, causing considerable distress among the hunting teams training within its depths. What the hell? Have these feral wolves and ironback savage crocodiles gone mad? Why are there suddenly so many of them? We are merely on the outskirts. How have we encountered such a multitude of feral wolves and ironback savage crocodiles? Could it be that some truly precious natural treasures are on the verge of maturation, inciting such madness among these beasts? Should we venture closer to investigate? You may go, but I have no desire to be encircled by these 8th and 9th tier beast general level feral wolves, only to perish without understanding how it happened. Upon hearing this, some cautious hunting teams immediately refrained from approaching, opting instead to withdraw to a safe distance. One of the survival rules of the wilderness: avoid greed, retreat when encountering danger. The wilds are perilous. No one knows what crisis may arise at the next moment. To survive long, one must exercise utmost caution. The so-called precious natural treasures are merely a super ferocious and mysterious powerhouse, ruthlessly slaughtering the feral wolves and ironback savage crocodiles. His actions had thoroughly enraged this pack of wild beasts, inciting their relentless pursuit. At that moment, a breathless, drenched figure, resembling someone just pulled from the water, emerged in a panic from the dense forest. 7th-level battle general, exclaiming excitedly, "Is this for real? What purpose would I have to deceive you? I recorded this video from hundreds of meters away. See for yourselves." As he spoke, he activated the video, projecting the captured scenes into the air. There, on the luminous screen, was a man donning a blood-colored butterfly mask and clad in black combat attire, his true visage obscured wielding a silver longbow, ruthlessly shooting down the feral wolves and ironback savage crocodiles that charged at him with fervor. Wherever the arrows flew, even the peak beast generals were pierced through the skull by the terrifying golden-grade armor-piercing arrows. Even amidst the chaos, they beheld, through the shimmering veil, the relentless surge of savage beasts converging behind their adversary, who unleashed 3 golden, piercing arrows with remarkable precision. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle, the onlookers exchanged silent glances, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. When did such a formidable warrior emerge from the Songlong mountain range? This individual was undoubtedly a master of archery. Moreover, their agility was astonishingly exaggerated. In the blink of an eye, they moved with the swiftness of lightning, leaving behind a trail of phantoms. If their assumptions were correct, this opponent had likely mastered the illusory dragon step. Yet, for reasons unknown, the execution of this technique appeared even more profound and enigmatic. Ah, how exhausting. After vanquishing nearly 30 formidable wild wolves, Feng felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. There were simply too many. Over the past 5 days, he had either been engaged in slaying beasts or preparing for the next encounter, with scarcely a moment to rest. On several occasions, he had approached a waterfall, yearning for a refreshing bath to wash away the stench of blood, only to find that before he could even shed his clothing, a massive iron-backed crocodile erupted from the depths, lunging toward him with fierce intent. He drank water and consumed rations amidst the frenzy of battle. As for rest, that was a distant luxury. At times, the unique scent and markings left by wild beasts upon his body proved to be more of a curse than a blessing. Truly, he was utterly drained. At that moment, Feng suddenly caught wind of a familiar roar and the sounds of combat, his gaze sharpening as he hastened toward the source of the noise. Ha ha ha! Nightingale, today, your phantom team shall face annihilation. However, if you and that girl named Jiang Shui could provide us with some amusement, we may consider sparing your lives. What do you say? Chapter 45. Rescue and shooting the captain, along with that woman named Wang Yulan, was indeed punctual. A warrior, wielding a pair of golden shears, with a black cloth covering his face and triangular eyes, was so emaciated that he seemed incapable of shedding even a few pounds of flesh. As he snipped away with his giant scissors, his face twisted in a lewd grin, he shouted, "Ah yes, and that foul woman Wang Yulan. She almost pierced my vital parts just now. It's utterly outrageous. We must not linger. If others learn of this, we are doomed." After all, the members of this squad are not ordinary individuals. Rest assured, we have thoroughly surveyed the area. Within a 10-mile radius, there is no one and no wild beasts. They are all pursuing that mysterious butterfly-masked man. Nonetheless, we must not let our guard down. Let us settle this swiftly. As soon as the words left his lips, the 17 masked warriors, along with 3 first-tier battle masters, ceased their hesitation and unleashed their full combat prowess, charging toward Nightingale and her companions. You too. Choose your moment to break through. I shall assist you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Nightingale ignited her beastly talent, the night owl essence, forcefully breaking through to the battle master realm, a series of nearly imperceptible sounds suddenly shot forth from all directions. In the next moment, those previously snarling and lecherous masked warriors, who had been lunging at Nightingale and the others, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Each of their heads was pierced by trembling, armor-piercing arrows. The force of these arrows was so immense that they not only penetrated through the back of their skulls, but also protruded from their mouths, throats, foreheads, and the center of their brows. Those who had fallen just a second before found their souls departing in the next heartbeat. Who? Show yourself. The 3 battle masters, witnessing this scene, were instantly gripped by terror. They quickly formed a strong defensive formation, standing back to back, weapons in hand, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, daring not to let their guard down. The arrows, elusive and swift, rained down upon them from all directions. Their 14 subordinates had no time to react and were all slain in the same manner. It is important to note that among those 14 were 5 peak warriors. The outcome was inevitable. This illustrated just how terrifying and formidable the hidden archers were. The most alarming aspect was that there was not just one, but at least 4 or 5 individuals launching arrows from various angles. As unease filled the hearts of the three, their bodies tensed, 3 golden armor-piercing arrows hurtled toward them from 3 directions. The 3 battle masters immediately swung their weapons to block the arrows. However, at that moment, 9 more arrows, also from 3 directions, shot toward them with lightning speed. No! The 3 battle masters were horrified and employed their strongest techniques to fend off the oncoming arrows. Regrettably, the velocity of these arrows was astonishingly swift. Apart from a rare few that were deflected, the remainder struck their targets directly in the heart, throat, and brow. The sheer force of the projectiles propelled their bodies a considerable distance before they became impaled against stones or large trees, lifeless beyond any doubt. Nightingale, Wang Meng, and Old Ma were rendered speechless by this harrowing scene. However, in the next moment, Nightingale's gaze was drawn to a mysterious figure emerging from the dense forest. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit and adorned with a crimson butterfly mask, a peculiar light flickered in his eyes, and Nightingale's heart constricted as recognition surged within her. She was on the verge of calling out Gu Feng's name. Yet, upon observing his attire, she swiftly discerned his desire to conceal his identity. Struggling against her fatigue, she clasped her hands in gratitude, uttering, "I'm eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Sir Nightingale, what brings you here? And what has transpired?" "We're Brother Xiao and Jiang Shui." Gu Feng hurriedly approached, supporting the swaying Nightingale and her companions, his concern palpable. By my word! By my word!" Old Ma and Wang Meng exclaimed, recognizing the familiar yet youthful voice, their astonishment palpable. It was indeed Gu Feng. Had he truly grown to the point of effortlessly slaying a first-tier battle sovereign? Was this the manifestation of a 1-star black iron-grade Taimou Bao talent? Such legendary weaponry could not possibly possess such terrifying capabilities. How had he honed his skills? Nevertheless, both men, possessing their own wisdom, refrained from voicing Gu Feng's name aloud. "Little Feng, please, save Captain Xiao. They are being pursued by the leaders of the Golden Grade teams, Evil Wolf, Ice Heron, and Mad Lion, and have ultimately fled into the Misty Mountains. Jiang Shui and Yulan's whereabouts are currently unknown. Do you have any means to locate them? Perhaps a tracker or something similar?" Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily retrieved some recently enhanced healing potions from his pocket and distributed them to the 3, inquiring urgently. "No, the magnetic fields in the Songlong Mountain range and any wilderness areas are quite peculiar. All electronic devices become inoperative, serving merely to tell the time. Nevertheless, we do have a general direction. The Misty Mountains lie to the left. Jiang Shui and Yulan are presently untraceable." "Understood. You all must return to the second front line. We cannot linger here," Gu Feng stated, casting a glance in the direction before vanishing in an instant. "Be careful. If things become too perilous, come back," Nightingale murmured. Watching Gu Feng disappear into the thicket, a tinge of regret stirring within her. She had acted too hastily. Witnessing his ability to effortlessly dispatch a first-tier battle sovereign and immediately thought of him rescuing Captain Xiao. Yet, she had overlooked the fact that he was merely 16 years old, a prodigious talent. But it was too late now. "Understood. You all hasten back. It may not be long before chaos ensues here. Quickly return and inform Sister Jiangyu to prepare for battle." From afar, the voice of Gu Feng resonated with unparalleled clarity in the ears of the Nightingale. The Nightingale was momentarily taken aback. Was he communicating across such a vast distance? Quickly dispose of these individuals, ensuring it appears they were not slain by arrows, and then retreat. The Nightingale commanded decisively, understanding that given their current state, remaining here would only be a burden. Moreover, Gu Feng had vital information that needed to be relayed back. Their return was imperative. "All right." Old Ma and Wang Meng exhibited no hesitation, immediately joining the Nightingale as the trio grasped their weapons and commenced their destruction. These 17 individuals were all members of the 3 prominent Golden Tier teams. Though their faces were concealed by black cloth, how could they possibly be mistaken? Chapter 46. Perhaps not in a swift manner, the trio hastily scoured the bodies of the 17 individuals, each applying corpse-dissolving fluid upon them. In mere moments, the corpses transformed into a wisp of azure smoke, merging into the earth below. Even their combat attire rapidly disintegrated, vanishing without a trace. The weaponry was all stowed away in Nightingale's spatial capsule, which was of a superior grade, affording her a larger capacity. The smart wristwatches were shattered and discarded amidst the dense forest. By the time all was resolved, scarcely 3 minutes had elapsed. Their technique was remarkably proficient, indicative of seasoned practitioners in such matters, leaving no evidence behind. "Let's move," Nightingale commanded sharply, immediately dashing towards the second battle line. "Have you noticed something?" As they sped away, Nightingale, despite her grievous injuries, sensed an astonishing recovery within a brief span. Her heart raced, prompting her to quietly inquire of Wang Ming and Old Ma. "Medicine. The elixirs Feng provided us are undoubtedly extraordinary, likely of the 8 or 9-star golden caliber." Wang Ming and Old Ma, not lacking in wisdom, grasped Nightingale's implication. "However, the rejuvenation elixir Feng gifted us is merely a 1-star silver grade, albeit exceptionally pure, akin to a flawless essence, which has amplified its effects to the utmost. Indeed, this individual harbors numerous secrets regardless. He is a member of my Phantom team, and that suffices." Precisely as Nightingale and her companions hastened back to the second battle line, Feng, having burrowed into the thicket, glanced at his reinforcement points, 1809 in total. "Upgrade the Black Iron War, bow to 1-star golden level." "Congratulations, host. You have expended 1,000 reinforcement points." The Black Iron War bow has been successfully upgraded to 1-star golden level, with a power augmentation of 12. Now, 809 reinforcement points remained, which must not be squandered. They were to be preserved for enhancing the elixirs at hand. Recently, he had spent some reinforcement points to expedite Nightingale and the others' recovery by enhancing the 1-star silver rejuvenation elixirs several times, elevating their purity to near perfection. Consequently, their efficacy would surpass expectations, facilitating their swift recuperation. Currently, his spiritual consciousness had ascended to the first level of Soul Venerable, allowing him to scan a radius of 1,000 meters with his mental prowess. This aligned with the mental power points he possessed. A first-level Soul Venerable's mental force equated to 1,000 points, and with such expansive scanning, he quickly sensed the presence of Captain Xiao, Jiang Shui, and Yulan. Intriguingly, their auras converged in the same direction, significantly conserving his energy and time in the search. Instantly, Feng moved, his form transforming into a fleeting dragon, vanishing in an instant. This was the entry-level 1-star legendary skill, Phantom Dragon Step, which multiplied his speed manifold. As the harrowing act of slaughtering 17 individuals unfolded, a terrifying velocity was employed, leading the adversaries to mistakenly perceive the presence of 4 or 5 assailants, thereby plunging them into disarray and confusion. In an instant, a fleeting shadow traversed an expanse of several hundred meters, racing towards the misty mountains. At that very moment, within this peculiar mountain shrouded in dense fog, where visibility dwindled to less than 10 meters, the wounded warrior, Owl Battle, was desperately fleeing for his life. "You 3 wretched scoundrels, Ice Heron, Mad Lion, and Evil Wolf, this matter shall not conclude so easily. Once I extricate myself from this predicament, I shall ensure that you experience a fate worse than death." "Ha ha! Owl Battle, do you truly believe you can escape? Heh, since we have made our move, it is only fitting that you meet your end. It is not in our nature to release a tiger back to the mountains. Do you comprehend the true identities of Jiang Shui, Yulan, and Nightingale? Heh! One is the cherished daughter of the Lord of Jiangxuan City. Another, the esteemed heiress of the Wang family from the secondary survival base, Cloud Dream City, and the last, a discarded daughter from the Yi family. It appears you have long been aware of their identities, yet still sought to eliminate them. It seems you have become mere pawns for that pack of rats. Cuckoo, I'll battle. Perhaps you should focus on your own peril. TSK. Tell me, if we were to slay Owl Battle and return with the grotesquely mangled remains already ravaged by the wild wolves, would the Deputy Minister of Education, Al Yun, and the military commander, Al Jun Tian, not be incensed? And then, would they not march into the Wolf Mountains? Haha, that remains uncertain. So this was your true objective. Upon hearing these words, Owl Battle was consumed by a profound rage. And what of it? This information shall never return with you. Perhaps not. At that moment, a youthful yet chilling voice suddenly resonated in the ears of the three formidable warriors of the fourth rank. In the next instant, three terrifying sounds of arrows slicing through the air echoed through the dense forest. The fierce expressions of the mad lion, ice heron, and evil wolf transformed as they realized the gravity of the situation. They immediately abandoned the gravely injured Owl Battle and instinctively charged towards the three arrows. With a series of resounding thuds, the three golden tier armor-piercing arrows were deflected. Observing this, Feng felt a chill. Indeed, these seasoned warriors, accustomed to dancing on the precipice of life and death, possessed immeasurable combat experience and remarkable precision, effortlessly striking the arrows. However, if one arrow could be deflected, what if 3 or 5? In the next moment, Feng drew back his bow and released another barrage of 3 arrows, which soared towards the 3 powerful adversaries with lightning speed. The current Black Iron War bow had attained the status of a 1-star golden tier weapon, its might significantly enhanced. The arrows, in both velocity and force, were far superior to their predecessors. Who are you? We are a golden tier scavenging team. No, you're traitorous scoundrels. Feng interrupted his opponent abruptly with a cold rebuke, yet the arrows in his grasp flew forth with even greater swiftness. Sensing the terrifying killing intent carried by those elusive projectiles, the 3 formidable warriors at the 4th level of battle respect felt a chill run down their spines, an unsettling sense of dread enveloping them. The arrows were astoundingly rapid, instilling within them an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In that moment, thoughts of retreat began to take root in their minds. Thus, the 3 of them fought while gradually withdrawing, soon distancing themselves nearly 100 meters from the fierce battle. Observing this scene, Feng broke into a grin, for it was nothing short of delightful. Amidst such a thick fog, revealing his identity as a mine master seemed perfectly justified. With this thought, Feng's spirit surged, and 3 razor-thin, butterfly wing-like 9-star golden-grade blood shadow flying daggers materialized instantaneously at his fingertips. Chapter 47. The Battle of the Crows. Is this really necessary? The mist enveloping Misty Mountain was exceedingly peculiar. Even his mental prowess, which could typically extend 1,000 meters, had been constricted to a mere 300. All high-tech electronic devices were rendered inoperative. This circumstance provided Feng with an opportune moment to exhibit the might of a mentalist without reservation. At present, he was a first-level soul sovereign, his true combat strength comparable to that of a first-level battle sect. Slaying 3 4th-level battle sovereigns should be a trivial task, wouldn't it? Your Excellency, we bear no grudge or animosity towards you. Why resort to total annihilation? As fellow humans, we ought to unite against the monstrous beasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In response, 3 piercing sounds cut through the air, moving at a velocity exceeding that of arrows by 10-fold. Upon hearing the whistling, the 3 4th-level battle sovereigns instinctively urged their bodies to evade, fearing for their lives, yet their bodies seemed paralyzed, unresponsive as if caught in a system crash. In the next moment, the 3 battle sovereigns abruptly stood still. Observing from the front, one would see a crimson blade piercing through the back of their heads, emerging directly from their foreheads. No blood flowed. Although the blood shadow flying dagger was indestructible, it was as thin as a cicada's wing. When it pierced through the cranial bone, it appeared as though it were embedded within, with not a drop of blood to be seen. Hud, hud, hud. Perhaps a second passed, or perhaps 3. The lifeless bodies of the 3 battle sovereigns fell in unison, as if they had conspired after death. Truly remarkable in its power, particularly the speed. Even without fully exerting control over the blood shadow flying dagger, its velocity surpassed that of his arrows by a factor of 10. When speed reaches such a terrifying magnitude, even a mere piece of paper transforms into a deadly weapon. With a flick of his hand, 3 daggers as delicate as cicada wings materialized in Feng's grasp. Observing the daggers, which bore not a trace of blood, he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he willed the 3 blood shadow, flying daggers back into his storage space. The 3 4th-level battle sovereigns had generously contributed 1,200 enhancement points to him, with each one providing 400 points. He approached and rummaged through their spatial capsule backpacks, discovering that each was of at least 1-star diamond grade, capable of holding over 1,000 pounds. Such treasures warranted keeping one for the sake of discretion. Next, he examined their weapons. A 9-star diamond grade battle knife of the Blood Shadow series, an 8-star diamond grade sword of the Feng series, and a pair of 1-star king grade gauntlets. As for their combat attire, it was all of golden quality. However, he had no desire to wear the garments of the deceased. Nevertheless, he could strip them off and sell them to the Jojo Merchant Association or the Monster Hunters Guild. Without hesitation, Feng swiftly undressed the 3 of them, and with a flicker of his mental energy, he levitated their lifeless forms, casting them into a crevice, departing with nonchalance. By the time he returned, less than 2 minutes had elapsed. Upon his arrival, Xiao Zhan was in the midst of consuming healing elixirs, preparing to mend his wounds. Hearing the commotion, he hastily rose. Benefactor, ahem. Brother Xiao, it is I. Feng did not intend to mock Xiao Zhan, nor did he wish to conceal his identity, as he revealed beneath the mask. Cough, cough. Little Feng. Xiao Zhan gazed at the familiar and youthful visage before him, nearly choking on his own saliva. His face was a portrait of shock as he stared at Feng, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. He shook his head frantically, suspecting he was trapped in an illusion. Indeed, it must be a mere figment of his imagination. Otherwise, this would be utterly preposterous. He had devoted nearly 17 years to ascending to the 1st level of the Battle Sovereign realm. But the other party? He had met him merely a fortnight prior, at which time he was nothing more than a battlefield scavenger, assisting them in clearing the war zone, with only the 3rd level of the Battle Disciple realm to his name. And now, in the blink of an eye, he could slay those at the Battle Sovereign level. Was this not absurd? Slap, slap, slap. Ah, Brother Xiao, why are you slapping yourself? Feng inquired, observing the perplexed Xiao Zhan suddenly striking his own face. Hiss! It hurts. It is real, not a dream. But how can this be? I have cultivated for 17 years, yet I have only attained the 1st level of the Battle Sovereign realm, while you, not yet 17, possess the strength to contend with those at the 2nd level of the Battle Sovereign realm. Cough. There are indeed distinctions among individuals. However, these matters are trivial. What is paramount is to rescue Sister Schwerer and Sister Yulan. Ah, right. I cannot believe I forgot about them. Quickly, follow me. I have concealed them in a secret location, but they are gravely injured and in dire need of healing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's expression turned to one of shame, and he led Feng, following the special markers he had left behind, toward the hidden sanctuary. Brother Xiao, please take this pill. Otherwise, you may bleed to death. Along the way, Feng observed Xiao Zhan staggering, blood spilling with each step, and promptly produced a life-restoring pill of utmost purity, offering it to him. Cough, cough. Very well. I shall not stand on ceremony then. I have just exhausted my own stock of pills. Xiao Zhan received it without hesitation, swallowing it without a second glance. This pill. Something's amiss. Profoundly amiss. The fragrance, the taste, the purity, and the healing effect. Hiss. Little Feng, the pill you just gave me, is it of gold or diamond grade? Xiao Zhan suddenly whirled around, his face ablaze with excitement as he questioned Feng. Just a 1-star silver grade. I cannot afford anything more advanced. Impossible. I have consumed 1-star silver grade pills before. While their effects are decent, they are nothing so extraordinary in this purity. Cough. Brother understands now. Fret not. I will keep this secret. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not divulge it. As he spoke, Xiao Zhan suddenly grasped the situation and solemnly patted his chest, assuring Feng. Feng smiled gently. He dares to bring it forth, having contemplated the consequences. Moreover, his greatest secret lies within the enhancement system. Although everything he displays might lead an astute observer to suspect that he harbors a monumental secret. What difference does it make if they come to know it, as long as his rate of ascendance in power remains sufficiently rapid. His strength is in a constant state of evolution. Just like now, he possesses the might comparable to a first-level battle sovereign, and it has only taken him a mere few days, around 10, in fact. Is that an exaggeration? Perhaps it is. But those who possess a golden opportunity within their household understand that this is merely foundational practice. With a substantial number of enhancement points, he can swiftly ascend to higher realms in a remarkably short span of time. Moments later, the injuries on Xiao Zhan's body had healed significantly. He gazed at Gu Feng with eyes full of astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, healing his wounds with a first-tier silver-grade elixir would typically require at least a day or two, and even a first-tier gold-grade elixir would not suffice in less time. The reason lies in the impurities involved. This issue has remained an ailment with no effective solution thus far. Yet now, Gu Feng's first-tier silver-grade elixir had managed to heal most of his injuries in just a few minutes. Could it be that this young man possesses ancient methods to purify elixirs? If that were the case, it would indeed be a groundbreaking revelation. In an instant, Xiao Zhan found himself engulfed in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. Chapter 48. Truly adept at concealment. He has found refuge in the domain of the two-headed wilderness python in the year 983 of the Great Qin Empire. It stands as one of the mightiest empires on the Dragon Source Star. This prominence is attributed to the empire's venerable history and resplendent culture. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy and the transformation of the world, a plethora of ancient relics emerged, including remnants from epochs even further back in time. Countless ancestors sacrificed their vibrant lives to unearth numerous cultivation techniques, secret arts, and treasures, which, through the painstaking efforts of generations, have endowed the Great Qin Empire with an abundance of methods for cultivation. Is this legacy that has shaped the empire we see today, along with the cultivation system present on Dragon Source Star? In essence, the Great Qin Empire has made the most significant contributions to the cultivation framework of Dragon Source Star. Nevertheless, many of these legacies, such as alchemy, remain profoundly intricate and enigmatic. Despite substantial advancements in their deciphering, they still fall short of their potential. For instance, ancient texts describe true spiritual pills as possessing a unique halo and exquisite golden patterns, capable of astonishing effects. However, the spiritual pills produced today, tainted by impurities, yield effects that are but a fraction of what was chronicled in the ancient scriptures. Even so, these advancements have vastly enhanced the safety of the Great Qin Empire's warriors, a veritable national treasure. Upon experiencing the one-star silver-grade healing pill provided by Gu Feng, he was utterly astonished. The healing effects, fragrance, and purity were indistinguishable from those described in the ancient texts. Could it be that this young man fortuitously discovered a peril-free ancient relic containing alchemical secrets, which he then deciphered? This seemed implausible. Although the script of the ancient text bears resemblance to modern characters, comprehension often eludes those familiar with the individual symbols. The current predicament of the Great Qin Empire mirrors that of a second or third greater laboriously grappling with the most obscure classical literature. As a mere 16-year-old youth, who has always resided in Kanglin's city, with every movement easily traceable, where could he have stumbled upon such a relic? And at such a young age? Xie Zhan's mind was in disarray, his worldview on the verge of collapse due to everything he witnessed in Gu Feng. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, if he were aware of Xie Zhan's turmoil, he would undoubtedly quip, "You should write a novel. Your imagination is remarkable." Soon, the two arrived at the concealed location of Xie Zhan, Jiang Shui, and Wang Yulan, a hidden cave. However, upon their arrival, they were confronted by a two-headed wilderness python, as thick as a water barrel and measuring nearly 20 to 30 meters in length. Its massive body coiled around a colossal ancient tree. The fearsome heads flicked their tongues as they swiftly advanced toward the hiding place of Jiang Shui and Wang Yulan. Gu Feng and Xie Zhan's expressions changed dramatically at this sight. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Feng drew forth his black iron bow, knocking a golden tear-piercing arrow, and unleashed it towards the head of the two-headed wild python. A barely audible sound resonated as the peak Beast General level Python was pinned to the ground. 90 enhancement points. However, at that moment, Feng's expression shifted. While unleashing a flurry of arrows deep into the dense forest, he produced 2 enhanced life-restoring pills and tossed them to Xiao Zhan, urgently instructing, "Brother Xiao, feed these to them and quickly lead them away." "Hurry." "Understood." Xiao Zhan swiftly sensed the impending danger, clutching the life-restoring pills as he dove into the cave, where he found Jiang Shui and Wang Yulan, both unconscious. Without a moment's consideration for propriety, he hastily placed the pills into their mouths, then lifted them, one under each arm, and dashed out of the cave. Outside, Feng's arrows rained down like a tempest upon the forest, where a cacophony of sounds echoed. His enhancement points surged rapidly. This truly was an astute choice of hiding place, right within the territory of the 2-headed wild python. Yet, one could hardly blame Xiao Zhan. Amid the frenzied pursuit of 3 formidable fourfold battle venerates, managing to conceal 2 severely injured teammates was already an extraordinary feat. "Let us go," Xiao Zhan growled. "You leave first. I'll cover our retreat. Here, as a blood-boosting pill. Swallow it quickly. This, all right, but be careful. The situation isn't favorable. We must withdraw." Xiao Zhan, aware that even a moment's hesitation could spell disaster, promptly swallowed the blood-boosting pill, feeling his vitality swiftly replenish. With the 2 women secured, he bolted forward. Meanwhile, Feng chuckled. The territory of the 2-headed wild python was indeed advantageous, just as he was running low on enhancement points. As for poison, he felt no trepidation. With the enhancement system at his disposal, even if he were poisoned, he could swiftly alleviate it by elevating his realm or enhancing his physical strength. He had done so before. Feng's mental energy swept across his surroundings, discovering a vast throng of 2-headed wild pythons converging from all directions, numbering no less than 100, each at the Beast General level, with 7 of them reaching the 5th or 6th rank of Beast Lord. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Feng exclaimed thrice, as the arrows in his hand transformed into terrifying silver or golden streaks of lightning, striking the rapidly slithering 30-meter-long python rushing toward him. As each 2-headed python fell under his assault, his enhancement points rolled in swiftly. Feng was once again engulfed in a frenzy of slaughter. The terrifying advantage of his specialized battle soldiers was unmistakable at that moment. No matter how far his arrows flew, they could be recalled with a mere thought. Yet, as he felled more and more wild beasts, the arrows began to suffer significant wear and tear. Some even disintegrated into fragments, resulting in a considerable loss of his ammunition. Now, he was left with fewer than 31-star silver tier arrows and 9 golden tier piercing arrows. The golden grade items were acquired from the hands of his enemies. As for the more than 20 arrows left by his father, he chose not to utilize them, as their rank was too low. It was likely that they would shatter before even being released from the bowstring under the fierce and terrifying force. However, Feng had no intention of augmenting these arrows. Each 1-star silver-grade armor-piercing arrow cost merely 3 spirit coins, while even a 1-star golden-grade arrow was only 30 spirit coins. He could easily procure superior options. All that was needed was to enhance his black iron warbow. He understood the principle that good steel should be used for the blade. As time progressed, the number of 2-headed wild pythons encircling Feng not only failed to diminish but instead multiplied. Sensing this, Feng recognized that it was time to unleash his ultimate move. With a mere thought, the 9-star golden-grade blood shadow flying knife materialized before him. Under the potent effects of the Qi blood pill, Xiao Zhan's vitality had rejuvenated significantly, and his speed surged. Shortly thereafter, he, along with Jiang Shui and Wang Yulan, who had taken the vitality pill and recovered from their injuries, burst forth from the Misty Mountains, hastening towards the second battle line. He needed to escape the magnetic field of the Tsang Wolf Mountains swiftly to relay a message to Jiang Yu and the others. "Captain, it's wonderful that you are safe. Over here." Just as Xiao Zhan, Jiang Shui, and Wang Yulan emerged from the Tsang Wolf Mountains, they encountered Nightingale, Wang Ming, and Old Ma, who had returned to the mountains in their war chariot after delivering their message. "Quickly, take Jiang Shui and Yulan back. I will assist Xiaofeng. After entrusting Jiang Shui and Yulan to Nightingale, Xiao Zhan plunged once more into the depths of the Tsang Wolf Mountains without a backward glance. Old Ma, you take the back. Wang Meng, we shall go to their aid. Nightingale, witnessing the urgency, decisively commanded. Understood. Wang Meng nodded, and he and Nightingale surged into the heart of the Tsang Wolf Mountains. Chapter 49. Are the strong protectors born of protection? What has this young man done in the Tsanglong Mountains? He actually sent word asking me to station troops at the Gourd Pass. The Gourd Pass, a crucial point for countless savage beasts attempting to invade the war wall of the second battle line, serves as the stronghold for the Golden Radiance Legion. After the previous battle, the military and logistics departments dispatched numerous engineers endowed with earth and gold elemental abilities to swiftly erect a formidable defensive wall nearly 8 meters thick and 30 meters high along the Gourd Pass, enclosing the area and leaving only a single entrance to the Tsanglong Mountains. At this moment, clad in military attire, the tall and spirited Jiang Yu stood atop the castle parapet, gazing into the distant, mist-shrouded mountains, lost in thought. Simultaneously, she harbored concerns for Jiang Shui and the others' safety, who had ventured into the mountains nearly 6 days prior. Despite receiving word from Nightingale and the others that all was well, her intuition suggested that something significant had transpired. The commander, along with the Divine Annihilation Gun, laser cannons, and particle cannons, had completed their charging. Acknowledging this, Jiang Yu nodded without turning her head, her gaze still fixed on the towering mountains veiled in thick fog. At that moment, a war chariot, resembling a beast, sped forth from a foot of the majestic mountains towards the Gourd Pass. Jiang Yu produced a specialized instrument, and, upon scanning, her expression brightened. It was the Phantom Chariot. Xiong and the others were returning. However, upon the chariot's arrival at the fortress, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically when she saw only Jiang Shui and Yulan, both drenched in blood and pale. Old Ma, where are the others? Jiang Yu swiftly leaped down from the fortification, landing before the chariot, questioning Old Ma atop it. Commander Jiang, Team Leader Xiong, Nightingale, and Wang Meng went to assist Xiaofeng. I'll leave these two in your care, Old Ma replied, turning the chariot around and accelerating towards the wasteland. What happened, Xiao Shui? How did you and Yulan sustain such grave injuries? Knowing her sister was part of the Phantom team, Jiang Yu was well acquainted with its members and shared a close bond with them. Sister, while searching for Brother Gu Feng, we were ambushed by the Golden Lion, Evil Wolf, and Ice Heron teams. Jiang Shui weakly recounted the events, her face pleading as she looked at Jiang Yu. Sister, Brother Gu Feng ventured into the territory of the two-headed wild python in the Misty Mountains to save Team Leader Xiong and us. We don't know his current condition. Could you send a troop to rescue him? What? How dare the Golden Lion, Evil Wolf, and Ice Heron teams act so recklessly? Is there conclusive evidence? Indeed, the injuries we bear are testament to their assault, and we possess video evidence. Had it not been for Team Leader Xiong's desperate protection and concealment of us in a hidden cave, we might have. Those wretched scoundrels. How audacious they are to strike against you. Do they not understand your identities? Rest assured, my sister will handle this matter. She is now personally leading a team to search for Xiaofeng and the others. Upon hearing her sister's account, Jiang Yu was instantly filled with fury and promptly reported the situation to the military headquarters. She intended to mobilize a rescue team to the Tsanglong mountain range. However, she had barely taken a few steps when she received a response from military headquarters. There is no need to proceed. You are to remain at Haluku to prevent a beast tide from occurring. What? A beast tide? What on earth has that boy been up to in the Tsanglong Mountains? Upon reading the military's message, Jiang Yu's exquisite phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Her curiosity piqued. At that moment, in Kanglan City, within the military headquarters, the boy has astonishingly grown to such an extent. What secrets does he harbor? A group of inept fools. How could they have tested him? Is this the training speed achievable with a 1-star black iron-grade wooden bow? Some secrets are beyond your comprehension. Just as the head of Kanglan City's military, Xiao Jintian, pondered the incoming news, an aged voice unexpectedly drifted into his ears. Elder Chun, hearing that familiar voice, Xiao Jintian's eyes widened, his body tensed, and he slightly bowed in utmost respect, transmitting a message in secret. Withdraw the troops. With such inferior tracking skills, we cannot risk failing to protect that young one and inadvertently attracting those wretched rats. Yes, I will have them withdrawn immediately. With your protection, Elder Chun, he will be safe beyond doubt. Is a strong individual merely a product of protection? Elder Chen's ethereal voice resonated in Xiao Jintian's ears. Taken aback, Xiao Jintian's mind raced with thoughts. Ultimately, he sent a message to the powerful guardian watching over Gu Feng, instructing them to retreat. Consequently, I believe I have been discovered. What? Discovered? By whom? Those wretched rats? Xiao Jintian's expression shifted as he hastily inquired upon receiving the message. No, it was that young one, Xiao Jintian. Could this be what Elder Chen referred to as inferior tracking skills? Cold sweat broke out on his brow. You should return immediately. This seems inappropriate, does it not? He is under Elder Chen's protection. Perhaps he will soon be associated with the Shura Battle Academy. What the hell? Is this for real? Hurry back. No. Wait. Proceed to the second front. A beast tide is likely to erupt there. Hold your ground. Understood. Xiao Jintian. Half an hour earlier, in the misty mountains, Gu Feng ultimately expended some enhancement points to fortify the remaining arrows in his possession. Otherwise, they would have been rendered useless. The two-headed wild pythons were overwhelming in number, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. He fought off wave after wave of them, and fortunately, his storage space was ample enough to accommodate a considerable amount. This was all wealth. However, at that moment, Gu Feng's expression shifted slightly. He felt the tremors of the ground and the familiar aura surrounding him. Goodness, had the Wild Wolf clan and the Ironback Swamp Crocodile clan also arrived? This was going to be exhilarating. Gu Feng glanced at his enhancement points, 9,934, on the verge of surpassing 10,000. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh after a flurry of arrows, his enhancement points instantaneously exceeded the monumental threshold of 10,000. This was a pivotal moment for elevating the realm of the Mind Master. After all, a Mind Master would always be significantly mightier than a warrior. Congratulations to the host for expending 9,000 enhancement points. The realm of Mind Master has ascended to the 4th level of Soul Sovereign. In an instant, he felt his mental energy surge, intensifying to an astonishing 30 times its previous strength, a sensation as if his intellect had expanded dramatically. The mental star within his mind expanded over twofold, its rotational velocity notably increased. Simultaneously, the previously constricted detection range, reduced to a mere 300 meters, surged back to over 1,200 meters. Naturally, if he were outside, the detection range would extend to within 4,000 meters. However, at that moment, Gu Feng's gaze was suddenly drawn to the treetop of a massive ancient tree, approximately 1,000 meters away. Was there someone there? Yet, when he proceeded to scan the area, he found no trace of the individual. Had he glimpsed military attire? Gu Feng's heart stirred. He wondered if the individual had detected his identity as a Mind Master. No matter, slaying the wild beasts took precedence. Immediately, with a flick of his mind, 3 gossamer thin, 9-star golden flying knives were launched, effortlessly piercing through all the two-headed wild pythons within a 100-meter radius at a terrifying speed. In an instant, his enhancement points surged, now exceeding 1,000. Chapter 50. Halt to the intruders. Is the information accurate? A hoarse, low voice echoed from the underground space among the ruins in the old district of Kanglin City. It was confirmed that the military had covertly dispatched personnel to protect an individual named Xiao Yu, a member of the Xiaojia family, proficient in stealth and at the peak of the martial honor realm. Furthermore, investigations revealed that this individual was quite peculiar. Over 10 days ago, during the awakening period, he manifested a talent of a 1-star black iron-level wooden bow, rendering him seemingly useless, with no hope of ever advancing to the warrior realm. However, mere days later, he unexpectedly unleashed a torrent of power, utilizing arrows to slay over a dozen bloodthirsty wild rats in his community. Since then, the situation spiraled out of control. Notably, just days ago on the northern front, he continued to eliminate targets for approximately 20 hours without pause, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of terrifying vitality and energy. Among the thousands of wild wolves and iron-backed savage crocodiles he vanquished, 90% were at the Beast Commander level, including several of the 7th and 8th ranks. All of this seemed utterly inconceivable. Hence, my subordinates concluded that this individual harbors a significant secret. Intriguing. It appears there is indeed something extraordinary about him. But what could it be? Could it be the legendary bloodline? Damn it. A vast array of legacies has been seized from us. We have only managed to acquire a fraction, or else we might have uncovered some clues. The mysterious figure narrowed his eyes, murmuring to himself. The mere thought of a youth named Feng potentially possessing a legendary bloodline caused his gaze to sharpen, a flicker of crimson astonishment passing through the depths of his eyes. Subsequently, the enigmatic figure set about a series of arrangements and schemes. In the misty mountains, beneath the onslaught of 3 9-star golden blood shadow flying daggers, any beast commanders or beast sovereigns, such as the 2-headed savage python, wild wolves, and iron-backed savage crocodiles, charging toward him were all ruthlessly slain. A substantial number of enhancement points were instantly credited to his account. Observing these enhancement points, Feng found himself in an ecstatic state. The Canglong Mountain Range was indeed his treasure trove. In less than 3 hours, his enhancement points had surged to an astounding 35,900. This clearly indicated the immense number of 2-headed savage pythons, wild wolves, and other savage beasts that had converged, all above the Beast Commander level. He wielded the 3 blood shadow flying daggers to engage enemies within a radius of 200 meters. This meant that within a 200-meter radius, it was a domain of blood shadow flying dagger attacks. Coupled with his inherent terrifying speed, darting about swiftly and occasionally unleashing arrows, he amassed such a wealth of enhancement points in such a brief span. Naturally, these savage beasts were not mere lambs awaiting slaughter, standing idly by for Feng to dispatch them, particularly the beast sovereign-level creatures, whose acute senses and ferocious attacks obliterated the mist within a 10,000-meter radius, leaving behind massive craters on ground. The ferocity of the 2-headed savage python's assault was especially alarming to Feng. The 2 serpentine heads exuded venomous gas projectiles, the potency of which was so terrifying that it sent shivers down Feng's spine. The colossal tree, which could not be encircled by the 3 of them, was merely grazed by the toxic projectiles and, in less than 10 seconds, was reduced to ash. Massive boulders, weighing several tons, soon met the same fate under the shroud of poisonous gas, corroded into mere rubble in a matter of moments. This revelation instilled a sense of dread in Feng, while simultaneously igniting a different thought. What if he were to coat the arrows in his possession with this lethal toxin? The resultant power would surely be even more formidable, more absurd. However, for now, his priority was to enhance his strength. Conveniently, these enhancement points could elevate his mental realm to the 9th level Soul Sovereign. Enhance my mental realm to the 9th level Soul Sovereign. Congratulations, host, for consuming 35,000 enhancement points. Your mental realm has been elevated to the 9th level Soul Sovereign. With a resounding hum, an echo akin to thunder reverberated through his sea of consciousness as a deluge of mental energy surged forth, converging within the mental star sphere. The already expanded mental star sphere, nearly twice its original size, underwent a rapid and dramatic expansion. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sphere of nearly 10 meters in diameter. How remarkable! My brain is only so vast, yet the sea of consciousness is boundless, concealing a 10-meter mental star sphere within. Feng pondered, a peculiar thought blossoming in his mind as he felt the presence of the mental star sphere within his consciousness. His combat prowess had naturally surged far beyond its previous limits. The speed and striking force of the blood shadow flying daggers had become even more fearsome. The range of his mental energy's radiance had expanded from 200 meters to approximately 700 meters. Simultaneously, the number of blood shadow flying daggers he could control had increased from 3 to 5. Thanks to the mental star sphere, the power unleashed by these 5 daggers was astonishingly formidable. However, This was not his ultimate limit. He had not deliberately trained in controlling the number of blood shadow flying daggers, nor did he have time to practice. His mastery stemmed solely from his overwhelming mental energy, exerting raw control over the daggers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 blood-red streaks of light swept across a 700-meter radius of the misty mountains with a terrifying speed several times faster than before. In their wake, both peak beast generals and peak bee sovereigns fell victim to their lethal onslaught. A substantial amount of enhancement points flowed into his account once more. However, at this moment, Feng distinctly sensed that the celestial energies within the Tsang Wolf mountain range were behaving oddly. They had grown increasingly violent and chaotic. It seemed as though a beast tide was truly on the verge of erupting. Then, let us unleash a devastating strike. Yet just then, he felt the familiar auras of Xiao Zhan and others drawing near. A warmth filled Feng's heart. He understood that his companions had bravely ventured into the misty mountains to rescue him. It felt wonderful to know that someone cared. Nonetheless, this place was perilously dangerous. They were far too weak, and their presence could not only jeopardize their lives, but could also hinder his own efforts. Having perused countless masterpieces, the ancient peak suddenly devised a plan in his heart. He coughed lightly, and in the next moment, an aged voice resonated within the minds of Zaizhen and his companions. Halt! Are you the esteemed leaders of the Phantom Battle Team, Zaizhen, Nightingale, and Wang Meng? I express my gratitude for your assistance to that young one. However, he is currently undergoing training, and no one is permitted to disturb or aid him. I kindly urge you to retreat swiftly. In the midst of their frantic journey towards the misty mountains, Zaizhen and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the venerable voice in their minds. Did you all hear that? Zaizhen asked, his expression one of bewilderment as he turned to Nightingale and Wang Meng. I heard it. It mentioned that Xiao Feng is in training. Nightingale replied, narrowing her eyes slightly. She clasped her fists towards the forest of the misty mountains and inquired, May I ask, esteemed elder, what relation do you have with Xiao Feng? Is he safe? Could you perhaps convey a message to him? Chapter 51. Out in the world, identity is self-created, ha ha ha. The young girl indeed possesses a thoughtful heart. Fear not, for I am the master of this little one, and he is quite safe. At present, he is engaged in slaying the 2-headed wild python. Young lad, there's a girl outside who wishes to hear a word from you. I shall assist in sending her away. In the next moment, the familiar voice of Feng echoed forth. Xiao Zhan, Nightingale, Mengge, you may return. I am fine. By the way, please inform Sister Jiangyu that in 2 or 3 days, we may face a beast tide. It would be prudent for you to prepare in advance. Very well, do take care. Upon hearing this, Nightingale felt a wave of relief wash over her. Subsequently, she, along with Xiao Zhan and Wang Meng, departed from the Tsang Wolf mountain range in a daze. No wonder this lad has ascended to such heights in such a brief span of time. He possesses a master at the Emperor of War level. Exiting the Tsang Wolf mountain range, Xiao Zhan turned back to gaze at the towering mountains that pierced the heavens. Shrouded in mist, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He felt both joy and astonishment for Feng's fortune. An Emperor of War. Such a being is among the mightiest in the entire Dragon Source star, second only to the War God. With his guidance, Feng shall assuredly rise to the rank of a War Emperor. An Emperor of War could likely obliterate our entire Canglan city with but a single strike, could he not? At that moment, Wang Meng, standing nearby, murmured with an expression of fervent excitement. Indeed, it seems so. Phew. Fortunately, I am clever and fabricated an imaginary Emperor of War master to send Xiao Zhan and the others away from the misty mountains. With them gone, he breathed a sigh of relief. His recent actions have been rather ruthless, and the terrifying aura he exuded attracted an increasing number of wild beasts, such as the wild wolves, ironback wild crocodiles, and 2-headed wild pythons. Had Xiao Zhan and the others ventured in, he could have protected them, but that would have revealed his identity as a mind master. A trump card must remain a secret, known only to oneself. Thus, he conjured an identity out of thin air, an imaginary master of the Emperor of War. In this way, his sudden rise in power could be excused. Even if this excuse is riddled with flaws, as long as it buys him some time, the existence of a master becomes inconsequential. By that time, he may very well have ascended to the status of an emperor of war himself. Does this imply that while others have yet to graduate from the Battle Academy, he has already become an unparalleled powerhouse at the war god level? How amusing to contemplate. Now, having sent Xiao Zhan and the others away, he could finally proceed with his slaying in peace. However, after prolonged use, the blood shadow flying blade had begun to dull. He glanced at his enhancement points, which sufficed to elevate one to 9-star golden blood shadow flying blades. System: enhance one to 9-star golden blood shadow flying blades to a 1-star diamond level. Congratulations, host, for consuming 10,000 enhancement points. Successfully enhanced one 9-star golden blood shadow flying blade to a 1-star diamond level. In the next moment, one of the flying blades subtly transformed, yet its form and color remained that of the blood shadow flying blade. Yet, its strength and sharpness surpass that of a 9-star golden blood shadow flying knives by at least 5-fold. Moreover, upon reaching this elevated tier, the speed of the blood shadow flying knives has also significantly increased, making the slaughter of 4th and 5th tier B sovereigns as effortless as slicing through vegetables. This realization caused Gu Feng's eyes to gleam with excitement. Indeed, the adage holds true: to excel in one's endeavors, one must first hone their tools. With the addition of the 1-star diamond blood shadow flying knife, the pace of exterminating wild beasts has accelerated considerably. A plethora of enhancement points swiftly accrued. As time progressed, the vicinity of Misty Mountain, spanning several dozen miles, was left in utter devastation. He had already ascended to the mountainside. Below, hordes of wild beasts were frantically attempting to scale the mountain. Under the barrage of toxic gas bombs, wind blades, energy projectiles, and claw strikes, the entire Misty Mountain trembled violently. However, beneath the relentless slaughter of 4 9-star golden blood shadow flying knives and 1 1-star diamond blood shadow flying knife, even 6th and 7th tier B sovereigns could not withstand a single blow. At that moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from the summit of Misty Mountain. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes and looked up. It was the peak B sovereign, the 2-headed wild python. Moreover, there were no fewer than 7 of them. In that instant, they all charged directly towards him. Yet, instead of fear or anxiety, Gu Feng felt an exhilarating thrill. A first-tier beast sovereign grants him 100 enhancement points. Thus, a peak B sovereign would yield 900 points. 7 peak 2-headed wild pythons could bestow upon him a staggering 300 enhancement points. Hiss! The prospect was simply intoxicating. Without hesitation, Gu Feng transformed into a streak of lightning and launched a proactive assault. Below, the multitude of wild beasts, having lost their target, roared in fury and charged wildly towards the mountainside. As for Gu Feng, 5 flying knives whirled around him in a circular dance, mercilessly slaughtering any approaching wild wolves and 2-headed wild pythons in their path. Blood gushed forth, staining the mountainside crimson. Roar! Human, you possess audacity beyond measure to dare slaughter my 2-headed wild python kin. You shall die. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, emanating from the mountain peak. The next instant, 3 toxic gas bombs, exuding a terrifying aura, sliced through the mist, hurtling towards Gu Feng with alarming speed. Even before the toxic projectiles drew near, Gu Feng felt a churn in his stomach, overwhelmed by their horrific toxicity. He executed a mystical step, moving like a dragon to appear several hundred meters away in an instant. Simultaneously, the 5 flying knives shot forth in 5 directions, zipping downwards towards the approaching peak 2-headed wild pythons. Sensing the looming threat of death, the 2-headed wild pythons frantically retreated, desperately trying to evade the onslaught. Concurrently, a formidable energy shield enveloped their heads and heart. Yet, they were up against a peak soul sovereign capable of obliterating those at the peak battle sovereign level. No matter how strong, fast, or resourceful they were, escape was futile. As expected, under the auspices of a 1-star diamond-grade blood shadow flying dagger, the shield was effortlessly shattered, resulting in a remarkable penetration of 2 targets. The heads of 2 creatures were directly pierced. With a resounding crash, the 100-meter-long, 2-headed wild python tumbled down from the mountaintop. Yet before it could reach the ground, its corpse mysteriously vanished. Clearly, it had been collected by Feng. This was no ordinary creature. It was a 2-headed wild python of the peak beast sovereign realm, valued at over 1 million spirit coins. After slaying 8 of these, he would have repaid the cultivation funds borrowed from the Phantom Battle team. However, his storage space was somewhat limited. Tube, assist me in enhancing the storage space. Please upgrade yourself. Huh? Upgrade? Feng cast a surprised glance at his personal attribute page and indeed found the words, upgradable, following the storage space. No enhancement points required for an upgrade. He decided to proceed with the upgrade while simultaneously dispatching the 2-headed wild python. Chapter 52. The 3 Great Beast Kings. Congratulations, host. The storage space has been successfully upgraded. In the next instant, the storage space rapidly expanded, transforming the previously cramped area into an expanse of unparalleled vastness. He cast a glance at the description on his personal attributes panel, and to his astonishment, the dimensions, length, width, and height had surged to an impressive 10,000 meters. For a considerable duration, he would not need to upgrade the storage space again. Moreover, he discovered that this storage space did not require reinforcement points for enhancement. It merely needed his realm to reach a certain level for upgrades. This was indeed quite user-friendly. Feng focused his mind and exerted all his strength to eliminate the remaining 6 2-headed wild pythons. The term all-out was somewhat exaggerated in this context. Having attained the pinnacle of the Spirit Master realm, each throwing knife he wielded could unleash a formidable force exceeding 9 million gene, equivalent to 500 tons. Moreover, when augmented by the combat power of a mental star crystal, the striking force of each knife would undoubtedly surpass 5,000 tons. In terms of battle prowess, this translated to 100,000 combat power, surpassing the typical peak of 90,000 combat power for seasoned warriors. Thus, vanquishing these 6 peak beast master 2-headed wild pythons did not necessitate an all-out effort. However, after dispatching these 7 2-headed wild pythons, he felt a throbbing pain in his temples and a sense of mental fatigue. He recognized that this was due to the excessive consumption of his mental energy. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. In addition to being a spirit master, he was also an archer, with a swift mental command, a nearly 1,000 gene. 1-star golden gray black iron war bow manifested in his grasp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of golden, lightning-like arrows shot forth, piercing the heads of wild wolves, 2-headed wild pythons, and iron-backed wild crocodiles with terrifying precision. In an instant, a plethora of reinforcement points flowed into his account. His figure moved like a phantom, appearing one moment to the left, the next to the right, elusive and unpredictable. Wherever he passed, all wild beasts fell before him. Simultaneously, the corpses of these beasts vanished in the next moment, swallowed into his storage space. At this moment, Feng resembled a reaper of souls, mercilessly slaughtering the multitude of wild beasts within the misty mountains. Time was money. With each passing second, hundreds of reinforcement points accrued, and spiritual coins surged into his account by the hundreds of thousands. He dared not delay. However, human strength is ultimately finite. As time progressed, he felt the exhaustion of both body and mind, his arms and fingers beginning to ache. Yet, it mattered little. Once he leveled up, he would feel revitalized once more. Glancing at his balance of reinforcement points, he noted with satisfaction, 333 points. Let's elevate the Spirit Master Realm to the first level of the Soul Sect. Please, host, first comprehend the Star Crystal Concentration Technique to a minor success level. Is there such a requirement? Is it not sufficient to merely have the required level for advancement? Has the Comprehension Realm become a bottleneck? Is it that you cannot bear to see me grow stronger swiftly, achieving divinity in 10 days? Feng grumbled at the system before directing his gaze toward the reinforcement points needed for enhancing the Star Crystal Concentration Technique. To his dismay, it required 50,000 points, prompting him to abandon the notion of upgrading. Enhancing the corporeal form. Please, host, upgrade to the golden level body refinement and spirit absorption technique first. Feng. It appears that without the mental cultivation keeping pace, one cannot elevate their realm. Is this how it shall be? Then let us commence a slaughter. Moments later, the enhancement points reached 50,000. Come, enhance this star crystal concentration technique to the minor accomplishment realm. Congratulations, host, for consuming 50,000 points, successfully enhancing the star crystal concentration technique to the minor accomplishment realm. Boom, boom, boom. As the 50,000 enhancement points vanished, 2 new spiritual star crystals materialized in his consciousness sea. However, these newly birthed star crystals were significantly smaller than the first. Concurrently, the boundless insights of the star crystal concentration technique surged into his mind with fervor. It was as if he had practiced this technique for a century, not only mastering it in an instant, but also perfectly grasping the accompanying soul technique, star crystal lasso. Star crystal lasso. This technique shapes mental energy into a super-speed, rotating lasso of thought, capable of strangling enemies from afar. Moreover, this soul technique possesses binding and cutting capabilities. As anticipated upon the enhancement of the star crystal concentration technique to the minor accomplishment realm, his realm as a mental practitioner effortlessly broke through to the first level of Soul Master. His strength surged tenfold or more. A vast and potent mental force burgeoned forth from the depths of his consciousness sea, drawn into the rotation of the 3 spiritual star crystals. His cultivation speed as a mental practitioner also increased by at least 3-fold. Feng, feeling all of this, allowed a smile to grace his lips. The expenditure of these 50,000 enhancement points was exceedingly worthwhile. Thus, his combat power had risen to a level comparable to that of a first-level battle king. In just 13 days, he ascended from the 3rd-level battle disciple realm directly to Battle King. What a terrifying rate of advancement. Such an existence, surely, there is none like it in Kanglan City? This implies that he has silently become the foremost powerhouse in Kanglan City? Ahem. One mustn't grow complacent. Merely a battle king. Above him still lies the battle emperor, battle sovereign, and battle god. There remains much ground to cover. With no enhancement points left, the slaughter must continue. Now, a first-level soul master, his mental energy could probe a range of 10,000 meters within the Misty Mountain, marking all within this radius as his attack range. However, at this moment, Feng realized that the 2-headed wild python and wild wolves within the Misty Mountain had already been mostly decimated by him. Time to change locations. With a thought, Feng departed from the Misty Mountain. Upon leaving, his mental probing range instantly expanded to 100,000 meters. Thus, his attack range increased from 10,000 meters to 100,000 meters. This is the astonishing prowess of a mental practitioner. Can it be said that he can claim a life from 1,000 miles away? Of course, the further the distance, the weaker the mental force becomes, and the resultant power will correspondingly diminish. At this moment, deep within the Kangwolf mountain range, in a basin surrounded by towering vegetation and colossal peaks, gather hundreds, if not thousands, of formidable wild beasts. These savage beasts, each of the lowest rank being a 2nd or 3rd-tier beast sovereign, boast the mightiest among them, who has ascended to the pinnacle of the Beast King realm. They comprise a golden-hued wolf king, standing majestically atop a colossal peak, a formidable azure 2-headed python king, measuring 500 meters in length, and an imposing ironback crocodile king, as dark as the night, sprawled across the earth like a mountain. Together, they embody the sovereignty of their respective clans and represent the most formidable entities within the Songlong mountain range. Awu, Python King, Crocodile King, how prepared are you? The Wolf King, with eyes as sharp as a blade, cast a cold glance at the Python King and inquired with a chilling tone. What do you mean, Wolf King? From your tone, it seems you aspire to be our leader? The Python King's voice dripped with scorn, echoing from its dual heads like the grinding of metal, a sound that pierced the ears. What, you foolish reptile, wish to claim leadership as well? The Wolf King scoffed disdainfully. You, the Python King retorted, "Ah, how delightful it is to witness your refined tastes. Even at this critical juncture, you still find it in your hearts to bicker." Just then, a chilling voice unexpectedly penetrated the ears of the three mighty Beast Kings. Chapter 53. Level 3 Beast Tide? Second Battlefront. Commander, the detection device has registered increasingly potent energy fluctuations within the Songlong mountain range, surpassing the threshold of a Level 2 Beast Tide and heading directly towards a Level 3 Beast Tide. What? A Level 3 Beast Tide? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily seized the energy detection instrument, which resembled a tablet but was more robust, and observed the energy readings akin to an electrocardiogram, racing towards the Level 3 threshold. Her countenance darkened considerably. The classification of a beast tide determines the quantity and caliber of the feral beasts that emerge. For instance, when the number exceeds 1,000, with the most formidable being at the beast general level, it constitutes a Level 1 beast tide, which can be eradicated by the Golden Radiance Legion of the Second Battlefront. When the numbers swell to 100,000, and the most powerful appear as beast sovereigns, it becomes a Level 2 beast tide. Not long ago, the Second Battlefront faced a tide that surpassed the Level 1 threshold but remained a distance from Level 2. As for a Level 3 beast tide, it encompasses over 100,000 beasts, with the most powerful manifesting as Beast Kings. Such a tide, if not handled with utmost caution, could obliterate the entirety of Kanglan City. The cataclysmic tide from 8 years prior was a Level 3 beast tide. At that time, the hunting teams and legions of Kanglan City surged forth, yet they were still overmatched. In a critical moment, a formidable and mysterious Sword King intervened, and after incurring substantial costs, he vanquished the colossal Wasteland Wolf King, thereby putting an end to a tide that nearly annihilated Kanglan City. However, the city itself suffered grievous losses, with its vitality severely diminished, and only a fraction of its elite remaining. Now, 8 years later, are we to witness the resurgence of a Level 3 beast tide? Can Kanglan City withstand this impending catastrophe? 8 years ago, she was but a child, her cultivation merely at the warrior level, lacking the qualifications to stand on the front lines, relegated instead to transporting supplies in the rear. Nevertheless, she bore witness to the events. At that time, the northern front was engulfed by an overwhelming swarm of wasteland wolves, two-headed serpents, and lion-headed griffins, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Countless warriors bravely plunged into the fray, fiercely combating the beasts. Yet, the feral beasts were simply too numerous. The warriors who perished within the beast horde numbered not less than 80,000. The mere recollection of that scene sends shivers down her spine. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the haunting memories, and immediately reported the situation to the military command, also relaying the information to the other from major legions. After completing these urgent communications, she personally conducted a thorough inspection of all equipment and facilities. Nonetheless, an unsettling uncertainty lingered in her heart. Although these devices had recently been mobilized from the logistics department and were formidable enough to intimidate beast sovereigns, there was still the presence of beast kings within a Level 3 beast tide. What? A Level 3 beast tide indeed? Damn it, it has only been 8 years, and we are faced with another Level 3 beast tide? Is this never-ending? Upon receiving Jiang Yu's report and the updates from all commanders on the northern front, Xiong Zhentian, the military leader, wore an exceedingly grim expression. Though 8 years have elapsed since that cataclysmic beast tide, the harrowing images of that hellish spectacle persist in his mind like a relentless film replaying in his consciousness. The thought of the 652 lives lost ignites a fiery vengeance within him. He yearns to mount his steed, blade in hand, to eradicate every feral creature within the Songlong mountain range. Yet, such aspirations are clearly unattainable. The vastness of the Songlong Mountains conceals an unknown multitude of savage beasts, rendering complete extermination impossible. After all, these creatures are not confined to Kanglan City. They proliferate within every major survival base, posing even graver threats. Alas, when shall we rid Long Yuan Star of these vile beasts entirely? Xiong Jintian sighed, feeling utterly drained. The situation has escalated alarmingly. The number of feral beasts emerging from various wildernesses and desolate regions has surged, as has the frequency of beast tide outbreaks. Recently, 3 secondary survival bases in the Dongying Kingdom were utterly annihilated by a 9-headed wild python, countless lives consumed in its wake, plunging the entire kingdom into unspeakable despair. During this turmoil, the Dongying Kingdom shamelessly beseeched the Daqin Empire for aid, hoping a divine warrior would be dispatched to safeguard them. One cannot fathom the audacity of the Dongying Kingdom in making such an unreasonable request. Naturally, the Daqin Empire paid them no heed. Regaining his composure, Xiong Jintian promptly initiated strategic deployments. In an instant, the entire military logistics department and even Kanglin City itself sprang into action. On the War Great Wall, sturdy cannon barrels emerged from the dark embrasures. Countless elixirs and munitions were swiftly transported to the front lines, creating an atmosphere thick with impending storm. On the evening of June 14th, 3069 in the Lonyuan calendar, the air was still and stifling, the sky shrouded in dense clouds. Suddenly, a thunderous roar, as if to rend the heavens, reverberated throughout the sky. The previously dim atmosphere brightened under the brilliance of the thunderclap that echoed over Kanglin City. Would it rain? Aunt Lu, hearing the thunder, hurriedly stepped out of her courtyard to retrieve the garments hanging on the clothesline. Casting a glance at the floor where Gu Feng's room was located, she noted the persistent gloom, her heart brimming with concern. Xiao Feng had been gone for many days without a trace, leaving her anxious about his whereabouts. Before long, torrential rain poured down, drenching the ground in an instant. At the Northern War Great Wall, on the newly constructed fortress of the Second Battle Line, the alarm of a third-level beast tide rang clear. Jiang Yu gazed at the energy detection device in his hand, taking a deep breath as dryness filled his mouth and his heart raced. Sister, Gu Feng has returned. What if something has happened to him? Jiang Shui, her face etched with worry, surveyed the vast mountains enveloped in rain, her anxiety mounting. He will be fine, Jiang Yu whispered, though it was Xiong Zhan's voice that resonated from behind them. Captain, why did you not bring back Xiao Feng? Jiang Yu inquired, turning around with a look of bewilderment. Xiao Zhan chuckled softly, his lips moving slightly. What? Are you serious? Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's telepathic message, Jiang Yu's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he asked fervently. Yes, there's no doubt. Perhaps this time, there is a significant operation underway from above. This is also the reason why we returned to recuperate our injuries first, rather than seeking you out. After all, the fewer people who are privy to this matter, the better. All right, splendid. If that is the case, then this beast tide will hardly be considered a crisis. Instead, it will serve as an opportunity to expose some hidden threats. In that instant, the immense weight that had burdened Jiang Yu's heart vanished without a trace. The War Emperor, with such an unparalleled figure present, not to mention a level 3 beast tide, even a level 4 could be managed, right? Chapter 54, Devastation. The right arm rendered useless, something feels awry. The energy emanating from the depths of the Canglong mountain range seems increasingly violent and chaotic, instilling a sense of dread within him. As Gu Feng slaughters the savage beasts, his gaze drifts toward the abyss of the Canglong mountains, his heart filled with foreboding. Previously, he had predicted the potential onset of a beast tide, believing that the unique aura and marks left on him by the primal wolves and ironback crocodiles would inevitably draw their pursuit once he ventured into the mountain range to eliminate the beasts. Thus, it was highly likely that a minor beast tide would be instigated. This prompted him to warn Jiang Yu and the others to prepare in advance. However, it now appears that events may have surpassed his expectations. It seems that a grand beast tide has been brewing within the Canglong Mountains, and he merely stumbled upon it. Yet, he remains uncertain about the magnitude of this impending tide. He cast a glance at his enhancement points. After nearly 3 hours of frenzied slaughter, his points had significantly increased, reaching 68,922. He was tantalizingly close to 70,000, which would allow him to elevate his cultivation level. Suddenly, a terrifying rumble of thunder erupted across the land, accompanied by a deluge of fearsome lightning that ravaged the skies like silver dragons, illuminating the entire Songlong mountain range. Torrential rain, akin to marble-sized beads, cascaded down. Soon, this heavy rainfall transformed into a formidable mountain torrent, surging forth from the depths of the Songlong Mountains with tremendous momentum, obliterating rocks and trees in its path, and converging towards the direction of Heluku. Sensing these ominous occurrences, Gu Feng's expression hardened. The arrival of this rain felt peculiar. Having ascended to the first level of the Soul Sect, his perception was exceptionally acute and formidable. He distinctly sensed that within this deluge lay a concealed, extraordinary energy. Furthermore, its influence was widespread. Standing atop the mountain and gazing out, it appeared as though the entirety of Kanglin's city was shrouded by the rain. Could it be that warriors, upon attaining a certain level of power, are capable of influencing the heavens? For reasons unknown, a rather absurd notion surfaced in Gu Feng's mind. What kind of formidable being could impact the celestial phenomena? A battle emperor? Or perhaps a battle god? Gu Feng was uncertain. He glanced at the sky, attuned to the violent energy's direction, and discovered it was not far from him. After a moment of contemplation, he transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the depths of the Songlong Mountains. He required a substantial amount of enhancement points. Although the depths of the mountains instilled a sense of trepidation, he believed that caution would suffice. Moreover, should a crisis arise, he could simply retreat. As a first-level Soul Sect cultivator, his combat prowess was comparable to that of a first-level Battle King. Additionally, he possessed the ability to fly on a blade. He had previously tested the speed of his blade flight, which exceeded that of his maximum effort in executing the illusory dragon step by several times. He estimated that if he unleashed his full potential in blade flight, his speed could even surpass that of second or third level Battle Kings. Not to mention, he still had 70,000 enhancement points at his disposal. Should he truly encounter peril, he could go all in. The reason for not taking reckless risks now lies in waiting for the moment when mental fortitude is nearly exhausted, allowing for a decisive strike against the wild beasts. Gu Feng moved with remarkable speed, swiftly traversing nearly 100 miles, arriving atop a colossal tree overlooking a vast valley stretching over 10,000 meters. Upon spotting a swarm of wild wolves below, densely packed and seemingly endless, his eyes gleamed with intrigue. Were they awaiting his arrival to be vanquished? However, in the next moment, the wild wolves simultaneously turned their heads, fixating their piercing gazes upon the tree he occupied. Subsequently, their crimson eyes flared with ferocity as they unleashed a thunderous howl. And in an instant, their jaws opened wide, releasing massive wind blades, each 3 meters long, slicing through the night sky with the ferocity of tempest, hurtling toward him. Gu Feng realized too late the oversight he had made. He had forgotten the marks these beasts had left upon him. The moment he appeared, they sensed his presence. Instantly, he flickered and vanished like a specter. As he departed, the very tree he had stood upon disintegrated into ashes. Simultaneously, 8 9-star golden grade blood shadow flying daggers and 1 1-star diamond grade blood shadow flying dagger were unleashed, transforming into deadly projectiles aimed at the wolf pack. In the blink of an eye, numerous wild wolves fell as if mown down like wheat. Watching the rapidly escalating enhancement points, Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was right to come. The number of wild wolves within this immense valley was no fewer than tens of thousands. If he managed to eliminate them all, even if they were merely beast soldiers, it would be a significant profit. Not to mention, the majority of these wolves were of beast general rank or higher, with many being beast lords or even beast sect masters. Wealth was within his grasp. However, humanity? What audacity! Just then, a roar filled with boundless fury erupted like a thunderclap in his ears. Before he could react, a ghostly figure appeared at his side, striking toward his head with lightning speed. Gu Feng, sensing the terrifying force, was struck with fear and, in an instant, executed the phantom dragon step, transforming into a shadow as he dodged to the side. Yet, he severely underestimated the strength and speed of this mysterious powerhouse. Even though he had sensed the impending danger and promptly activated the phantom dragon step to evade the opponent's attack still bore down upon him with overwhelming force. Striking his shoulder. Crack. Thud. Feng was sent sprawling several dozen meters away. A searing pain coursed through his entire being. His right shoulder was left mangled, nearly exploding from the violent force. Oh, to withstand this king's claw and yet remain alive? It appears you are a prodigy from a prestigious battle academy. This king revels in the tormenting of your kind's top talents. The Wild Wolf King, witnessing that this human youth could endure his claw, felt a surge of excitement in his crimson eyes, realizing he had encountered a pinnacle talent of humanity. In an instant, as the figure moved, it was intent on mercilessly slaying Feng. However, at that very moment, 9 terrifying streams of crimson light suddenly surged forth like lightning. The Wilderness Wolf King swatted away with its claws, sensing the overwhelming force emanating from the blood shadow, flying daggers. Gazing at its bloodied paw, a look of shock flickered in its eyes. It realized that its opponent was a mind cultivator. Yet, it was utterly unprepared for the revelation that this individual was, in fact, a soul master. This conclusion arose from the understanding that, in the realm of humanity, a mind cultivator is invariably a full realm stronger than a warrior. The ability of this being to inflict injury upon its paw was sufficient proof that it was undoubtedly a soul master. Only with such prowess could one cause harm to it. Were this foe merely a soul king, it would equate to a formidable battle emperor, a being far beyond its own capabilities. Hiss! At such a young age, having already ascended to the rank of soul master, what would become of him given more time? A tide of overwhelming murderous intent surged into the heart of the Wilderness Wolf King. This individual must perish. Otherwise, the Tsang Wolf Mountain Range would become the very ground of their ascendance. Chapter 55. Maneuvering, Assassination, and Growth. At this moment, Feng found himself in dire straits. He felt as though his entire right shoulder had been utterly shattered beneath the claw of his adversary. A searing pain surged through him, instilling a profound sense of dread. The assailant was undoubtedly a beast king, and at least of the 7th or 8th tier. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a mere graze to render his entire right arm incapacitated. After all, his physical form had already achieved the strength of a 1-star golden warrior. Yet, here he was grievously wounded. His right arm was drenched in blood, with fragments of bone protruding grotesquely. At this moment, Feng was filled with trepidation. He realized that he had been reckless, even mad, in his pursuit of enhancement points. He had ventured deep into the Tsanglong mountain range on such a stormy night. What folly! In his quest for formidable power, he had neglected other crucial aspects, such as his mental state. He had single-mindedly sought strength, teetering on the brink of losing his sanity. As Feng skillfully wielded his battle knife and fled desperately, he engaged in self-reflection. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. The speed of his pursuer was astonishingly swift, closing in on him with alarming rapidity. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he exerted all his strength to maneuver his battle knife in frantic escape, simultaneously commanding the system to allocate all enhancement points towards a breakthrough in the realm of the spiritual mind. At this juncture, only by transcending into the realm of the spiritual mind could he hope to escape. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 50,000 enhancement points. Your spiritual mind realm has ascended to the triple soul master stage. Boom! A terrifying surge of psychic energy erupted from the depths of his consciousness, immediately infusing the 3 spiritual star orbs. The 2 initially diminutive star orbs rapidly expanded, matching the size of the first, while his combat prowess soared to approximately the level of a triple battle king. His speed surged explosively, increasing tenfold and more in an instant, creating a significant distance between him and the golden-hued, wolf-like beast king that was roughly human-sized. Initially relishing the thrill of the hunt, the beast king of the wasteland intended to instill a sense of despair in this human prodigy. However, upon witnessing Feng's sudden acceleration, his eyes widened in shock, and a tempest of turmoil erupted within him. How could his speed be so terrifying? Did he possess a talent for velocity? In an instant, the Wasteland Wolf King howled in rage. his own speed multiplying several times as he pursued Gu Feng. Sensing the enemy's enhanced speed behind him, Gu Feng's expression grew increasingly stern. With a swift mental command, the three spiritual star orbs began to rotate rapidly, and a more potent and refined psychic energy enveloped the blood shadow battle knife. In the next moment, his figure shot forth like a bolt of lightning, producing a deafening sonic boom that tore through the stormy night, disappearing into the horizon. The relentless pursuit of the wasteland Wolf King, now acutely aware of Gu Feng's newfound velocity, ignited a fury within him. He understood that he could not afford to underestimate the situation. Should Gu Feng manage to escape back to the human city, the prospect of slaying him would become exceedingly difficult. With a sudden howl that resonated through the heavens, the Wolf King unleashed a sound that shook the very sky. In the next moment, the pack of wolves within the Songlong mountain range responded to their king's call, erupting into a chorus of furious roars. Subsequently, these wild wolves surged out of the valley, racing towards the direction indicated by their sovereign. What transpired? Had he not gone to summon reinforcements? The wild python king and the wild crocodile king, upon hearing the Wolf King's wrathful howl, abruptly lifted their heads to gaze in the direction from whence the sound emanated. You two, the wild python king and the wild crocodile king, were tasked with intercepting a young human from the Qian's Huling and the wild python mountain respectively. This youth possesses an extraordinarily terrifying talent. Not yet 20 years of age, he has already reached the soul realm and boasts a formidable speed. He must be captured, otherwise it could lead to endless troubles. What? A soul realm and not even 20? Upon receiving the Wolf King's message, the two mighty rulers' eyes widened in astonishment. Their hearts stirred with tumultuous waves. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they transformed into streaks of light, ascending from their respective domains to converge on Gu Feng. Simultaneously, the Wolf King conveyed information to the leader of the lion-headed griffin tribe, urging him to join in the pursuit of Gu Feng. Though they could fly after advancing to the beast sovereign realm, the Griffin King was the swiftest among them. After all, he was a flying beast, residing year-round atop the highest peak of the Songlong mountain range, known as the Griffin Mountain. Upon receiving the news, the Griffin King's enormous blood-red eyes gleamed with a chilling light. A soul realm under 20? If consumed, he might just break through to the Beast Emperor realm. With this thought, the Griffin King unfurled his massive wings, nearly 100 meters wide, and with a slight tremor, he soared through the air, the sound of rushing wind echoing as he vanished from sight. His speed was such that even if Gu Feng exerted himself to the utmost, he would find it exceedingly difficult to keep up. The remaining lion-headed griffins also took to the skies, pursuing him fervently. Sensing the terrifying auras converging from all directions, Gu Feng's expression turned icy. He glanced at the remaining enhancement points, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Although he was frantically fleeing, he managed to summon 3 9-star golden blood shadow flying daggers, unleashing them with fervor against the wild wolves within the range of his mental perception. Deep in this crisis, his only hope lay with the system, specifically the vast enhancement points he possessed. Thus, he resorted to reckless and desperate evasion, controlling the flying daggers to slay the wild wolves. He could not return to the northern front. Doing so would lead the Wolf King back to that place, where the forces of the northern front could not withstand such an assault. Though he was in flight, his enhancement points surged rapidly, soon surpassing the 50,000 mark. Enhancement. Elevate the realm of mental cultivators. Congratulations, host. You have expended 40,000 enhancement points, elevating the realm of mental cultivators to the 4th level of the soul realm. A familiar sensation washed over him. His formidable mental power surged once more from the depths of his consciousness, infusing itself into the 3 mental stars he possessed. His speed surged once more due to a breakthrough in his realm. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th tier marks a significant watershed, as does the shift from the 6th to the 7th. Now, having ascended to the 4th level of the soul sect, he has effectively progressed from an initial stage to the intermediate stage of the soul sect, resulting in a notable increase in his mental prowess. Sensing his elevated strength, a fervent madness surged within Gu Feng. Damn those beasts! How dare they launch a surprise attack on me? Today, I shall annihilate the entire clan of the Wild Wolves. Fueled by this fierce determination, Feng deliberately altered his course and approached the valley at an unimaginable speed. However, he soon realized that proximity was unnecessary. The Wild Wolf King had mobilized numerous wild wolves to pursue him relentlessly. Terrifying blades of wind erupted from the ground, soaring skyward towards him. Unfortunately for them, his speed far surpassed that of these creatures. Each time he streaked across the night sky like a comet, a multitude of wild wolves perished beneath him. The Wild Wolf King, sensing this carnage, let out a furious howl towards the heavens. In that instant, the wind attribute energy in the atmosphere surged violently into his mouth. Simultaneously, the pale red moon in the night sky cast down crimson energy, infusing the Wild Wolf King with power. Human, I shall bring your demise. With a thunderous roar resonating through the night, dozens, even hundreds of massive pale red wind blades surged forth at an astonishing speed, aimed directly at Feng. Chapter 56. So, the showdown has arrived. No more pretenses? The cunning Feng exclaimed, "This is bad. It is the Wolf King's roar. Feng is in danger." Ah, my apologies, I overreacted, forgetting that there are seniors protecting Feng. Hearing the distant thunderous roar, Jiang Yu suddenly stood up, casting her worried gaze towards the Songlong mountain range. However, in the next moment, she recalled the news brought back by Xiao Zhan and others, and with an awkward smile remarked, "Could this furious roar of the Wolf King signify that a senior has intervened?" Wang Ming queried with a hint of suspicion in his eyes, filled with admiration and longing. When might he ascend to such an unparalleled existence? Would he ever have such an opportunity in this lifetime? Perhaps not. The esteemed Battle Emperor, in his quest to hone Feng, is unlikely to intervene. Previously, when Ying and Wang Ming were preparing to enter the Misty Mountains in search of Feng, the Battle Emperor had stated that Feng was undergoing trials. Since this was a trial, unless it was a matter of life and death, the Battle Emperor would probably refrain from intervening. Moreover, let us not forget the Battlefield Covenant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan shook his head and confidently asserted, "Indeed, we must not forget the Battlefield Covenant." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiao Zhan's reasoning. The Battlefield Covenant dictates that in the tertiary battlefield, the presence of those at the Battle Sovereign and B-Sovereign levels is prohibited. In the secondary battlefield, the presence of Battle Emperors and Beast Emperors is likewise forbidden. The primary battlefield restricts those at the Battle God and Beast God levels. This covenant was established through the blood and sacrifice of numerous battle gods from the human faction, granting humanity a moment of respite to cultivate their strong. Without such regulations, considering the terrifying numbers and strength of the savage beasts, few survival bases would withstand their devastation. In the third level of the Battle Disciple Secret Realm, at the Gatekeeper's Station, a peculiar melody resonated from an ancient phonograph. Inside the room, an elderly man with one arm, feigning sleep on a recliner, swayed his head in rhythm with the tune while savoring a drink. Yet in the next instant, his eyes snapped open. A terrifying pressure akin to a ferocious beast flashed momentarily. However, the manifestation of this fearsome aura was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. His facial expression was equally captivating, shifting from a murderous intent to an eccentric demeanor, ultimately culminating in astonishment and uncertainty. It was akin to a changing mask, utterly mesmerizing. He muttered incessantly, "What a young age, yet already at the soul sect level." As he spoke, his eyes brimmed with shock. He can't be more than 16, and he has already reached the soul sect. How has he cultivated so rapidly? Or has he been concealing his true strength all along? Has his sudden emergence been spurred by that little girl, Jiang Feishuan's performance? So, the pretense is over. No more disguises? But, does he not realize how desperately the Great Qin Empire seeks out geniuses? If he had displayed such a terrifying talent for divine thought earlier, he would have undoubtedly been whisked away by the top-tier combat academies. However, the mere thought of those damned filthy rats caused a chilling murderous intent to flash across the one-armed elder's eyes. He had been here for quite some time. Yet he still had not been able to discern the specific location of that wretched group of rats. Just then, the elder's expression shifted slightly, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the room like a wraith. The wine jug containing the Yama liquor spun gracefully on the table before coming to a steady halt. A haunting melody continued to emanate from the old gramophone, echoing into the rain-soaked night, resonating far and wide, eerie and inexplicable. At this moment, deep within the Tsanglong mountain range, Feng, who was desperately fleeing while wielding the blood shadow battle blade, felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Under the perception of his mental force, a terrifying figure, swifter than the Prairie Wolf King, was rapidly approaching him with a lightning-fast speed. Its velocity was so formidable that the very air seemed to part in its wake. And even before the powerful gusts reached him, he felt a tingling sensation run down his scalp. Was this a flying savage beast, the lion-headed vulture? And not just any vulture, but the Vulture King? Wasn't it supposed to reside atop the highest peak of the Tsanglong mountain range? How could it be pursuing him as well? Damn, this was turning into quite the predicament. The Prairie Wolf King, the Python King, and the Crocodile King had already left him in a state of utter disarray as he fled desperately. Now, with the addition of the speedster Vulture King, his advantages had evaporated in an instant. He took a moment to glance at his reinforcement points, 26,942 points. The rate of increase was dismally slow. He still needed approximately 24,000 points to elevate to the 5th level of the Soul Sect. At this moment, trying to both escape and slay savage beasts seemed increasingly difficult. With such meager reinforcement points, he could accomplish nothing. Kid, head to the War Great Wall. Huh? What the hell, hurry up. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately changed direction, racing toward the War Great Wall like a bolt of lightning. Oh no! He is heading back to the War Great Wall. Vulture King, intercept him. Upon witnessing this scene, the Prairie Wolf King bellowed at the Vulture King. Trying to escape? Have you consulted this king? The Vulture King snorted coldly, and in the next instant, a flurry of feathers, sharp as arrows and imbued with terrifying momentum, blocked Feng's path. Moreover, these black feathers seemed to possess a form of navigation, relentlessly pursuing Feng. You truly believe I have no means to counter you? You feathered beast. With the aid of his mental force, Feng swiftly perceived the impending danger and executed a lightning-quick lateral movement to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he unleashed the Star Spiral Binding Cut upon the Vulture King. The Star Spiral Binding, a soul technique he had perfectly mastered upon reaching a minor realm in Star Spiral Concentration, possessed abilities of binding and cutting. He aimed this Star Spiral Binding directly at the Vulture King's most vulnerable spot. In the next moment, a thunderous and anguished scream erupted from the mouth of the King of the Wild Eagles, as blood gushed from its rear, torn open by the soul blade formed by the starry twine, creating a gaping wound. You mere scavengers, this is just the interest, and you 3 beasts await your doom. Within a month, I shall come to claim your lives. With a sense of relief surging through him, Feng exerted all his strength to wield the battle blade, instantly slicing through the air and disappearing from sight. Howl! As Feng vanished into the distance, the King of the Wild Eagles let out a roar filled with boundless wrath and murderous intent. Its wings flapped violently, intent on pursuing Feng. However, the excruciating sensation emanating from its rear caused it to emit a series of pained cries, significantly diminishing its speed. Meanwhile, Feng seized the opportunity to escape from the Tsang Wolf mountain range, making his way towards the northern war wall. What is the King of the Wild Eagles doing? Why does it not pursue? 3 minutes later, the King of the Wild Wolves arrived, and upon seeing that there was no sign of the human boy or his corpse near the King of the Wild Eagles, it bellowed in fury. Chapter 57. 3 hours later, the King of the Wasteland Griffin, with eyes as cold as steel, swiftly fixed his gaze upon the Wasteland Wolf King. In the next moment, the Griffin let out a piercing cry that echoed through the heavens, unleashing a tempest of black feathers imbued with a terrifying murderous intent, hurtling towards the Wasteland Wolf King like a storm. Have you lost your mind, Griffin King? I am the Wasteland Wolf King, roared the Wolf King in anger while evading the onslaught. I seek your demise. The Griffin's wrathful shout reverberated through the skies, intensifying the ferocity of his attack. It was all the fault of that foolish creature. Had it not requested his assistance, he would not have endured such profound disgrace. The ground was torn asunder. Had it not been for the last-minute intervention to thwart the enemy's bizarre assault, his injuries would have been far graver and more humiliating. Curse you! The Wasteland Wolf King, incensed, let out a furious howl and engaged in fierce combat with the Griffin King. The approaching king of the Wasteland Crocodiles and the king of the Wasteland Pythons were momentarily taken aback. Weren't they pursuing that human boy? Why are they fighting each other? However, at that moment, they also noticed the injuries sustained by the Griffin King. Griffin King, what? What happened to you? Boom! The inquiry ignited a blaze of unrestrained fury and wrath within the Griffin King, amplifying the terror of his attacks. The Crocodile King and the Python King exchanged bewildered glances, their minds racing with intrigue. Is this the handiwork of that human boy? How could he be so formidable as to injure even the Griffin King? Yet, this place is exceedingly treacherous. Who could have anticipated such a devious trickery? Half an hour later, the clash between the Wasteland Wolf King and the Griffin King finally came to a close. Have you gone mad, Griffin King? The Griffin cast a cold glance at the Wolf King before swiftly transforming into a streak of light, soaring back to Griffin Mountain. 3 hours later, the action would commence. This time, the entirety of Griffin Mountain would mobilize. We shall not retreat until the annihilation of Kanglan City. Furthermore, the human boy is mine. Who dares to vie for him shall meet their end. A chilling proclamation filled with boundless malice and murderous intent emanated from the direction of Griffin Mountain. Upon hearing this, the Wasteland Wolf King was immediately consumed with rage, realizing that his command was being usurped. Meanwhile, the Crocodile King and the Python King exchanged knowing glances before turning into streaks of light and departing. They had no intention of foolishly explaining anything. The Kangwolf Mountain Range was vast. With one less adversary, they would have more resources, and who would not desire to ascend to the rank of Beast Emperor? Everyone aspired to that. As for leaving that human boy to the Griffin King, it was utterly absurd. Though the boy bore special combat enhancements developed by humans that concealed his vital essence, they were apex beast kings, their senses honed to a terrifying degree. How could they not discern the alluring vitality emanating from him? Moreover, there was the tantalizing prospect of divine souls. All of this was something they coveted. After more than 10 minutes, Feng finally burst forth from the Kangwolf Mountain Range. He cast a glance at the vast mountains shrouded in the torrential rain, a chilling glint flickering in his eyes. This time, the losses were substantial. Had it not been for those four wretched beasts, he would have ascended to a higher realm by now. It was entirely their fault for thwarting his attempts to slay their kin. Why not simply allow him to do so and embrace the joys of the afterlife sooner? Curse them. He silently vowed that within a month, he would exterminate all the wild beasts within the Songlong Mountain Range, transforming them into his own points of enhancement. Yet, who was the mysterious figure that had urged him to return to the war wall? What was their motive? He had scanned the vicinity with his spiritual sense for hundreds of thousands of meters, yet found nothing. Furthermore, what secrets lay within the war wall that could instill such fear in the peak beast kings, preventing them from drawing near? Was it fear or merely a temporary inability to approach? It must be the latter, for 8 years ago, during that beast tide, a beast king had indeed breached the war wall. As Feng pondered, he accelerated his flight, swiftly exiting the Songlong Mountain Range. A glance at the raging flood revealed that returning in the Phantom War Chariot was impossible. Thus he resorted to the illusory Dragon Step. In an instant, Feng darted across the stones and branches in the flood, moving with remarkable speed back to the North Second Battle Line. For the time being, he would keep his identity as a spiritual seer concealed, although it seemed that his identity might have already been exposed. Ah, you have finally returned. How was it? Did you sustain any injuries? Upon Feng's return to the second battle line, Xiongzhan and others rushed forward, their concern palpable. Almost met my end. Feng murmured inwardly, but with a smile plastered on his face. He shook his head and replied that he was fine. Dachi. Xiao Feng, your master. Best not to inquire. He interjected before Wang Meng could finish, as Xiongzhan delivered a swift kick to Wang Meng's rear, admonishing him sharply. Wang Meng scratched his head, offering an awkward smile and repeated apologies. Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No worries. My master is quite amiable and easy to converse with. However, Menggu, Xiong my master prefers to maintain a low profile and wishes to avoid unnecessary disturbances, so." Haha, understood. Great individuals tend to favor tranquility. Gu Feng nodded in agreement. He then expressed his desire to return to Kanglin City, prompting Lao Ma to immediately activate the war chariot to escort him back. The chariot moved with remarkable speed, reaching Kanglin City in just over 10 minutes. "Lao Ma, please take me to the Wilderness Merchant Association." "Certainly." Lao Ma nodded and set off toward the association. "Lao Ma, wait for me a moment. I will return shortly." "All right, I will wait for you." Upon arriving at the Wilderness Merchant Association, a manager who had been waiting at the entrance quickly approached with a smile, saying, "You must be the young brother Gu Feng." Just as Xiong Laoj described, remarkably handsome and possessing an extraordinary demeanor. "Hello, Brother Lan Gong, it is I." Welcome. Shall we head to the third floor?" "Certainly." The individual before us, known as Lan Gong, serves as a manager for the Wilderness Merchant Association, specializing in the procurement of beast corpses, and is also a close friend of Xiao Zhan. Prior to this meeting, Gu Feng had mentioned the matter briefly, prompting Xiao Zhan to facilitate the introduction. The two swiftly ascended to the third floor. Lan Gong expressed a desire for tea, but Gu Feng declined. "Brother Lan Gong, my time is limited. After our transaction, I must proceed to the front lines." "Let's forego the tea," he remarked. Very well. Next time, I shall host a meal for you both," Lan Gong cheerfully replied. "Indeed. By the way, Brother Lan Gong, this space might be a tad insufficient. Are there many materials from the beasts?" Lan Gong cast a glance at the spatial capsule backpack that Lu Ling Tian carried. His curiosity piqued. "It appears that the level of this spatial capsule is rather modest, is it not?" "Yes, there are quite a few. Ideally, we would require a vast warehouse." Gu Feng responded. "Very well, please follow me," Lan Gong said, his eyes glimmering with intrigue as he led Gu Feng to an expansive warehouse. Chapter 58. Orchid Butterfly. Is this sufficient? It should be adequate, right? "Brother Lan Gong, please step back." Upon hearing this, Lan Gong became even more excited. "It seems this little fellow is extraordinary. He must possess a legendary spatial bracelet." In the next moment, with a casual wave of his hand, Gu Feng summoned countless corpses of the wildland wolves, two-headed wild pythons, and ironback wild crocodiles, which thunderously appeared in the vast warehouse. The once spacious warehouse was instantaneously filled with the carcasses of these savage beasts. "What? Is there this much? Good heavens! Have you eradicated these 3 major wild beast clans?" "Hiss! And they're all above the rank of beast general, with some even at the peak of beast sovereign. Moreover, each corpse is remarkably intact, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. They are utterly flawless, with hardly any of their vital essence having dissipated. Truly exquisite treasures." Upon witnessing the multitude of wild beast corpses before him, Lan Gong was rendered speechless with excitement. When he touched these bodies, his eyes widened in astonishment. They were still warm. Had they been slain just moments ago? But how could there be so many warm corpses of wild beasts? How did he accomplish this? Cough. "Brother Lan Gong, please hasten to appraise the value of these wild beast corpses," Gu Feng urged. "No one knows when the beast tide will erupt. Every minute spent here translates to a significant loss of enhancement points. Here's what we can do. If you trust me, I will temporarily hold onto these items, and I will transfer you 10 million spirit coins right now, settling the remainder after the appraisal. What do you say?" Seeing this, Lan Gong ultimately waved his hand and said, 10 million. "Is that insufficient? Then let it be 20 million. Without regard to whether or not he had the connection with Brother Xiao, this young man before him was worth befriending. Moreover, no one in this world dares to default on debts owed to the Wild Beast Hunter Association. "Thank you, Brother Lan Gong. I have received it. By the way, I wish to purchase some combat soldiers. Do you know anyone who could assist me? This would also be a small favor." Naturally. I have someone in mind. My sister is in charge of this area. Her name is Lan Dai. She is 18 years old, a student at the Kanglin No. 1 Battle Academy, possessing a beast affinity with a 9-star golden tier frenzied rhinoceros. She is tall and slender, capable of being sweet, gentle, or an alluring femme fatale. As for her measurements, cough. Brother Longgong, no need to be so detailed. She will do. Haha, thank you very much. Anyone whom Brother Xiao holds in such high regard must undoubtedly be an exceptional young individual, both in character and talent. By fortunate coincidence, my sister happens to be single. Perhaps a little matchmaking could lead to a delightful union. However, noticing that Gu Feng harbored no particular intentions, Longgong merely shrugged and refrained from providing further details. Everything shall unfold as fate dictates. Xiao Dai, please entrust your current tasks to your colleague. I wish to introduce you to a significant client. Amidst her busy schedule, Lan Dai initially ignored her brother Longgong's call. Yet, her gaze caught sight of the person beside him, causing her eyes to brighten momentarily. She promptly handed off her responsibilities to a colleague and approached with a beaming smile. Xiao Dai, is that really you? Gu Feng exclaimed, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him upon recognizing the familiar figure. He yearned to escape, as he had not anticipated that Xiao Dai was Longgong's sister. The tall and alluring figure exuded an air of sweetness, softness, and dominance, which struck him as overwhelmingly fierce. After all, was she not the one he had inadvertently glimpsed bathing in the Yun Lake, resulting in a chase that nearly cost him dearly? He had narrowly escaped thanks to Fei Xian, who had a good rapport with her. Since then, she had frequently sought opportunities to enhance his combat skills under the guise of practice, which had only led to him being thoroughly beaten, leaving him bruised on multiple occasions. He had serious doubts that had it not been for Fei Xian, the injuries would have been far worse. Do you two know each other? Lan Gong Yin Guit, perplexed by the unexpected scene. Of course we know each other. You little rascal, I thought you were quite adept at hiding. Why not continue to do so? Xiao Dai teased, reaching for Gu Feng's collar, only to be stopped by Longgong. We are in the Hunters Guild. What are you doing? He reprimanded. Ah, Xiod. It's not that. I'm rather busy. I have urgent matters to attend to. Shall we discuss business first? Once we're done, we can chat. Gu Feng suggested hastily. Don't tell me you're the so-called important client with a lack of common sense. How dare you speak to me that way? I am your brother, understand? Longgong interjected, attempting to halt the sibling squabble. Let us see just how significant this client of yours truly is, Xiao Dai remarked, casting a discreet glance at Gu Feng that carried a subtle implication. Gu Feng felt an involuntary shiver run through him. The weight of her gaze was daunting. Moments later, in a beautifully appointed room on the 3rd floor. What? You intend to purchase treasures worth nearly 20 million spirit coins? Where do you procure such wealth? Are you not merely a 1-star black iron level with an ironwood bow? Lan Dai exclaimed, suddenly springing to her feet in disbelief upon hearing Gu Feng's intentions. Beside her, Longgong's eyes narrowed at the mention of the 1-star black iron level bow, revealing an expression tinged with unspoken curiosity as he regarded Gu Feng. Indeed, here is the list. Please, Sister Xiao Dai, if you could hasten, I am truly in a hurry. Gu Feng urged, having sifted through the options on his tablet. Very well. Just a moment. It will take no more than a few minutes, Lan Dai replied, casting a deep glance at Gu Feng before promptly nodding and proceeding to place the order. Before long, a robot arrived, pushing a 2-meter-long alloy box into the room. Please inspect it, Lan Dai instructed after having the robot open the box. Anyone may be untrustworthy, but I cannot doubt Sister Xiao Dai, Gu Feng remarked playfully, stepping forward to casually sweep everything from the box into his storage space. This scene caused Lan Dai's eyes to narrow slightly. A legendary grade space warrior? What has transpired with this young man during this time? How has he undergone such a transformation? Sister Xiao Dai, Brother Longgong, I must take my leave due to pressing matters. We shall continue our conversation later. After paying a discounted total of 19.8 million spirit coins, Gu Feng turned and swiftly exited the Hunting Merchant Association, racing alongside Lao Ma towards the second battle line. Chapter 59. Excessive Procurement Sister. Care to explain? Explain? Not a chance. Just get lost. Lan Dai snapped with irritation, turning to leave. How could she possibly elucidate such a matter? Should she confess to this dense individual that her sister had been exposed? It would be better to end her life. Wait a moment. Did you just say that this little fellow possesses a 1-star black iron-grade ironwood bow of the weapon system? Upon hearing this, Londai halted in her tracks. When Feng had spent 20 million spirit coins to acquire battle soldiers, she was utterly astonished. Subsequently, as he collected all the treasures using a spatial ring, her curiosity and skepticism deepened. Although the process of getting to know him was difficult to articulate, through Fei Xian, she had gained some understanding. She was aware that he was an orphan, raised in a welfare community, living off the kindness of others, with a talent for a mere 1-star black iron-grade ironwood bow, and so forth. However, all of this seemed irreconcilable with the 20 million spirit coins and at least a legendary level spatial ring. It was too disjointed, yet he had somehow obtained it. This piqued her interest. Well, as far as I know, it goes like this. Quite intriguing. The 20 million I just mentioned was transferred to him, but it was not a gift. He brought me a substantial number of beast corpses, most of which were from beast lords and beast sect members. Moreover, these corpses were utterly intact, without any damage. If I am not mistaken, these beasts were slain by mentalist means. After all, weapons like the blood shadow flying daggers are characterized by their delicate, razor-sharp nature. Are you implying that despite his lack of formidable talent, that lecher is a powerful mentalist? Wait, what did you just call him? None of your business. A faint blush swept across Lan Dai's delicate, beautiful face as she scolded him in annoyance, urging him to continue. Lan Gong cast a meaningful glance at her sister, wisely choosing not to press on her sensitive topic, and proceeded to share some of his speculations. Lan Dai's eyes flickered. If that lecher truly possessed formidable mental talent, it would indeed be a boon. At least he wouldn't be lost among the masses. In the pouring rain, the phantom war chariot surged through the downpour like a wild beast, heading straight for the northern second battle line. Inside the vehicle, Feng engaged in casual conversation with Old Ma, while his mind delved into the storage space, tallying the gains from this venture. This time, he had expended 8 million spirit coins. While it seemed substantial, the items acquired were surprisingly few. The inventory was as follows: 9-star king-level blood shadow flying daggers, 9500,004. 5 million spirit coins. 9-star legendary level blood shadow flying daggers, 3 million 9 million spirit coins. 9-star king level armor piercing arrows, 9,300,002. 7 million spirit coins. 9-star legendary level armor piercing arrows, 3 million 9 million spirit coins. What remains are several diamond grade and king grade vitality elixirs, health potions, wilderness brews, jerky, water, and various other items. In total, approximately 28 million was spent. The reason he ultimately paid only 8 million is that his hunting order and Skynet account were both elevated to 4 stars due to his relentless slaying of wild beasts in the Songlong Mountains. Particularly, his Skynet account was tantalizingly close to achieving a 5-star rating. A 4-star account or hunting order affords a 30% discount on purchases. Thus, the final amount came to 8 million spirit coins, a significant reduction. This approach is intended to encourage more warriors to eliminate wild beasts and alleviate pressure. Although his purchases were modest, they included items capable of posing a threat even to monarchs in battle. Of course, given his current cultivation level, wielding these flying knives and arrows would not enable him to slay a battle emperor or beast emperor. Such aspirations are far too unrealistic. However, with proper execution, he could indeed threaten a beast king. He declared his intention to flatten the entire Songlong Mountains, and he would not renege on that promise. Upon inspecting his enhancement points, he discovered a balance of 26,942 points. He planned to allocate a portion for enhancing elixirs and another part to bolster his black iron warbow and elevate his physical prowess. The enhancement points required for elixirs were minimal, merely for purification without increasing their rank. Thus, he expended less than 5,000 points to refine all his elixirs to their utmost purity. He then upgraded the black iron warbow to a 4-star golden level. Congratulations, host, for expending 9,000 enhancement points. Your exclusive war weapon, the black iron warbow, has been elevated to 4-star golden level. with an increase in power by 17. In the next moment, the black iron war bow within his storage space trembled slightly, a mysterious aura instantly enveloping it. Soon, the war bow began to transform. First, its weight increased by nearly 300 pounds, approaching a total of 1,000 pounds. The battle patterns on the bow became more intricate and profound, emanating waves of thunderous energy. Unfortunately, Feng was not versed in battle patterns. Otherwise, he would understand that these patterns were exceptionally potent thunder battle patterns, accessible only to advanced battle pattern masters. Weapons adorned with battle patterns are entirely distinct from those without. To illustrate, a weapon of the same level imbued with battle patterns would see its power at least tripled compared to its original state. Such weapons are known as attribute weapons, and their numbers are exceedingly rare. Each is a masterpiece of a master craftsman, holding significant value. Furthermore, the bowstring's tensile strength reached a terrifying near 400,000 pounds. Feeling this transformation, Feng's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. After glancing at his enhancement points, he noted a remaining balance of 12,942 points. He decided to enhance his physical strength, as the warbow's increased level would be futile without corresponding power to draw the bowstring. However, that would not be addressed at this moment. Indeed, the enhancement of one's physical strength inevitably brings forth certain anomalies. At this moment, he remained within the confines of his vehicle, acutely aware that any elevation might be discerned by Lao Ma. Although they were comrades within the same battle team, trust ought to be mutual. However, he would not foolishly extend complete trust to anyone. Such naivety is imprudent and perilous. Nevertheless, he could certainly augment his innate talent. His current ability was alarmingly low, merely at 1-star silver level. Consequently, he allocated 9,000 enhancement points for the fortification of his physique, while the remaining points were entirely devoted to enhancing his talent. With the substantial expenditure of 400 enhancement points, his archery talent surged from 1-star silver level to an impressive 9-star silver level. As his talent improved, Feng distinctly sensed a remarkable increase in his archery prowess. This, perhaps, elucidates the fundamental reason behind the correlation between heightened talent, elevated potential, and enhanced combat strength. Yet, this was merely the 9-star silver level. One could only imagine the exhilaration that awaited at the gold, diamond, or even higher tiers. Alas, he lacked sufficient enhancement points. The remaining 9,001 points were just adequate to elevate his physical realm to 4-star gold level. Unbeknownst to anyone, within the span of less than 20 minutes, Feng's combat strength and talent had been once again transformed. However, this enhancement was still insufficient to instill confidence in confronting the peak Beast King. The journey ahead remained daunting, necessitating further diligence. Just then, a terrifying sound of air being sliced through suddenly pierced his ears. Chapter 60. Enemy Attack, Deception and Enemy Attack. Feng's expression shifted slightly as a fierce and terrifying mental force surged forth, akin to a super radar, instantly spreading across a distance of over 100,000 meters. At that moment, Feng's demeanor changed. His mental energy swiftly locked onto an old dilapidated building located 30,000 meters away. There, 3 Annihilation-type rockets were being aimed, hurtling through the void at an alarming speed towards the armored vehicle he occupied. Feng's gaze turned icy. The Soul Technique, Star Spiral Noose, instantly divided into 3, attaching itself to the 3 incoming projectiles. In the next instant, the rockets were redirected, hurtling back towards the abandoned structure. The trio secretly ambushing Feng were preparing to stow their rocket launcher and capture images of Feng's demise to claim their bounty. Eager to depart from Kanglan City and revel elsewhere, when they suddenly heard the piercing whistle drawing ever closer. What sound is that? Good heavens! The rockets are coming for us. Nonsense! Is this real? Quickly, take cover. No! Oh my, how could this happen? Run! The thunderous explosions followed. The 3 had never anticipated that the Annihilation rockets, which had just soared into the sky, would return with such ferocity. Though they attempted to evade at the last moment, the speed of the rockets had multiplied several times under the influence of Star Spiral Noose. Consequently, just as they lifted their feet to escape, 3 rockets detonated. reducing them to mere fragments. As for leaving survivors for interrogation, Feng had considered it. However, his mental perception had already revealed that the trio bore grotesque disfigurements. Their faces pockmarked as if ravaged by an explosion. Indeed, they were ultimately obliterated. As for identifying features, they were not without, merely the chaotic, cold aura surrounding them. What has transpired? Has the beast tide erupted? Old Ma, focused intently on driving, suddenly heard a booming sound, his expression shifting. It's nothing. It must be thunder. Feng replied with a smile. Is that so? Old Ma responded, his face filled with doubt. The armored vehicle soon returned to the secondary battle line. We're back. Feng disembarked and approached the fortress, gazing at the majestic mountains in the distance. Sister Jiangyu, what is the situation? According to intelligence, it is likely that the beast tide will erupt within an hour. At this, Feng's heart stirred. An hour, you say? Should I initiate a strike? He noted that only 9,001 enhancement points remained. After augmenting his physical form, merely a single point would be left. Ultimately, Feng dismissed the notion. He had likely already been placed on the blacklist of the 4 paramount beast kings. Once he entered the Songlong mountain range, he would be instantly detected. At that point, even wielding the legendary 9-star Blood Shadow flying blade, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay his adversaries. However, he is a mentalist, though he may not be physically present. His mental energy can still encompass a vast area, capable of launching attacks. After all, having attained the 4th level of the Soul Sect, his mental energy radiates an astonishing distance of up to 400,000 meters, equivalent to approximately 800 miles. The distance to the Songlong mountain range is merely a little over 200 miles. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of a mentalist. With this thought, Feng silently unleashed the Blood Shadow flying knife, which he had upgraded to a 1-star diamond grade. The reason he chose this enhanced knife is that he had previously discovered that once strengthened, the Blood Shadow flying knife became much easier to control, consuming nearly 1/5 less mental energy. Furthermore, its speed was significantly increased, rendering it even more stealthy. The 1-star diamond Blood Shadow flying knife moved with incredible swiftness, traversing the 200-mile distance in mere seconds, silently penetrating the Songlong mountain range. At this moment, the diamond-grade flying knife acted as his eyes, leaving nothing concealed from its gaze. Yet, Feng felt a twinge of confusion. Despite the knife having silently penetrated nearly 100 miles into the Songlong mountain range, it encountered very few savage beasts. The entire mountain range was eerily quiet. Where was the promised level 3 beast tide? For some unknown reason, this scene stirred an unsettling feeling within Feng, as if something was amiss. He continued to channel his mental energy, probing deeper into the wilderness. Soon, his mental energy reached several dozen miles further in, and at last, he encountered some savage beasts. However, these wild wolves and ironback savage crocodiles were of a notably low rank, with the highest being merely at the beast general level. Something was amiss. There was undoubtedly something strange occurring. Feng's heart raced, and he hastily asked Jiangyu beside him, Sister Jiangyu, could you check the energy detection device to see if it can still sense the movements of the beast tide? Jiangyu, puzzled, activated the energy detection device nonetheless. It's still operational. What's wrong? Feng narrowed his eyes, directing his mental energy deeper into the mountain range. Meanwhile, deep within the Songlong mountain range, the 4 apex rulers, the Wild Griffin King, the Wild Wolf King, the Wild Python King, and the Wild Crocodile King, had convened. Ha! Those foolish humans are probably still desperately guarding the northern front, waiting for our appearance. Little do they know that we have taken a detour, heading straight for the eastern front to wreak havoc. Haha. However, I must admit, these humans possess remarkably clever minds, managing to develop devices that can simulate special magnetic fields to disrupt energy detection equipment, mused the Wild Wolf King, fiddling with a precision instrument the size of a basketball. Hee. Once the eastern front falters, the northern front will undoubtedly rush to provide support. At that time, it will be our moment to breach the Great Wall of War and seize Kanglan City. Ha ha. Just now, did any of you sense a surge of power sweep past? At this moment, the keen-eyed king of the vultures suddenly fixed his gaze, scanning the surroundings before inquiring, "Is that so? Perhaps your perception is mistaken. It is also possible that you are sensing the magnetic field emitted by this energy simulator. Is that the case?" The king of the vultures appeared to harbor some doubts. Meanwhile, Gu Feng's expression was grave as he led Jiangyu into a special room filled with shielding devices. In a hushed tone, he said, "Sister Jiangyu, I just received a message from my master stating that this wave of beastly turmoil is a ruse. A traitor has supplied the 4 great beast kings with a device called the energy simulator, deceiving the energy detection instruments, and secretly dispatched a multitude of wild beasts towards the eastern front." Gu Feng recounted the situation he had gleaned through his mental prowess at an astonishing speed. "What? Is this truly the case?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart sank in shock, and she exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 61. Journey to the Eastern Front alone. If what Gu Feng has stated is indeed accurate, the situation is quite dire. After all, nearly all the military resources that can be mobilized from Kanglin City have been allocated to the Northern Front. Who would have anticipated that the savage beasts within the Songlong mountain range would concoct a scheme, traversing over 5,000 miles to assault the Eastern Front? At this juncture, mobilizing troops may be too late. Moreover, Gu Feng has just mentioned that should the formidable forces here withdraw, the enemy would launch an assault on the Northern Front. The circumstances would then become exceedingly perilous, with threats looming from both the front and back. Sister Jiangyu, please report this matter to the military department and ascertain their arrangements. I shall make my way to the Eastern Front. As soon as the words left his lips, Gu Feng transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. After waiting for a considerable time, he has, to my chagrin, headed towards the east. Those are all moving PowerPoints. How did he let them go? Upon departing from the Northern Front, he immediately stepped upon his Blood Shadow battle blade, swiftly becoming a terrifying flash of light that disappeared into the horizon. The distance from the Northern Front to the Eastern Front spans over 5,000 miles. With his current velocity, fully harnessing the Blood Shadow flying blade, he could achieve nearly 6 times the speed of sound. This feat is only possible due to his physical body reaching the level of a 1-star golden battle soldier. Otherwise, the sheer force of the tearing would obliterate his form. Reacting instinctively to Gu Feng's words, Jiangyu nodded, but in the next moment, she cast a peculiar glance at the vanishing figure of Gu Feng. Did he just command me, the commander? And with such familiarity? What astounded her most was that she had unconsciously acquiesced, suppressing her bewilderment. Jiangyu dared not delay and promptly relayed the information to the military department. In the next moment, a call came in from the minister of the military department. "Xiao Zhentian, Commander Jiang, is the information reliable?" Xiao Zhentian's tone was heavy with gravity. "Minister, this information has been conveyed by Gu Feng's master, a battle emperor, and should be unequivocally accurate." Jiang Yu hastily explained and invoked Gu Feng's master to bolster her credibility. This was also a message that Gu Feng had secretly sent her just before departing, indicating that if the higher-ups doubted, she should mention his master. As expected, upon hearing this, Xiao Zhentian's eyes narrowed, and after a brief pause, he simply replied, "I understand," before abruptly ending the call. "A battle emperor? My goodness! This young man. No wonder he has risen so swiftly. It seems he has a battle emperor as his master. Does this imply that a battle emperor is concealed within our Kanglin City? Who could it be? Regardless of who it is, Kanglin City has become incredibly formidable." Aha! After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhentian was so exhilarated that he could hardly contain himself, laughing heartily towards the heavens, his voice infused with an indescribable excitement. A battle emperor. Such a being is a pinnacle figure on the entire Longyuan star. Yet, now they reside in a modest third-tier survival base, Kanglin City, and have taken that young lad as a disciple. The implications of this are monumental. In the future, he can proudly tell others that Kanglin City possesses the backing of a battle emperor. Who would dare to look down upon us? In that moment, the ominous clouds cast by the third wave of beasts dissipated completely within Xiao Zhentian's heart. With the presence of the enigmatic battle emperor and Elder Chun, the safety of Kanglin City was assured. However, he had not anticipated that this time, The creatures of the Songlong mountain range would employ a cunning strategy of feigned distractions and flanking attacks. Given their limited intellect, it was evident that such tactics were beyond their capacity. There must be other forces secretly colluding with the wild beasts of Songlong mountain. After all, they were incapable of creating energy simulators. The question remained, which faction was working in concert with those beasts? The Blood God Tower? The Yellow Spring Tavern? The Fallen God Cult? Or perhaps the Twilight of Doom? Regardless of which force it was, if the minister were to uncover their identity, they would undoubtedly face annihilation without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jintian immediately commenced his arrangements and deployments. You wish to execute a pincer maneuver coupled with feigned distractions? In the realm of subterfuge, you are mere novices. Gu Feng moved with astonishing speed. Approaching nearly 6 times the speed of sound, he traversed over 5,000 miles in just a matter of minutes, arriving at the eastern front. The terrain here bore a striking resemblance to the gourd mouth at the northern front, characterized by towering mountains on either side and a vast, steep valley adorned with peculiar rock formations in between. Yet, it was even more majestic and spacious than the gourd mouth. Between the two colossal peaks stood a massive wall nearly 100 meters high, stretching tens of thousands of meters in length and measuring 30 meters in width, resembling a great dragon spanning the heavens. The Songlong mountain range was immense, forming a semicircle that extended from west to east, bisecting the northern front. Thus, even at the eastern front, 5,000 miles away, they remained within the territory of the Songlong mountain range, which posed the greatest threat to Kanglan City. The 3 major fronts were tasked with defending against the Songlong mountain range. Upon arriving in the air above the eastern front, Gu Feng's formidable mental prowess detected a massive gathering of wild wolves, ironback crocodiles, and lion-headed griffins in the depths of the Songlong mountain range, rapidly approaching the eastern front from over 500 miles away. Their numbers were staggering, exceeding 100,000, densely packed across the mountains. On the war wall of the eastern front, perhaps influenced by his previous words, tens of thousands of soldiers were swiftly moving countless shells from the warehouses atop the spacious fortifications, while simultaneously activating the laser turrets, meticulously aimed toward the direction of the Songlong mountain range. The atmosphere was unbearably tense. Gu Feng cast a fleeting glance before swiftly changing course and racing toward the direction of the beast horde. Previously, due to the presence of the 4 supreme beast kings, he had been unable to enter the Songlong mountain range to recklessly slay the wild beasts and earn enhancement points. However, with all 4 beast kings now stationed at the northern front, these beasts before him were nothing more than moving enhancement points. With this thought, Gu Feng strove to suppress the excitement bubbling within him, and with a flick of his mind, 9 golden blood shadow flying daggers appeared in his hands. Naturally, the enhanced 1-star diamond-grade blood shadow flying daggers would not be left behind. Go! As Gu Feng's spirit stirred, he let out a low growl, effortlessly slicing through the void with the blood shadow flying knife, which struck toward the horde of savage beasts. Among the multitude of beasts advancing rapidly toward the eastern front, a portion were caught completely off guard, swiftly pierced and slain by the blood shadow flying knife. This naturally incited a commotion, yet it mattered little. Gu Feng remained nearly 30 miles distant from the beast horde, rendering him invisible to their notice. Observing the rapid accumulation of enhancement points, a broad smile spread across Gu Feng's face. Perish all of you. He grinned menacingly as a black iron war bow, weighing 1,000 pounds, suddenly materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, 9-star king-level arrows silently soared into the tide of beasts below. The ground was densely packed with savage creatures, eliminating the need for meticulous aiming. One merely needed to draw the bow, release the arrow, and then retrieve it to continue the onslaught. 300 enhancement points, 500 enhancement points, 3,000 enhancement points, 5,000 enhancement points. Chapter 62, A Surfeit of Enhancement Points. As Gu Feng beheld the soaring enhancement points, his spirits surged with exhilaration. So, you wish to feint and flank, do you? You dare to nearly obliterate yourselves? Today, I shall eradicate you all. Roar. Curse it, that human boy. He has somehow discerned our approach. Where is he? 30 miles away. Lion-headed wild eagles pursue that human boy. The rest of you, however, before the peak beast sect realm wild wolf could finish. A terrifying streak of light pierced through his skull, leaving him lifeless. 9,000 enhancement points. How delightful. The other wild beasts, upon witnessing this, were plunged into chaos and terror. The flying dagger was too enigmatic, elusive, and deadly. Even a peak beast sovereign could not escape its wrath. Yet, regaining their composure, the lion-headed wild eagles ferociously ascended, transforming into streaks of light as they charged toward Feng with ferocity. Alas, they had barely taken flight when a horrific blood shadow dagger met them head-on. A cacophony of sounds reverberated as each eagle that lunged at Feng had its head pierced, meeting a finality that was utterly irreversible. Their massive forms plummeted like meteorites, obliterating countless trees and even crushing lower-level wild beasts. This, in turn, granted Feng additional enhancement points. He glanced at his enhancement points. Remarkably, in less than 10 minutes, they had exceeded 90,000. Kill. As Feng unleashed a barrage of arrows, he deftly manipulated the blood shadow daggers to slay wild beasts. In no time, enhancement points surged into his account. The wild beasts below were not mere lambs for slaughter. Upon encountering the ambush, they swiftly retaliated against Feng. However, Feng, with his phantom dragon step, moved with spectral grace, appearing thousands of meters away one moment, only to reappear behind the horde of wild beasts the next. With just one man, he had the entire beast tide spinning in disarray. Moreover, as time progressed, the chaos among the wild beast ranks intensified. Such a display of skill was truly astounding. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Feng was a being of the fourth-tier soul realm, possessing combat prowess akin to that of a fourth-tier battle king, perhaps even beyond. Coupled with the formidable phantom dragon step and the ability to unleash arrows capable of annihilating peak beast sovereigns, it was understandable that such turmoil ensued. On the eastern front, where was the beast tide? Was it not said that the tide would appear within half an hour at most? What is happening? Commander Wang Xian, clad with dual pistols and brimming with martial spirit, fixed his steely gaze toward the direction of the Songlong Mountains, voicing his dissatisfaction. Could it be that the intelligence was erroneous? Someone pondered. Wang Xian's eyes, resembling bronze bells, suddenly glared at the other party with irritation, and remarked, "Do you think the military is merely idling away its time?" Ahem, no, it's just that I sense something strange. The absence of a beast tide is indeed preferable. However, we must not let our guard down. Everyone, remain alert. The moment we detect anything amiss, should it come within striking range, unleash indiscriminate bombardment. We must alleviate the burden on the northern front. Yes, this lad is truly extraordinary. No, he is a genius, a prodigious talent. This time, he not only uncovered the conspiracy of the Songlong Mountain Range, but also single-handedly disrupted the beast tide's offensive, holding back over 100,000 savage beasts. This is nothing short of miraculous. Excellent. Ha, such a paragon. If he could enter the Shura War Academy, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest of bloodshed. Hope for humanity is on the horizon. In the secret realm of the third battle disciple, the elder with a severed arm gazed toward the eastern battlefield, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. He had observed all of Feng's actions closely. He had not anticipated that while in seclusion in Kanglan City, he would encounter such an exceptional prodigy. This young man undoubtedly possesses the fabled lineage of slaughter. Furthermore, his innate talent as a mind cultivator is remarkably formidable. It would be impossible for anyone to reach such heights in such a brief span of time otherwise. Of course, it is also possible that this young man awakened his mind cultivation talent long ago. Perhaps this time, the third-level beast tide will come to naught because of this little fellow. His capacity for slaughter is simply terrifying. How long has it been? In less than half an hour, he has already slain hundreds, if not thousands, of powerful savage beasts. The speed at which he eliminates foes is astonishing. Naturally, Feng remains unaware of being observed by a mysterious, powerful entity. At this moment, he has plunged back into his frenzied killing spree. However, the intense use of the blood shadow, flying knives, severely depletes his mental energy, leading him to expend 50,000 points, elevating his mind cultivator realm to the 5th level of the soul sect. Thus, his previously drained mental energy was instantly replenished and became even more potent. His speed in dispatching savage beasts surged significantly. He glanced at his enhancement point balance, 470,000 enhancement points. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, he wasted no time in deciding to further advance his mind cultivation. However, the system alerted him that he needed to deepen his comprehension of the star crystal concentration technique. Moreover, the enhancement points required reached an astonishing 500,000, which left Feng rolling his eyes in exasperation. He promptly chose to forego that option, and while continuing to slay enemies, he directed the system to expend 55,000 enhancement points to elevate the golden body refinement technique to a 1-star diamond level. After the technique was upgraded to the 1-star diamond level of the diamond body refinement technique, Feng began to consume a substantial number of enhancement points to bolster his physical strength and vitality. At this juncture, the stronger he became, the quicker he could slay savage beasts, thus accruing even more enhancement points. First, let us elevate the physical body to the 1-star diamond level. Congratulations to the host for expending 55,000 points, elevating the physical body realm to the 1-star diamond level. As the resounding echoes faded, an extraordinary transformation unfolded within Feng's physique as numerous enhancement points vanished. His muscles, refined by a mysterious force, seemed to undergo a relentless forging process in the blink of an eye. In that moment, he grew taller by more than 10 centimeters, now standing nearly 1.90 meters, a towering figure. As he felt the surge of ferocious power coursing through him, a mesmerizing gleam sparkled in his eyes. This was merely the beginning. He was determined to further elevate his realm. However, at that moment, a dialogue box suddenly appeared in his mind, advising him to enhance his innate talents, lest he expend a greater number of enhancement points during his ascension. Heeding the counsel, Feng promptly devoted a substantial amount of enhancement points to the advancement of his talents. Chapter 63, 790,000 enhancement points. Congratulations to the host for consuming 45,000 enhancement points, elevating the talent to the 9-star golden level. As the golden subtitles from the system dissipated, the silver longbow in his mind instantaneously transformed into a magnificent golden bow, seemingly forged from pure gold, radiating a dazzling golden light. Intricate and enigmatic runes adorned the bow's body, imbuing the entire golden bow with an aura of mystery. A profound sense of ease enveloped him, akin to the unblocking of vital pathways, leaving Feng feeling utterly at ease. He realized that the shackles of his realm had once again been shattered. Furthermore, with his talent enhanced to the 9-star golden level, the power unleashed by the bow and arrow in his hands surged nearly threefold compared to before, becoming even more formidable and terrifying. At this moment, the battle bow in his grasp truly exhibited its rightful might. An arrow released, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, leading to the demise of the beast sect. Indeed, this was the advantage of a soaring talent. It seemed imperative to focus on enhancing his talent more in the future. Subsequently, Feng expended another 44,000 enhancement points, propelling his vitality realm to the 9th level of Battle Sovereign. In an instant, a ferocious and terrifying force, along with an overwhelming vitality, surged through his body, refining and invigorating every limb and bone, causing him to swell as if he were an inflated balloon. A torrent of vitality erupted uncontrollably from him, ascending into the skies. At this moment, Feng appeared as a treasure brimming with fatal allure to any feral beast, irresistibly attracting countless feral beasts below. As anticipated, sensing the terrifying vitality emanating from Feng, the feral beasts were instantly entranced, their eyes glowing crimson as they unleashed their most potent assaults upon him. In a flurry, various wind blades, energy orbs, claw marks, and feathered arrows rained down upon Feng. Meanwhile, those at the beast sovereign level, along with flying feral beasts, frantically ascended to encircle him. Witnessing this scene, Feng grinned, then moved, his figure vanishing in an instant. Simultaneously, the terrifying blood shadow, flying knives transformed into multiple layers, launching a frenzied slaughter. The longbow in his hands unleashed a might several times greater than before, embarking on a rampage of destruction. In a heartbeat, 9 blood shadow, flying knives, and arrows became harbingers of death, commencing their harvest. Swiftly, the enhancement points he had just expended began to replenish at an astonishing rate. His realm. How is this possible? How could he elevate his cultivation from the first level of Battle Sovereign to the pinnacle Battle Sovereign in the blink of an eye? Moreover, his physical form mirrored this extraordinary ascent, skyrocketing from 1-star golden to 1-star diamond in an instant. This young fellow undoubtedly possesses more than just a bloodline of slaughter. In the third level of Battle Disciples' secret realm, the Observer, upon perceiving Feng's vitality realm and physical strength, was astounded to witness a nearly instantaneous elevation of 7 or 8 realms, causing him to leap 3 feet in astonishment. The murkiness of his eyes was suddenly illuminated with vibrant brilliance. Everything that transpired with Feng utterly shattered his understanding of the world. Concepts such as unparalleled genius and extraordinary prodigy seemed to pale in comparison before him at that moment. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was that he was merely 16 years old, a 16-year-old soul master, a battle sovereign, with a physical form that had reached the 1-star diamond realm. The elder found himself engulfed in bewilderment. All of this had obliterated his long-held beliefs and perceptions. When did the realms of vitality, spiritual awareness, and physical prowess become so effortlessly surmountable? If it were indeed that simple to ascend, then the savage beasts would not pose the greatest threat to humanity. They would merely be a trivial challenge. Yet the reality was far from such. On the Eastern Front, torrential rain poured down, drenching all the soldiers. The leader of the Yaoyang Legion, Wang Xian, stood gazing at the distant Songlong mountain range, lost in thought. It felt as though an hour and a half had elapsed. The deafening roars of beasts echoed, yet no savage creatures were seen invading. This was exceedingly perplexing. What had become of the promised level 3 beast tide? Where was the anticipated eruption that was supposed to occur in half an hour? An hour and a half had passed, yet nothing had transpired. Commander, do you think there might be an extraordinary powerhouse secretly aiding us in vanquishing the savage beasts? One of his subordinates suddenly exclaimed, eyes gleaming with excitement. How could that be? Wang Xian instinctively prepared to refute, but upon considering the thunderous roars emanating from within the depths of the Songlong mountain range, he found his subordinate's assertion plausible. Could it be that a formidable ally was covertly assisting Kanglan City? But who could that be? Wang Xian observed the floodwaters below, which had transformed into a vast ocean, rendering any attempt to dispatch troops into the Songlong mountain range futile. All he could do was wait. The Eastern Front must have collapsed entirely by now, right? The golden-scaled Wolf King, deep within the Songlong mountain range, laughed heartily. Rock King, contact your lion-headed rock and inquire about the situation. Yes, do ask quickly. It has been an hour and a half. They should have succeeded by now. All right. The Rock King nodded and emitted a peculiar sound that was faint yet traveled far. Moments later, a similar sound echoed back. Let's wait a bit. We will know soon, the Rock King said, meticulously preening his wings, which resembled black iron. Before long, an unusual sound suddenly resonated. Boom! Without knowing what information the Rock King had received, he sprang to his feet, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. What is the matter? The golden-scaled Wolf King inquired, his eyes narrowing coldly. Damn it! That wretched creature, that accursed fiend has somehow made its way to the Eastern Front and is indiscriminately slaughtering our kin. Who are you referring to? The golden-scaled Wolf King's expression shifted, unable to restrain his curiosity. Who else could it be? The king of the raptor cast a cold glance at the king of the wasteland wolves and questioned. What? How did he suddenly appear on the Eastern Front? Damn it! Could it be that our strategy has been uncovered by the enemy? The king of the wasteland wolf's eyes narrowed in fury as he retorted, "Strategy? Tell me, is it possible that the enemy's true intent is not to feign an attack, but rather to lure us into a trap, obliterating our forces in the northern front, and then advancing straight into Kanglan City? Could it be that their real objective is to annihilate our main forces in Songlong Mountain? This is inconceivable. Possibility is not for you to determine. I am eager to see how you will account for this to the Golden Lion Beast Emperor." The king of the raptors shot another frigid glance at the king of the wasteland wolves, and in the next moment, his black wings trembled slightly, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the heavens. "What are you all dawdling for? Are you waiting to have your kin slaughtered? Move!" The kings of the crocodile and python, their gazes icy, exchanged a fleeting look at the king of the wasteland wolves before also transforming into streaks of light, racing towards the eastern front. Meanwhile, on the eastern front, Feng, adorned with a unique mask, emanated an aura of lethal intent that pierced the sky. Observing the influx of enhancement points amounting to thousands, even tens of thousands per second, he reveled in what could only be described as the pinnacle of happiness in this world. Under the relentless slaughter wrought by blood shadow, flying daggers, and armor-piercing arrows, his enhancement points surged within just 1.5 hours, not only surpassing 470,000, but reaching a staggering 790,000. 790,000 enhancement points, sufficient to elevate his realm directly to the Soul King stage. Wouldn't it be a mere trifle to dispatch those 4 beasts then? Chapter 64. The first level of Soul King Realm. Just as Feng was fervently slaying the savage beasts, his mental perception suddenly detected 4 formidable auras rapidly approaching him. He realized that the 4 pinnacle beast kings were aware of the events unfolding on the eastern front and had come to provide assistance, or rather, to pursue him. Glancing at the enhancement points, he noted with astonishment that in less than 3 minutes, the points had surged past the 800,000 mark, reaching a total of 820,000. This equated to an astonishing increase of 10,000 points per minute. Feng couldn't help but wish that such fortuitous circumstances could persist for half a year. Of course, that was an impossibility. Enhance star crystal concentration to perfection. With enhancement points at his disposal, it was imperative to utilize them. Only by converting them into strength could he truly embody the path of a king. The essence of the strong remaining strong was encapsulated within this principle. Even though enhancing star crystal concentration would consume 500,000 points, he hesitated not for a moment. The savage beasts on Longyuan's star were numerous and with formidable power. Earning enhancement points would be exceedingly swift. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 500,000 enhancement points, and your comprehension of star crystal concentration has been elevated to the perfected realm. Boom, boom, boom. As the 500,000 points vanished, Feng felt as though his mind had erupted, expanding wildly. One after another, star crystals began to manifest out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, 3 new miniature star crystals emerged. A torrent of mental energy also appeared, infusing the new miniature mental star crystals. At that moment, Feng sensed that his mastery over mental energy had reached an unimaginable pinnacle, with the speed of mental energy generation increasing at least 5 to 6 times compared to before. This brought him immense joy. What delighted him even more was that his mental cultivator realm had broken through to the 6th level of Soul Sect. Elevate my mental cultivator realm directly to the 1st level of Soul King. Feng sensed the 4 auras drawing near and knew they would arrive in just a few minutes. He had to elevate his mental cultivator realm to the 1st level of Soul King before they arrived. This would grant him true combat power comparable to that of a 1st level battle emperor. The 9-star kings and even the 9-star legendary blood shadow flying daggers he had purchased from the Hunters Guild would unleash their terrifying might then. At that point, slaughtering the 4 beast kings would be as simple as slicing through vegetables. Insufficient enhancement points. Insufficient? Feng glanced and realized it was indeed lacking. With 820,000 enhancement points. Having just spent 500,000, he was left with 320,000. Yet, to elevate his mental cultivator realm to the first level of Soul King required a total of 340,000 enhancement points. Merely 20,000 points remained to be acquired, a trivial matter of 2 to 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, 30,000 enhancement points would be credited. Meanwhile, the 4 terrifying auras were now less than 100 miles away. Given their speed, they would arrive in no more than 3 to 5 minutes. Now, elevate my mental cultivator realm to the first level of Soul King. Congratulations to the host for consuming 340,000 enhancement points, elevating the realm of the mind practitioner to the first level of the Soul King. As the golden text transformed into shimmering fragments and dissipated, a torrent of mental energy surged forth from Gu Feng's consciousness. This vast quantity of mental force enveloped him like an all-consuming fog, swiftly infusing itself into the newly birthed 3 spirit star crystals. In the next moment, these 3 spirit star crystals began to expand rapidly, soon matching the size of the previous 3. At this juncture, the 6 spirit star crystals appeared to form a connection. As they spun, the generated mental energy multiplied exponentially compared to before. Observing this phenomenon, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Feng's eyes. Given the current circumstances, even if he did not deliberately cultivate, he could rapidly grow stronger relying on these 6 spirit star crystals. Yet this was merely the initial stage. Should he attain perfection and condense 9 spirit star crystals, the speed at which his mental energy was generated would likely accelerate even further. However, upon checking the system, he discovered that to reach the realm of perfection would require a staggering 5,000,000 enhancement points. What the hell? He was utterly astounded. It appeared that he would soon need to change maps, as Kanglin City was merely a level 3 survival base, and the strongest savage beasts there were likely only peak beast kings. They posed no threat to him any longer. After elevating to the first level of the Soul King, the lethality and speed unleashed while wielding the blood shadow flying knives were astonishing. Even Gu Feng could not help but exclaim at their grotesque power. Truly formidable. He had just tested his control over the flying knives and found that both speed and attack power had increased by at least 50 to 60 times. After all, he had surged from a 6th level of the Soul Sect directly to the first level of the Soul King and had expended 500,000 enhancement points to refine the 9-star King level, Star Crystal mental concentration to mastery. Thus, such a dramatic enhancement in battle prowess was entirely reasonable. At this moment, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming sense of strength. With a mere thought, he summoned the 10th, 11th, and so forth up to the 18th Blood Shadow flying knife. The 19th could also be summoned, but it would compromise the attack power and felt somewhat forced. Controlling 18 flying knives was currently his limit. Go! With another thought, 9 flying knives joined the fray. In an instant, the 18 Blood Shadow flying knives transformed into streaks of crimson light, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. Unsurprisingly, the one-armed elder, who had been secretly observing, was once again astonished, leaping 3 feet into the air. What is happening? 18 Blood Shadow flying knives. His mental energy seems to have surged in an instant, akin to the fleshly and blood realms, reaching a level comparable to that of Soul King. The one-armed elder, sensing this overwhelming power, nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning. His mouth parched, heart racing. He felt as if he had encountered something utterly astonishing. Is he even human? Is he truly human? At this moment, the one-armed elder once again recalled the unparalleled prodigies within the 9 battle academies, who were endowed with immense expectations by the Qin Empire. Each of these prodigies possessed extraordinary talents of divine caliber. Despite their youth, they had already forged remarkable reputations in the desolate realms and even in the abyss. Moreover, 3 of them had ascended to the stellar potential rankings. However, when compared to this young lad, they seemed rather ordinary. At merely 16 years of age, he stood as a first-level soul sovereign, possessed a body of Diamond Realm caliber, achieved the rank of 9th level battle sovereign, and bore a lineage of slaughter? Each word was comprehensible, yet when woven together, they left him utterly bewildered. Not to mention, the first level Soul Sovereign realm was on par with the first level battle Emperor realm of the Chi and Blood realm. Alas, those four beasts were destined for ruin. Chapter 65. Slaying the Pinnacle Beast Kings with the ease of chopping vegetables, East Front Line. A series of alarms suddenly reverberated across the Eastern Front. A grave situation arose as four formidable Pinnacle Beast Kings emerged from the Songlong mountain range. Alert! 4 Pinnacle Beast Kings are advancing towards our lines. Activate the Super Energy Annihilation Cannons. Engage the defense towers. Power up the laser cannons. Boom! 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 As Commander Wang Xian issued his commands with precise authority, a shimmering silver energy shield enveloped the entire war wall of the Eastern Front. Simultaneously, within the war wall, the roar of machinery erupted, revealing massive black apertures where none existed before. Gigantic barrels emerged from within, ready to unleash their fury. These were the Super Energy Annihilation Cannons and Laser Cannons, potent enough to threaten even the Beast Kings. Terrifying arcs of energy flickered ominously along their surfaces, numbering no less than 30 in total. This formidable defense system had been ordered by the sovereign of the Great Qin Empire following the catastrophic level 3 Beast Tide 8 years prior. It was not a matter of being unprepared. The vastness of the Great Qin Empire made it impossible to cover every angle. Moreover, crafting such extraordinary defensive artifacts required the unique energy stones found only in the wilderness. This time, I shall annihilate the 4 Beast Kings. Wang Xian, having completed the preparations, stood atop the watchtower of the war wall, his twin pistols slung across his back. He gazed into the distance, laughing heartily with a spirit brimming with ambition. The other warriors shared his excitement, their faces alight with fervor. This defensive marvel had seen little use since its installation 8 years ago, and perhaps now they would finally witness its terrifying might. Suddenly, Wang Xian's demeanor shifted. He quickly silenced his laughter and respectfully activated a video call. In the next moment, several imposing figures appeared on the screen, battle-hardened men of iron. Commander Wang Xian, greetings to the Supreme Commander and the military leaders. Upon seeing the distinguished figures in the video, Wang Xian promptly rendered a resounding military salute. These 5 individuals were the true powerhouses of the Kanglan army. His own Yaoyang Legion and Jiangyu's Jinhui Legion operated under their command. They were the highest-ranking officers in Kanglan City. Apart from the Minister of Military Affairs, Commander Jiang Xian, and the 4 great leaders. The 4 legions, Yaoyang Legion, Jinhui Legion, Xianke Legion, and Lihua Legion, were all part of the Kanglan army. Yet, the true battlefield of Kanglan City lay not within the 4 front lines, but nearly 5,000 kilometers beyond, in the Kanglan wilderness. The terms wasteland, wilderness, and abyss not only denote names, but also signify levels of danger. Generally, the wasteland is the lowest tier, encompassing the largest area. The Songlong mountain range, guarded by the 4 legions, qualifies as a wasteland. In contrast, the wilderness is far more perilous, harboring the existence of alien wilderness wells. These wells serve as spatial conduits to other realms. There exist various classifications, ranging from large to small, arranged in 3 tiers: 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier, along with additional classifications such as star, month, and day. Any well beyond the 1st tier should no longer be referred to as a well, but rather as an abyss. For instance, the Kanglan Wilderness is categorized as a 3rd tier wasteland, which houses a 3rd tier abyss. The main forces of the Kanglan army are stationed there. Currently, the turmoil along the Eastern Front has drawn the attention of the military commander and the 4 esteemed leaders, prompting them to employ special communication devices to inquire about the situation. Wang Xian, what is the status of the battle? Inquired a robust man, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Report to the esteemed leader. At present, all 4 Apex Beast Kings have inexplicably appeared on the Eastern Front from the Northern Front. All annihilation cannons, laser cannons, and energy shields have been activated. Rest assured, we pledge to protect the war wall with our lives. ensuring the tragic events of 8 years ago do not repeat themselves. Understood. Should any anomalies arise, we shall obliterate all enemies before us at any cost. With the communication severed, the battle intent radiating from Wang Xian intensified. In this confrontation, he was determined to exact a fierce retribution and, ideally, eradicate all Beast Kings entirely. Meanwhile, deep within the Canglong mountain range on the eastern front, a terrifying sound of slicing air suddenly reached Gu Feng's ears. It was the swiftest and foremost arriving king of the Wasteland Eagles, who, upon spotting Gu Feng, did not hesitate to unleash its most formidable assault. Behold! Waves of black wings, appearing as if forged from superalloy, sliced through the void at remarkable speed, hurtling directly towards Gu Feng's brow. The velocity was astonishing. However, Gu Feng, fully aware of the impending threat, smirked slightly. In the next moment, a brilliant scarlet flash flickered and vanished, with several resounding thuds. The king of the Wasteland Eagles' offensive was swiftly countered by Gu Feng. Moreover, the speed of the blood shadow, flying daggers, not only remained unabated, but even accelerated severalfold, piercing through the head of the king of the Wasteland Eagles with a decisive thud. In its final moments, the king's eyes were still filled with a savage ferocity and insatiable greed. To it, the human before it was undoubtedly doomed, destined to become a delectable morsel. It had even envisioned its ascension to Beast Emperor after devouring the human. Yet, soon, its world was plunged into darkness. The king of the Wasteland Eagles had no inkling of its demise, having been struck down by Gu Feng's blood shadow, flying dagger, rendering it lifeless. 90,000 enhancement points. How exhilarating! A peak Beast King had bestowed upon Gu Feng a staggering 90,000 enhancement points. With a joyful countenance, Gu Feng swiftly approached the plummeting corpse of the king of the Wasteland Eagles, effortlessly stowing it into his storage space. This corpse, being that of a peak Beast King, was valued at no less than 10 million spirit coins. The surrounding beasts were utterly petrified by this spectacle and began to flee in a frenzy. Yet, no matter how swift they were, could they outpace the blood shadow, flying daggers wielded by Gu Feng? Clearly, that was an impossibility. In an instant, a multitude of beasts surpassing the rank of beast sovereign perished at the hands of Gu Feng. Just then, 3 formidable presences arrived belatedly. Where's the king of the wild eagles? The golden-hued king of the wild wolves narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a deep voice. He sensed the aura of the king of the wild eagles had vanished completely. Are you eager to know? A voice, indifferent and chilling, echoed in the ears of the king of the wild wolves, the king of the wild crocodiles, and the king of the wild pythons. In the next moment, a figure appeared before them like a specter. It is you? You dare to present yourself before us? Ha ha ha, you belong to me. The king of the wild wolves instantly recognized Gu Feng's identity, laughed heartily, and opened his gaping maw, lunging directly at Gu Feng. The Beast Emperor realm, I have arrived. Chapter 66. The Beast Emperor strikes Puff. Wait, what's that sound? My head is throbbing. Thud. The ecstatic king of the Wasteland Wolves, rushing towards Gu Feng, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, and then everything went dark. A colossal corpse plummeted from the void, only to be absorbed into Gu Feng's storage space midway. The 2 other apex beast kings, the king of the wild python and the king of the wild crocodile, were struck with terror at this sight, their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at Gu Feng. Flee! This thought surged in their minds as a second instinct. At that moment, they cared not how their adversary had become so powerful in such a short span. All they knew was that if they did not escape, death would be their fate. Yet, even as the 2 formidable beast kings exerted every ounce of strength, even burning their essence in a frantic bid for escape, they could not evade the fate of being pierced through the skull by crimson lightning. Thus, all 4 apex beast kings of the Tsang Wolf Mountain Range met their demise at the hands of Gu Feng, such as the exaggerated and terrifying nature of a spirit wielder. Logically, they should not have been so overwhelmingly powerful. After all, the 4 beast kings were indeed top tier, capable of contending with even a first-level war emperor among humans without falling behind. The physical prowess, strength, defense, and form of savage beasts far surpassed that of humans. However, Gu Feng, being a spirit wielder, was unlike any other. First and foremost, there were his weapons. The weapon he wielded was the 9-star legendary Blood Shadow flying daggers. Though not enhanced, these daggers possessed the terrifying capability to pierce through even the mightiest of war emperors. Furthermore, his mastery of this star convergence mind technique had reached a level of great accomplishment, rendering his mental energy significantly more solid and formidable than that of others of the same level. As previously mentioned in Chapter 35, mental energy that had not been cultivated through the star convergence mind technique was akin to graphite, whereas that which had been cultivated was akin to diamond. Not to mention, he had expended 500,000 enhancement points to directly elevate the star convergence mind technique to a state of great accomplishment. At this level, not only did the speed of mental energy generation increase, but its quality also became exceedingly impressive. Moreover, the 4 Apex Beast Kings underestimated him, never anticipating that this young boy, Feng, would become so powerful in such a short time, leading to their total annihilation at his hands. Feng surveyed the 360,000 enhancement points, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This was the advantage of immense power. An even greater boon was that his realm had ascended. Yet the enhancement points provided by each savage beast seemed to remain unchanged. This was most gratifying. He could not let the savage beasts beneath his feet escape. It was time to go all in. Instantly, terrifying crimson lightning pierced through the rainy night, penetrating the skulls of countless savage beasts. With his spirit wielder realm elevated to the first level of Soul King, the slaughter of these beasts was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. In merely half an hour, all the savage beasts had been exterminated, their corpses collected into his storage space. However, the intense carnage severely depleted his mental energy, causing him to expend a staggering 200,000 points, thereby elevating his realm of consciousness to the second level of Soul King. His strength surged exponentially, enabling him to eradicate all the wild beasts. Yet, some managed to flee into the Songlong Mountains, resulting in his total enhancement points being less than 8 million. This was still insufficient. Had he been able to wipe out nearly 100,000 wild beasts in such a brief span, even with the majority being beast generals, his enhancement points would undoubtedly have soared beyond 10 million. Instead, after accounting for previous expenditures, he barely accumulated 6 million. This realization left Feng feeling somewhat disheartened, as his gains seemed rather meager. Nonetheless, his current mental energy now radiated over an astonishing range of 2 million meters, equating to an absurd 2,000 kilometers. Within this domain lay his attack range. Although the wild beasts fled swiftly, they remained ensnared within the confines of his mental grasp. With this thought, Feng's mind stirred, and he deftly controlled the Blood Shadow flying knife to commence the pursuit of these beasts. However, just as he was on the verge of annihilating them, a terrifying and violent pressure suddenly enveloped him. Under this oppressive force, Feng felt as though his very bones were on the verge of shattering, and his soul was equally tormented. This left him in a state of alarm and dread. Human brat, perish! In the next moment, a terrifying flame, akin to heavenly fire, descended from above, hurtling directly towards him. A beast emperor? Could it be that a beast emperor resided within the Songlong Mountains? Moreover, it was undoubtedly not a low-tier or mid-tier beast emperor, but rather one of high rank. Feng's countenance paled dramatically. From his fireball, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death. What struck him with the greatest fear was that, at that moment, both his body and mental energy seemed to be sealed by an enigmatic and formidable force. No matter how fiercely he struggled, it was utterly futile. This filled Feng with a profound sense of anger and despair. Damn it! How could this happen? Tongzi? For heaven's sake, come out and rescue me. Yet, the slaughter enhancement system remained silent. Tongzi, quickly elevate my realm of consciousness. At that moment, a spark ignited in Feng's eyes as he transmitted a message to Tongzi. Buzz. Just as Feng was about to expend all his enhancement points to elevate his realm of consciousness, a melodious sword hum resonated from the heavens. In the next instant, A golden sword radiance swiftly cleaved towards the terrifying fireball, imbued with the power to incinerate the earth. With a soft pop, the fireball was instantly obliterated. Following this, the sword light darted into the void. Before long, a furious roar echoed from the emptiness. Old drunkard, you dare to openly defy the battlefield accord. You scruffy beast, how dare you mention the battlefield accord? Had it not been for your foul play in attacking my young kin first, would I have acted thus? Do you truly believe that the sword in my hand cannot vanquish you, this beast? You, what of you? Furthermore, is the name I bear something that a wretched creature like you can utter? I shall sever your arm as a warning to others. These words were unheard by Feng. However, the peculiar force enveloping him dissipated, granting him his freedom once more. Unbeknownst to him, the Golden Lion Beast King, who had just covertly attacked him, had lost an arm. Ah, a peak Beast King, is it? Feng, drenched in sweat, felt a chilling intensity flicker in his eyes. Just wait, I have memorized your scent. Once I ascend to the realm of the Soul Emperor, your demise shall be at hand. Young one, make your way to the number 3 warrior's secret realm. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed in Feng's mind. Intrigued, he pondered, the number 3 warrior's secret realm? That one-armed elder? Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he did not rush towards the secret realm. He intended to eliminate a few more of these beasts first. Chapter 67. Chun Irin and the assessment level of the Shura Battle Academy, the one-armed elder. This little rascal, does he truly consider my words mere whispers in the wind? Are you aware of how many individuals? Yet, upon recalling Feng's recent encounter and his lineage of slaughter, the elder refrained from further urging him. However, a stunning woman, resembling an iceberg in her demeanor, grew increasingly anxious within the room. Chun Irin, provided by Maple. May everyone be graced with a Chun Irin. Heh, grandfather, is it ready yet? I must return to the Shura Abyss. The situation in the Shura Abyss is dire. The winged race, the dark demon clan, and the devouring beasts seem to be forming an alliance. Irin, your mindset is troubled. You are too anxious. Elder Chen gazed at his granddaughter and spoke gently. Just wait. The Shura Abyss will not be significantly affected by the absence of a mere first-level battle emperor like you. Upon hearing this, Chun Irin felt a surge of indignation but dared not retort, for her grandfather spoke the truth. In the Shura Abyss, individuals of her cultivation level could only linger at the periphery. Venturing closer was unthinkable. That realm belonged to the battle emperors and even the battle gods. The mere aura radiating from them could tear her apart. Yet, within her heart, she harbored a flicker of resentment and dissatisfaction towards the boy Feng, whom her grandfather praised to the heavens. I, the battle emperor, wish to see if you are truly as formidable as grandfather claims. Do you really think that joining the Shura Battle Academy is so effortless? There are stringent assessments to endure. Time passed, seconds ticking away. Elder Chen leisurely listened to music while sipping on Yenluo wine. Yet the enchanting figure within the projection grew increasingly impatient. Grandfather, nearly 2 hours have elapsed. Why is he not here yet? I am exasperated. Old man, are you looking for me? Just as Chun Irin's words faded, a voice suddenly reached her ears. Chun Irin halted her movements and turned her gaze towards her grandfather. She beheld a bloodied figure, standing at approximately 6 feet tall, strikingly handsome as he entered the room. Wow, so handsome. No. Handsomeness is of little consequence. What truly matters is strength and talent. That is paramount. Nevertheless, he is undeniably charming. Little rascal, how did your venting go? Not bad. Feng grinned broadly and then clasped his fists, saying, Thank you, old man, for your assistance earlier. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of that beast of the Beast Emperor level. It's nothing. No need for gratitude. Are you familiar with the Shura Battle Academy? Yes. I know. It is one of the 9 most powerful battle academies in the Great Qin Empire. That is good to hear. I wish to recommend you to the Shura Battle Academy. Of course, this aligns with your Uncle Li's thoughts as well. What are your thoughts on this? I can agree, but not at this moment. Feng did not refuse. He nodded but then shook his head, adding why? To slay that beast. Feng flashed a smile, revealing a set of impressively attractive teeth. Well, You are ambitious, but that beast is the pinnacle beast emperor, the golden lion beast emperor, the strongest being of the Kanglan wilderness. Are you certain you can slay it? Not at present, but soon. Elder Qin's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed deeply at Gu Feng before gesturing toward the shadow beside him, saying, "Allow me to introduce her, my granddaughter, Chun Irin, 25 years old, a core student of the Shura Academy, a genius bearing the 9-star supreme Songxing sword, currently at the first level of the Battle Emperor realm." After a pause, Elder Chun turned to Gu Feng and said, "Please introduce yourself. There is no need for concealment. The Great Qin Empire provides the best care for talented disciples across the entire Longyuan star. The greater your talent, the more resources and protection you will receive." Gu Feng felt a stir within. Evidently, this mysterious elder seemed to know some of his secrets. With that in mind, he saw no reason to hide anything, for the intelligence capabilities of the Great Qin Empire could easily uncover his background. Thus, he spoke up. "Hello, my name is Gu Feng. I am 16 years old, of a special bloodline and a 1-star Soul King realm spiritualist." What? 16? A 1-star Soul King spiritualist? Moreover, possessing a special bloodline? You must be joking. Originally impatient, Chun Irin's expression changed dramatically upon hearing Gu Feng's introduction, as she processed the information that not only did he possess a special bloodline, but he was also a 1-star Soul King spiritualist. She exclaimed in disbelief before Gu Feng could finish. "Grandfather, is this true?" "Ahem, indeed." Elder Chen cleared his throat, concerned that Gu Feng might harbor some reservations. He quickly explained, "Young lad, I did not intend to pry, but your uncle mentioned your special bloodline. Being one who values talent, I took the precaution of leaving a trace of my aura on you. Rest assured, unless you encounter a crisis, otherwise." At this point, Elder Chen felt somewhat embarrassed, as his original intent had indeed been so. However, sensing that something was amiss with Gu Feng's aura, he observed several times and was nearly left astounded. Thus, he could not help but indulge his curiosity by sneaking glances. This was a significant taboo. If those individuals discovered his actions, he would undoubtedly be the subject of ridicule. "Elder, please do not say that. If it were not for your covert protection and timely intervention, I would have perished. I'm immensely grateful to you." Gu Feng interjected, waving his hands in earnest gratitude. "This is a life-saving grace. A mere surveillance, what does that count for? If not for your watchful eye, I would no longer exist. As for secrets, aside from the enhancement system, nothing else is truly secretive. Haha, as long as you do not mind." Upon hearing this, Elder Chun burst into a hearty laugh. "Irin, does he now qualify to join the Shura Academy directly? If what grandfather says is true, then indeed, young brother Gu Feng can directly join the Shura Academy. However, within the Azura Battle Academy, there exists an unwritten rule. Irrespective of one's innate talents or lineage, one must embark on the journey alone, traversing the path to the academy within a year or forfeit the opportunity. This serves as a form of implicit assessment. Are you amenable to this? If so, I shall provide you with a map outlining the route for your evaluation." Chun Irin's demeanor towards Gu Feng has shifted dramatically, presenting an attitude that is remarkably amiable. "No problem. Fortuitously, I have matters to attend to as well." "Very well. What level of difficulty do you wish to undertake for your assessment? Is there a distinction in levels?" Gu Feng inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, there are 5 classifications: ordinary, difficult, extremely difficult, hellish, and Azura. Is there any particular significance to these classifications?" The Azura Battle Academy is indeed peculiar, with its multitude of regulations. Yes, the greater the difficulty of the assessment, the more perilous the journey, as one may encounter not only savage beasts but also potential ambushes from factions such as the Fallen God Sect and Blood God Tower. Conversely, the rewards for overcoming a more formidable challenge are substantial. One may even receive direct guidance and mentorship from a formidable warrior of the God of War realm. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and without hesitation, he opted for the Azura level assessment. Chapter 68. The Trial of the Shura Level and the Schemes of the Fiery Flame War Emperor. Are you certain you wish to select the Shura level trial? This is a perilous ordeal, fraught with the potential for death. Not only is the path exceedingly treacherous, but there are also no supplies available, and no one will come to your rescue. Do you still choose the Shura level trial? Seeing Feng resolutely opt for the Shura level trial, Chen Yiren's brows furrowed slightly. She patiently reiterated the dangers associated with this trial before inquiring once more. There are 5 levels of trials, each presenting distinct adversaries. Yes, I am certain, Feng affirmed with a nod. The more perilous the trial, the better. The more enemies I face, the stronger I will become. The enhancement system is my greatest trump card. Observing this, Elder Chun could not help but voice his concerns. He hoped Feng would reconsider. For this young man harbored a lineage of slaughter. Should he perish, it would be a grave loss. Although the Shura War Academy has strict regulations forbidding any powerful beings exceeding one great realm from pursuing the trial participants, thus incurring the Academy's wrath, there exist numerous other practitioners in the world, not solely Feng. Among the savage beasts and various factions, such as the Fallen God Sect, there are indeed formidable prodigies. Particularly among the savage beasts, they are abundant. The beasts Feng had previously slain were merely trivial. True powerful beasts and alien races possess innate bloodlines. Such entities pose the greatest threat to humanity. With a slight smile, Feng responded, "Thank you, Elder Chun and Senior Sister Yiren, but I choose the Shura level trial." Seeing Feng's unwavering determination, Elder Chun ceased his attempts to dissuade him. After casting a deep glance at Feng, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Splendid. A man should be like this indeed. Feng, congratulations on becoming the 36th candidate to select the Shura level trial since the establishment of the Shura War Academy. Perhaps soon, your name will echo throughout the entire Dragon Source Star. I have nothing grand to bestow upon you, but please accept this spatial ring. It contains some items that I hope will aid you. Do not refuse. This is all I can do for you at this moment. Of course, should you one day ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess and remember this old man, a bottle of divine warrior wine would suffice, Thank you, Elder Chun, Feng replied, not declining the offer. He respectfully bowed to Elder Chun and accepted the spatial ring. This was a considerable favor owed. Not only was he in debt for a life-saving grace, but he also owed a gift of treasure. So be it, he would strive to repay it in due time. Watching this exchange, Chun Yiren's gaze carried a hint of envy and longing, for that spatial ring was a 1-star supreme-grade artifact, boasting an internal capacity of over 1,000 cubic meters, valued at more than 50 billion spirit coins. It had been elusive to her for quite some time. That old man is so biased. No need to be polite, Yiren. You and Xiao Feng should exchange contact information. That way you can reach out to each other if any issues arise. All right. Chen Yiren nodded and exchanged contact details with Feng. Finally, she wished Feng success in his endeavors, saying, I will be waiting for you at the Shura Battle Academy. Farewell, grandfather. I will hang up now. Goodbye. Feng nodded and waved, bidding farewell. Chen Yiren also ended the video call. You should have no pressing matters for the time being, right? Yes, Chen Lao. I have nothing urgent at the moment. Good, please take a seat. Let me explain the details of the Shura level assessment to you. The Great Qin Empire, with the largest territory spanning 28 million square kilometers, is divided into 9 provinces. Shura Province, Demon Province, Imperial Province, Mountain Sea Province, Northern Border Province, Eastern Wilderness Province, Heavenly Border Province, Qingbei Province, and Southern Departure Province. Each province boasts vast and boundless expanses. At this moment, in the heart of the Mountain Sea Province within the Mountain Sea Academy, a silver warship silently pierced the sky and gradually docked on the landing platform. Fei Xian, let us go. We have arrived. The Azure Flame, War Emperor, at the 8th level of the War Emperor realm, chuckled lightly as he escorted Jiang Fei Xian off the warship. While other prodigies were commendable, none could compare to Jiang Fei Xian. Her 9-star legendary level, Qingya Balian, though not the pinnacle of talent, possessed the rare ability of healing. This rarity made it invaluable, rivaling even the most supreme talents, especially on the battlefield where its impact was immense. Moreover, the primary reason lay in the potential offspring that could result from a union with his nephew, likely to inherit a divine talent akin to the ancient Azure Lotus. That was the crux of the matter. Senior, May I have my phone back now? Jiang Fei-xian, following closely behind the Azure Flame War Emperor, inquired with a cool tone. The Azure Flame War Emperor paused, sensing the chill in her voice, and with a sigh, retrieved the previously confiscated phone from his spatial ring, handing it to Jiang Fei-xian. Fei-xian, I did not mean to take your phone. That boy is not a suitable match for you. With his one-star black iron level talent, he is destined for failure, perhaps even already consumed by a wild beast. Azure Flame War Emperor, I respect you, which is why I address you as senior. But please do not insult my brother Xiaofeng. He is my only support in this world. Anyone who disparages him becomes my enemy. Previously, at the number 3 Preparatory Battle Academy, you forcibly took my phone, preventing me from contacting my brother Xiaofeng, which was already quite excessive. Well, you may see for yourself. The Azure Flame War Emperor waved dismissively. After all, they had already reached the Mountain Sea Academy, and the distance from that remote place was more than several 100,000 miles. It was unlikely they would have any further interactions in their lifetimes. First, I shall send a message to my nephew, urging him to return at once, ideally to secure the opportunity immediately. The extraordinary talent of the primordial Azure Lotus is at stake. Should the Feng family be blessed with offspring possessing such remarkable abilities, given their current foundation, there exists a 90% probability of cultivating a formidable warrior at the godly combat level. Consequently, the Feng family would ascend to the ranks of divine forces. The resources they would subsequently enjoy would be unparalleled. Upon receiving her phone, Jiang Fei-xian hastily pressed the power button. In the next moment, a series of ringing tones echoed forth. Upon checking, she discovered messages from her brother Xiaofeng, sister Xiaodai, Aunt Lu, and others, which brought a rush of emotion to her eyes, prompting her to respond swiftly. Chapter 69. Text messages, Brother Xiaofeng. Little girl, why have you taken so long to respond? Have you looked down on your one-star black, iron-level, ironwood bow after awakening your legendary 9-star talent? Brother Xiaofeng. Hey, I believe that Xiao Fei-xian is not that kind of person. Surely she has her own reasons. I hope you strive hard at the Mountain Sea Battle Academy, and I wish you become the war deity of our human race soon. Brother Xiaofeng. If I could receive a message in the future, please reply. I have to get back to my tasks. 0. Sister Xiaodai. Little girl, congratulations. I never expected you to awaken such talent. I am genuinely happy for you. Sister Xiaodai. No reply. What? Do you look down on your sister? Well, never mind. I shall go and sulk. Dear Aunt Lu. Little girl, will you come back for dinner? I made your and Brother Xiaofeng's favorite sweet and sour fish, braised eggplant. Dear Aunt Lu, I've heard about your situation, and I believe you are not that heartless child. No matter what, take good care of yourself out there. Upon reading these messages, Jiang Fei-xian could not help but let tears stream down her face. Wiping her tear-streaked cheeks with her small hands, she clumsily opened Brother Xiaofeng's chat box and began typing a lengthy response. Secret Realm of the Third Battle Disciple. Having heard how perilous the Shura level assessment is, do you still wish to proceed with it? If you wish to reconsider, the old man can speak on your behalf. Thank you, Elder Chun, but no need. I shall proceed with the Shura level assessment. Upon hearing Elder Chen's description of the Shura level assessment, Gu Feng felt an overwhelming joy instead of retreating. This Shura level assessment was not a deadly crisis of 9 lives. It was in fact tailor-made for him, perfectly suited. According to Elder Chun, the Shura Battle Academy has established 5 levels of assessments, which are almost entirely public. In other words, once one successfully joins the Shura Battle Academy, the Academy's official website will publish the list of participants, assessment levels, and pathways. There is an implicit invitation for everyone to challenge the prodigies of the Shura Battle Academy. This operational approach truly surprised Gu Feng. However, it aligns perfectly with the Shura Battle Academy's mission. The Academy believes that only through the crucible of blood and fire can true strength be forged. In their eyes, real warriors emerge from seas of blood and mountains of corpses, rather than being cultivated within the confines of the Academy. Therefore, even those who have already qualified for the Shura Battle Academy must undergo a special assessment to be considered official members. Nevertheless, the strong within the Shura Battle Academy are not mere brutes filled with muscle. It is important to note that the Shura Battle Academy is the most protective force on the entire Longyuan star, without exception. Thus, the Shura Battle Academy has regulations in place. During the assessments, everyone and all wild beasts may engage, but must not exceed the limits set by the Academy. In general assessments, challengers or pursuers must not exceed a minor realm. For difficult level assessments, the limit is set at 2 minor realms. In hellish level assessments, the threshold is 4 minor realms. As for the Azura level assessments, the most arduous and perilous, the constraint is that one must not surpass a major realm. Should this boundary be crossed, regardless of who it may be, they should brace themselves for the wrathful retaliation of the Azura Academy. There once existed a formidable warrior at the level of a battle emperor who concealed his prowess, believing that with sufficient caution, the Azura Academy's stronghold would remain oblivious to his presence. He sought to covertly eliminate a prodigy undertaking the Azura level assessment. However, the moment he made his move, a terrifying blood-red fist shadow descended from the heavens, obliterating him into a mist of blood. His affiliated forces were swiftly uprooted by 3 battle gods within the Azura Academy, leaving no survivors, not even a single worm, achieving a thorough eradication. Since that incident, no one has dared to defy the regulations set by the Azura Academy. Even the fallen god sect, Blood God Tower, and the more fearsome Beast Clan have adhered to this rule. Thus, what cause for concern remains for Feng? As a mind realm cultivator, vanquishing foes across a major realm is hardly an extraordinary feat nonetheless. This is the Azura level assessment of the Azura Academy. Given the Academy's esteemed position in the hearts of the Beast Clan, once the matter is made public on their official website, they would undoubtedly become utterly frenzied, dispatching countless formidable beasts to hunt him down. It seems prudent to seize this opportunity to accumulate some enhancement points, ensuring that all necessary improvements, such as talent, dedicated battle companion, the Black Iron Bow, physical realm, and vitality realm, are duly elevated. At present, aside from his mind realm being somewhat satisfactory, the others remain considerably low. He is in dire need of enhancement points and hopes that these entities will provide him with assistance. Subsequently, after conversing with Elder Chun for a while, Feng took his leave. During their discussion, he recounted the assassination attempt involving the launch of annihilation-type rockets against him. To his surprise, upon learning of this incident, Elder Chun promptly placed a call to the Minister of the Military, urging a swift investigation into the matter. This only deepened Feng's curiosity regarding Elder Chen's true identity. However, as the other party remained reticent, he refrained from probing further. Simultaneously, he gleaned much information from Elder Chun that he had previously been unaware of. For instance, he had believed that the Songlong mountain range posed the greatest threat to Kanglan City, but in truth, the most perilous location is the Kanglan Wilderness. The 4 major legions stationed along the 4 battlefronts are not the strongest forces defending Kanglan City. That distinction belongs to the Kanglan Army, which guards the Kanglan Wilderness. Little one, I hope you succeed in your assessment. Watching Feng's ghostly war chariot emerge from the spatial ring and wave him goodbye, Elder Chen's eyes flickered with an unusual glimmer. Since its inception, a total of 35 individuals have chosen the Azura level assessment, yet only 19 ultimately succeeded. Among them, 5 perished in the Beast Tide, and 3 were left crippled. Among the remaining 8 individuals, some opted to abandon their path midway and joined other prestigious combat academies. Today, they have all become renowned figures within various esteemed institutions, with several attaining the status of battle emperors. As for the 19 who joined the Shura Academy, they are undoubtedly even more formidable, with the weakest among them being at the triple battle emperor level, while the strongest has reached the realm of the battle god. After a span of 9 years, Feng has emerged as the 36th contender. The commotion this time is likely to be even more terrifying. After all, the youngest among the previous 35 was 19 years old. In contrast, Feng has dared to confront the Shura assessment at the tender age of 16. This alone is enough to astonish the world. Nevertheless, he harbors an inexplicable confidence in Feng. This assurance stems not only from the latter's unnaturally rapid advancement in cultivation, but also from the bloodline of slaughter that courses through his veins. Moreover, it is significantly bolstered by Feng's unflappable demeanor during battles and his extensive experience. To him, Gu Feng does not resemble an ordinary 16-year-old. Rather, he seems like a seasoned veteran, meticulous and cautious in his endeavors. Another aspect that he deeply admires is Gu Feng's pure-heartedness and sound moral compass. He has learned that, not long ago, during a recent battle, Gu Feng generously donated 3 million spirit coins to the families of fallen heroes. Although this sum was compensated to him by the Jiang family, it still reflects his noble character, an act not typically associated with someone of his age. Additionally, he possesses an uncanny ability to sense that something is amiss with the current reign. This young lad harbors many secrets. Having many secrets can be advantageous, as it may lead to a longer life. Old Chun withdrew his gaze and then dialed a number. What progress has been made in the investigation? Which faction is behind this? His tone was icy and piercing, suffused with a chilling crimson killing intent that gradually morphed into the phantom of a giant ape with crimson eyes. In an instant, a wave of overwhelming murderous aura surged outward, enveloping the surroundings. Chapter 70. The reception of the Songlong mountain range. He never anticipated that a despicable rat had already set its sights on that young man. Fortunately, the little fellow was a mentalist, whose psychic powers detected the impending danger in advance, thwarting the detonation of the Annihilation-type missile and resulting in the demise of 3 individuals. Had it been anyone else, even a mid-tier battle sovereign, they would have either perished or been left crippled. This clearly indicates that the conspirators aim to obliterate Gu Feng entirely. Old Chun is most likely affiliated with the Fallen God sect. As you are aware, that group is utterly unscrupulous and mad. The aura surrounding them and the nature of their disfigurement align almost perfectly. Once you ascertain the truth, inform that young man and urge him to take action himself. Yes, Old Chun. By the way, relay a message to the northern and eastern fronts. We can mobilize troops to the Songlong mountain range. What? What do you mean? As a minister of the Kanglin City Military Department, do you not know that the 4 peak beast kings within the Songlong mountain range have already been slain? What? This is inconceivable. Please hold on, Old Chun. I have an urgent battle report. Hiss. They have indeed been killed. Old Chun, was it you who acted? No, as for who it was, you may ponder that yourself. With those words, Old Chun ended the call. Minister of the Military Department, Xiao Jintian, gazed at the phone in astonishment, utterly bewildered. The cascade of astonishing revelations left him somewhat overwhelmed. Firstly, the youth named Gu Feng is about to participate in the Shura level assessment at the Shura Academy. He is truly extraordinary. It appears that Kanglin City is on the verge of producing a true dragon. However, it remains uncertain whether he will successfully navigate the challenges or succumb to the pressure, ultimately abandoning his quest to join another prestigious academy. Regardless, this is a momentous event for all of Kanglin City and even the entire Great Qin Empire, destined to stir the hearts of countless individuals. Secondly, the 4 great peak beast kings within the Songlong mountain range have been slain. This is a tremendous boon for him and for all of Kanglin City. Consequently, Kanglin City may now dispatch a formidable army to seize this vast treasure trove. The Songlong mountain range is immense, harboring not only a wealth of rare ores, but also countless precious spiritual herbs. With such resources, Kanglin City will rise swiftly. If the entirety of the Songlong mountain range can be incorporated into Kanglin City's domain, then, one day, Kanglin City may even have a chance to ascend to the status of a level 2 survival base. With this thought, Xiao Jintian's heart surged with excitement, and he hastily sent messages to the Minister of Education, City, Lord Jiang Sun, and other senior officials of Kanglin City, preparing to convene a meeting to discuss this matter. Old Xiao, is this news truly authentic? As soon as the message was dispatched, Jiang Sun, filled with exhilaration, initiated a video call. Xiao Jintian, witnessing Jiang Sun's uncontainable excitement on the screen, laughed heartily. Absolutely true. Prepare to receive the Songlong mountain range. Wonderful. Haha, this is fantastic. I never imagined that in my lifetime I would witness the day when we could take possession of the Songlong mountain range. By the way, do you know who? Let us not get ahead of ourselves. We shall discuss it in the meeting. Understood. The Northern Second Front. Jiang Yu gazed at the military orders just issued by the headquarters, a look of bewilderment etched upon her face. The 4 apex beast kings have been slain? Forces from a northern, western, and eastern fronts are to unite and take control of the Songlong mountain range. Each piece of news was more astonishing than the last. Furthermore, who was responsible for the demise of the 4 apex beast kings? Could it be Xiao Feng? Surely not. Despite his prowess, he is merely 16 years old. It cannot be him. While her mind raced with these thoughts, her hand instinctively activated her smart wristwatch, dialing Gu Feng's number. Jiangyu, is there something you need? Did you kill the 4 apex beast kings? Yes. A single, simple word, yet weighed heavily upon her, momentarily robbing her of breath. It lodged in her throat, leaving her speechless for what felt like an eternity. Could it be truly him? This meant he had silently grown to such a terrifying level of power. A peak battle king? No, those are the 4 apex beast kings. How could a battle king of the same realm achieve such a feat? Even with a legendary talent or above, it would be a daunting challenge. Only a battle emperor could do such a thing. A battle emperor? How could that be? A 16-year-old battle emperor? What does that make me? The lowest of the low? Hello? Jiangyu, are you still there? If not, I will get back to my tasks. Oh. All right, you go ahead. Jiangyu was roused from her stupor by Gu Feng's voice, instinctively responding before hanging up in a daze. Immediately after, a wave of regret washed over her. There were so many questions left unasked. Yet, she lacked the courage to call that youth again. She understood that the gentle, dashing young man, possessing a heart of gold that she so greatly admired, had already evolved into a nascent true dragon. One day, he would surely transform and soar away. Kanglin City was too small to contain such a true dragon. The Songlong mountain range was also a territory he had conquered, was it not? Then, she would guard it well for him. The rain gradually subsided. The sky slowly returned to clarity. High-ranking officials from the military, the education department, and the Lord's office convened, swiftly formulating a plan. Military orders were meticulously dispatched from the headquarters, reaching the 3 major armies in the east, north, and west. Upon receiving the orders, the 3 armies promptly mobilized, advancing towards the Songlong mountain range, preparing for the final harvest. Meanwhile, Minister Xiao Zhentian of the military, Deputy Minister Xiao Yun of the education department, and Lord Jiang Jun, accompanied by Jiang Shui, Jiang Yu, Xiao Zhan, Uncle Li, and others, silently arrived at Villa No. 9 in the Kanglin district by special vehicle. As the commander of the Northern Second Front, Jiang Yu was supposed to lead the troops towards the Songlong mountain range. However, she ultimately entrusted this task to her deputy commander and drove back to Kanglin City alone. This could be regarded as an act of defiance against military orders. However, an intense intuition compelled her to believe that the young man would soon depart from Kanglin City. If she did not return, perhaps she would never again lay eyes on him throughout her life. Thus, she came back. In the luxury vehicle, the city lord, Jiang Sun, observed his daughter, Jiang Yu, clad in a blood-red battle uniform, strikingly beautiful and exuding a spirited grace, yet lost in silence as she gazed out the window. He reproached her with irritation. You dare to defy military orders and return without permission? You, city lord, there is no need for concern. She has already reported to the minister. Interjected Xie Jintian from the back seat, cutting Jiang Sun off with a calm demeanor. Moreover, it is merely a matter of securing the Songlong mountain range. There is little danger involved. Cough. Very well then. After all, military orders must not be disobeyed. Chapter 71. A letter from Fei Xuan at this moment. Beneath the grapevines in the welfare community, Gu Feng, indulging in the delectable dishes prepared by Aunt Lu, suddenly felt his smartwatch tremble on his wrist. Could it be yet another mission? Noticing the change in his demeanor, Aunt Lu, with a kind smile, inquired with concern, "What is it, dear?" "Let me see. It's a message from Fei Xuan." Fei Xuan? Why has it taken her so long to reply? How is she? Is everything well? Upon hearing that the message was from Fei Xuan, Aunt Lu's previously excited smile blossomed like the warm sun, bringing comfort to all. Just a moment, Aunt. So that's how it is. Gu Feng set down his utensils and focused intently on the screen. As he read the messages, he envisioned the young girl, tears streaming down her face, typing away on her phone. The thought of this scene brought a slight smile to his lips. He knew she was not the type to succumb to despair. Even if Jiang Feishuan had awakened her legendary talent, the 9-star level Qingye Balian, and felt distance from him, leading her to ignore him completely. He would undoubtedly feel discomfort, but never harbor resentment or complaints. People aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. Everyone has their own choices, and no one possesses the right to dictate how others should act. It was clear that Jiang Feishuan was not one to conform to such expectations. This realization filled him with a warmth akin to a serene lake spreading throughout his heart. Feishuan explained her message that her delay in responding, even her prolonged absence of over 10 days, was due to the Qingyan War Emperor. She had forcibly taken away her phone until they returned to the Shanghai War Academy, nearly 30,000 kilometers away, before finally returning it to her. She also clarified that her compliance at that moment was driven by concern for his safety, and thus she had not resisted. Where's she now? When will she return? It had been over 10 days since he last saw her, and he found himself yearning for her presence. He recalled how she would always greet him with a warm embrace upon returning home, wrapping her arms around his neck and sweetly asking, "Aunt, what are we having for dinner tonight? Aunt, your dompa pork is so delicious. I want 3 bowls." The longing for that girl surged powerfully within him. "Aunt, she is currently at the Shanghai War Academy and won't be back for a while." Gu Feng shared the message with Aunt Lu, explaining, "Oh, I knew it. She's not that kind of person. But this Qingyan War Emperor seems rather overbearing, doesn't she? How could she do such a thing? Ah, will she take revenge on me for what you said, Aunt? Rest assured, dear, it will be fine." "That's good to hear. Please reply to her quickly. We wouldn't want her to worry. I'll take care of the dishes." Upon hearing that the young girl was now over 300,000 miles away in Shanhaizu, with no possibility of returning in the near future, Aunt Lu felt a profound heaviness in her heart. With a sigh, she began to tidy up the dishes on her own. Gu Feng, sensing her distress, offered words of comfort. "Aunt, do not worry. It won't be long before I bring her back to see you." Yes. I shall await that day," Aunt Lu replied. With a chuckle, Gu Feng opened the chat window and began conversing with Fei Xian. "Gu Feng, brother knows you are diligently cultivating. Perhaps it won't be long before we can meet again." Little Fei Xian, wow. "Brother Xiao Feng, is that true? But our Kanglan city is so far from Shanghai ancient city, over 300,000 kilometers away. The travel expenses are exorbitant. But no worries, brother Xiao Feng. Just wait for me. I will work hard to cultivate, and as soon as I become stronger, I will come find you. Brother Xiao Feng, that old witch is calling me. When I have time, I will message you, okay? Gu Feng, keep it up. If you have time, do check the official website of the Shura Battle Academy. There will be surprises." Gu Feng pondered for a moment before offering a gentle reminder. He refrained from being too explicit, as it would not do to reveal the details of his own circumstances to Fei Xian. Perhaps they would discuss it when they met again. Just then, Gu Feng received a text message. Upon reading the content, he found himself both amused and exasperated. This girl truly believed that her brother Xiao Feng was a mere 1-star black iron talent, as she had directly transferred him 8 million spirit coins. This must be the reward the Shanghai Battle Academy had given her, now entirely sent to him. Such a foolish girl. Gu Feng chose not to reply, but opened his Tianwang account, took a screenshot, and sent it along with a message. Gu Feng, ahem. Little Fei Xian. Let me clarify one thing. Brother is not showing off. Merely wishing to inform you that my talent is not 1-star black iron. Here is the proof. I shall return the money to you. Use it wisely for your cultivation. I would not want to meet you later as a mighty war god, while you remain merely a small battle general, would I? Subsequently, Gu Feng refunded the 8 million spirit coins. Glancing at his account, he had intended to transfer some spirit coins to her, but found only a modest sum of over 100,000 spirit coins available, prompting him to awkwardly close the account. He resolved to transfer some funds after selling the remains of the savage beasts in his storage space. As Gu Feng shut off his smart wristwatch and prepared to return to his room to sort through the spatial ring gifted by old Chun, a phone call came in. "Brother Xiao, is there something up? Haha, are you home? The Minister of Defense, the Deputy Minister of Education, and the City Lord have come to visit you. What do you think? Oh dear brother, do let them in. Wait, where have you all gone? To the villa? Hi. I am of the welfare community, and Haven Tea returned there. Then wait a moment. We will come right over." This was acceptable. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng initially thought to return home, but as soon as Brother Xiao hung up, he decided not to insist. "Aunt, I have friends coming over. I shall return now." "Indeed, you may proceed with your tasks without concern for me." Ancient Peak nodded and returned to his chamber. In a brief moment, an array of official vehicles from the Lord's Manor, the Ministry of Education, and the Military Department arrived at the welfare community. Such a spectacle had never graced this neighborhood before, prompting many curious residents to peek out and investigate the commotion. Upon discovering that the arriving vehicles belonged to the military, the Ministry of Education, and the Lord's Manor, they were utterly astonished. What could be the reason? Why would the official cars from the military, the Ministry of Education, and the Lord's Manor visit our secluded community? It appeared they were headed towards the very building where Little Peak resided. Little Peak. It seems this young lad is destined for greatness. How delightful. Chapter 72, there is no ulterior motive. I simply wish to pay my respects to you. Welfare Community. Building 9, Unit 2303. Haha, Xiao Feng, I hope you do not mind my calling you that. If you don't, then all is well. I am Xiong Zhan, also known as Xiong Jintian. You may refer to me as Brother Xiong or Brother Jintian. My companions and I have come with no other purpose than to express our reverence for you. Gu Feng, everyone, no one expected that the esteemed minister of the military department of Kanglin City would be so playful. However, considering Gu Feng's contributions to Kanglin City, it is only reasonable for them to show their respect. After all, he single-handedly defeated the 4 Great Peak Beast Kings and eliminated the majority of the Beast Kings, Beast Sect, and Beast Sovereigns within the Songlong mountain range. Not only did he avenge the blood-soaked grievances of 8 years ago, but he also alleviated an immeasurable burden from Kanglin City. Furthermore, he established a veritable treasury of resources for the city. Given such merits, it is justified for them to express their admiration, even multiple times. Of course, their visit was not merely for verbal accolades, nor was it to hand over a mere 500 yuan and a certificate. Xiong Jintian's words significantly lightened the atmosphere. Apologies. My abode is rather humble, and I may not have properly attended to you. I was unaware of your visit, and thus have not prepared any hospitality. No witties. We have brought provisions. Before Gu Feng could finish his sentence, Nightingale, Wang Yulan, and Jiang Shui exchanged knowing smiles and opened their backpacks, revealing a trove of exquisite wines, gourmet delicacies, beast meat, and precious spirit fruits, which they then placed upon the table. Thank you. Gu Feng felt a warm surge of gratitude. He. Brother Xiao Feng came a sweet, honeyed call. Suddenly, a figure, exuding the enchanting scent of strawberry cake, bounded up to Gu Feng like a mischievous little rabbit. Naturally, she linked her arm with his, raising her beautiful eyes to meet his gaze. It was Jiang Shui, dressed in a cherry blossom pink JK uniform. Her fair skin glowed radiantly, while the bunny-eared bow at her chest playfully bobbed with her movements. The plaid skirt in milky tea color swayed gently, and the most striking feature was the fluffy bubble socks adorning her delicate ankles, resembling 2 puffs of cotton candy. Leaning slightly forward, her large eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Gu Feng, eager to hear how he would express his gratitude. Quickly tell me, how will you thank me? These spirit fruits and beast meat were so difficult for me to acquire. Oh no, I let it slip. Before she could finish, she seemed to be startled by her own words, abruptly covering her mouth, her bright eyes widening in surprise, long eyelashes fluttering. Embarrassed, she turned to her father and gave a sheepish smile. Brother Xiao Feng, haha, my dear girl, you did splendidly this time, Jiang Sun observed, his expression one of approval rather than anger, as he clapped and laughed heartily. Xiao Zhan Nightingale, you all go ahead. We have a matter to discuss with Xiao Feng. The commanding figure of Xiao Yun, who had been observing Gu Feng, suddenly interjected. Understood. Xiao Zhan and the others nodded appreciatively before turning to leave. As Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yun, Jiang Sun, and Gu Feng engaged in lively conversation. Over 300,000 kilometers away at the Mountain and Sea Battle Academy, Jiang Feishuan felt a heavy weight in her heart upon seeing the return of 8 million spirit coins from her brother Xiao Feng. A wave of sorrow, disappointment, and anxiety washed over her. It seemed as if her brother no longer wanted her. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, her old, worn-out classic phone suddenly vibrated, and several messages from Feng popped up on the screen. Quickly wiping away her tears, Jiang Feishuan opened the messages. Upon reading the contents and viewing the screenshots sent by Feng, she realized she had misunderstood her brother. Joy surged within her, and she broke into a radiant smile. That smile resembled a breathtaking masterpiece unfolding across her exquisitely fair and flawless visage, akin to a solitary, ethereal blue lotus, captivating all who beheld it. She had always known that her clever, handsome, gentle, kind, and nearly perfect brother Xiao Feng could not possibly possess merely a 1-star Black Iron grade would bow, a 5-star Tian Wang account. What had her brother accomplished during her absence over the past few weeks? How could he elevate his Tian Wang account to such a level in such a short time? The contributions required for such an upgrade were unimaginable. Moreover, why did her brother urge her to follow the official website of the Shura Battle Academy, hinting at surprises awaiting her? Could it be? A spark of excitement flitted through her eyes as she contemplated the possibility. Had her brother been accepted into the Shura Battle Academy? With a 5-star Tian Wang account urging her to follow the academy and promising surprises. Did this not imply that he had indeed been admitted? However, the Shura Battle Academy's admission process was entirely distinct from the other 8 major academies. It required assessments before one could become an official student. Which level of assessment would her brother choose? I must inquire with him. Yet, just as she was about to send a message to Feng, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ears. Hello, you must be Jiang Feishuan, right? My name is Feng Ting, a core student from the Alchemy Institute of the Mountain and Sea Battle Academy. I am here to assist you with your enrollment procedures. With that, he extended his hand toward the backpack resting on her shoulder. Damn, holy moly. Thank you so much, Aunt. I never expected the girl you introduced to me to be so impressive in terms of looks and demeanor. Compared to the so-called beauties I've encountered, she is simply a celestial fairy. No, they are utterly unworthy of being compared to the enchanting beauty before them. She is truly as stunning as a solitary blue lotus, exuding an ethereal purity and unmatched grace. A mere glance ensnares the observer, rendering them helplessly captivated. Rest assured, my dear nephew will employ every means at his disposal to win her over. Jiang Feishuan's exquisitely arched brows furrowed slightly. Her captivating eyes lifted to regard a gentleman who endeavored to present himself with an air of refinement. Dressed impeccably and standing at an impressive height of approximately 6 feet 2 inches. Instinctively, Jiang Feishuan recoiled from his outstretched hand, her expression impassive as she waved him off. Thank you, but I do not require assistance. I am quite capable of finding my way. With that, Jiang Feishuan turned on her heel and, with a radiant smile, resumed her conversation with her beloved Xiao Feng on her phone. Although the man before her appeared amiable and impeccably genteel, her innate sensitivity, bestowed by her extraordinary talent of the 9-star legend, the azure leaf white lotus, easily discerned the insatiable greed and desire lurking within him, yearning to consume her whole. This unique ability had accompanied her since the awakening of her remarkable gift. Furthermore, even without such an endowment, she would never approach a stranger. In her heart, there exists only her cherished Xiao Feng. Others, even the mightiest of warriors, cannot capture her attention. Chapter 73, A Debt as Heavy as Mount Tai. The indestructible body of the 10,000 calamities in the bustling atmosphere of the military, with figures such as the formidable General Xiao Jintian, the city Lord Jiang Jun, and the Deputy Minister of Education Xiao Yun. Time was of the essence. Thus, it did not linger long, departing from the welfare community with broad smiles after just a brief period. In the room, only Feng, Xiao Zhan, Ying, Wang Yulan, Jiang Shui, Jiang Yu, Wang Meng, and Olmar remained. Are you about to leave Kanglan City soon? Jiang Yu, adorned in a resplendent red attire and exuding grace, gazed intently at Feng and suddenly inquired. Upon hearing her words, the attention of the others shifted towards Feng. Indeed, that seems likely, he replied. Will you return? A wave of anxiety washed over Jiang Yu as she posed this question, her palms glistening with a light sheen of sweat. Certainly, this is my homeland, and I shall return, Gu Feng responded with a gentle smile, as if it were self-evident. That is reassuring. I have my own duties to attend to, so I must take my leave now. Should you require anything, do let me know, and I shall make time for you. Understood, Jiang Yu nodded, casting a lingering glance at Gu Feng before elegantly turning to depart. The atmosphere in the room shifted, with Xiao Zhan, Ying, and Wang Yulan exchanging perplexed glances. A strange tension enveloping the group. Ahem. Well, Gu Feng, although you're a member of the Phantom Squad, it seems you have yet to undertake any missions. Xiao Zhan remarked, attempting to break the awkward silence. Indeed, I have been quite occupied. Is there a mission available? Gu Feng inquired, taking a sip of the local brew with a smile. Currently, due to your influence, the predominant wilderness hunting tasks in Kanglin City have transitioned to exploring the Songlong mountain range. As for the hunting of wild beasts, those responsibilities have been delegated to the bronze and silver level hunting teams. For you, these tasks would merely be a waste of time. By the way, our Phantom Squad has now ascended to a gold level team, thanks to your contributions. As the mention of the Songlong mountain range arose, the gazes of the others towards Gu Feng brimmed with fervor, excitement, and admiration. One individual had slain the 4 supreme beast kings, establishing dominance over the Songlong mountain range. He accomplished what had eluded Kanglin City for centuries, all at the tender age of 16. Previously, their suspicions had merely been conjectures. But witnessing the young man acknowledge his feats before their eyes left them in a state of disbelief and astonishment. However, what they did not realize was that even more astonishing revelations lay ahead. After a brief conversation, Xiao Zhan and the others took their leave to assist with matters in the Songlong mountain range. The thought of confronting the Beast Kings was still beyond their imagination, but aiding in the capture of Beast Generals and Beast Lords was within their capabilities. Once they had departed, Gu Feng returned to his room, gazing at the 5-clawed golden dragon card in his hand, a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. Truly, the major powers of Kanglin City possessed remarkable audacity. No, extraordinarily remarkable audacity. In this card, there lies a staggering sum of 10 billion light spirit coins. Indeed, it is 10 billion. Moreover, from now on, he will receive 1/10 of all profits from the Songlong mountain range annually. When Gu Feng heard this news, he was utterly astounded. 10 billion was already preposterous. Yet they intended to transfer 1/10 of Kanglin City's annual profits into his account as well. He immediately chose to decline, but the city lord, Jiang Jun, candidly revealed that the reason for this arrangement was to intertwine his fate with Kanglin City. In the words of the exquisite and formidable lady from the Xiong Yun clan, they were essentially making a preemptive investment in him, believing in his potential. Should he ever ascend to the status of a war emperor or even a war god, the benefits he would bestow upon Kanglin City would far exceed mere hundreds of billions of spirit coins. With such a declaration laid before him, it would be rather pretentious for Gu Feng to refuse again. Nevertheless, it must be said that the actions of Jiang Jun and Xiong Jintian filled him with immense satisfaction. They were truly adept at their dealings. At that moment, Gu Feng's gaze fell upon another gift on the table. This was no ordinary present, but rather a list. Setting aside the anonymous 5-clawed golden dragon card, he picked up the list and began to peruse its contents. After a while, he set it down. The Fallen God Sect, you say? Since you dare to attempt my assassination, be prepared to transform into a source of enhancement points. Gu Feng's palm crackled with a domineering energy, instantly shattering the paper in his grasp. He glanced at his enhancement points. 1. 8 million points. It was time for a significant upgrade. However, before that, he decided to examine the gift bestowed upon him by Elder Chun. With that thought, Gu Feng retrieved a dark black spatial ring adorned with battle engravings, ancient and substantial. From his storage space, he was unaware of the ring's level, but as he scanned it with his mental energy, information regarding its rank and spatial capacity flooded his mind. A 1-star supreme level spatial ring. Remarkably, it was a supreme level spatial ring. Its capacity was at least 1 to 2,000 cubic meters, perhaps. Such a ring of this caliber would undoubtedly be valued at a minimum of 5 billion spirit coins, if not higher. Although this capacity paled in comparison to his own storage space, Not everyone possessed a system or storage capability. His debt of gratitude had become considerable. However, upon opening the spatial ring and gazing at the array of treasures within, he realized he had spoken too soon. The debt was not merely substantial. He was at a loss as to how he would ever repay it. The treasures inside were few, yet each was perfectly suited for him. First, there were 100 void-piercing arrows, each at the 9-star legendary level. Next, there were 9 Blood Shadow flying knives, each at the 9-star supreme level. A tome titled Arrow Breaking the 8 Desolations, classified as a 9-star legendary archery manual. Another book, whose level remained unknown but was named Starry Golden Body Technique, a body refinement method. Lastly, a 3-star supreme level bow named Sky Breaking. Upon seeing these, Feng fell into a profound silence. These treasures are truly invaluable. Their combined worth undoubtedly exceeds 300 billion spirit coins. Furthermore, with the addition of the spatial bracelet, the total is rapidly approaching 400 billion spirit coins. The debt of gratitude for saving my life and the gift of these treasures weighs heavily upon me. Taking a deep breath to suppress the overwhelming gratitude within, Feng focused his mind and retrieved the celestial golden body technique, a body-refining method devoid of rank, from the spatial bracelet. Detected a special technique. Would you like to record it? Upon witnessing the golden text suddenly manifest in his mind, Feng felt a stir of curiosity. This time seemed different. The system was actively requesting to record it. Could it be that this technique, named Celestial Golden Body Technique, is extraordinary? Record it. Feng commanded inwardly. Recording successful. Congratulations. Host has acquired the remnants of the ancient body refiner scripture, the indestructible body of the 10,000 calamities starry firmament. Would you like to repair its defects? Chapter 74. The Supreme Arrow Technique of the 9 Stars. Arrow Breaking the 8 Desolations. How many enhancement points are required? Feng's heart stirred as he inquired. This was crucial. He had previously amassed over 2.6 million enhancement points, with 500,000 allocated to Star Crystal Concentration Technique and 200,000 spent on the realm of the Mind Cultivator. Following a successful hunt before the Golden Lion Beast Emperor intervened, he was left with merely 1.8 million enhancement points. Initially, he intended to use these points to elevate his talents and strengthen his Black Iron Warbow. However, should he invest all of them into the indestructible body of the infinite starry sky, it would impede his other advancements. Given his current circumstances, he deemed it unnecessary to enhance the indestructible body of the infinite starry sky for the time being. Rather, he prioritized improving his talents and warbow. After all, the Azura level assessment was imminent, pending the official announcement from the Azura War Academy's website. Enhancing his combat prowess was more beneficial for him at this moment. The first stage requires 1.8 million enhancement points. Feng, I knew it. They are fixated on my 1.8 million enhancement points. Furthermore, this is merely the first stage. Does that imply there are second and third stages? Indeed, the indestructible body of the infinite starry sky is no ordinary technique. Could it be a divine-level martial art? At this thought, Feng's heart began to race. If it truly is a divine-level technique, he would undoubtedly pay his respects to Elder Chun. It appears that Elder Chun had long recognized his physical cultivation. What a humble master. Yet, he remained uncertain of the Elder's realm. Presumably, it must be above the War Emperor level, as if it were a war monarch. Feng's current mental perception would easily discern it. Only those above the War Emperor level remained beyond his grasp. Of course, it was also possible that the Elder wore a high-level shielding bracelet or something similar. Feng set aside the indestructible body of the infinite starry sky and picked up the 9 Stars legendary arrow technique, Arrow Breaking the 8 Desolations. The anticipated scene did not unfold. It seemed that Arrow Breaking the 8 Desolations was unlike the indestructible body of the infinite starry sky, not a special technique. Soon, the technique appeared in the martial arts section of his personal attributes panel. Simultaneously, a system prompt materialized within his consciousness. The system has detected 852 flaws in the 9 Stars legendary arrow technique, Arrow Breaking the 8 Desolations. Would you like to repair and enhance it? Such numerous flaws? Feng's lips twitched. Without further contemplation, he chose to proceed with the repair. Congratulations, host, for consuming 1.2 million enhancement points and successfully repairing all flaws in arrow breaking the 8 desolations, elevating its level to supreme 9 stars. Incredible, he spent 1.2 million enhancement points. Yet, its level ascended directly to supreme 9 stars, a rank just beneath divine-level archery techniques. This would suffice for him to wield in the war god realm. Thank you, Elderchin 11. As the golden text faded, a deluge of insights and cultivation methods regarding arrow breaking the 8 desolations surged into his mind like a tidal wave. With the mastery of archery, one harnesses the power of the bow to pierce the wind and penetrate armor. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this art, a single arrow loosed resembles a fierce dragon soaring through the heavens, causing mountains to crumble and souls to tremble across vast distances. This archery technique is divided into 9 levels, each surpassing the last in strength, culminating in the ability to shatter the realms and extinguish divine beings. The first level, leaf-piercing arrow, capable of piercing through 10 drifting willow leaves within a distance of 10,000 steps. The second level, stone-shattering arrow, which can fracture mountains from 1,000 miles away. The third level, wind-chasing pearl, which can be further classified into 3-star, 5-star, and 9-star sequences, with each subsequent arrangement amplifying its might. The fourth level, falling star arrow, which, after being released, descends in astonishing speed to annihilate foes. It is advisable to employ special explosive arrows. The fifth level, soul-chasing arrow, endowed with tracking capabilities, ensuring that blood is drawn irrespective of the enemy's escape route. The sixth level, mountain-shattering arrow, which can rupture mountains, with the arrow's force penetrating 3,000 zhong into the earth. The seventh level, space-rending instant arrow, which manipulates the fabric of space to shatter the void, requiring a rudimentary understanding of spatial principles. The eighth level, end of the 8 desolations, a collective assault where a single arrow disperses into myriad arrows, annihilating all in its path. The ninth level, extermination of the divine, shattering of stars. Gazing into the depths of his mind, Feng beheld the profound techniques of the arrow breaking the 8 desolations, as well as vivid projections of the 9 distinct archery skills. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Is this the archery technique that, once restored, reaches the exalted level of 9 stars? Its power is indeed astonishing, particularly the final arrow, capable of slaying deities and shattering celestial bodies. Moreover, Feng discerned that the entry level allows for the mastery of the first 3 arrows, while the small achievement encompasses the 4th to 6th arrows. The great achievement reaches the 7th and 8th arrows, and the ultimate perfection is embodied in the final arrow. Upon embracing the arrow breaking the 8 desolations, he had already entered the foundational stage, meaning he had grasped the first 3 arrows. It must be said the distinction between possessing archery skills and lacking them is monumental. Previously, when he hunted savage beasts, he merely needed to draw his bow and shoot amidst a swarm of foes, a rather reckless endeavor. Later, as his spiritual prowess grew, he employed mental energy to assist him, yet that was not true archery. Now, having cultivated arrow breaking the 8 desolations, he truly comprehended the vast disparity between wielding archery skills and being without them. One could assert that if he were to employ arrow breaking the 8 desolations in battle now, its potency would exceed his previous capabilities by at least 3-fold. And this is merely at the entry level. Should he advance to small achievement, mastering the subsequent arrows from 4 to 6, the power of his arrows would escalate 9-fold. At great achievement, it would amplify 18 times, and at perfection, it would reach a terrifying 36 times. This elucidates why the 9-star supreme arrow breaking the 8 desolations can slay divine beings and shatter stars. However, to unleash the true might of arrow breaking the 8 desolations, one requires not only a formidable war bow, but also exceptional innate talent for archery. He cast a glance at his enhancement points and immediately issued a command. Enhance arrow breaking the 8 desolations to the small achievement level. Insufficient enhancement points. Feng sighed. Yet he understood. Indeed, the fearsome 9-star Supreme Archery technique necessitates a considerable amount of enhancement points, which is entirely reasonable. Since it is impossible to reinforce the arrow breaking the 8 desolations to a minor accomplishment, let us enhance the talent in archery instead. Currently, his archery talent stands at a mere 9-star gold level. With such limited prowess, it is evidently insufficient to master the arrow breaking the 8 desolations. Presently, he has 600,000 reinforcement points remaining, while elevating his talent to 9-star diamond level requires 450,000 points, with an exponential increase. 1-star diamond costs 10,000 points, and 9-star diamond costs 90,000. The remaining 150,000 points will be allocated to upgrading the Black Iron War Bow. Although he possesses a 3-star Supreme level bow, Skybreaking, he chooses to fortify his personal war bow, as it is something that can accompany him throughout his life. Subsequently, Feng expended 450,000 reinforcement points to elevate his talent level to the 9-star diamond tier. This enhancement in archery talent once again bestowed upon him a profound sense of relief, as the mysterious shackles were once more unbound. Simultaneously, the bow and arrow within his consciousness transformed from a golden great bow to one that appeared as if crafted entirely from diamond, radiating a dazzling and enigmatic luster, with its patterns becoming increasingly intricate and dense. The remaining reinforcement points were wholly dedicated to augmenting the Black Iron War Bow. The system has detected that the host possesses a 3-star Supreme level war bow, Skybreaking, which can be fused with the Black Iron Bow. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Chapter 75. Fusion? Announcement from the Shura Battle Academy official website upon perceiving the golden subtitles in his mind. Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a remarkable system of slaughter enhancement. It not only rectifies deficiencies in mental techniques, but also possesses the capability of fusion. Does this imply that in the future, he could amalgamate lower-tier warriors into higher-tier ones? He decided to experiment, as he still possessed a few low-level arrows. However, Feng was met with disappointment. It was futile. Despite presenting numerous arrows for the system to fuse, the system responded with indifference. Eventually, perhaps out of vexation, the system provided a clarifying subtitle. Fusion is limited to exclusive warriors. So that was the case. Very well, let us proceed with the fusion. Congratulations to the host for consuming 100,000 enhancement points. Fusion successful. Due to the high impurities in the Broken Sky longbow, after purification, the Black Iron Bow's rank has been elevated to a 9-star legendary level. As the subtitles materialized, the Broken Sky longbow in his grasp vanished. Simultaneously, the Black Iron Bow also disappeared, consumed by the system. When it reappeared, a formidable dark gold bow, exuding a powerful aura, took form in Feng's hands. It measured nearly 2 meters in length, its surface adorned with crimson patterns, reminiscent of divine gold craftsmanship. Thanks to Feng for providing such a stunning weapon. Feeling the immense power emanating from the nearly 10,000 gene dark gold bow, Feng's eyes gleamed with delight. It was indeed worthy of being a 9-star legendary bow, boasting significant enhancements in all aspects. The blood-red patterns added an aura of dominance to the weapon. Moreover, due to the fusion, he had saved over 50 million enhancement points. However, the embarrassing reality dawned upon him. He could no longer wield the Black Iron Bow, even though it was his exclusive warrior. Its elevated rank rendered it beyond his capacity to draw. It is essential to note that his strength now approached approximately 9 million gene 900,000 gene from the 9th layer of Battle Sovereign plus 1,000,000 gene from the 1-star diamond body. Yet, he found himself unable to draw the 9-star legendary Black Iron Bow. Such a weapon is typically reserved for mid-tier or higher battle emperors, whose strength is measured in the hundreds of millions. The disparity was vast. What a blunder. Had he known, he would have refrained from fusing. However, it was too late to reverse the decision. Glancing at his enhancement points, only 50,000 remained. Utilize all enhancement points to elevate my vitality realm. Congratulations to the host for expending 10,000 enhancement points. Vitality realm elevated to the first layer of battle sect. What? That's all? Well, it seems I forgot that the Vitality mental technique is merely a 1-star diamond level. Feng decided against enhancing the diamond body refinement spirit technique. As its rank was too low, he resolved to seek a higher level mental technique to cultivate. With this thought, Feng prepared to open the Hunter's Exchange app to purchase a powerful mental technique. With 10 billion spirit coins at his disposal, acquiring a legendary level mental technique would pose no challenge. Moreover, there is no need for verification or assessment. After all, his current account on the Skynet and the level of the Hunter's War Order have both reached a 5-star rating. Just then, a prominently displayed message, its bold font appearing as if drenched in tears, suddenly caught his eye. Announcement of the opening of the Shura Academy Shura level assessment. Feng narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing this information. As it finally arrived, his slender fingers glided across the projection screen, and upon opening it, a message instantly appeared before him. Announcement of the opening of the Shura Academy Shura level assessment. After a 9-year hiatus, the Shura Academy will commence its 36th Shura level assessment. This assessment will be initiated by Feng, a preparatory student from the 3rd-tier survival base, Kanglan City, on June 20th, 3069, at noon, with a duration of 1 year. This institution hereby warns the world that during this year, anyone who violates the rules of the Shura Academy shall face extermination of their lineage. Feng raised an eyebrow at the announcement, surprised by the Shura Academy's domineering proclamation, which seemed to emanate a palpable aura of ferocity, momentarily rendering him speechless. Moreover, they had directly disclosed his place of origin and name. No wonder Elder Chen mentioned that it wouldn't be long before his name resonated throughout the entire Longyuan star. With such boldness, it would be impossible for him to remain inconspicuous. However, this was rather advantageous. He hoped for a greater influx of adversaries, as this would grant him more enhancement points. He glanced at the time. It was now June 17th. In 3 days, the Shura level assessment would commence. Well, he thought, he might as well take this time to clear out the vermin in Kanglan City. Perhaps he could also find time to venture into the Kanglan wilderness to hunt some wild beasts and earn a few enhancement points. At that moment, a message appeared on the screen. It was a voice message from Jiang Feishuan. Upon opening it, her anxious, sweet voice reached Feng's ears. Little Feishuan, Brother Feng, why did you choose the Shura level assessment? This assessment is the most perilous. 10 crying emojis. Feng, it's fine, trust me. Ugh. Little Feishuan, Brother Feng, can't you change it? Confused. Feng, it's not changeable. Just rest assured and trust me. Little Feishuan, then, alright. But you must prioritize your safety. Understand? If there is any danger, choose to withdraw immediately. Living is more important than anything else. Feng, okay. I'll heed your advice. After ending the call, with Little Feishuan, Zhang Yu, Jiang Shui, Xiao Zhan, Wang Meng, Uncle Li, Old Ma, and anyone else with Feng's contact information immediately called to inquire about the authenticity of the news. Feng could only respond to each of them patiently. Sigh. Was it merely a Shura level assessment? Was there truly a need for such anxiety and excitement? Feng ended the calls, stretched languidly, and threw himself onto the sofa. Thud! With a dull sound, the old sofa, which had served him for over a decade, succumbed to the impact. Collapsing into a heap of debris, the entire floor trembled thrice. Little Feng, what's wrong? Are you all right? As Feng lay amidst the splintered wood, he was suddenly roused by the concerned voice of Aunt Lu from downstairs. Cough, cough. Aunt, me fine. Feng replied. It was a hasty response. He had forgotten that with the enhancement of his cultivation, not only had his strength increased exponentially, but the density of his bones and muscles had also risen significantly. The consequence of this oversight was that, in a moment of carelessness, he had reduced a decade-old sofa to mere shards. The stuffing from the sofa now danced through the air like confetti. After Feng tidied up the remnants of the sofa, he made his way to the hunting wilderness building. Meanwhile, the outside world was abuzz with a tempest of chaos due to a mournful announcement from the Shura Academy. Each word in this proclamation sent shockwaves through the factions that laid eyes upon it. After 9 long years, someone had once again initiated the highest level of assessment, the Shura Great Examination. Moreover, this individual hailed from a Tier 3 survival base, Kanglan City. The Shura Great Examination? How intriguing. After a 9-year hiatus, it seemed that yet another foolhardy soul had dared to awaken the Shura Academy's formidable assessment. The one capable of triggering such an examination must surely possess blood that is exceedingly delectable. Is it time for revelry? It seems that among the human race, there is once again someone brave enough to initiate the Shura Great Examination. This time, allow this prince to devour you. Chapter 76, the examination route map. At this moment, regardless of the other 8 elite battle academies, the numerous ancient clans, or the Blood God Tower, the Fallen God Sect, the Twilight of Doom, the Netherworld Tavern, and even the countless lurking beasts of the wild in the desolate regions and the depths of the abyss, as well as the foreign factions. Indeed, even the spies and forces of other empires concealed within the Great Qin Empire, all were utterly astounded by the sudden announcement released by the Shura Battle Academy. This news struck like a super-nuclear bomb plummeting into the boundless depths of the sea, instantly creating towering waves. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and hidden currents surged. Countless top battle academies, the prodigies among ancient clans, and those with special bloodlines from the beast tribes began to mobilize. The Shura Battle Academy had unveiled a map. The youth named Feng, in his quest to complete the Shura level evaluation, must follow the map's guidance. Traversing from the 3rd-tier survival base, Kanglan City in the eastern wilderness, across the Kanglan Wilderness, into the desolate Apocalypse Desert, the vast swamps, the prehistoric glaciers, the Hydra Valley, and the perilously escalating storm abyss, ultimately reaching the most treacherous waters of the southern seas, the Dark Demon Sea. Yet, this was not the final destination. He would also need to cross the 30,000-mile-long Biming mountain range to access the Shura Abyss that lies between the southern sea and the northern mountain range. This route nearly spans the most dangerous areas of the southeastern region of the Great Qin Empire, with a total length of around 380,000 kilometers. Among the 35 Shura-level evaluation routes, this particular one undoubtedly ranks among the most perilous, rife with hidden dangers and lurking threats. Most chillingly, it is said that the infamous Blood God Tower and the Fallen God Sect's headquarters are located somewhere along this very route. Moreover, the southeastern borders are adjacent to the 3 great empires, the Western Demon, the Feathered Serpent, and the Star Moon Empire. The examination route meticulously planned by the Shura Battle Academy for Feng is indeed fraught with peril. Can this boy, who hails from the 3rd-tier survival base of Kanglan City, truly navigate through it? In this moment, various factions simultaneously activated all means at their disposal to frantically gather information about Feng. Meanwhile, Feng remained blissfully unaware of the external upheaval. He was intently scrutinizing the exclusive evaluation map crafted for him by the Shura Battle Academy. The places along this route were exceedingly dangerous. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a fervent and blazing fighting spirit filled with anticipation. In his perception, this winding 38,000-kilometer perilous path was not a calamity, but rather an endless array of enhancement points. At this juncture, a communication signal rang out. Chinirin was calling. "How are you? Are you scared?" She spoke with a hint of laughter. "There's still time to back out. I can pull some strings to help you cancel." When has the Shura Battle Academy's Shura-level evaluation ever been casually altered or canceled? Feng replied with a light chuckle. Giggling, "I wish you good fortune. I hope that by the time I emerge from the Shura Abyss, you have successfully arrived at the Shura Battle Academy. Wait a moment, I'll send you some detailed information about the map. It's crucial for you. Make sure to study it carefully when you have time." "Thank you," Feng expressed his gratitude. Giggling, "If you really want to thank me, come to the Shura Abyss and do it in person." Soon, an exceedingly detailed route intelligence arrived in Feng's hands. It meticulously marked all known forces along the way, the savage beast clans, perilous forbidden zones, and even certain covert strongholds. The details were remarkable. This route had been custom-tailored by the old geezers of the Shura Academy, specifically for you upon learning of your circumstances, and it is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Furthermore, at that time, formidable entities such as the Fallen God Sect, Blood God Tower, Underworld Tavern, as well as the Zeus Pantheon. The Illusory Realm, the Eastern Sand Empire, the Star Moon Empire, and the Feathered Serpent Empire will likely dispatch their strongest to relentlessly pursue you. However, the most dangerous of all is the seemingly endless horde of savage beasts. They will adhere to the rules established by the Shura Academy, refraining from sending beasts that surpass one major realm to eliminate you, yet they're not restricted in numbers. In other words, wherever you tread, there will be a tide of beasts. Should circumstances become dire and you find yourself ensnared in a deadly predicament, simply abandon the assessment. Surviving is more paramount than anything else. After such a decision, will those savage beasts and the fallen god sect cease their pursuit? Feng inquired with a smile. He certainly had no intention of yielding. He was merely curious. No, they will not, but other elite academies will intervene to rescue you. Thus you hold a certain probability of surviving. When Shen Yiren uttered this, her tone was imbued with an undeniable pride, as if even a preparatory student who had withdrawn from the assessment at the Shura Academy was a coveted treasure in the eyes of the world. This is the intrinsic value of the Shura Academy. Yiren, may I pose a question? You little brat, what did you call me? Call me sister, Humph. I am older than you. Do you understand manners? All right. Yiren, I wish to inquire about the level of assessment you passed to join the Shura Academy. Shen Yiren remained silent for a protracted moment. Then, smack. The phone was abruptly hung up. You little brat. On the other end, Shen Yiren gritted her teeth, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Back in her day, she had fought tooth and nail to pass the difficult level assessment. Nonetheless, even at the difficult level, given her talent and combat prowess at that time, it was an exceedingly dangerous feat. This illustrates just how perilous the Shura level assessment, 2 tiers above the difficult level, would be. One can only hope that the young man can create a miracle and arrive safely. After all, he is undoubtedly a favored protege of her grandfather. At this moment, in a certain building of the Kanglin community, Wang Chong, who was recuperating on a recliner, suddenly stood up as if witnessing something incredible. How can this be? Chong, what is the matter? You child, why are you getting up when you should be resting? Humph, that little rascal is too ruthless. Your father and elder brother are equally heartless, allowing that little scoundrel to beat you. Mother. Wang Chong interrupted his mother Lu Suing's ramblings, his face pale and voice trembling. He is going to participate in the Shura level assessment at the Shura Academy. How is that possible? What right does he have? You wretched child, why are you shouting so loudly? You will frighten your mother to death. Lu Suing cast a sharp gaze at her son, Wang Chong, her plump hand patting her chest as she scolded him in exasperation. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "What did you say? Who is participating in the Shura level assessment?" How could she be unaware of the significance of the Shura level assessment at the Shura Academy? Even on Lonyuan Star, this was a monumental event. As the wife of Wang Chun, the head of the Wang family, she possessed a strong sense of vanity and a penchant for ostentation. But she was far from foolish. She had certainly heard of the Shura level assessment. Feng, yes, Feng, my classmate, the one who has bested me twice. Wang Chong pushed the holographic display towards his mother, his voice hoarse, his face etched with disbelief, shock, and profound bitterness. He could hardly fathom that the boy, once deemed a failure with merely a 1-star black iron-level talent for the Ironwood Bow on Awakening Day, was about to embark on a journey he could scarcely dare to even admire from afar. How could this be possible? Chapter 77. You will not return. The announcement from the Shura Battle Academy was unambiguous, and upon its release, it captured the attention of countless individuals. At this moment, within the Hunting Ruins building, Londai, engrossed in watching videos, caught sight of the Academy's announcement. Her eyes narrowed in surprise. Shura level assessment? Moreover, the candidate was a young man named Feng from Kanglin City. Feng, could it be him? Little Dai, what are you looking at? A familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Londai looked up to see a radiant and handsome youth, his striking phoenix eyes momentarily fixed on her. She then opened the announcement from the Shura Battle Academy and waved it in front of Feng, her voice laced with an inexplicable emotion. Is it really you? Is there anyone in Kanglin City more exceptional than me? Feng grinned playfully. Such vanity. Londai rolled her eyes at Feng. Yet her heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. This charming rogue was truly set to participate in the Shura-level assessment of the Academy. At this moment, Lan Dai found herself lost in thought, her mind a blank slate. Everyone knew that participating in the Shura-level assessment signified something monumental. It was not an endeavor one could undertake lightly. It required extraordinary talent and unanimous consent from the Academy to even qualify. After all, this was no trivial matter. His successful registration spoke volumes about his capabilities. Indeed, he was far from ordinary. Gu Feng? Is it you, Gu Feng, who will be taking part in the Shura-level assessment at the Academy? At that moment, a student from the number 3 preparatory academy suddenly spotted Gu Feng, his face alight with excitement. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards Gu Feng. Simultaneously, the majority pulled out their smart wristbands, eagerly capturing his image. "Oh no, let us head to my room. No, I mean upstairs." Lan Dai, witnessing this scene, seized Gu Feng's arm before he could utter a word, and they swiftly ascended to the 15th floor of the Hunting Ruins building via the private elevator. "Little Dai, there's no bed here either," Gu Feng quipped as he stepped into the luxuriously futuristic suite. Lan Dai's cheeks flushed, and she playfully kicked him, her voice filled with mock indignation. "You rogue. That was just a slip of the tongue. No, it was you who misheard me." "Ah, right." Her delicate face turned an even deeper shade of red. She failed to realize just how brazen this rogue had become. "All right, enough teasing. Where's your brother? I thought you came looking for him," she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. "I'm looking for him too, but first, I need to deal with the beast corpses in my spatial ring." "Very well, just a moment." Lan Dai paused, unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, and asked, "Did you really slay the 4 legendary beast kings?" "You'll find out soon enough," he replied with a smirk. Lan Dai let out a soft sigh before summoning Lan Gong. Xiao Feng, the announcement from the Shura War Institute. As soon as Lan Gong arrived, he enthusiastically draped his arm around Gu Feng's shoulder, his face alight with excitement. "Indeed, it is I." Gu Feng did not shy away, directly nodding in acknowledgement before getting straight to the point. "I have come to settle debts, sell the corpses of savage beasts, and perhaps procure some treasures." "My heavens! It truly is you." "Haha, I am acquainted with a prodigious talent eligible for the Shura-level assessment," Lan Gong declared, his exhilaration palpable. "How about we first toast to this momentous occasion?" With Gu Feng's confirmation, Lan Gong became uncontainably jubilant. "Apologies, Lan Gong, but I may not have the luxury of time. We can indulge in a drink when I find a moment later." "Oh, my mind is racing. Forgive me," Lan Dai interjected, feeling a tad embarrassed witnessing her brother's exuberance. "How can you speak so? This is the Shura-level assessment of the Shura War Institute. Can you blame me for my excitement? Furthermore, Xiao Feng is likely to become a war god in the future. I must seize this opportunity," Lan Gong retorted, casting a disapproving glance at his sister, candidly revealing his thoughts. This frankness caused Gu Feng to regard Lan Gong with newfound respect. They were indeed astute individuals. Sincerity was the most potent weapon, and Lan Gong had wielded it masterfully. Aware of Gu Feng's pressing schedule, the siblings refrained from lingering too long. They swiftly escorted Gu Feng to a warehouse that was more than tenfold the size of the previous one, an arrangement he had requested, as his spatial storage was overflowing with the corpses of savage beasts. After depositing the corpses within the vast warehouse, Gu Feng departed alongside Lan Dai, leaving Lan Gong in a state of bewilderment. Just how many savage beasts has this lad slain? "Xiao Lu, gather the team at Warehouse 1. Lan Gong inhaled deeply, needing to summon more personnel to tally the corpses. "Xiao Dai, these are my requirements. Please expedite the process." "Such a vast quantity? Let me take a look." Lan Dai accepted the tablet, her gaze sharpening as she scanned the list Gu Feng had compiled. "Indeed, the assessment is imminent, and I must prepare thoroughly." The list contained various specialized combat weapons, elixirs, food, drink, and cultivation techniques. In essence, everything he could conceive was meticulously catalogued. The total value was staggering, likely exceeding 100 billion spirit coins even after discounts. Of course, if the spirit coins fell short, he still possessed 30 billion hunting points, earned through his endeavors in the Tsang Wolf Mountain range. This did not require his manual calculation. as the hunting war order would automatically scan and record the details for him. The Hunting Ruins point is a unique currency exclusive to the Hunting Ruins team, possessing a purchasing power significantly greater than that of the spirit coins. There are quite a few items, and it will take approximately half an hour for the delivery. Are you able to wait? Yes, I can, replied Gufeng with a nod. Lan Dai also nodded, setting down the tablet. Her gaze complex as she looked at the young man before her, who had undergone a profound transformation and had once seen her in her entirety. Do I have flowers on my face? Gufeng chuckled lightly, jesting. Will you return? Lan Dai, not responding to Gufeng's playful remark, suddenly inquired with an unprecedented tenderness. Why do you all ask that? Of course, I will return. This is my homeland, Gufeng reassured with a smile. You will not come back. Why do you say that? Gufeng asked, somewhat puzzled. Chapter 78. The initial trial of the Starbreaker, quite formidable. Intuition, perhaps. Lan Dai retrieved 2 chilled cans of wilderness brew from a bar, tossing one to Gufeng while opening the other for herself. After their brief clink, Lan Dai continued, her tone imbued with a wistful gravity. Your growth has been astonishingly swift. When I first encountered you, you were merely a youthful, unblemished lad, secretly observing. Yet, in less than 2 months, you have transformed into a being capable of effortlessly vanquishing the 4 supreme beast kings, becoming a hero of Kanglan City. To single-handedly subdue the entire Songlong Mountain range and slay the 4 pinnacle beast kings is a display of overwhelming might. What is more unforeseen is that in merely 3 days, you shall partake in the Azura Academy's Azura level assessment. After sipping a few mouthfuls of wilderness brew, Lan Dai's delicate, fair complexion flushed with color, and her words began to flow more freely. With your rapid advancement, it may not be long before you ascend to the zenith of the great Qin Empire, becoming a steadfast pillar safeguarding the well-being of our human race. By that time, you might be embroiled in battles across the wilderness and the abyss, with little time to return. Her voice was calm and gentle, weaving a narrative filled with a hint of melancholy and an unrecognized sense of longing, which left Gufeng enveloped in silence. After a moment, Gufeng lifted his bottle of wilderness brew, clinking it with Lan Dai's, and remarked with a smile, who can truly predict the future? Let us drink. Ha! Indeed, let us drink. By the way, Xiao Fei Xian has replied to me. She must have written back to you as well, right? In that instant, Lan Dai shifted the conversation to Jiang Fei Xian. Yes, she did respond. Gufeng nodded with a grin. Lan Dai gazed deeply at Gufeng, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile. You and Xiao Fei Xian are quite the match, a paragon of talent and beauty, both endowed with exceptional gifts. Moreover, that girl is utterly devoted to you. You must not let her down, or I shall not spare you. Even if you become a war god in the future, I shall still hold you accountable. Ah, what do you mean by that? Such a dense head. Lan Dai rolled her eyes and shot Gufeng a playful glare. Half an hour later, everything Gufeng had requested was delivered. The Lan Palace had also completed their inventory. Ultimately, the valuation of the beast carcasses amounted to 8.5 billion. Simultaneously, the Lan Palace informed Gufeng that the Hunter Alliance had waived the previous loan of 1 million spirit coins. They also conveyed that the earlier batch of beast carcasses was valued at 17 million, and the remaining 3 million had been accounted for from 8.5 billion spirit coins. Sister Dai, Brother Lan, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After securing all his belongings into his storage space, Gufeng bid farewell to the two. Take care, Gufeng. The Azura level assessment is exceedingly perilous. You must prioritize your safety. Scoundrel, return alive. Lan Dai's delicate hand caressed the jade bottle Gufeng had gifted him, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual glint as she cast a lingering glance at Gufeng, offering her sincere admonition. All right, farewell. Farewell. Sister, why do you call him a scoundrel? Did he commit an act that wronged you? Wait, I shall seek out my brother-in-law for clarification. Lan Gong. Ah, gentler, you brute, you madman, release my ear. Brother-in-law, help me. Gufeng exited through the back door of the hunting tower. His presence had long since reverberated throughout the entirety of Kanglan City, and now, the hunting tower was besieged by thousands, leaving no room for even a drop of water to escape. Thus, he instructed Lan Gong to open the rear entrance. And with a swift step, he transformed into a fleeting light, departing the hunting tower. However, as he stepped out, he sensed the presence of 14 auras locking onto him. Feng raised an eyebrow and extended his mental energy, instantly pinpointing these individuals' locations. 7 peak battle lords, 3 battle sovereigns of the 3rd to 5th realm, and 4 first realm battle kings were strategically positioned among the various edifices, their gazes cold and filled with malice directed at him. Among them, 3 battle kings regarded him with a gluttonous intensity, as if they wished to consume him. Enemies, are they? Apologies, but Feng harbored no ill-willed adversaries. With a thought, he activated the fully mastered star convergence technique, which allowed him to effortlessly wield the star-piercing spike. In an instant, 14 immensely compressed, nearly thread-like, invisible soul needles vanished into thin air, their penetrating power utterly terrifying. 3 seconds later, the malevolent auras enveloping him dissipated completely. Moments later, a cacophony of panic screams erupted from various locales, such as the rooftop restaurant, CAF, and tea house, plunging the scene into chaos. The orchestrator of this turmoil glanced at the sudden influx of 300 enhancement points on his ledger, which had now vanished. This exemplifies the terror of a mentalist. To kill without a trace, as vividly demonstrated by Feng in that moment. Indeed, the soul technique, star-piercing spike, which he had painstakingly mastered to perfection, possessed formidable might. Moreover, it truly embodied the essence of killing invisibly. His recent actions left no discernible flaws for anyone to observe. This incident soon stirred the enforcement department of Kanglan City. In a short span, numerous enforcers clad in specialized combat attire, exuding a chilling aura, rushed to the 14 sites. At the Sun Yin CAF, a cordon was established, sealing the area. A poised and commanding woman, tall and capable, surveyed the deceased male on the ground while retrieving a pair of specialized gloves from her pocket. Once donned, she commenced her examination. Highly experienced, she merely glanced at the body before probing into the deceased's collar, and with a swift rip, she unveiled an exquisitely crafted human mask from the victim's face. The next moment, a grotesque visage emerged before the gathered crowd. A woman with a flat nose and mismatched eyes, undeniably ugly. Hiss! Is this not the mountain serpent from the wanted list? We have pursued her for over 3 years with no success, only to find her lifeless here. Indeed, the mountain serpent, a first-tier war king and one of the leaders of the fallen god sect in Kanglan City, possesses a heart as cruel as a viper's. Not only is she exceptionally skilled in the gruesome art of skinning the living, but she also employs unique methods to craft exquisite human skin masks. This made her capture exceedingly challenging. Who could have anticipated her demise here? Who was capable of pinpointing her with such precision and silently executing her? Boss, can you discern how she met her end? It appears to be mental prowess, replied a poised woman, rising gracefully and casually removing her specialized gloves. Her expression devoid of emotion. To have so effortlessly slain a first-tier war king like the mountain serpent. Her mental realm must be at least at the 4th or 5th level of the soul sect. Moreover, she seems to excel in an exceptionally potent soul technique, as such a silent execution would otherwise be unattainable. However, there are only a handful of mental practitioners in the entirety of Kanglan City, and they are not particularly formidable. Who could it be? Boss, we have received information from the other scene. They reported that all the deceased hail from the Fallen God Sect, Blood God Tower, and the Yellow Springs Tavern. Among them, for first-tier war kings. Very well, let's regroup. Huh? Are we not going to investigate further? How shall we proceed? The woman inquired lightly. Chapter 79, by Bing, the Li Family Annihilation. Chief, a grave incident has occurred. A monumental case. The Mito Nightclub, Jinshan Palace, Tinshui Bay. 4 locations were simultaneously eradicated within the span of an hour by a mysterious individual. Just as Bai Bing returned to the law enforcement department and grasped her cup of water, the lid barely unscrewed before she was abruptly interrupted by a flurry of urgent reports. Chief, do you still have the luxury to drink? We must hasten to the scene. This is a super major case. No need. Bai Bing paused, her hand holding the tea steady, her expression impassive as she remarked. Those 4 locations are the strongholds of the fallen god cult, Blood God Tower, Twilight of Doom, and the Underworld Tavern. The deceased were all affiliated with these 4 formidable factions. This intelligence has long been within the grasp of the law enforcement department. Each time these forces reveal themselves, the department promptly launches a purge, providing them no opportunity for resurgence. This is due to the fact that organizations like the Fallen God Cult and Blood God Tower possess no moral compass, disregarding the nation and trampling upon human life. In their pursuit of power, they betray humanity and the nation, surrendering themselves to beasts and foreign races. Simultaneously, they capture their fellow countrymen, devouring their flesh and blood for cultivation. Over the years, they have committed countless atrocities within the Great Qin Empire. Thus, upon their appearance within the borders of the Great Qin, the law enforcement department will swiftly eradicate them. However, these factions are akin to resilient cockroaches, returning wave after wave, infiltrating survival bases through various insidious means, rendering them nearly impossible to defend against. Previously, the law enforcement department in Kanglan City expended tremendous manpower and resources, finally uncovering these strongholds and preparing for an onslaught, only to receive a directive from above. Remain still, this matter has been handed over to others for resolution. She had initially harbored discontent, believing it was an attempt by someone to gild themselves with glory and claim credit. However, it now appeared that she had misjudged the situation. The opposing force was formidable. Moreover, extraordinarily so, not only had they accurately identified the lurking mountain serpent and others, but they had also uprooted all 4 strongholds within an hour. This level of combat prowess was far beyond her capabilities. Yet, she remained unaware of the identity of this individual. She had recently inquired indirectly with her superiors about the identity of the assailant, but the response was merely, "Do not ask what should not be asked." Huh? Those locations, they seem to be properties under the Li family, correct? The Li family. Upon hearing this, Bai Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, as if recalling something. She then dismissed her subordinates, activated her smart wristwatch, and dialed a number. How is the investigation into the Li family progressing? Indeed, there are issues. They are covertly conducting business with the Blood God Tower. Furthermore, a few less talented members, who hold no power within the family, have directly enhanced their cultivation by consuming the Blood God pills from the Blood God Tower. Upon hearing the term Blood God pills, a chilling glint filled Bai Bing's eyes. Let us take action. Yes, Chief. Has this been resolved so swiftly? Moreover, even the deeply concealed and deranged mountain serpent war king has been silently eliminated. This individual is indeed extraordinarily powerful. In the military, Xiong Jintian was momentarily taken aback upon reviewing the transmitted intelligence. He harbored no doubts regarding Gu Feng's combat prowess. After all, he was a peerless prodigy capable of slaying even the 4 great pinnacle beast kings. What took him by surprise was the fact that the other party had even uncovered the mountain serpent, which the law enforcement department had been investigating for nearly 3 years. The ability to perceive one's surroundings was indeed a talent to be envied. Simultaneously, the city lord Jiang Sun, the deputy minister of the education department, Xiao Yun, along with the higher-ups of the law enforcement department, received this news. Truly, this extraordinary prodigy, soon to undergo the Shura-level assessment, commanded profound respect. Haha, our Kanglan city has truly produced a dragon among men. However, when they beheld the photographs transmitted back by Gu Feng, the smiles on their faces instantly froze, dissipating entirely. Each image depicted a scene of unfathomable horror, akin to a hellish nightmare. In some frames, the ground was littered with the bones of the fallen, starkly chilling. In others, dozens, if not hundreds, of men and women were bound to grotesque devices, their bodies pierced with peculiar tubes, from which torrents of blood were relentlessly siphoned away. Each frame, each scene, struck at the very nerves of every onlooker. City Lord Jiang Sun, Military Minister Xiao Zhentian, and the Law Enforcement Department Minister Xing Yun. Everyone who witnessed this was as though dealt a heavy slap across the face, the sting burning fiercely, unbearable. Simultaneously, an overwhelming fury surged from the depths of their hearts, nearly searing through their chests. They had long known of the inhumanity and the malevolence of these beasts. Yet they never anticipated the depths of their depravity could reach such an appalling extent. Damn it! As the minister of the law enforcement department in Kanglin City, I have failed to detect such a heinous atrocity in a timely manner. This is my dereliction of duty. Minister Xing Yun, gazing at the unfolding images projected before him, was consumed by boundless regret and a chilling bloodlust. He had already instructed his subordinates to pursue the investigation with utmost effort. Yet, there remained oversights. A cold glimmer flickered in Xing Yun's deep-set eyes as he seemed to recall something. Just as he was about to make a call, an urgent message arrived on his smart wristwatch. Upon opening it, the chill in his eyes intensified, causing the temperature in the room to plummet by several degrees. He immediately dialed Bai Bing's number. Bai Bing, is the evidence irrefutable? Absolutely. The entirely family, with very few exceptions, has been thoroughly corrupted, came the icy response from the other end of the line. Damn it. Upon hearing this, an infuriated Xing Yun slammed his fist onto the newly replaced alloy desk. Bang! The resounding crash resulted in the alloy surface, which could withstand a full-force blow from a battle sovereign, being obliterated. The staff outside, hearing the explosive noise, could only face-bomb in disbelief. Great, the enraged lion has struck again. Perhaps it's time for everyone to chip in to replace the minister's desk with one that can endure at least a strike from a battle king without shattering. If all else fails, they might need to renovate that office altogether. Otherwise, if the minister loses his temper again, the entire building may well be set ablaze by the golden flames emitted from his three-headed golden flame lion. The office building may have burned, but what truly concerns me is the collateral damage, the innocent lives that could have been caught in the flames. Such a fate would be utterly lamentable. Li family, how audacious you are, enjoying the myriad benefits bestowed upon you by my Grand Qin Empire, living in a peaceful environment, yet behind the scenes, you dare to collude with those vile creatures. You truly deserve your fate. Bai Bing, annihilate the Li family. Xing Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing the surging tide of golden flames within him, and let forth a low growl imbued with murderous intent, akin to a beast's roar, which echoed in Bai Bing's ears. Yes, Minister. Bai Bing, receiving the command, sprang into action immediately. However, at this moment, Feng had already arrived ahead of time at a vast estate. While exterminating those vile creatures, he had discovered a thick stack of documents within the spatial ring of a Blood God Tower official. These documents detailed the sordid collaboration between the Li family and the Blood God Tower. They were secretly trafficking in humans, delivering them to the Blood God Tower, where, through nefarious methods, they were refined into Blood God pills for consumption. Upon seeing this information, Feng did not hesitate to eradicate all the powerful beings of the Blood God Tower before making his way to the Li family's estate. Regrettably, time is not on my side. Otherwise, I would ensure that you experience a fate worse than death. Annihilate. Feng coldly gazed upon the Li estate, and with a flicker of thought, unleashed the Starbreaker Cone in an instant. Chapter 80. Brother Feng, please refrain from mocking me. Why is it so eerily quiet? Half an hour later, Bai Bing arrived at the Li family estate with a large contingent of enforcers. To their dismay, they found the surroundings unsettlingly silent, devoid of any signs of life. A sense of foreboding washed over them. Could it be that the Li family had learned of their approach and fled in advance? No, that could not be the case. After confirming the Li family's actions, they had been closely monitoring every move they made and had detected no signs of their escape. Let us investigate further. Bai Bing promptly pushed open the gates of the Li residence and stepped inside. However, it did not take long for Bai Bing and the other enforcers to discover that, with the exception of a few children under the age of 4, the entire Li family, comprising over 300 individuals, had met their demise. Someone must have acted preemptively, and their manner of death mirrored that of the mountain serpents, silent and without any visible injuries. Boss, there is a stack of documents here. This contains the entire criminal record of the Li family and the Blood God Tower. Damn it, they actually provided the Blood God Tower with people to concoct Blood God pills. At that moment, one of the enforcers, upon seeing a stack of documents pressed down by a stone on a table of white jade in the courtyard, opened it and immediately erupted in fury. The other enforcers, upon hearing this, exchanged worried glances and hurried over to Bai Bing's side. These brutes, allowing them to die so easily is truly too lenient. Bai Bing, the icy beauty, also wore an expression of rage upon viewing the documents, unable to suppress her indignation. Check this list for any potential survivors. If any are found, issue a nationwide wanted notice. Understood, Chief. Welfare community. Military trucks laden with various supplies rolled into the welfare community. The residents watched in astonishment and confusion at this spectacle. The welfare community had been constructed by the state as free housing for impoverished families or the kin of martyrs. Although built at no cost, the facilities, environment, and quality were all commendably high. No one dared to skimp on these aspects, for this was Lonyuan Star, where wild beasts roamed freely. A single collision with a moderately powerful beast could bring an entire building crashing down, posing a calamity for all citizens. The recent attack by bloodthirsty wild rats served as a stark reminder of this reality. Meanwhile, the staff of the welfare community were busy affixing notices to the 4 main gates of the complex, while text messages regarding the engineering core plans to reinforce and repair the community were distributed to all residents. In an instant, every resident was informed of the developments. This is wonderful. Who would have thought the state would allocate 1 billion spirit coins to reinforce and repair the walls, ground, drainage, and all other facilities of our welfare community? Oh, it seems they're also planning to station troops for protection. Is it true? In our community, although there are some families of martyrs, the majority are ordinary citizens. Would the state truly be willing to expend such significant resources for our protection? That's what they say. Xiao Feng, is all of this related to you? In room 2303 of Building 9, Aunt Lu gazed through the window at the several military vehicles approaching the neighborhood and suddenly inquired. Pretty much, Gu Feng replied, lifting his gaze and nodding. Originally, he intended to donate some funds to reinforce the welfare community. He believed in repaying kindness with abundant gratitude. This was his principle in life. However, when the authorities learned of his desire to contribute towards the renovation of the welfare community, they informed him that the engineering corps had already received orders from the city lord's office. Not only had they allocated 10 billion spirit coins for the renovation and fortification of the welfare community, but they would also station troops to guard the area. Naturally, everything in the welfare community would remain unchanged. Services would continue to be free and may even improve. This was unexpected for Gu Feng. Yet, he could not deny that the city lord's actions pleased him. "Aunt, I may be leaving for a considerable time," Gu Feng announced as he set down his utensils. "I understand. I saw the announcement from the Shura War Academy. I am so excited. I never expected my Xiao Feng would achieve such success. However, I've heard that the Shura level assessment is incredibly perilous. You must be cautious, all right?" Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu was utterly convinced that the youth named Gu Feng in the Shura War Academy's announcement was indeed the young man before her. This realization filled her heart with both pride and anxiety, overwhelming concern. Although she was merely an ordinary citizen, her late husband had been a warrior, and she had heard him mention certain matters regarding the Shura War Academy. She understood the dangers associated with the Shura level assessment. "Alas, my daughter is lost among the ranks of the military, and Xiao Feixian recently joined the Mountain Sea War Academy. Now, Xiao Feng is leaving as well. I'm left all alone. Do not worry, Aunt. I'm aware of what I must do. One day, I shall pilot a warship and return with Sister Yun and Xiao Feixian to bring you along." Gu Feng sensed Aunt Lu's reluctance and concern and couldn't help but embrace her, reassuring her with a smile. Good. I believe in you." After spending some time with Aunt Lu, Gu Feng departed from the welfare community. However, just as he drove the Phantom War car out of the welfare community, a figure blocked his path. "Hey Chong, are you here to challenge me?" Gu Feng teased as he stepped out of the car, calling out to Wang Chong, and then acknowledging Wang Meng, before nodding at the imposing man beside him, brimming with fierce energy. "Hey Feng, no. Brother Feng, please refrain from mocking me." Upon hearing this, Wang Chong let out a bitter smile, inhaled deeply, and bowed deeply to Gu Feng, expressing heartfelt sincerity. "Brother Feng, I acknowledge that I was quite a scoundrel before, having bullied you. Here, I sincerely offer my apologies. Furthermore, I'm grateful to you for illuminating certain principles of conduct for me, for making me realize how reckless I have been in the past. I recognize that my talents pale in comparison to yours, yet I am determined to diligently hone my skills in the military, to grow stronger, and to protect all that we must safeguard, just as you do. Very well, let us strive onward. I wish to present this to you. Gu Feng glanced at Wang Chong and, with a casual wave, tossed a jade vial of azure hue to him. It was not out of any moral superiority. The conflict between them was not as significant as it seemed. Moreover, the Wang family had contributed immensely to Kanglan City, being a distinguished family of merit. Additionally, there was the connection to Wang Ming, and after all, the other party was merely a 15-year-old boy. I cannot accept this. Are you not determined to protect all that you cherish? Enough of this sentimentality. Thank you. Wang Chong held back the tears brimming in his eyes and once again bowed deeply to Gu Feng. Chapter 81. Uncle Li's Talent. The Black Flame Tiger King, it is often said that a wayward son who turns back is worth more than gold. In truth, Wang Chong's character is not excessively vile. At worst, he suffered from a lack of parental guidance, with his father and elder brother off fighting on the front lines. His mother, overly indulgent, ultimately raised a prodigal son. However, after enduring a severe beating from Gu Feng, he has seemingly undergone a profound transformation, which is a positive development. Xiao Feng, thank you, Wang Ming expressed with heartfelt gratitude as he sat in the war chariot. Minggu, you're being too polite. But why are you also heading to the second battle line? Gu Feng inquired curiously while driving. Just moments ago, after conversing with Wang Chun and others at the entrance, Wang Ming had suggested sharing his phantom war chariot to travel to the second battle line together. Gu Feng had initially declined, knowing he was about to undergo the Shura level assessment and could not guarantee the safety of others should any danger arise. To his surprise, Wang Chun chuckled and informed him that no one would dare to lay a hand on him before the assessment commenced. Thus, he agreed to accompany Wang Ming to the second battle line. Haha, it's not just me. Captain Xiao, Nightingale Wang Yulan, and Jiang Shui have already arrived at the second battle line, Wang Ming continued. Orders have been issued for all warriors of the battle general rank and above to proceed to the Kanglan Wasteland. As he spoke, a serious expression clouded his face. Gu Feng felt a stir of concern and asked, "Is it because of me?" "Yes, more or less. The higher-ups have determined that when your assessment begins, it is highly likely that a rift will emerge in the wasteland of Kanglan. Should such a rift occur, the level 3 wasteland will transform into a level 2, resulting in an influx of more formidable and numerous wasteland beasts." Upon hearing this, Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He had previously taken the time to study the concepts of wastelands, abyss, and rifts. Chen Yiren had also forwarded him detailed information regarding these matters, which clarified that the Songlong mountain range was hardly comparable to even the minor Karami. The true dangers lie within the wastelands and abysses. Only where rifts appear can one truly call a wasteland. The Kanglan Wasteland, guarded by the Kanglan Army, is merely a level 3 wasteland. However, its perilousness far surpasses that of the Songlong mountain range. The Phantom War Chariot soon arrived at the war wall of the second battle line. "Xiao Feng, you've arrived," Jiang Yu exclaimed, her exquisite face lighting up with a captivating smile upon spotting Gu Feng's chariot. This scene left the surrounding soldiers in awe. "Is this still our cold and domineering leader?" Jiang Yu Jia, Brother Xiao, Old Ma, Little Shui, Uncle Li, Uncle Hong, you are all here. Gu Feng parked the vehicle and, alongside Wang Ming, made his way toward the assembled warriors. "Haha, we've been waiting for you," said the robust and powerful Xiao Zhan, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he approached and playfully punched Gu Feng on the shoulder. As he gazed at the young man before him, clad in a combat suit of red and black, tall and handsome, mirroring his own stature, Xiao Zhan felt a surge of emotion swell within him. Who could have imagined that just over half a month ago? The little fellow who joined the battlefield cleanup team established by Li Hu to assist in tidying up the battleground has swiftly grown to a height that now requires him to look up in awe. Today, he is poised to participate in the highest level of assessments at the Azura Academy. Such is the unpredictable nature of the world. Yet, this unpredictability feels rather excessive, evoking a sense of absurdity that borders on the surreal. In less than 20 days, he has ascended from the realm of a mere warrior to a terrifying height where he can single-handedly slay the four-peak beast kings. This is cultivation, not a mere voyage on a battleship. Wow, Brother Xiao has broken through? Brother Xiao, be gentle. Do not injure my little brother Feng. Otherwise, I shall unleash my tiny fists upon you. Dressed in a JK combat uniform, with a blood-red battle knife that is completely mismatched with her stature and a lollipop in her mouth, Jiang Shui, upon witnessing this scene, immediately raised her head, glaring in dissatisfaction at Xiao Zhan, brandishing her small fists in warning. Ha! You little girl, your brother Feng could poke countless versions of me with just a single finger. All right, I concede. Is that sufficient? Have I hurt your brother Feng? Jiang Shui cast a haughty glance at Brother Xiao. Xiao Zhan, what does little Feng call you? At that moment, a chilling voice emanated from Xiao Zhan. He calls me brother, what of it? Do you have any objections? Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Zhan was sent flying. What the hell, Li Laohu? Have you lost your mind? I can interact with little Feng however I please. What business is it of yours? Brother, I was wrong, isn't that enough? Please, cease your divine powers. Climbing up from the ground, Xiao Zhan, after spitting out the dust from his mouth, looked at the towering black tiger, shrouded in black mist and exuding an oppressive aura, charging towards him. Immediately, he surrendered, covering his head and fleeing while howling for mercy. You, a man nearing 40, dare to have little Feng call you brother? Li Hu, with one hand behind his back, coldly questioned. Cough, cough. I was wrong, little Feng. From now on, do not call me Brother Xiao. Call me Uncle. Uncle, do you understand? All right, Brother Xiao. Ha ha. As they watched Xiao Zhan being pursued by the black tiger, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Gu Feng observed the black tiger relentlessly chasing Xiao Zhan, a peculiar glint passing through his eyes. He had not anticipated that Li Shu's talent was that of the beast-type Black Flame Tiger King. This was indeed a one-star legendary beast-type talent. No wonder he was acquainted with Old Shun. He possesses quite the prowess. However, it seemed that Li Shu's injuries were more than just a severed arm. He bore old wounds that appeared quite severe, as if they were consuming his vitality. Sister Jiangyu, what is the nature of Li Shu's injuries? Did he not mention it to you? I was busy. Gu Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, Li Shu, a remarkable individual, was once the pinnacle genius of our Kanglan city. Of course, he cannot be compared to you, Jiang Feishuan. However, he was once a core member of a prestigious war academy, only to have his arms severed by a formidable warrior of the Wing clan during a fierce battle, leaving him with grievous injuries that are difficult to heal. Given our current medical capabilities, we should be able to cure Li Shu's wounds, shouldn't we? Indeed, but he refuses treatment. I possess the means to help. Gu Feng assumed that Li Hu's reluctance was due to financial constraints, but it is not a matter of money. Given his contributions to the Great Qin Empire, even the most expensive medicine would be provided to him at no cost. Jiang Yu cast a deep glance at Gu Feng and continued to elucidate. He harbors a mental block. Little Jiang Yu, I am neither old nor dead, and my hearing is quite intact. Li Hu's voice resonated softly in their ears. Uncle Li, some matters do not require such stubbornness. No need. Xiao Feng still has to undertake the assessments of the Azura War Academy. He must not be distracted. Li Hu waved his hand gently, dismissing Jiang Yu's well-meaning concern. Uncle Li, do you not trust me? It is not a matter of trust. I wish to resolve this myself. What can you resolve? How many years have passed? And have you found a solution? You have not. Moreover, your injuries seem to worsen. Xiao Zhan, in a state of disarray from being pursued by a black giant tiger, carelessly raked his disheveled hair as he cursed under his breath. This wretched tiger. Have we not endured hardships together? Why strike so ruthlessly? Yet, even in such a grievous state, it can still overpower me. What have I done to deserve this? I cannot contend with the old one, and I certainly cannot with this little abnormality. It is infuriating. Are you longing for the Black Flame Tiger King's Black Flame Bomb? Xiao Zhan's body stiffened instantly, as if recalling some dreadful thought, his complexion paling, eyes filled with trepidation as he glanced at the Black Flame Tiger King. Let us depart. We must not squander time. Li Hu assumed a commanding presence, gesturing before striding towards a magnificent warship in the distance. Gome, Xiao Feng. As for your Uncle Li's matters, we shall revisit them when you are capable. At this moment, Hong Jian patted Gu Feng on the shoulder, observing Li Hu's retreating figure towards the warship, shaking his head. Gu Feng narrowed his eyes. It seemed there were matters he was unaware of. Elder Chun, you must know of Uncle Li's situation, correct? At this point, Gu Feng's heart stirred slightly as he thought of Elder Chun, who was far away in the number 3 ward disciple's secret realm, and he focused his mind, sending a message. Chapter 82, Guardianship, upon encountering the winged race, as well as all other alien species and savage beasts. Merciless slaughter is the only recourse. Elder Chun did not disclose to Gu Feng the cause of Li Hu's injuries. He merely stated this matter-of-factly. At the same time, he cautioned Gu Feng to exercise utmost caution, for this Shura-level assessment was markedly different from those of the past. There are those who are unwilling to see him succeed. To be precise, there are factions that do not wish for another formidable being to emerge from the Shura Academy of the Great Qin Empire. It is common knowledge that even a mere dog within the Shura Academy can be as ferocious as a rabid beast. They are driven by madness and possess an insatiable thirst for blood. Most alarmingly, each member of the Shura Academy is fiercely united and protective of one another. To bully one is to contend with the entirety of the Shura Academy. Such is their tyrannical nature. Moreover, any candidate permitted by the higher echelons of the Shura Academy to participate in the Shura-level assessment invariably possesses top-tier, supreme, or even divine-level talents. Should such a prodigy succeed in the assessment, they will receive substantial support from the Shura Academy, potentially giving rise to a new and terrifying war god. This is far from favorable for any faction or alien race. After all, the 19 unparalleled individuals who previously triumphed in the Shura-level assessment, aside from one who succeeded 9 years ago and has only recently ascended to the rank of War Emperor, have all achieved mid-tier or even high-tier War Emperor status. Notably, the top 10 have already entered the realm of war gods. Presently, these war gods are leading their junior disciples through trials in foreign territories, unleashing a torrent of slaughter that could terrify even the faint-hearted. Their exploits include penetrating the winged race's lairs for thousands of miles and vanquishing various divine courts, among countless other feats. This is the fundamental reason why all factions on Lonyuan Star, as well as alien races from other realms, harbor an intense fear of the Shura Academy, wishing they could obliterate it entirely. Gu Feng refrained from asking further questions. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. This is his guiding principle in life. He repays those who treat him well 100-fold. As for the winged race and other alien species, he gleaned some understanding from the materials provided by Chunyiren. The winged race and these other beings, akin to humans, are entities from foreign realm. They represent the most formidable adversaries. The various legions suppress the wild abysses, which are precisely these extraordinary entities. Soon, the group boarded the warship. Under Jiang Shui's command, the vessel swiftly ascended, transforming into a streak of light as it set course for the Kanglan Wastes. This warship is equipped with high-tech capabilities, able to shield against special magnetic fields, allowing for rapid traversal across the desolate expanse. As Gu Feng and the others embarked on the warship, soaring towards the Kanglan Wastes. Within a secluded villa hidden amidst dense woods, Jiang Feishuan, clothed in a delicate powder-pink gown, her figure graceful and enchanting, her ethereal aura complemented by her breathtaking beauty, gazed at the unexpected addition of 2 billion spirit coins in her account. Along with a string of messages, her exquisite eyes soon clouded with tears. Ahem! Jiang Feishuan softly called, her voice imbued with boundless affection and longing. If only she could, she would dash into the embrace of her dear Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, I promise to heed your words. I shall diligently cultivate with the 2 billion spirit coins you bestowed upon me, striving to catch up to you as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, within a villa, the War Emperor Qingyan gazed intently at the announcement released by the Shura Battle Academy displayed upon the luminous screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. The 3rd-level survival base, Kanglan City, Gufeng. Why does this sound so familiar? Wait, Jiang Feishuan's childhood friend is named Gufeng, is it not? Could it possibly be him? Huh, am I losing my mind? How could I ever think that the talentless youth, possessing merely a one-star black iron-grade ironwood bow, could be the boy mentioned in the Shura Battle Academy's announcement? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Otherwise, I shall eat my words. This child truly leaves one at a loss for words. Within the city lord's mansion, the venerable Lord Jiang Sun, well past 50, held in his hands a report presented by his aide, his eyes involuntarily reddening. It was a report concerning the establishment of a foundation, not merely an application, but a document officially registered with the Heavenly Network, named Guardian. The proposer was none other than the 16-year-old Feng. He had founded a martyrs relief fund that spans the entirety of the Great Qin Empire, operated under the full supervision of the Heavenly Network. The name is but 2 words, Guardian. Thus, there would be no room for greed or corruption within this fund. After all, the Heavenly Network system has no desire for spirit coins. It is merely a mysterious and specialized network. The report states that henceforth, 1/10 of all annual profits from the Songlong Mountain Range shall be entirely allocated to the account of the Guardian Foundation. This is undoubtedly a sum exceeding hundreds of billions. To his astonishment, Jiang Sun discovered that prior to this, Feng had already injected 60 billion spirit coins as initial funding into the Guardian Foundation account. Furthermore, he realized that this foundation was not limited to Kanglan City, but aimed to assist all registered families of martyrs and soldiers disabled due to war throughout the entire empire. The foundation will rely on the Heavenly Network system to automatically verify information, assess difficulty levels and degrees of disability, eliminating the need for applications. And benevolent funds will be directly deposited into their personal accounts on a regular basis. This alleviates the burden on families of martyrs who are reluctant to apply for assistance out of a desire not to burden the state. It is worth mentioning the Heavenly Network account. It serves as each citizen's unique identification and integrates financial functionalities. Thus, there is no need to fill out any bank account information. Funds can be directly transferred via the Heavenly Network account. At this moment, the report in Jiang Sun's hands felt as heavy as a mountain. It is not merely a charitable plan. It embodies a profound love for the country and a heartfelt guardianship that transcends age and region. And all of this has emerged from the hands of a mere 16-year-old boy. How has he accomplished such a feat? What kind of sentiment compels him to silently shoulder a responsibility that belongs to the entire nation in such a manner? Moreover, what moves him profoundly is the deliberate inscription of 2 words by Feng, anonymous. What an extraordinary vision and profound magnanimity this reveals. He cannot help but feel inadequate in comparison, and undoubtedly, the majority of others feel the same. The character, vision, and generosity of this individual are indeed rare in the world. Perhaps this is the very reason for his rapid ascension and strength. If everyone were like Feng, then the Great Qin Empire would see its people rise like dragons, where wild beasts and foreign tribes would no longer pose a threat. Cheng Sheng. In the name of this city lord, draft an application to the Ministry of Finance. Henceforth, every year, our Kanglan City shall contribute 5 billion spirit coins to this Guardian Foundation. In the past, I would not have dared to do such a thing. After all, we were too impoverished. But now, with the treasure mountain that little fellow has helped us acquire, an unending stream of wealth will soon flow forth. And my resolve has become as unyielding as if reinforced with superalloy steel. By the way, disseminate this matter through the official account of the City Lord's Mansion. I wish to inspire the strong of the entire Qin Empire to take action, hoping they can extend their support and compassion towards the families of the martyrs and the disabled warriors. Although he emphasized the importance of anonymity and did not wish to draw attention, he could still propagate and amplify his profound love and patriotism. City Lord Jiang Jin slowly rose, his demeanor solemn and serious, as he articulated each word of his command to his deputy. Yes, my lord. The deputy, Chen Sheng, nodded with enthusiasm and hurried to attend to the matter at the Ministry of Finance. Simultaneously, as he stepped out of the City Lord's mansion, he discreetly activated his smart wristwatch and, with a determined resolve, donated 4 million spirit coins from his account of over 9 million. It was not that he was unwilling to donate everything, but he, too, has a family and children to nurture. Chapter 83. The fusion of archery talent and exclusive war bow when the City Lord's office announced this matter on the official website of Kanglan City and specifically tagged several special departments and news media. It caused an uproar. An overwhelming torrent of comments flooded the official website of Kanglan City, nearly all expressing heartfelt emotions and tears of gratitude. Guardianship. Oh, these two words are profoundly moving. This is our great Qin Empire. Kanglan City, you are truly remarkable. Though I'm merely a first-tier warrior from now on, I shall refrain from frivolous spending and donate 100,000 spirit coins each month. To the commenter above, you are quite affluent. While I may not match your generosity, I will contribute 3,000 spirit coins each month. Fortunate to be a part of the great Qin in this life. May I be a Qin citizen in my next life. Fortunate to be a part of the great Qin in this life. May I be a Qin citizen in my next life. A multitude of comments surged onto the official website of Kanglan City, and concurrently, this event rapidly ascended to the headlines of various short video platforms. The fervor was unprecedented, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Even those from other empires were stirred. They watched in envy, nearly moved to tears, for only the great Qin Empire possesses the mysterious and formidable heavenly net system. Moreover, it is the great Qin Empire that exhibits the utmost unity. Simultaneously, the donations to the Guardianship Foundation began to soar at an unimaginable pace. In mere moments, the total amount reached a staggering 80 billion spirit coins. Additionally, within the entire Great Qin Empire, every family of martyrs and disabled warriors received a minimum of 1,000 spirit coins in their heavenly net accounts. Of course, this assistance was not universally available. It was not granted to warriors of a rank higher than that of a battle general. For those warriors could easily earn money by serving as instructors at the Battle Academy or opening their own training halls. Furthermore, this donation came with restrictions. It could not be redonated to the Guardianship Fund. It was specifically designated for purchasing daily necessities or items for cultivation. This limitation effectively curtailed many who might have received aid and then sought to recontribute to the Guardianship account. At the same time, this event drew the attention of the higher echelons of the Great Qin Empire, stirring numerous powerful individuals. Its influence spread with alarming rapidity. Meanwhile, the initiator of this campaign had already boarded a warship with others, en route to the Kanglan Wilderness. The target has reached the Kanglan Wilderness. Haha. Are they so eager for demise? We must also take action. The more extraordinary the genius, the more delectable their blood and soul become. Ha. In a certain underground space to the north of Kanglan City, a sinister and greedy voice echoed. The rules of the Shura Battle Academy only constrained realms, yet they imposed no restrictions on age. Simultaneously, various factions and even wild beasts quickly became aware of Feng's whereabouts and began to mobilize. In an instant, countless formidable beings hastened towards the Kanglan Wilderness. At this moment, within the spacious confines of a warship, Feng divided his attention between conversing with others and perusing his personal attributes panel, lost in contemplation. Presently, his overall combat prowess was comparable to that of a double war emperor. He had a balance of 540,000 enhancement points, accrued from vanquishing forces such as the Li Clan and the Blood God Tower. While not an insignificant amount, it would merely elevate his mental realm by one level. Suddenly, Feng's expression shifted slightly as he noticed a line beneath his talent that read, "Conditions met for merging with exclusive war bow. Would you like to proceed with the fusion?" What did this imply? Would the awkward situation of being unable to draw the exclusive Black Iron War bow be alleviated? If that were the case, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. However, if he were to proceed with the fusion, would enhancements to the exclusive war bow also allow for the merging of his archery talent? Curious, Feng couldn't help but inquire. This time, the seemingly inept system did not disregard him, but instead responded, upon fusion, the two will amplify each other, significantly enhancing their power and allowing one to disregard the pull force. However, the enhancement points required for level advancement will also multiply. Furthermore, the system warns that if the bow were to shatter, the talent would vanish, and the host's consciousness would collapse as well. Please consider this carefully. Upon reading this line of golden text, Gu Feng's gaze sharpened as he became engulfed in internal conflict. The benefits of fusion were substantial. Not only would the issue of pull force be rendered moot, but the power would also be greatly multiplied. This meant that even if he were to elevate the fused talent Bao to divine level, he could wield it effortlessly. However, the consumption of vitality would undoubtedly be staggering. Achieving divine level for the talent Bao would not guarantee the ability to slay a war god. That would be utterly preposterous. Yet, the drawbacks were significant. Should the talent Bao shatter, not only would his archery talent disappear, but his consciousness would also collapse. In other words, he would be rendered a fool. The consequences were grave. After much deliberation, Gu Feng ultimately decided to take the plunge and chose to fuse. At worst, he could upgrade the talent Bao with enhancement points in the future. As long as he possessed sufficient enhancement points, he need not fear the Bao's destruction. With this thought in mind, Gu Feng promptly issued the command to the system. Merge my archery talent with the black iron war Bao. As he gave this command, Gu Feng felt a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain whether this decision was indeed the right one. Congratulations, host. Your archery talent and exclusive war Bao have successfully merged, elevating your archery talent level to 1-star king level. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the archery divine ability, Godly Arrow Massacre. Godly Arrow Massacre. Every arrow shot will see an increase of 50 in power, accuracy, armor penetration, and speed based on the original metrics. This effect will scale with the enhancement of your archery talent. As a series of golden subtitles transformed into sparkling fragments, dissipating into the vast ocean of his consciousness. The black iron war Bao, which he had previously stored in his spatial pouch and was enveloped in a dark golden hue adorned with crimson patterns, instantaneously disintegrated into countless luminous specks. Within the depths of his consciousness, a multitude of dark golden light particles abruptly emerged, swiftly merging with his innate Bao and arrows. In a fleeting moment, the Bao, which had previously appeared to be crafted from diamond, subtly transformed into a majestic dark golden weapon, intricately etched with blood-red designs. The prior manifestation of the innate war Bao was but a mere illusion. However, due to the fusion with the exclusive Bao, it now possessed the ability to fluctuate between reality and illusion. Furthermore, it had acquired a divine archery skill, the divine shot of carnage. Yet at this juncture, Gu Feng discerned that while the ability to automatically retrieve arrows had not vanished, it had indeed intensified and accelerated. However, henceforth, each arrow would necessitate the infusion of vitality to be propelled. Although the consumption of vitality was considerably minimal in comparison to other warriors, it remained a form of expenditure. It appeared that he needed to diligently enhance his vitality realm, for endurance was of utmost importance. Xiao Feng, we have arrived. At that moment, following a gentle jolt, the warship landed with remarkable precision on an expansive airstrip. At this time, Gu Feng heard the soft voice of Jiangyu. Gu Feng smiled and nodded, descending the warship alongside the others. Chapter 84. Jiang Xian, commander of the Kanglan Army. Ha. Welcome everyone. As the crowd descended from the warship, Jiang Xian, the formidable commander of the Kanglan Army, clad in black armor and possessing an imposing stature with a rugged countenance, approached with a genial smile. Jiang Xian, the commander of the Kanglan Army, exuded an aura of terror and iron will, wielding a crimson spear. Behind him stood the various generals and leaders, their faces reflecting admiration, reverence, and curiosity as they gazed upon Gu Feng. This was the young hero who had single-handedly vanquished the 4 apex beast kings, reclaiming the entire Songlong mountain range. His combat prowess was comparable to that of a first-level battle emperor, a truly formidable existence. He was also the 36th candidate of the Shura Academy's Shura level assessment. Each of these accolades felt like distant stars to them. However, what moved them the most was the pure heart of this young man before them. Thanks to his efforts, several welfare communities in Kanglan City had received extensive renovations from the higher authorities. Even the compensation funds had been increased. They fought valiantly against the savage beasts and foreign races. For what reason? Was it not to protect their homeland? As long as the rear was stable, their families were safe and healthy, and their lives were secure, they would willingly sacrifice their lives without hesitation. Meanwhile, Feng surveyed the surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, while robust military camps were irregularly scattered throughout the dense forests and mountains. In the distance, within a vast canyon almost 10,000 meters away, there was a pitch-black opening, approximately 50 meters high and 30 meters wide. That must be the Kanglen Abyss. From the Kanglen Abyss, torrents of pure and unadulterated spiritual energy surged forth, enriching the surrounding atmosphere with an unparalleled density and purity. This indeed seemed like an excellent place for cultivation. Yet, the dangers were equally immense. They had to remain vigilant against the formidable savage beasts or even more terrifying winged races that might emerge from the abyss. This must be our Kanglen city's young hero. Feng, Jiang Xian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed, a phoenix among men. Feng, thank you. I shall refrain from further sentimental remarks. All units, salute. At this command, a resounding chorus of roars erupted from the ranks of soldiers, a powerful military salute aligning perfectly with Feng. Observing this, Feng promptly retracted his gaze and returned a formal salute to the soldiers with a solemn expression. Salute complete. With a sharp command from Jiang Xian, the soldiers uniformly lowered their hands. Yet, their gazes towards Feng remained filled with fervor, admiration, and awe. At that moment, Jiang Xian, with a beaming smile, patted Feng on the shoulder and greeted Li Hu and other comrades behind him, preparing to invite everyone into the military camp, but was met with Feng's refusal. Commander Jiang, I shall not be joining. I am eager to venture into the abyss to slay beasts. Let us forego these formalities. Beside him, Li Hu explained with a smile, fully aware of Feng's extraordinary lineage. With more than 2 days remaining until the Shura assessment, given his rapid growth, it was likely that he would ascend to yet another realm. This was indeed significant. No wonder you have achieved such remarkable accomplishments at such a young age. It is truly admirable. Coincidentally, I too am bound for the Kanglen Abyss. Let us embark together. Very well. Feng nodded, then turned to Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui with a smile, saying, Esteemed friends, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Jiang Shui, with tears brimming in her eyes, implored, You must be cautious. Please take care of yourself. This is my favorite lollipop. I give it to you. Whenever you think of me, have one. And here, this is my cherished artisanal jerky. Please take it. With that, Jiang Shui, her eyes misty, produced a plethora of food items from her spatial pouch, evidently having prepared them in advance. Little Jiang Shui. Feng chuckled softly, accepting her offerings without hesitation. With a casual wave, he stored everything she had given him into his storage space, then affectionately ruffled Jiang Shui's hair, reassuring her, Do not cry. I'm not leaving just yet. Moreover, do not worry about me. Focus on your training. In due time, we shall slay the savage beasts together. And the name of the Phantom Squad will resonate across the realms, instilling awe in all. Yes, rest assured, I will train diligently. At that moment, Jiang Yu stepped forward, mustering his courage to smooth Feng's collar, 1,000 unspoken words encapsulated in that simple gesture. Indeed, Feng nodded with a warm smile, then waved his hand, causing exquisite jade vials to appear before Jiang Shui and the others. Do not refuse. These will expedite your growth. My master has entrusted me to give them to you. I shall take my leave now. After casting a deep glance at the group, Feng's figure shimmered, and he stepped into the mysterious spatial portal, vanishing from sight. Chapter 85. The World of the Kanglen Underground after returning to the military camp. Xiao Zhan, Jiang Yu, and their companions first activated the signal jammer before unveiling the jade vials gifted to them by Feng. To their astonishment, their suspicions were confirmed. The vials contained elixirs of the highest caliber. Not merely one type, but 3 distinct varieties. The Qi blood pill for enhancing vitality, the vitality pill for healing injuries, and the body refinement pill for strengthening the flesh. Overwhelmed by an immense wave of emotion at the sight of these exquisite spiritual pills, the group was struck with awe. Indeed, they were all of diamond grade or higher. Qi blood pills, vitality pills, and body refinement pills, each radiating with a celestial glow and adorned with golden patterns. Such generosity was astounding. Each individual received no fewer than 10 of each type, along with special war sovereign pills and war sect pills. The magnitude of this favor was beyond comprehension. Ugh! Brother Xiao Feng. Xiao Jiang Shui clutched the jade vial tightly, her crescent-like eyes brimming with gratitude and tears. Gu Feng was a man of ruthless tactics against foes, yet he was deeply loyal and exceedingly generous towards his own. They vowed never to betray his goodwill. Consequently, everyone resolved to dedicate themselves to rigorous training, for in 2 days, a formidable battle awaited. This was the very purpose behind Gu Feng's gift of elixirs. Indeed, let us commence our training at once. We hope to earn the opportunity and privilege to stand alongside him in the future. Everyone, this matter must remain a secret, otherwise, the resulting consequences will far exceed the perils of the Shura-level assessment, Jiang Yu warned, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she gazed at the jade vial, feeling its weight like a mountain. Her eyes bore a chilling warning as she surveyed her companions, indicating that anyone who dared to divulge this secret would face her wrath. Without exception, even her own sister would not be spared. Rest assured, Jiang Yu, we are acutely aware of the stakes, even if it costs us our lives. We shall never betray Xiao Feng, Xiao Zhan declared with resolute conviction. Indeed, we shall never forsake him, Wang Ming echoed, nodding vigorously. Should anyone dare to reveal this matter, I, Old Ma, will dedicate my life to avenging my family. Old Ma, a man of few words and unremarkable appearance, who served as the driver in the Phantom Squad, uttered his vow with a tone akin to a curse. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. As for Ying and Wang Yulan, they clutched their jade vials tightly, allowing tears to blur their vision and cascade down their cheeks. Women are inherently emotional. Even after years of fierce combat, their hearts had hardened like iron. Yet, confronted with such profound kindness, they were moved to tears. To be candid, although they were part of the same squad as Gu Feng, their interactions had been limited. They had not significantly aided one another throughout their time together. Nevertheless, Gu Feng had bestowed upon them such invaluable treasures. The value of these elixirs is exceedingly high, collectively amounting to at least several hundred million. This is no exaggeration. Each of these pills is of remarkable caliber, with the lowest being of the 9-star golden grade and the highest reaching the 3-star diamond level. Most importantly, they are all exquisite elixirs adorned with Dansha patterns. Each one is worth a fortune. How could the two of them not feel immense gratitude? Especially Nightingale, who hails from the first-tier survival base, the Yi family of Shicheng. Abandoned by her kin due to her low aptitude, she traversed countless miles before finally arriving in the city of Kenglin, where her mother resides. Reflecting on the abandonment by her family, the hardships she endured along the way, and the adversities faced, she was utterly overwhelmed and unable to contain her tears, all due to an elixir bestowed by Gu Feng. Witnessing this scene, Xiong Zhan and the others felt their eyes redden as well. They rallied their spirits, declaring that they must immediately consume the Qi blood pills to elevate their realms. We must not disappoint Gu Feng. Indeed, Captain. The group responded in unison before directly requesting several rooms from Jiang Xian, the commander of the Kenglin army, to commence their cultivation. Jiang Xian, being the uncle of Jiang Yu and Jiang Shui, easily procured a few suitable training chambers. A similar scene unfolded within the hunting tower. As Lan Dai gazed at the exquisite elixirs within the jade vial, tears streamed down her cheeks. This foolish boy, such a lecher. Does he not realize how precious these legendary elixirs are? These are exquisite elixirs adorned with Dansha, featuring golden patterns. A treasure perfect for absorption. He actually gifted himself an entire vial, with over 40 elixirs, including the Vitality Pill, Qi Blood Pill, and Body Refinement Pill. Lecher, you must strive hard to succeed. Just wait for your sister. She will come. Only 2 days remain. I hope I can make it in time. Landai took a deep breath, turned, and returned to the training room to begin her cultivation. His journey is long, and due to her aptitude, she fears she may not accompany him far. However, even if she can accompany him for a while, it would be a life without regrets. Gu Feng, stepping upon the phantom dragon step, swiftly vanished into a spatial passage. In the Kenglin wilds at the 3rd level wild well, the Kanglan army stands guard. Only a small number of soldiers are stationed outside to prevent the wild beasts of the Kanglan wilds from causing destruction. However, most of the Kanglan army warriors are engaged in combat within the depths of the Wild Well, defending the caverns. The casualties here are far more severe than those on the Great Wall of War. Yet, the cultivation environment and the treasures of heaven and earth here are incomparable to those above. After a moment of disorientation, Feng emerged from a spatial passage emanating a crystalline blue glow. Is this the cavern world? Upon stepping out, Feng instinctively extended his mental energy, only to find himself at the center of an enormous castle plaza, surrounded by countless stone houses crafted from a unique material. A cadre of formidable warriors, exuding an aura of terror, stands vigilantly atop the imposing city wall, which rises 300 meters high and spans 50 meters in width. Simultaneously, Feng perceives the extraordinarily dense spiritual energy of this realm, surrounded by towering ancient trees and luxuriant vegetation. Not far off flows a mighty river, relentless in its course, bordered by a range of undulating mountains. The castle itself is vast, measuring approximately 30 miles in both length and width. These warriors possess formidable prowess, with their ranks no lower than that of a battle general, and some even attaining the status of battle king. Furthermore, he senses several even more elusive and potent presences concealed within the castle. The intensity of these auras sends a shiver of trepidation through him. Battle Emperors? Moreover, at least 5 of them? How absurd. Who claims my level 3 survival base is weak? It harbors Battle Emperors, and 5 at that. Yet, something feels amiss. Among these 5 subtle energies, despite their overwhelming nature, there is a pervasive sense of decay, almost as if they are flowers on the verge of wilting. Are their lifespans dwindling? Little one, have you seen enough? At that moment, an ancient voice, laced with mockery, reaches Feng's ears. Chapter 86. The Southern Sanatorium Cough. Esteemed elder, my apologies for my presumptuousness. It is of no consequence. You must be the extraordinary young man, Feng, a rarity in Kanglan City for a millennium. At such a tender age, you have already attained the Soul King realm, a feat seldom witnessed. Indeed, quite remarkable. Should you find the time, do visit the Southern Sanatorium. The aged voice brimmed with unabashed admiration and excitement. Very well, esteemed elder. I shall certainly come to visit when time permits. Feng nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the commander of the Ninefold Battle King realm, Jiang Xian, along with 2 prominent leaders of the 6th Battle King realm, Yi Kai and Wang Tong, alongside numerous warriors, appeared before Feng. How do you find it, Feng? Jiang Xian inquired, dismissing the warriors to allow for a change of guard, before approaching Feng with Yi Kai and Wang Tong. A splendid place, but alas, it has been usurped by beasts. Feng's gaze drifted towards the distant, more majestic mountain ranges beyond the Kangwolf Mountains, revealing a fleeting glimmer of unusual emotion as he responded. Indeed, these vile creatures possess such a fine territory, yet still choose to invade our human domain. Truly despicable. Wang Kai exclaimed in indignation. The reason is simple. They have discovered that consuming human flesh and blood can elevate their realms and grant them unique insights. In essence, we have become the sustenance for these alien beasts, Jiang Xian stated, his expression cold and stern. Feng's countenance mirrored a chilling resolve. This knowledge is imparted to every child upon entering the preparatory battle academy. The reason for the frenzied invasions by the alien and savage beasts into human territories lies in their serendipitous realization that human flesh is not only exquisitely delectable, but also an unparalleled delicacy. Moreover, devouring more powerful humans yields even greater benefits. The crux of the matter is that consuming human beings accelerates their bloodline evolution, enhancing their intelligence and comprehension. Thus, these creatures from other realms have descended into madness, employing grand supernatural abilities to open more spatial passages to Dragon Source Star, the so-called wilderness wells, to consume humanity. The calamity faced by humankind commenced over 9 centuries ago during the invasion of these foreign entities. Feng, as this is your first venture into the underworld, you may find it unfamiliar. Allow me to have Yi Kai provide you with some materials for your perusal. It will be beneficial to you. Although the underworld is fraught with peril, It is also replete with treasures, such as various unique spiritual plants, spirit flowers, and spirit fruits. Whether taken out or refined for personal use, they significantly aid in cultivation. Some may even enhance one's innate talents, though such treasures are exceedingly rare. Additionally, if one can discover a special vein of ore and present it to the Empire, the rewards could be substantial, 1 for you and 9 for the state. Do not regard this distribution as meager. In truth, it is quite generous, for mining these veins entails confronting numerous savage beasts and even foreign intrusions and thefts. The old face of Feng flushed slightly as he shook his head, saying, General Jiang, I haven't been in the War Academy for long. I recognize the simpler ones, but the others remain unclear to me. Jiang Xian was momentarily taken aback, and then couldn't help but smile wryly. This young lad was merely 16 years old. To possess such formidable combat prowess was already a remarkable and absurd feat. If he were to excel in other areas as well, it would be utterly extraordinary. Please, do not refer to me as General Jiang. I am simply Uncle Jiang, the second uncle of Xiao Shui and Xiao Yu, Jiang Xian remarked at that moment. All right, Uncle Jiang, Feng replied. Ha! Upon hearing this, Jiang Xian burst into hearty laughter. Before long, a towering figure clad in black combat attire, with a 2-meter-long, hefty, imposing Tang broadsword slung across his back approached. It was Yi Kai, who was holding 2 books and a map. Feng, this is the map of the Kanglan Abyss we have painstakingly crafted over nearly a century, through the blood and sacrifices of countless ancestors. It encompasses nearly a radius of 10,000 miles. He continued, and this book is the compendium of spiritual herbs and minerals, along with the encyclopedia of alien races. You should keep them. Thank you, Brother Yi Kai. How much do these cost? Feng inquired, astonished that his idol would refer to himself as brother. Yi Kai's face lit up with excitement, but then turned to a wry smile upon hearing Feng's intent to pay. Feng, are you not belittling us? Your contributions to the Kanglan army, and indeed to the entire Kanglan city, far surpass the value of these items. We are grateful to you beyond measure. If we were to charge you for these trinkets, what would that make us? Indeed, do not hesitate. The Kanglan army is your home. Take whatever you desire, as long as it is within our means, Jiang Xian chimed in, gazing at Feng with admiration. Very well. Uncle Jiang, Brother Yi Kai, then I shall not hold back. Feng nodded as he accepted the map of the Kanglan Abyss, the compendium of spiritual herbs and minerals, and the encyclopedia of alien races. In the Abyss, the magnetic field was stronger, rendering smartwatches inoperable, thus preventing the transmission of map data. However, the absence of the smartwatch was inconsequential, as he possessed the Slaughter Enhancement System. Just as he took hold of the more than 1-meter-long beast skin map and the thick, ancient tome, the system's personal attributes displayed the title compendium of spiritual herbs and minerals. The map and encyclopedia of alien races did not appear, presumably indicating their lesser importance. Nevertheless, it mattered little. With his current memory, he could easily commit them to memory after a few readings. Let us proceed to the castle. Feng nodded and, accompanied by Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Wang Tong, made their way towards a grand stone edifice, all the while perusing the materials in his hands. Jiang Xian and the others exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads with faint smiles. This young lad was exceedingly diligent, even while walking, engrossed in his studies. Yet, these materials could hardly be absorbed in a brief moment. At least a day would be required, given their considerable volume. However, at that moment, Feng handed all the materials to Yi Kai. Brother Yi Kai, these are for you. Feng, what is this? I have already memorized them. Uncle Jiang, is there a suitable training room available? May I borrow it? Yes. This is the training room where I often retreat. The spiritual energy within is far purer than that in other places. Jiang Xian was also slightly taken aback, then quickly added, I will take you there. With that, Jiang Xian led Feng towards an imposing and ancient stone house. So, you have memorized it? Yi Kai stroked his bald head, gazing at Feng's figure, murmuring to himself, if I recall correctly, this compendium of spiritual herbs and minerals records 147 types of spiritual herbs and 58 types of spiritual minerals, doesn't it? He merely flipped through the book for less than 5 minutes and managed to memorize everything. Is this what it means to be a prodigy? Chapter 87. Exclusive Bloodline. The bloodline of the Yin Huang ancestor dragon. Here it is. How long do you wish to meditate? I almost forgot you have merely 2.5 days. Jiang Xian gestured towards the stone chamber, crafted from unique stones. He initially intended to say that Feng could meditate for as long as he desired, but recalling that the latter was soon to undergo the Shura assessment, he quickly altered his words. 2.5 days will suffice. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Why the formality? Go ahead. It just so happens that there are no savage beasts or alien intrusions at present. I shall guard you from outside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Feng stepped into the stone chamber. The chamber was vast, approximately 100 square meters, adorned with a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. Moreover, it was brilliantly illuminated, and the spiritual energy within was indeed far richer than that of the outside world. At that moment, Feng glanced at his remaining enhancement points and then at his bloodline. He had long desired to upgrade his bloodline. However, he was previously apprehensive that activating it would demand a significant number of enhancement points. Furthermore, if the activation merely augmented his cultivation speed and similar attributes, it would not be a judicious choice given his prior circumstances. At that time, his most pressing need was combat prowess rather than bloodline enhancement. After all, he frequently checked his personal attribute panel, noting that the enhancement points would only exceed 10,000 before the bloodline would show A. It was absent at all other times. Moreover, he reasoned that as long as he possessed enhancement points in the future, he could elevate his bloodline. It was merely a matter of time. Now, however, it seemed an opportune moment to experiment. System, activate the bloodline. With a face full of anticipation, Feng issued the command. Congratulations to the host for consuming 10,000 enhancement points and successfully awakening the unique Supreme Bloodline exclusive to the host. First tier Mortal Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Function 1 of the Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Bloodline automatically grants the Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Sutra, a heart method exclusive to the host, which cannot be imparted to others. Additionally, this sutra will enhance in tandem with the improvement of the Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Function 2 of the Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Upon vanquishing foes, the host can automatically absorb their essence blood to refine the physique. The higher the bloodline level, the greater the amount of essence blood acquired. Function 3 of the Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Not yet activated. Function 4 of the Yin Huang Ancestor Dragon Bloodline. Not yet activated. For details on bloodline levels, please refer to the system interface. Boom, boom, boom. As the entirety of 10,000 enhancement points dissolved into nothingness. Deep within Feng's heart, it felt as though an ancient, slumbering deity, long forbidden, suddenly opened its eyes amidst boundless chaos. Boom! A sound that defies description resonated not merely in his ears, but erupted within the very essence of his life. That sound was older and more formidable than the first rumble of thunder that heralded the dawn of chaos, carrying an unparalleled power akin to the creation of heaven and earth, echoing through the depths of his soul. Thump, 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 thump. His heart pulsated with an unprecedented vigor and rhythm, each contraction and expansion no longer pumping blood, but instead unleashing a magnificent torrent of radiant, mysterious source light. The radiance emanates from the heart, bursting forth to envelop the limbs and every sinew, cleansing each fragment of bone, every meridian, and saturating even the minutest cell, illuminating the very depths of the soul. As this brilliance traverses, the heavens and earth are upended. The first to be affected are the countless cells that blanket the body. Under the mysterious and vast energies cleansing, they seem to undergo a temporal acceleration, perpetually cycling between destruction and rebirth. Old cells disintegrate into nothingness in an instant, while new, more resilient, and radiant cells emerge in their stead, evolving rapidly towards a state of perfection. In tandem, the muscle fibers throughout the body tighten and reshape in a frenzy, emitting a resonant tremor akin to a dragon's roar. The density of the bones escalates wildly, radiating a divine brilliance akin to warm jade, both exquisite and indomitable. Although his physical form has ascended to the realm of diamonds, it was originally devoid of color. Yet now, under the onslaught of this mysterious source of light. All his bones are undergoing subtle yet enigmatic transformations. The hue is shifting towards a bronze tint. However, it is not the mere bronze of lesser quality, but a mere change in color. The meridians are forcibly expanded, akin to a dried riverbed transformed into a surging river, becoming broader and more resilient. Even the strands of hair are infused with divine radiance, each one translucent and sturdier than divine gold. His vital energy burns and then is reborn, tempered and transformed into a searing magma that flows within him. His mental energy, too, is in a state of tumult, subsequently purifying and coalescing into crystalline thought energy, merging within his cerebral domain. His mental prowess, already magnified by the star crystal focusing technique, is several times more potent and solid than that of others in the same realm. Now, under the wash of this kaleidoscopic divine light, it becomes even more compact and resilient. What astounds Feng the most, stirring a tempest within his heart, is that his innate battle bow has grown stronger and more formidable under the influence of this power. Mysterious and ancient battle markings are imprinted upon it, causing the entire bow to emit a thirsting and joyous hum, undergoing a fundamental transformation. This is a comprehensive metamorphosis that spans from the microscopic to the macroscopic, transitioning from matter to energy and encompassing the soul, talents, and vital essence. It is a transcendence across the dimensions of life itself. During this process, his pores expand, and a viscous substance, thick as ink and exuding a pungent odor, is forcefully expelled from his body by the burgeoning power. This is the accumulation of all impurities from his past life, including the minute filth inhaled during his cultivation, now mercilessly purged, rapidly forming a thick layer of black scab upon his surface. Beneath this grime lies a perfect treasure body, shedding its old skin and gestating towards a new realm. Behind him, a mysterious totem materializes, a colossal golden dragon that obscures the sky. Beside the ancestral dragon, a shadow of a battle bow radiating a terrifying aura appears. Thank you for the reader's contributions. It is truly magnificent. Congratulations, host. Due to the purifying power of the Yanhuang ancestral dragon bloodline, your archery talent has ascended by 3 stars, elevating it to the 4-star monarch level. A soft, evocative hum escaped Feng's lips, stirring his imagination. The exhilarating sensation coursing through his bones was utterly irresistible. What a blunder it was! Had he known that awakening his lineage would bring such ecstasy, he would have ascended long ago. Feng, feeling the monumental transformations within his body, could not help but let out a wry smile. Yet, he could not place the blame solely on himself. It was the system's fault for its reticence.